In times like this, even a sickly one about to die can be traded for 2 genes of grain. That's already her greatest blessing. Look at her, skin and bones. There might not even be 2 genes of meat on her. In the icy wind and heavy snow, an old woman wrapped in layers of ragged, patched-up clothes dragged a thin, unconscious girl, all the while spitting curses. Her sharp features and triangular eyes made her look even harsher. "Don't sell my sister. She's not weak, she's just hungry. You're the one who starved her until she collapsed." A scrawny little figure clung tightly to the girl's arm, glaring up with wide eyes. His childish voice carried no force, but it trembled with anger. "Mother, you can't do this. Sister Qian is your granddaughter. How can you sell her? Those people want food in exchange because they'll hurt her." A frail woman, thin as a skeleton, clutched the unconscious girl to her chest, crying and begging. The old woman, Madame Gu, kicked her away and shrilled, "Useless wretch. Better to trade her for food so our family can live, than let her die and waste our strength burying her. And you little brat, who can eat their fill these days? She's only a burden who wastes food." Nearby, another woman stood with her hands tucked into her sleeves, shivering against the cold. She added unhappily, "Sister-in-law, that's 2 whole genes of grain. Enough for us to survive for several days. In this freezing weather, without food, we'll all starve. You can't be so selfish." Kneeling on the ground, Madame Gui held her daughter tightly, raising her head to shout in fury, "Nonsense. Why don't you trade your own daughter for food?" Madame Gu Zhao spat at her and snapped, "Arjun girl's life has been blessed by a traveling master. She's destined for wealth and fortune. How can she be compared to this unlucky burden? Once these hard years pass, we'll be depending on Arjun girl for a better life. This girl is just a bringer of bad luck. If she can be traded for 2 genes of grain, at least she'll have repaid the Gu family for raising her." Amid the pulling and shouting, Gu Qianqian slowly regained consciousness. The mixture of sobbing and cursing made her already aching head spin even more. The unbearable cold pierced through her limbs and even into her scalp, making her shiver violently. "Grandma, why give big sister away? I want meat too. I don't like the thin porridge. It never fills me up. Please don't sell big sister." The second son's child, Huzi, shouted loudly. Staring at Gu Qianqian lying on the ground, he swallowed hard. He hadn't eaten meat in so long, and this was his elder sister, so why should anyone else get to eat first? His gaze locked on Qianqian's arm, and his eyes gleamed. He opened his mouth and bit down hard. The pain jolted Gu Qianqian out of her dazed state. She suddenly opened her eyes, lifted her weak leg, and kicked Huzi with all the strength she had through the gap. Though she wasn't strong, Huzi was still just a small child with no defense. Her kick knocked him flat on his back.
"What?
Grandma, she kicked me. You have to punish her. Punish her right now." Huzi cried and rolled on the ground, wailing. Before Madame Gu or Xiaoshi could react, a thin little figure rushed forward and threw himself at Huzi, punching him in the face over and over. "How dare you bite my sister? How dare you say you want to eat her? I'll fight you, I'll fight you," he shouted. Xiaoshi shrieked and quickly grabbed Keidu by the back of his collar, lifting him into the air. Then she slapped his small face again and again. "You wicked child. You dare hit my son? I'll teach you a lesson," she scolded furiously. Yi Xiuyun, shielding her daughter in her arms, almost rushed forward when she saw her young son being struck so harshly. But she didn't dare let go of her daughter, terrified that her mother-in-law might drag the girl away to exchange for food. Unable to protect both children at once, Yi Xiuyun collapsed to the ground, sobbing and begging. "Stop. Please stop," came a faint voice, drowned out by the cries and shouts. At last, Gu Qianqian found enough strength to move. She slipped free from Yi Xiuyun's arms, grabbed Madame Gu's hand, and twisted her body. Using her weight, she forced Madame Gu down to the ground. A small knife flashed in her hand, the blade pressed coldly against the old woman's neck. "I said stop." Her voice was weak, but sharp and firm. The threat in it made Madame Gu freeze. When she realized what was pressed to her throat, her hair stood on end with terror. She shouted, "Stop. Everyone stop right now." Zhao Shi turned her head and saw her mother-in-law pinned to the ground, with a gleaming blade at her throat. She screamed in fright, her grip loosening, and Keidu fell to the ground. Gu Qianqian's strength was nearly gone, and she swayed on her feet. She was so weak, but she held on, refusing to faint again. Amid the noise of people shouting and crying, when no one could move, she finally understood her situation. She should have died in the plane crash, yet somehow she had entered a dynasty that did not exist in her original world, taking over the body of a 12-year-old girl. It was the third year of Yongfeng. The north was struck by a severe drought, leaving no harvest. After winter set in, heavy snow brought even more disaster. North of the Hung River, people struggled to survive, with many fleeing their homes in search of food. In such bitter cold, even wild plants were hard to find, and grain became more precious than life itself. Some desperate families even gave up their own children just to survive. 5 days ago, the girl's father and elder brother had gone into the mountains to search for food, never to return. Left behind was Madame Gu with 3 children, now suffering constant bullying from the rest of the Gu family. And now, the Gu family wanted to trade away the children of the household that had lost all its strong laborers just to get grain. Gu Qianqian lowered her eyes, so weak from hunger that her body barely had strength. Yet, she refused to loosen her grip on the knife. The only comfort she felt was that after her death, the thing most important to her had also come with her. Since she now lived in this body, she would not allow the original owner's family to be tormented any longer by the Gu family. Qianer, Madame Yi Xiuyun panicked when she saw her daughter holding a knife, too frightened to even wonder where the weapon had come from. "You ungrateful child! How dare you point a knife at your own grandmother? This is a crime against heaven itself. Do you believe I won't beat you to death? Put it down right now." Old Master Gu, who had stayed silent until now, suddenly rose to his feet and shouted angrily. Gu Qianqian didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She pressed the sharp tip forward, just enough to make the old woman scream in fright from the sting. "Since we're all going to die anyway, I might as well take someone with me." The girl's voice was weak, yet cold and heartless, like the snow and frost covering the earth, sending a chill into everyone's hearts. No, Qianer, Grandma was wrong. I won't trade you for food. Please put the knife down." Old Madame Gu's voice trembled with fear and fury. She swore that once this rebellious girl let her guard down, she would make her pay dearly. "Qianer, you mustn't." Madame Yi Xiuyun was also terrified. To her, this act was too shocking, too outrageous. But in the next moment, she thought of how these people had treated her daughter. Her eyes filled with tears, and she could no longer speak. For the first time, Gu Qianqian felt such extreme hunger that even the hand holding the knife shook uncontrollably. She glanced at Madame Yi Xiuyun, crying silently, then finally looked at the thin and fragile child standing frozen in shock nearby. "Kaitu, bring all the roasted potatoes from this morning." Kaitu looked at his eldest sister, who seemed so bold and strong that he felt both surprised and full of admiration. Without a word, he rushed over and quickly grabbed the small roasted potatoes their second uncle had made earlier, taking advantage of everyone's moment of shock. In the freezing snow, even firewood was hard to find. It was difficult to make a fire, and earlier they had managed to roast a batch of potatoes. But there weren't enough. Only the grandparents and the second and third uncles' families could each get half of one. Their family of 4 had only one small potato. The eldest sister had secretly given her share to the youngest, which was why she had fainted from hunger. Usually they ate frozen rock-hard potatoes. But this batch, though already cold, hadn't frozen solid yet. They tasted much better. Before Kaitu could return, second Uncle Gu grabbed him roughly by the collar. "You little brat! You dare steal food? You must be tired of living." The third uncle's wife, who had been silent until now, spoke in a mocking tone. "Big sister-in-law, even if you've lost your husband and son, you can't let Shallow act so recklessly. Tell her to let mother go right now. Otherwise, forget her. Kaitu and Xiao won't be spared either. Mother, don't be afraid. This girl is just trying to scare us. If she dares hurt you, I'll make her pay tenfold, said Madame Zhao with a pout. Honestly, if taking a knife could let someone grab all the food, then why hadn't she done the same? Gu Shallow frowned impatiently, clicked her tongue, and with a swift flick of her wrist, a thin red line appeared on the old lady's dark neck. The old grandmother immediately shrieked, "You ungrateful children! Give her whatever she wants. Do you really want to watch this girl harm me?" Madame Zhao's expression turned sour. Mother, she's asking for half of our potatoes. How are we supposed to survive if we give them away? Without food, no one will live. At least let us keep enough to stay alive. Her voice grew weaker when she realized her words sounded wrong. She fell silent, uneasy. You shameless woman, the old grandmother scolded. Would you rather I die so you can eat? How did our Gu family end up with someone like you? Old man, hurry and give her the potatoes. Old man Gu kept a stern face, showing the authority of the family head. You ungrateful child. How dare you lay hands on your own grandmother? Let her go right now. If you're hungry, your second uncle can give you 2 potatoes. Cause more trouble, and all of you can get out and fend for yourselves. In the Gu family, Old Man Gu's word was law. No one dared to threaten him, especially not for food. At this time, even a single potato was worth fighting over. Gu Qianqian lost her patience. Without wasting words, she struck quickly, stabbing her grandmother's arm. Stop talking nonsense, the young girl's cold voice echoed, making everyone's scalp prickle in fear as her grandmother's scream rang out. No one expected Gu Qianqian would truly dare to act. The shrill cry stunned them all. Taking advantage of second Uncle Gu's shock, Saidu bit down hard on his hand. With a cry of pain, he reflexively let go. Saidu scrambled back to Gu Qianqian's side. Seeing his grandmother screaming and the blood on her arm, he forced himself to look away, eyes turning red. Trembling, he held out a potato to his older sister. Big sister, eat quickly, his choked voice wavered. Gu Qianqian looked at the scrawny boy, brave despite his fear. Without hesitation, she bit into the dusty potato, finishing it quickly. Saitu handed another one to Yi Xiuyun. Mother, please eat. Even if their family was doomed, at least they wouldn't starve in silence. Yi Xiuyun's face grew pale, her heart torn. Looking at her mother-in-law, now wounded by her daughter, she felt despair. She knew the Gu family would never forgive her and her children. Tears slid down her cheeks as she closed her eyes and began to eat, feeding small bites to her youngest daughter, tied to her chest with a strip of cloth. When her husband and eldest son were still around, the family could at least share some food. But after the two went missing, Yi Xiuyun and her remaining children often went hungry. The rest of the Gu family looked on in fury, nearly faint with rage, as they watched the 4 of them eat without shame. Several were about to rush forward. Gu Qianqian suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp, like a wild beast ready to strike. Her lips curved into a strange, unsettling smile. Go ahead, come closer. We've got nothing to lose anyway. If we have to go, we'll make sure to take someone along. Her piercing gaze swept across the room. The refugees, moving as families, were scattered around, their faces numb as they watched the commotion in the Gu family. Gu Qianqian's smile deepened as she spoke lightly. If I shout once, anyone who helps me get rid of your family, I'll give myself to them to eat. Tell me, which of us do you think will die faster? Her chilling words made Gu Laer, who had been rushing forward, stop abruptly. His eyes widened in shock, as if he were staring at a ghost. Was this something a normal person could say? And me? If we die together. No one will have it easy. Cadus shouted with his mouth full of potato, bits spraying out as he spoke. Yi Xiuyun stood firmly in front of the 2 children, her eyes full of determination. The sight alone forced the rest of the Gu family to retreat. Even the old patriarch, Gu Laotu, was shaken. He glanced around. Those who had been watching blankly now had eyes gleaming with interest after hearing Qianqian's words. Gu Laotu wasn't a fool. On the road fleeing famine, he had seen all kinds of terrible things. Without his many sons, their family would have been robbed long ago, and their grain would never have lasted this long. Not far from them, two other families had started the journey with small children. But a few days ago, those children had vanished. Were they frozen or starved? Yet Gu Laotu had noticed those families occasionally taking out dried meat to eat. His anger nearly choked him, but he dared not act rashly. His granddaughter held a knife, and more than that, he didn't trust those starving refugees around them. You unfilial wretch. Enough of your you. Shut up already. Qianqian snapped, her patience gone. She slapped the flat of her blade against the old woman's face, droplets of blood scattering. Gu Xiaoshi held her children tightly and stumbled back in fear. Was this girl possessed? She was terrifying. If you don't want me shouting out how much grain you're hiding for everyone to hear, then get lost. And never dare to bully us again. Qianqian's sharp gaze swept the crowd, then fixed on the little girl clutched in Gu Xiaoshi's arms. A sudden smile curved her lips. Or I'll ruin your daughter's pretty face. Gu Xiaoshi screamed, hugging her daughter even tighter. You wouldn't dare. Qianqian ignored her and turned to the patriarch. Seeing that Keidu and Yi Xiuyun had nearly finished eating, she tossed the sack of potatoes back at his feet. We don't want your food. But from this moment on, our family has nothing to do with yours. Kai too was shocked. Sister? That was food, life-saving food. How could they give it back? Gu Qianqian's face stayed calm, but her words sent chills through the air. If you keep pushing us, I don't mind fighting to the end. There may not be many of us, but I'm sure I can take down one or two. If you're not afraid, go ahead and try. Old Man Gu's face darkened like ashes. Being threatened by a junior shamed him deeply. Yet he also knew this girl had lost all fear, truly desperate. If they kept clashing, things would only grow uglier. After a long silence, his voice came out cold. Fine. Since you've chosen this, don't expect our family to care about your lives anymore. And don't think you'll ever touch a grain of our food again. Second, third, carry your mother onto the cart. We're leaving. The others glanced at the small pile of potatoes that had been reluctantly returned. Suddenly, sharing a few didn't seem like such a big deal. At least they had most of it back. And the truth was, getting rid of that branch of the family meant less mouths to feed. That saved food meant more for themselves. Gu Qianqian, with something now in her stomach, had regained some strength. She stood up from the ground, a blood-stained knife still in her hand. Her eyes fell on Yi Xiuyun. She opened her mouth to call out, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she turned to the little boy nearby. Kai Tu, gather our things. We're leaving. Kai Tu picked up the shabby bundle that Old Man Gu's people had tossed aside from the cart. He followed Gu Qianqian as the two of them, under the burning stares of the hungry refugees, walked away from the group. Despair filled Yi Xiuyun's heart. Without the Gu family, could she really protect her children? A group made up mostly of women and children was the easiest target for others. Qianqian. It's my fault, Yi Xiuyun whispered through tears, then gritted her teeth. Don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I'll keep you safe. Her gaze grew firm. Her husband and eldest son's fate was still unknown, but whatever it took, she would protect the 3 children left in her care. Gu Qianqian gave her a surprised look. She had assumed this timid woman would only weigh them down. She had even prepared herself to deal with the burden, deciding that as long as Yi Xiuyun didn't cause unnecessary trouble, she would protect them for the sake of the original bond between their families. But maybe she wasn't going to be a burden after all. After a moment of silence, Gu Qianqian spoke. We shouldn't follow this group any longer. Let's find a village and rest for the night. It wasn't really a team, just a group of refugees heading to the same place, walking together at a steady distance. Yi Xiuyun had no clear plan, so she decided to follow her daughter's lead. Perhaps it was because of Gu Qianqian's earlier actions that she unconsciously felt her daughter must have some ideas. Her mind was in turmoil, weighed down by fear, so she hadn't had the chance to think carefully about her daughter's change. After all, her daughter had always been quiet but also very clever. Qianqian herself was also thinking about this. It seemed she would need to find a good chance to explain her changes with a believable reason. The four of them entered a village. It was hidden in the mountains and slightly off the main route, so no other refugees would bother coming here to rest. The place was abandoned, the houses empty. The four of them settled in one at the edge of the village. You try to make a fire. I'll go see if there's anything useful or edible here, Qianqian said. Yi Xiaoyun quickly stopped her. I'll go. Qianqian, you must lie down and rest. Kaitu, take good care of your sister. Even though the village had no people, she still didn't feel safe letting her daughter go out alone. Big sister, you don't need to go. I still have some food, Kaitu said with a smile, pulling out 2 small handfuls of coarse rice mixed with sand. When I helped second aunt cook before, I grabbed a little when she wasn't looking. Now we have something to eat. Tomorrow I'll try again to find more, so you, mother, and little sister won't go hungry. The thin, dark-faced boy held the rice carefully, his eyes full of determination. With father and elder brother gone, he was the only man left in the family. He had to stand strong to protect his mother, elder sister, and little sister. You clever boy, Yi Xiaoyun said, her face brightening with joy. I'll go dig some snow and boil water. Tonight, we'll have a meal. Hearing this, Kaitu put 1 handful of rice back into his pocket, leaving just a few grains in his other hand. Mother, I already ate some potatoes before, and I'm still full. I can go without food for 2 days. You should cook this for little sister to drink. His eyes softened as he looked at the small girl in Yi Xiaoyun's arms. Qianqian glanced at the moldy, dirt-mixed rice, feeling uneasy. In her eyes, this wasn't food fit to eat. But to Kaitu and Yi Xiaoyun, it was life-saving grain, more precious than gold. She took a deep breath, unable to bring herself to suggest throwing away the moldy rice. Mother, help Kaitu keep the fire going and warm Qiaojia. I'll go outside to see if there's anything we can eat. The moment she stepped out the door, a sharp gust of wind hit Qianqian, making her shiver. She looked up at the darkening sky. The night air would be even colder. She walked quickly to a house 2 courtyards away from where they were staying. It wasn't far, and she could still keep an eye on what was happening over there. Even though she knew no one was inside, Qianqian still closed the door as soon as she entered, then stood in a hidden corner. She opened her palm, and in her hand appeared a steaming hot beef burger giving off a rich aroma, already showing the mark of 1 bite. The corner of her lips lifted. Yes, her hidden space had truly come with her. While finishing the burger she hadn't managed to eat before her mission earlier, Qianqian's thoughts drifted to her past life. Back then, after completing her final assignment for the organization, she had planned to leave that world behind and return to a normal life. But on the plane back home, disaster struck, an air crash. To this day, she couldn't know for sure whether it had been an accident or planned. Deep down, she had half expected it. Once someone entered that kind of place, how easy could it be to leave, no matter how many high-level missions she had completed? Now, having unexpectedly found herself in this new world, life was undeniably harsh. Yet, as long as she survived the years of famine, she believed she could eventually live the simple, ordinary life she had always longed for. Without worrying about appearances, Qianqian crouched to finish the last bite of her burger, then took out a packet of milk and drank quickly, a relaxed smile lighting up her face. After eating, she didn't hurry back. Instead, she thought carefully. Years of missions had made her develop the habit of storing food in her space. She had thrown all kinds of odds and ends in there, enough so that in this era of famine, she wouldn't starve. The problem was, she couldn't take out too much openly without raising suspicion. Another issue was the deadly cold. More people froze to death in winters like this than starved. Kata's hands were already covered in frostbite. Yi Xiaoyun's face, and even her own, were marked with purple patches from the freezing wind. If another snowstorm and sharp drop in temperature came, they might easily become frozen bodies buried beneath the snow. Suddenly, Qianqian arched her brow, as if struck by an idea. With a flick of her hand, 2 heavy green military coats appeared on her arm, weighing it down noticeably. Qianqian frowned. This body was still too weak, too frail. Things like synthetic cotton or down were far too advanced for this time. If she suddenly brought them out, it would not only cause trouble but would also be impossible to explain to Qianqian. The military coat was filled with cotton. Though heavy, it was warm, and since the cotton inside was tightly packed, it didn't look unusually thick. If she took it back for Qianqian to alter, it wouldn't draw much attention. She carefully removed the metal buttons and labels from the clothes. Then, after hesitating, she pressed the coat against the dusty ground, dirtying it to make it look old. From her storage, she brought out some rice. The white, polished grains looked dazzling. Qianqian paused. Even in ordinary years, such fine rice wasn't common. Here and now, it was even more out of place. She then pulled out a bag of black sesame powder, mixed it with the rice, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this looked much more normal. Just as she was about to leave with her things, a low whimper reached her ears. It sounded like a small animal trying to resist, soft and powerless. She stopped in her tracks and turned toward the sound. Before she could think further, a pitiful cry rang out along with the muffled voices of men. Our luck's really good this time. We've caught another little one. We'll feed him the scraps, raise him up a bit, then deal with him later. Huh, what a bonus. People call these hard years a famine, but those who starve are just the useless ones. If you ask me, life's better now than before. In the past, we choked on rough grains and went hungry half the time. Now we eat meat almost every day. Qianqian's eyes suddenly turned sharp, catching onto one dangerous word. In a time when most survived by chewing bark, what kind of meat could fill their bowls? The answer was all too clear. Brotherly, that woman we saw earlier. She isn't too bad. Why don't we keep her around? She could serve us well. After the children are gone, then. The voice trailed off with a cruel laugh.
Ha, you're right.
Even if she's not young, a woman like that knows how to please people. Hearing those disgusting words, Qianqian narrowed her eyes. A cold, sharp light flickered within them. She had avoided using the Gu family's grain in public because such a thing would only draw disaster. Even without food in her hands, she knew people would still target them. She had expected this, but hearing it firsthand sent a rush of killing intent surging through her chest. She quickly put her things back into the space, stepped on the pile of wood beside her, and with a swift movement climbed onto the top of the wall. The two men were also trying not to alert anyone, so they stopped a few houses away and planned to sneak over later in the night. Although the people on the other side were just women and children, that young girl had a knife. If someone got accidentally cut, especially in this freezing weather, it would be very troublesome. Qianqian crouched on the wall and watched as two men tied up a dirty little puppy, even binding its mouth so tightly that it was bleeding. One of the men kicked the struggling puppy on the ground. Let's get inside. This ghostly weather is freezing. Tonight we must have a proper meal to warm up. Brotherly, it's so cold tonight. Without a fire, this house is like an ice cellar. Why don't we just go over there directly? The other man hunched his shoulders, stomping on the ground in the cold. The man called Brotherly was also shivering. He glanced toward the other side, spat, and was about to speak when suddenly a small, thin figure appeared at the doorway, shivering. Brotherly walked over and yanked the tiny child out, tossing him to the side. Go, bring some firewood and light the fire. And don't make a sound. If you can't even do this little thing, tonight you'll be the one in the pot. With that, the two men went inside the house. The small child stood blankly for a moment before waddling off with his short arms and legs to fetch firewood. Qianqian narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected these two men to have a child with them. Judging by their attitude, the child probably hadn't come to them willingly either. She was just about to retreat and think of a plan when a scream came from inside the house, followed by a woman's desperate pleas. I beg you, let me go. I'll do any work you want, just please spare me. Shut up. If you yell again and scare off our new game, you and your daughter will have worse to face. Brotherly, let it go. Don't cause a stir, and alert the others. After we've had a hot meal later, we can deal with this then. Mind your own business. If you don't want to stay, get out of my way. Brotherly snapped, followed by the sharp sound of a slap. "Keep your mouth shut, unless you want your daughter dragged in here too." Inside the house, a woman's heart-wrenching sobs were being forcibly suppressed. A little girl stood outside the door, listening in confusion and fear. She opened her mouth as if to cry, but didn't dare make a sound. Qianqian's eyes grew cold with murderous intent. In this strange world and unfamiliar environment, she had originally planned to avoid trouble. In these hard times, who had the strength to care for others? But seeing something so vile happen right before her eyes, she could not stand by. Bullying women and hurting children crossed her bottom line. Besides, it was clear that those two men had set their sights on her own family of 4. She could hardly call herself uninvolved. Sooner or later, they would need to be dealt with. Why let them harm an innocent woman first? A glint of steel flashed in her eyes as she quietly climbed down from the courtyard wall. When she noticed the little girl staring at her, Qianqian curved her lips slightly and raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. The child froze, wide-eyed, as Qianqian slipped swiftly into the house. Inside, the woman was pinned down on the Kong. Her thin winter clothes were torn open, and her face was as pale as paper, streaked with tears. Shame and despair filled her expression, yet she pressed down her cries, unwilling to let her daughter outside hear. The cold wind seeped into the room like countless tiny needles, piercing her skin until she nearly went numb. But none of it compared to the fear of what she thought was about to happen. Looking at the man's twisted face as he moved closer, the woman's eyes filled with hopeless gray, her lips drained of color. The next instant, the man's leering smile stiffened and froze. A red mark on his neck signaled the end of his life. The woman's scream rose in her throat, but when her frightened eyes met another pair of calm, indifferent ones, the sound lodged there and never came out. Qianqian wiped her blade clean and looked at the pale woman hurriedly pushing the body off her. She did not rush to leave. The woman, overwhelmed, glanced at the second man who also lay in a pool of blood near the doorway. Her gaze then fell on the thin young girl before her, and tears welled instantly. With a thud, she dropped to her knees. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, for killing those two beasts." Qianqian's smile was swift and cold, never reaching her eyes. "Those two weren't killed by me. When I came in, I found them already dead. Perhaps you acted to protect yourself? Do you need any help?" The woman froze, not quite understanding her words. "It seems you don't need anything. Your daughter is still outside and the night is freezing. Be careful she doesn't catch a chill. We won't meet again." With that, Qianqian turned and walked out. After solving those two troubles, they could finally sleep peacefully tonight. As for that mother and daughter, unless they were foolish, they would never dare to speak about what had just happened. And even if they did, who would believe them? As Qianqian was about to reach the gate of the yard, she suddenly heard a weak whimper. Turning her head, she saw a little puppy tightly bound, looking at her pitifully. She made a soft sound, blinked, and went over to untie the ropes. The puppy, once free, immediately lifted its head and let out a tiny howl. Qianqian smiled faintly. At least she gained something. It could count as her reward. "I think I just heard a beast's roar. Since this is at the foot of the mountain, wild animals must have come down. Big sister, you must be careful not to run into them." A child's voice called out from a distance. As they passed by a tightly closed gate, a dull thud from inside made Kadu freeze. His heart jumped, and without thinking, he rushed forward. "Big sister," he shouted anxiously. Just as he reached the door, before he even touched it, the door opened from inside. Qianqian came out calmly, her arms full of things, glancing at the two who looked so worried. "Didn't I tell you to stay by the fire? Why come out in this freezing weather?" Kata said quickly, "Big sister, I thought I heard a beast. Could it be that dangerous animals have come down into the village? It's too dangerous. Let's leave quickly." Qianqian blinked. Then, from inside her thick army coat, a small head suddenly popped out toward Kadu. "Kadu. Yejuyun." Covered in dust, The tiny head peeked out and gave a soft little howl, sounding more cute than fierce. Qianqian tugged at the little thing's ear. A wild beast, you said? Kata's face turned awkward, but soon his eyes lit up. Big sister, you really found food. Yi Shuyun's eyes welled with tears of relief. Heaven has blessed us. Just when we were at our lowest point, a puppy came right to us. Qianqian. The puppy seemed to notice the danger from those stairs and quickly burrowed back into the coat. Qianqian cleared her throat lightly. Let's go back first. We'll talk later. Back at the small house where they were staying, Qianqian thought of that mother and son. She made sure to secure the front door with a wooden bolt, then casually placed some broken tiles on top of it just in case. Inside, Kato had already started a fire. A dented little iron pot sat above the flames, full of snow that hadn't completely melted yet. Glancing at the grain she had picked out from the sand earlier, Qianqian cleared her throat and said, I just found some rice. Let's cook it together. As she spoke, she picked up the moldy grains and pretended to put them into the rice bag, but in reality, she secretly stored them away to deal with later. When Yi Shuyun and Kato saw her carrying a bag of rice, both of their eyes widened in disbelief. Why, you really found rice? Big sister, you're amazing. Kato's eyes shone with admiration. His big sister truly was capable. Yi Shuyun looked at the half bag of rice, her hands trembling with excitement as tears welled up in her eyes. She had thought that after leaving the Gu family, life in these harsh times would only become harder, and perhaps she wouldn't even be able to protect all of her children. But now, it seemed they weren't at a dead end just yet. She stepped forward and hugged Qianqian. All the emotions she had held back that day finally spilled out, and she couldn't stop herself from sobbing. Our Qianqian isn't a burden. She's a blessing. She's full of good fortune. She will definitely live well. Those people from the old Gu family were speaking nonsense. My children all have great fortune, and they will all live safely and peacefully. Safely and peacefully. Suddenly being embraced, Qianqian stiffened, feeling uncomfortable. Hearing the woman's cries, her heart ached in a way she couldn't explain. She knew Yi Shuyun wasn't just crying about their uncertain future, but also for her missing husband and eldest son. The sadness in the room spread. Kato rubbed at his eyes with his dirty sleeve, trying not to cry, while little Qiao, who didn't understand much yet, saw her mother weeping and started to pout, about to cry too. Qianqian felt a headache coming on. She had never dealt with a scene like this before. She patted Yi Shuyun on the back and said, Mother, don't cry anymore. Let's cook the rice, eat something warm, and go to bed early. Tomorrow we still have to keep moving. Hearing this, Yi Shuyun quickly let go, wiping her tears away. She nodded with a shaky smile, still sniffling. Yes, I'll do it right away. The people in this village have all fled from hunger, and yet we were lucky enough to find so much rice. What good fortune, said Yi Shuyun. She looked at the dusty grains, assuming they were last year's moldy leftovers, but didn't mind. At times like these, just having food to eat was already a blessing. Qianqian touched her nose lightly. I just came across an old couple. When I entered their house, I saw that they had already passed away. Likely because of their age, they couldn't hold on. The grain was hidden in the stove, and it ended up in our hands. As she spoke, she took out a military coat. Mother, I also found 2 winter coats at the bottom of a cabinet. They're thick and heavy. Do you think one of them could be cut down to make a set of clothes for Kaitu? When Yi Shuyun heard winter coat, she thought of how thinly her children were dressed. Forgetting about the rice, she rushed over and studied the clothes carefully under the firelight.
Wait.
This doesn't feel like reeds or cotton fluff from the fields. Could it be real cotton? These must be padded coats. Only wealthy families in town could afford such things. Heaven above is helping us. With cotton clothes, we won't freeze to death this winter. Yi Shuyun clutched the dusty military coat, her face full of amazement and joy. The fabric is so fine. I can't believe a household in this village had something this good, she said in wonder. Qianqian also knew that bringing out such a coat might cause suspicion, but compared with freezing, it was worth the risk. Maybe it's just as you said, Mother. Perhaps heaven truly showed us mercy. The elderly couple's children might have done business elsewhere and brought these back as gifts. Because they were too old, they didn't leave the village, and now their things have fallen to us, Qianqian explained sincerely, though not entirely truthful. Mother, quickly go cook some porridge. Give me little chow, she added, worried her mother would ask further. Yi Xiuyun nodded at once, loosening the cloth wrapped around her chest and handing over the little girl. Qianqian held the frail child, so light that her bones could almost be felt through her thin body. Her brows tightened in worry. The little one had been weak and drowsy in Yi Xiuyun's arms, always hungry and chilled, yet still surviving until now. A miracle in itself. Looking at the child, who could barely open her eyes, Qianqian felt her heart ache. She carried her toward the dim corner, turned her back to the firelight, and secretly took out a piece of chocolate. Breaking off a tiny bit, she gently placed it in the girl's mouth. The sweet taste made Qiaojie suddenly shut her mouth tight, her eyelids twitching as her little mouth smacked busily. The thin, dirty child reaching out with her small hands and smacking her lips made Qianqian laugh. She broke off another piece and handed it to the girl. This time, the little one opened her mouth willingly and ate happily. Nearby, Kaitu had been listening for a while and wandered over. Big sister, did you hear something? Kata's voice suddenly came from behind. Qianqian immediately sat up straight, blocking Qiaojie. Maybe that puppy's hungry. Scratching his head, Kaitu looked at the puppy curled up under the bed. No, the sound came from this way. He stretched his neck to peek at Qiaojie, then let out a surprised noise. After touching her face and seeing his hand covered in dirt, he shouted loudly, Mother. Little sister was so hungry she started eating mud. Yi Xiuyun was startled. She quickly put down her army coat. No. Quickly, get the mud out of your little sister's mouth. That's dangerous to eat. Qianqian. I'll do it. Mother, you go fix those 2 cotton coats. Kaitu, hurry and cook some porridge. Qiaojie is so hungry she's eating dirt. She needs something warm right away. While speaking, she pretended to reach into Qiaojie's mouth. Kaitu, afraid his sister might grab something else to eat out of hunger, rushed off to cook porridge. Yi Xiuyun, worried her children wouldn't survive the growing cold, began cutting and rescuing the 2 cotton coats. Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. Picking up the kettle that had been thawed by the fire, she pretended to give Qiaojie water to rinse her mouth. In truth, she secretly pulled out a bag of milk and fed it to the little girl. The half-dizzy child, weak with hunger, suddenly shivered when she tasted the milk. She drank so quickly, she nearly choked. Qianqian didn't dare give her too much. After letting her sip a little water and wiping her mouth clean, she finally relaxed. Big sister, the porridge is ready. Feed some to little sister. Kaitu came over holding a chipped bowl. Qianqian looked at the dark, sticky porridge and couldn't help twitching her lips. Kaitu, still worried, muttered, I don't know why this porridge turned out so black, but it's still better than going hungry. The porridge second aunt made before wasn't this dark. Ahem. I'll feed her. You and mother should eat too. I won't eat. I'm not hungry. Sister, you and mother eat. I'll feed the little one. Chaotu hadn't cooked much. Even though they had half a sack of grain, they still needed to save it. I'm not hungry. Stop talking and go eat. Once you're done, sleep early. You need strength to keep moving tomorrow. Qianqian's stern tones startled Chaotu. He scratched his head and muttered softly, Why is sister suddenly so fierce? She used to be so gentle. Qianqian frowned, realizing she had slipped up and was about to explain. Sigh, it's all the fault of the Gu family. They bullied us too much. Even such a kind and gentle sister has been forced to change her temper. Chaotu sighed, shaking his head as if he had seen through everything. Qianqian. Thank you for understanding me like that. Just as she was about to relax, Chaotu suddenly exclaimed, Sister, this porridge tastes a bit sweet. And the rice is so smooth. It's delicious. Qianqian kept a straight face. Maybe the melted snow makes it taste sweet. When we're hungry, everything seems good. Yun, who was working on altering an army coat, also smiled. Your sister's right. When hungry, even simple food tastes good. Even the potatoes we ate this afternoon tasted great. Chaotu rubbed his head. Was that really the reason? But he truly thought this rice was especially tasty. Qianqian wasn't worried he would discover anything. The black sesame paste she had used was sugar-free, and once it spread into the porridge, it hardly had any flavor at all. Besides, no one in this era would recognize what black sesame paste even was. The slight sweetness must have come from the rice itself. After dinner, Yun sat by the fire, cutting and sewing one army coat while the other was spread over the two younger children. She even suggested Qianqian squeeze together with them for warmth, but Qianqian politely refused. In fact, she had already taken a set of warm clothes from her hidden supply and wore them underneath, so with the fire going, she wasn't cold at all. In the village, firewood wasn't scarce. The heated brick bed was warm, and an open fire filled the room with heat. They kept the fire burning all night, and after having eaten well, that night was the most peaceful they had had since their journey began. The next morning, when Qianqian woke, she found Yun leaning against the door, napping lightly on a pile of dried grass. The moment she stirred, Yun's eyes opened instantly, alert. Qianqian, you're awake. Her tired, drowsy look showed she hadn't slept well. Qianqian looked at the fire on the ground that was still burning. Clearly, Yishuyan had been watching it all night. Her body was weak. She had fallen asleep quickly yesterday and slept deeply, only recovering a little bit of strength today. Mother, let me watch the fire. You should rest for a while. Yishuyan leaned against the door, worried that something might come in during the night while they were fast asleep. I'm not tired. Qianqian, don't get out of bed.
I'll fetch some snow to cook rice.
Seeing her daughter trying to get up, Yishuyan stopped her quickly. Qianqian hadn't had proper food for a long time. Although she ate some potatoes yesterday, she didn't drink the rice soup at night. Her body was weak and needed more rest. Looking at her mother's tired face, Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart, and a faint smile appeared on her lips.
You go and rest.
I'll cook. She got up, gently pushed Yishuyan onto the bed, and went out with a small worn pot. The heavy snow had stopped in the past 2 days. The snow on the ground was firm and made crunching sounds under her feet. She glanced at the tile propped against the door latch, untouched since yesterday, and the untouched snow on the walls, then looked quietly toward the direction of the mother and children. Qianqian filled the pot with clean snow. In this time, there was no pollution, and the snow water was pure and safe to drink. She then saw the mother and her 2 children sleeping soundly. She poured in a generous amount of rice, making the porridge much thicker than yesterday's. In this freezing weather, if they couldn't eat their fill, they wouldn't last long. Watching the bubbling porridge, she thought about how to find more nourishing food for everyone. They couldn't afford to let their health suffer further. She went over to wake up Keidu. As soon as he stirred, little Qiao curled further under the blanket, mumbling in her sleep. Noticing the unusual lump under the quilt, Qianqian frowned and quickly lifted it. There lay the little girl, curled up with a gray puppy in her arms, snuggled deep into its warm fur. Oh no! How did this dog get onto the bed and under the blanket? Keidu cried out in surprise, realizing he had been sharing a bed with it all night. Qianqian twitched her lips, speechless. She had not expected the little pup to be so bold. Xiaojie woke up with a start when she saw a big gray head right in front of her, and she let out a sudden cry. Kaitu was startled too, worried his little sister had been frightened. He quickly stepped forward to protect her and pushed the puppy away. Don't be scared, little sister. Brother will make hot soup for you soon. Before Kaitu could take action, he saw the little girl suddenly stretch out her small arms and hold the puppy tightly around the neck. Wow. Puppy, so warm, awoo. The puppy immediately yelped loudly as it struggled. Kaitu froze for a moment, and even Qianqian twitched her lips at the unexpected scene. Ahem. Little sister, let go, quickly let go. Kaitu hurried over to rescue the puppy. Animals don't understand people. If it panicked and bit her, that would be serious. Just yesterday, the little girl had been weak and always asleep. But after a good meal and a restful night, she was much better today. Her big bright eyes blinked, and in a soft childish voice she said, "Brother, it's so warm. Come feel it." As she spoke, she wriggled her way closer, trying to curl against the puppy's furry belly. The child had been nearly frozen stiff during the journey. Now, finding something warm in the early morning, she squeezed in with all her strength. Seeing his sister looking so much livelier, Kaitu felt happy too. "Good girl, Qiaojia. Later, second brother will make soup for you to drink and keep you even warmer." But inside, he felt unsure. He looked at the furry creature, not really knowing how one would even prepare such soup. In the past, Kaitu would have never thought of eating such an animal. But right now, his only wish was to help his sister grow strong so she could survive the long, cold winter and famine. Sensing danger again from Kata's eyes, the puppy gave a sharp cry and burrowed straight into his coat. Qiaojia grew anxious and quickly protected it. "No, don't cook it, don't cook it." Kaitu hesitated. Dogs could guard the home. He didn't really want to use it for food. But their supply of grain was about to run out. Qianqian watched with amusement. She hadn't brought this little creature back to serve as food anyway. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the puppy with its head hidden and bottom sticking out. In this village, most people kept large dogs. Even a puppy here was already about the size of an adult small dog. Most importantly, this little one was not a pure puppy. If she was right, it carried some wolf's blood. Don't cook it. Let Xiao play with it," she said with a smile. When Kaitu heard his eldest sister's decision, he let out a long breath of relief. Honestly, he couldn't bring himself to do it either. Since his sister said not to stew it, they would keep it for now. "All right, go and eat," Qianqian said. Kaitu agreed and walked over to get some porridge for his younger sister. But when he lowered his head and looked into the pot, his eyes went wide in shock. His legs almost gave way. Big sister, how much rice did you use?" The porridge was so thick and full. How much rice had she put in? Maybe half a sack. Kaitu was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had thought they could make the grain last for quite some time, yet his sister had used half of it in just one morning. His gaze shifted to the pup. Maybe they should. But his sister firmly said, "Don't worry. After being hungry for so long, we need to eat well. Otherwise, we won't last. I will find more food. I won't let our family starve. In this bitter cold, if we don't have enough food, we'll freeze before we even starve." Kaitu listened and realized it made sense, though his heart still ached for the grain. He filled a big bowl and handed it to her. "Big sister, you drink first." Then he filled another big bowl and a small one. "This is for mother and little sister." After that, he hugged the pot, ready to scrape out the rest with his fingers. Qianqian looked at her sensible little brother and sighed softly. He was still just a child, yet always tried to carry the weight of the family. "I already ate before you woke up. You finish this bowl, and if there's any left, give it to the puppy," she said after a pause. Seeing that his sister looked healthy and not like she was lying, Kaitu finally felt relieved and began drinking the porridge, though his heart still ached. Even before the famine, back in the Gu family home, he had never tasted porridge this thick. Qianqian glanced at the sky. It was still early, the sun weak, and the night's chill had not yet faded. "Let mother sleep a while longer. We'll head out once the sun is higher," she said before stepping out of the yard. She needed to make some preparations for the journey ahead. When Yi Xiuyun woke up, it was already around 10 o'clock. Not too early, but no longer as chilly as the morning. "I just went out for a walk and found a few things that might be useful." "Mother, pack everything up, we're leaving." Qianqian placed what she had been working on all morning on the ground, along with a large bundle stuffed full. Yi Xiuyun quickly got up. Though she had not slept well the night before, she still managed to rest in a daze, and after another hour of sleep, she felt refreshed. "I'll pack right away. We don't know the area well, so we have to return by the same path to find the main road. Yesterday morning your second uncle said we're already close to Wanqing Prefecture. I heard that in the city, the officials and wealthy merchants are handing out food. With that, we won't starve, and your father and brother will surely go there to look for us. Hearing this, Qianqian raised her head, her dark eyes calm and steady. We won't go back to the main road. Yi Xiuyun froze and looked at her daughter in surprise. We're going into the mountains. At those words, the room fell silent. Yi Xiuyun gasped.
You
Want to find your father and brother? Qianqian stayed quiet. That actually wasn't what she had in mind. Yi Xiuyun's eyes grew red.
Yes.
We're a family. Even if something bad happens, we stay together. We'll go into the mountains and look for them. Kaitu quickly added, a family must stay together. I support big sister. Let's go into the mountains. Qianqian forced a smile. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Since they had already provided her with a good excuse, she had no need to explain further. The family quickly packed. From the 2 military coats they had, one was cut down into small jackets for Kaitu and Xiaojia. With the leftover cotton, Qianqian stuffed their shoes to make simple warm footwear. The other coat was given to Qianqian by Yi Xiuyun, long enough to cover her from head to toe. But Qianqian refused, saying she had already found another cotton-padded outfit that she was wearing inside, so her mother should take it instead. Seeing her daughter really had another layer beneath and didn't look cold at all, Yi Xiuyun finally felt relieved. In reality, Qianqian had taken out warm clothes she had hidden away earlier. Underneath, she wore thermal underclothes and extra layers, making her the warmest one in the whole group. When the family of 4 had just stepped out, they saw a nearby gate slowly open. A woman in a thick cotton coat led a little girl out of the yard, glancing at them timidly. Yi Xiuyun looked at the mother and daughter in surprise.
Oh.
I didn't expect there were still other people living in this village. Qianqian noticed them leaving at the same time. Her eyes grew colder. She didn't believe this was a coincidence. Sure enough, the pair didn't move forward when they saw the family. They simply stood there, watching. Yi Xiuyun thought no one else would take the same path as them. After all, in winter the northern mountains were blocked with heavy snow. It was dangerous. Unless there was no other choice, people usually wouldn't enter the mountains. Qianqian, let's hurry. Before dark, we need to find somewhere to stay, she worried. Otherwise, deep in the forest, one could easily freeze. Qianqian smiled slightly. The fact that the 3 trusted her enough to follow, even without knowing whether there would be shelter ahead, warmed her heart. She silently promised she would never let them starve or freeze. The 4 of them started walking toward the mountain. The woman who had just come out also froze when she saw this. She had thought they would head for the main road and join the large group of refugees. But they were going up the mountain? Li Kai bit her lip, conflicted. In the end, she held her child firmly and followed. That young girl was sharp, not foolish. If she chose the mountains, there had to be a reason. As a widow with a child, if they traveled the main road, they might run into troublemakers like before. If that happened, there would be no one to help. Hearing movement behind her, Qianqian turned slightly and saw the woman and her child trailing from a distance. Her eyes turned cold, and she stopped. Mother, you all go ahead. I'll come in a moment. Yi Xiuyun thought she needed some privacy, so she simply nodded and continued walking, carrying the rope her eldest daughter had spent the morning making. She couldn't help thinking how useful it was. When Li Kai saw Qianqian coming toward them, she panicked a little. Qianqian narrowed her eyes. Why are you following us? Li Kai bit her lip. Though this was only a young girl, the memory of how fierce she had been yesterday made her feel uneasy and afraid. Miss, it's just me and my child now. We have nowhere else to go. Don't worry, I won't disturb you, and I won't mention what happened yesterday. Please let us follow along. The woman looked sincere, promising she would not cause any trouble. Qianqian raised her eyebrows, her face cold, and her refusal was clear without words. Li Kai bit her lip. We have food and clothes. We won't ask to borrow anything from you. Qianqian disliked trouble, but she couldn't stop others from walking the same path. After all, the mountain didn't belong to her. Stay away from my family. Where you go is your choice, but do not come close to us. Her voice was icy as she pulled out the knife she had used the day before, its blade flashing coldly in the snow. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to treat you the same as them. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Kai's face turned pale. She hadn't expected this young girl to be so heartless, showing no pity even to a mother and child like them. She stood still for a long moment, then clenched her teeth and tugged her child along after Qianqian. When Qianqian returned, Yi Xiuyun greeted her with a smile. Qianqian, this thing you made works really well. It pulls so easily. Qianqian glanced at the rope in Yi Xiuyun's hand. At the other end was something that looked like an upside-down, short-legged stool. Its legs were wrapped with old cloth to form a square box, blocking the wind while keeping little Qiao from falling out. At the bottom, Qianqian had nailed on 2 narrow wooden strips, working like sled runners. On the firm snow, it didn't sink and could be pulled smoothly with a rope, saving energy. Yi Xiuyun had placed an old bundle inside as padding and set Qiao and the little puppy there. The puppy's warm fur kept Qiao comfortable. Holding onto the cloth edge, she peeked outside, giggling as if she were on a ride. Big sister, this is fun, the little girl said brightly, tilting her small face up at Qianqian with a beaming smile. Looking at that thin but lively face, Qianqian couldn't help but smile herself. She bent down and stroked her head. Be good and play with the puppy. If you get hungry or cold, tell me right away. Xiao Jia nodded hard, then went back to playing with the puppy. Hui, hug, so warm. Qiao, standing nearby, looked longingly at his little sister sitting in the basket. It wasn't that he couldn't walk. He just felt that sitting inside looked really fun. Qianqian put her arm around his shoulder. Later, big sister will make one for you too. Qiao quickly shook his head. That's for little kids. I'm a man, I won't sit in it. He was the only boy in the family, the one expected to be strong. So how could he sit in something like that and let his mother and sister pull him along? Thinking this, he suddenly lifted his head. Big sister, wait until I grow taller. I'll make a bigger one. So mother, you and little sister can all sit inside, and I'll be the one to pull it. Qianqian couldn't help but smile softly, her eyes warm. She nodded seriously.
All right.
But if you want to grow taller, you must eat more food. Without enough meals, you won't grow strong. Hearing this, Saodo's face froze with worry. In these times, how could they ever get enough to eat? Would he be short forever? While Qiao was lost in anxious thoughts, the family had already walked into the mountains. The mountain range stretched endlessly. The area they entered wasn't very high, but it was deep. There was no danger of avalanches, so it was relatively safe, as long as they were careful not to slip on the slopes. Qianqian walked in front, using a thick wooden stick as a staff to test the ground, her eyes searching around. They needed to find a cave to spend the night. Even if they couldn't find a cave, she had other ways to make the night bearable for her family, but a cave would be safer and more convenient. By the time the sun tilted west, there was still some time before sunset, but Qianqian wanted to prepare early. They came to a big tree. The ground under it was not thick with snow, as the branches had sheltered it well. Mother, you all wait here. I'll check nearby for a place we can stay. Yi Xiuyun wiped her damp forehead. Qianqian, you stay here with your brother and sister to rest. I'll go look. Qianqian quickly stopped her, gave a few instructions, and went to search the surroundings herself. She searched along the low stone walls, finding several small hollows, but they were only big enough for one adult to squeeze inside. Qianqian wasn't anxious. She kept searching. Even if she couldn't find a cave, she still had a backup plan. After walking for a while, Qianqian noticed a pile of snow and broken branches not far ahead. Above it, a dark cave entrance could be seen faintly. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over. Pushing aside the dead branches and leaves, she found a cave about 2 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters deep. A smile appeared on Qianqian's lips. She covered the entrance again, then turned back to where her mother and the others were resting under a big tree. Before she reached them, she saw Yi Xiuyun smiling and talking to a woman. Beside a small sled stood a little girl, slightly older than Qiao, curiously peeking at the child and the puppy inside the sled. Be good, people cannot be food. The smile on Gu Qianqian's face quickly faded. She walked over swiftly, pulled Yi Xiuyun gently to the side, and looked at the strange woman coldly. Li Kai gave an awkward smile. There's less snow here. My daughter's pants got wet, so we came over. Yi Xiuyun responded with a carefree smile. In this freezing weather, life is hard for everyone. It's even tougher for you, bringing along such a young child by yourself. Hearing her mother's words, Gu Qianqian's expression grew darker, her eyes turning colder as she stared at Li Kai. She had only left for a short while, and this woman was already trying to get close to her mother. Li Kai's face brightened at Yi Xiuyun's kindness. She looked grateful and said, "You're right, sister-in-law. Just surviving these days is already difficult, especially for us traveling without any grown men. It's even harder." Hearing this, Yi Xiuyun sighed. That's true. In these times, women and children suffer the most. We should help one another whenever we can. Gu Qianqian. Sensing an opportunity, Li Kai quickly added, exactly. For women like us who lost our men, it's truly hard to get by while raising children. If we don't support each other, how will we survive these famine years? Seeing her mother beginning to sympathize, Gu Qianqian cut in before the conversation could go further. It's getting dark soon, mother.
We should leave now. Ye Xiuyun posted.
Qianqian, did you find a good place already?
Not yet.
We'll look as we go, Gu Qianqian replied. By now, Yi Xiuyun was used to trusting her daughter's judgment, so she got ready to leave at once. Li Kai panicked and was just about to suggest they look for a place to stay together. Gu Qianqian turned her back on Yi Xiuyun and the others, looking at Li Kai. A faint smile rose at the corner of her lips, chilly and distant, making Li Kai shiver all over. That smile, she knew it too well. It was the same smile the young girl had worn yesterday after dealing with someone, cold and unsettling. Remembering her earlier threats, Li Kai felt a deep chill run through her. She could only watch helplessly as the family of four walked away. In front of them, a cave about 3 to 4 meters deep came into view. Yi Xiuyun's eyes lit up with joy. Qianqian, this place is perfect.
Didn't I say you're our lucky star?
Look, you found such a good spot so quickly. Even Kaitu was thrilled. He had thought they would have to sleep outside in the snow, but to his relief, they found a fine cave on the very first night. Little Qiao didn't understand much, but seeing her mother and brother so happy, she clapped her small hands and laughed along. Their simple joy made Gu Qianqian smile too. She wanted to make them even happier. I'll go gather some firewood. Mother, please look around the cave entrance for some dry grass we can use as bedding tonight. Kaitu, help her. By assigning tasks, she avoided them insisting on following her outside. Just before she left, Qianqian glanced at the lazy puppy lying next to Qiao. Little Ash, come. Along the way, Qiao had been hugging the pup and calling it Ashy, and the whole family had accepted the name without question. The little dog lazily lifted its head. Seeing the one who had saved it, it reluctantly got up and trotted over. Impatient with its slowness, Gu Qianqian bent down, grabbed the pup by the scruff, and lifted it up to carry outside.
Yip! Yip!
Startled, the puppy cried out loudly. Not going too far, Qianqian stopped where she could still hear any sounds from the cave and wouldn't be noticed. She set the puppy down, then lifted her hand. In front of her appeared a large bundle of branches and dry firewood. That morning, she had already gone around the village, quietly storing away all the wood that hadn't been taken. In the mountains, dry firewood was hard to find, and wetwood was difficult to burn, giving off a lot of smoke. After checking the surroundings carefully, she raised her hand again. This time, a cleaned and prepared chicken appeared in her grasp. Little Gray's eyes instantly lit up. He stuck out his tongue, drooling all over the place. Gu Qianqian tapped him lightly on the head. You're not allowed to eat this. Little Gray let out a pitiful whine, then lay to the side drooling, which made Gu Qianqian chuckle. She hadn't expected this little creature to be so expressive. She cared a lot about food. Even when doing missions outdoors, she never wronged her own stomach, and she always prepared more than just instant meals. Besides ingredients, she carried many tools and spices. But clearly, now wasn't the time to bring those things out. Instead of heading back, Qianqian found a tall, sturdy tree and quickly climbed up with agile movements. Left behind, Little Gray barked anxiously, scratching at the trunk in an attempt to climb up too. Standing on a branch, Qianqian gazed out. A vast stretch of white snow spread in all directions. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She spotted a stumbling figure moving slowly toward this place. Normally, people escaping hardship would be traveling south from the north. Yet this person was moving in the opposite direction. The figure looked exhausted. After several unsteady steps, they collapsed straight into the snow. The sound, neither loud nor soft, made Little Gray's ears perk up as he slipped from halfway up the tree and rolled onto the ground. He quickly righted himself, stared intently in the direction of the noise, sniffed the air, and after a few seconds, let out a sharp bark before dashing off. Qianqian muttered at the dog's reckless behavior and hurried down the tree to follow. As she got closer, she saw Little Gray circling the fallen person anxiously, nudging at their head without stopping. Qianqian frowned. "Little Gray, come back." The dog rushed over, whining at her, rubbing his head against her leg before tugging at her pants with his teeth, trying to drag her toward the stranger. Startled, Qianqian patted his head. "Good boy, but people are not food." Little Gray, unable to understand, grew frantic. His paws kicked up mounds of snow as he kept pulling at her pants. Qianqian felt the fabric might soon tear. Her face darkened as she scolded, "Bite again, and I'll make sure you regret it." Little Gray froze, let go immediately, and dared not bite anymore. Instead, he spun in circles, then dashed back to the fallen person, pacing around in distress and occasionally licking their face. Qianqian finally reacted. Could this be Little Gray's owner? She hurried over, turned the person on the ground upright, and saw a handsome young face. Qianqian raised her brows. The person lying unconscious was actually a boy of about 17 or 18. Little Gray ran in circles beside her, nudging her hand with his nose as if begging her to save him. Qianqian clicked her tongue, lifted her hand, and patted the young man's face several times with some force. His delicate features quickly turned red from the slaps, and several finger marks appeared clearly.
"See?"
No reaction. "He's probably frozen. Should I dig a hole and bury him for you?" she asked Little Gray seriously. Little Gray tilted his head back and howled in a long, whiny voice, twisting like he was both stubborn and pleading. Qianqian rubbed her temples. Was this animal part wolf, part husky? She raised her eyebrows and gave the boy a few more sharp pats on the cheek with a mischievous smile.
"He's really gone."
"Should I roast him up for dinner?" Little Gray jumped and barked anxiously, hopping in place, clearly upset. His silly behavior amused Qianqian, and she stopped teasing.
"All right, enough.
If you keep howling, you'll really attract the wolves here." Then she looked down at the young man again. If he really was Little Gray's previous master and she ignored him, the dog probably wouldn't follow her back. She didn't care much for herself, but she thought of Qiaojia, who adored Little Gray. If she returned without the dog, Qiaojia would be very sad. Qianqian rubbed Little Gray's head with a gentler smile. "Fine, I'll save him. But from now on, you're my dog, understand? Don't play both sides, or else I'll stew you." Whether he understood her or not, Little Gray crouched down with his front legs, rubbed his head against her feet, and wagged his fluffy tail happily. Qianqian pushed his head away in annoyance, then studied the boy on the ground again. She lifted his chin, checked his face, and held her fingers under his nose. His breathing was weak, but he was still alive. There were no obvious wounds on him. By the looks of it, he was probably just starving. Qianqian glanced around. Even though no one was there, she didn't dare take out anything too eye-catching. Instead, she pulled out a large piece of plastic sheeting, spread it under the boy, and dragged him along. That saved her quite a bit of effort. She hauled him to a spot farther from where they had settled down. There, under a hollow in the stone wall, not quite a cave, but big enough to fit one person, she propped him against the rock. After thinking for a moment, she rummaged through her storage and pulled out a piece of flatbread she had once tossed in and never liked to eat. Breaking it apart, she stuffed a piece into the boy's mouth while muttering, "If you really are that silly dog's owner, then this bread will count as you trading the dog for it. Since you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing." She fed him several pieces, but he didn't chew. Frowning, she took out a bottle of water, opened his mouth, and poured it in. Cough, cough. The water nearly choked him, but it also woke him up. Seeing him conscious, Qianqian expressionlessly shoved more bread into his mouth. The boy still hadn't figured out what was going on. He only saw a thin, pale-faced girl pushing food at him. Too weak to resist, he could only let her feed him clumsily. The strong wheat aroma startled Song Shiyan, making him glance at the girl in surprise. Annoyed with the feeding, Qianqian finally dumped the rest of the bread into his lap. "If you're awake, eat it yourself." Too weak to even lift his arms, Song Shiyan simply chewed the food already in his mouth. His features were calm and indifferent. He only gave Qianqian a brief glance before lowering his lashes and swallowing, though the mouthfuls were too many at once. His peaceful expression caught Qianqian's attention. Normally, someone who had almost starved would not react like this. He looked as if it didn't matter whether he ate or died of hunger. Qianqian felt it was a waste of bread. If she'd known, she might have let him starve. "Hey, is that silly dog yours?" When the boy finally finished swallowing, Qianqian crouched in front of him, resting her cheek on her hand and tilting her head as she asked. At last Song Shiyan noticed the little gray dog lying beside the girl, staring at him with bright, eager eyes. For the first time, some reaction flickered in him. A faint light appeared in those once indifferent eyes. He slowly straightened up, looked at Little Gray, and the corners of his lips seemed to lift slightly. Qianqian. That name. What a coincidence. She said bluntly, "Ahem, I saved Little Gray from those bad people. Otherwise, it would have already ended up in someone's soup. So logically, it belongs to our family now. But I'm reasonable. I don't like taking someone else's dog. Earlier, Little Gray begged me to save you and promised to stay with me after. Also, when I gave you that flatbread just now, I told you it was in exchange for the dog. You didn't object, so that means you agreed." Song Shiyan studied the thin girl before him, watching as she seriously tried to reason with him. For the first time, he looked at her more carefully. Leaning weakly against the wall, holding the crusty bread in his hand, he said softly, "All right, from now on, it will follow you." Qianqian raised her brows and suddenly smiled. Like performing a trick, she pulled out another flatbread from behind her, one she had bought too many of and hadn't wanted to eat. Then she handed him a water flask, pushing it into his arms. "Treat this as the farewell meal from Little Gray to you. From now on, don't come asking me for the dog again." Song Shiyan glanced at the bread, which was nearly half the size of an adult's head, and looked a bit stunned. In these times, food was more valuable than life itself. This girl, giving away 2 large breads like that. Wasn't she being far too generous? His eyes narrowed, and a sudden chill appeared in them. "Are you planning to treat Little Gray as food?" Back then, people only traded food for more food. Qianqian. She forced a thin smile. "If I really wanted to use it as food, there wouldn't be a single bone left by now. Would I need to bother with you? It's half-starved owner?" Realizing his misunderstanding, Song Shiyan pressed his lips together.
"Sorry."
Seeing that he was not in danger of dying for the time being, Qianqian stood up and brushed the crumbs from her hands. "Little Gray, let's go." Little Gray looked at Qianqian, then back at Song Shiyan, whining hesitantly. Song Shiyan patted its head.
"Go on.
Don't come looking for me anymore." He was never really its owner, only its companion. Little Gray had once left him to find food, but never returned. That was why he had come back alone. Now, Little Gray follows the young girl in front of him, and it's much better than sticking with him. Song Shiyan looks at the thin girl's back, and her gentle expression seems to deepen a little. Gu Qianqian and Little Gray return to the cave. By then, Yi Xiuyun has already laid out straw at the back of the cave and built a fire at the entrance. Kaitu is outside the cave, stomping small steps in the cold, looking around anxiously. When Gu Qianqian comes back, she immediately calls out, "Mom, older sister is home." Then she rushes toward Gu Qianqian. "Older sister, you finally came back. If you didn't, I was about to go looking for you," Kaitu says, relieved to see his sister safe and sound. Gu Qianqian chuckles softly. She carries a bundle of dry branches while tossing a plump, featherless chicken into his arms. "Hurry up and start the fire. We'll eat chicken tonight." Kaitu is puzzled about where his older sister found so many dry branches. He just looked around and only found some dried leaves that couldn't be burned easily. But in the next second, he's stunned by the fat chicken in his arms. His eyes almost pop out as he opens his mouth, but can't say a complete word. Big, big, big older sister, chicken, chicken, chicken. Yi Xiuyun, who is about to cook rice soup, sees her son standing there dazed, calling Jijiji, and walks over helplessly, slapping him on the back. "Child, what are you chattering about?" "You." The next moment, Yi Xiuyun notices the plump, featherless chicken in Kata's arms. Her pupils suddenly shrink, and after a long pause, she slaps her thigh. "Oh my goodness, is this a chicken?" Gu Qiao, sitting in the little snow car, hears the noise and leans her head out, echoing, "Chicken.
Chicken."
Seeing the two excitedly gather around a chicken and almost tear up with joy, a faint smile appears in Gu Qianqian's eyes. Just as she prepares to take advantage of their surprise and make up a silly story to explain, Kaitu suddenly turns his head, eyes sparkling with admiration and excitement, looking at her. "Older sister, no wonder you wanted to take Little Gray with you. You must have known Little Gray can hunt, right? You're so clever and brave." Gu Qianqian hesitated and then nodded with a mysterious smile. "I didn't expect Little Gray to be so capable." Kaitu looked at Little Gray with an excited gaze and patted his chest nervously. "Fortunately, I didn't make soup with Little Gray yesterday. We found a divine dog." Yi Xiuyun also smiled brightly. "Little Gray is amazing. The bones will all go to Little Gray later." Qiao Jier waved her arms happily. "Great, great, great." Gu Qianqian glanced at Little Gray, who looked puzzled and couldn't help but smile. Kaitu looked at the fat chicken drooling, then looked at Little Gray. "I didn't expect Little Gray to be so small but so brave." Brave Little Gray tilted his head and barked. "Woof woof." Gu Qianqian watched Little Gray shake its head, worried it might get too proud. "That chicken's probably hurt its wing and can't run." That's how this pup caught it. Yi Xiuyun happily carried the chicken, ready to cut off a leg to cook for the children, to give them some meat and nourish them. The rest she planned to chop into small pieces, so it wouldn't be hard to cut again next time. Gu Qianqian quickly stopped her. "Mom, let me do the chicken." "Oh, honey, rest a bit. Stay warm by the fire." "I'll do it," her daughter said, not wanting her to tire herself again. "No need, Kaitu, just light another fire. Big sister will roast the chicken for you." When Kaitu heard roast chicken, his eyes sparkled, and he licked his lips, quickly going to gather some dry wood to light the fire. He'd never had roasted chicken before. Just one drumstick, shared with Mom, Big Sister, and Little Sister. He thought he could even nibble on the stick and suck the bones for flavor. It would be delicious. Gu Qianqian took the chicken and grabbed a few thicker sticks of wood nearby. She sharpened one end into a point with a small knife and skewered the fat chicken onto it. Yi Xiuyun was surprised by her operation but thought, if we're going to roast it anyway, it's fine. With this weather, cooked meat will stay fresh longer. When it's hot, it's easy to reheat, and when it's not, just gnaw on it. So, she stopped worrying about Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian skillfully held the chicken over the fire, flipping it to control the heat perfectly. She used to cook outdoors often, so her skills had improved a lot. Especially in roasting meat, she was quite experienced and comfortable with it. It's a pity that she couldn't take out her tasty seasonings and barbecue sauces from her space. Without those, the grilled chicken lacked flavor, but it was still better than putting it directly into the porridge. Without condiments, the chicken would only make the porridge taste fishy. Soon, the big chicken was sizzling with oil, dripping into the fire and making a crackling sound that was quite pleasant to hear. Qianqian smelled the fragrant aroma and felt it was almost perfect. She pondered whether to avoid Kai-tu and Yishuyun and sprinkle some salt on the chicken. Then, quietly turning her head, she saw 3 small heads and 1 dog staring avidly at the golden grilled chicken, their eager expressions surprisingly matched. Qianqian twitched her lips. With all those unbroken lines of sight, she really found it hard to handle. She raised her hand, scratched her nose, and thought about what to say. Suddenly, the 3 small heads and the dog looked at her all at once. Kai-tu asked, "Older sister, is it cooked? Can I eat it now?" Yishuyun said, "Qianqian, your cooking is so good and smells so nice." Qiao Jie said, "So fragrant." Little Gray barked. Woof woof. Qianqian was left speechless. She stood up straight, cleared her throat, then took out her large, bulging bag from her pack. She rummaged inside, digging around, and finally pulled out a small cloth bag. "I just remembered, when I was walking around the village before, I grabbed some seasonings," she said, giving herself a big thumbs up for her cleverness. Kai-tu's eyes lit up even more. "Wow, you're really amazing, older sister." Yishuyun smiled kindly. "Qianqian, you're truly impressive." Qiao Jie raised her hands. "Awesome." Little Gray tilted his head and howled softly. "Woo." Qianqian looked at the 3 children and the dog, apparently infected by their excitement, and couldn't help but laugh along. She began sprinkling salt on the grilled chicken, occasionally reaching into her bag to add some seasoning before continuing to sprinkle further. The aroma in the air grew even stronger, and soon the nearby sounds of stomachs growling and stomach drums pounding could be heard. Qianqian was satisfied with her work. It wasn't perfect, but it was quite good. Kai-tu stared blankly, having never seen a grilled chicken before, though he knew they existed. Neo-tu village wasn't near the mountains, so there were no hunters, and wild animals like wild chickens or rabbits were basically non-existent. Only Grandma Gu kept 2 old hens, still laying eggs, but she never let anyone touch them. The eggs she normally used for selling or sometimes made into egg custard, but the family never ate them. Before fleeing from famine, Grandma Gu painfully killed the 2 hens and hid them very well. Once, during a fierce snowstorm, worried that their family couldn't survive, she cooked a chicken drumstick. The main house received some soup, but they never managed to get any meat from the chicken drumstick. Kai-tu sniffed the unusual, mouth-watering smell that had never wafted past his nose before, and saliva almost made him swallow it all. He wanted to speak and ask his older sister when they could eat the chicken, but he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his saliva would flow everywhere. Yishuyun also watched eagerly. Though she was now a mother of 4, she only remembered the time when her first son was born. At that time, Gu Yuanqiao secretly bought her a chicken leg for soup. Sometimes during New Year, they could share a little pork fat from the old house for some meat. But chicken was an impossible treat. Chickens were kept for eggs, so they didn't want to kill them. Plus, chickens didn't have much fat, so everyone preferred to buy a small piece of fatty pork to stir-fry, about as big as a fingernail. No one would buy chicken legs. And even more, her daughter's roasted chicken looked more tempting than the roasted chicken sold in shops from the town she had seen. She never thought she would taste such good food in her life, especially during a year of famine. She swallowed her saliva, nervously fiddling with her clothes, unsure how she would start eating later. Qianqian watched as the chicken was nearly done and took it out of the fire. She placed the roasted chicken into one of their few small, broken pots, then carefully divided it with clean twigs. She handed 1 leg to Kai-tu, another to Yishuyun, then threw the chicken head and tail to Xiaowei, and picked up a chicken wing to feed Qiao Jie. Yishuyun stared blankly at her chicken leg, suddenly realizing, "Oh, how come this is all torn apart?" Such a big chicken leg. Qianqian understood what she meant and smiled. "Mother, don't worry. There's plenty of wild game on the mountain. After we finish eating, I'll take Xiaowei to find some more." The mountain isn't short on food. Yishuyun, resisting her longing, looked away. "Stop talking nonsense. These days, there's no shortage of food anywhere. Today was a lucky day. There's no way we'd see wild chickens every day. Looking at her thin and weak children, Yi Xiuyun couldn't find the words to ask them to save some food. Mom won't eat, you all eat. I will drink porridge. Sister Qian, you are weak, so you eat this chicken leg. During these hard times, there was today and no tomorrow. When she finally had something tasty, why refuse her children? Afterward, she could tighten her belt and save some food for them. Qianqian pushed the chicken leg back. Mom, you eat. There's still some here. Kaitu swallowed and stared intently at the chicken leg in his hand. After a moment, he handed it over. Big sister, you eat. I am full now. I like chicken claws. Qianqian looked at her restless brother with a smile. All right, stop talking. Eat quickly, finish soon, and go to bed early. Tomorrow, we have to keep moving. Those who eat more today will work harder tomorrow. Under Qianqian's firm tone, the siblings' words stopped. They prepared to eat the chicken leg. But every time they tried to open their mouths, they couldn't. The mother and son looked at each other. Mom, you eat first. Kaitu, you eat. Qianqian, feeling a bit overwhelmed, turned away and didn't look at them. Come. Qiao Jie, you eat too. Qiao Jie wasn't fussy and saw the roasted chicken her older sister handed over. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened her mouth wide and bit down hard. Then, her thin face lit up with joy. Her big eyes shone brightly, and she was eager to climb out of the small snow cart with her limbs. Big sister, eat, keep eating. Qianqian hurriedly continued feeding her. The little girl's cheeks bulged as she bit into the chicken wings, which quickly lost most of their meat. She let out a wow and refused to eat more, pushing the chicken towards Qianqian's mouth. Eat. Big sister eats. The little girl stubbornly resisted her craving for delicious food, her shining eyes fixed on Qianqian, urging her to eat also. A warm feeling surged in Qianqian's heart, so warm it was comforting. Her eyes shimmered gently as she smiled. Big sister will eat later. Qiao Jie, you eat first. This little girl, who had hardly ever tasted meat before, was finally enjoying something delicious. She was able to hold back and leave some for her sister. Qianqian couldn't help but be moved. She even wanted to give them more.
More.
Meanwhile, Kaitu cautiously took the first bite of the roasted chicken. The tender juice burst inside his mouth, shocking him into a few seconds of stunned silence. Then he looked at the chicken leg in disbelief and widened his eyes in awe. Is this the taste of meat? It's so delicious. Kaitu opened his mouth wide, but before swallowing the meat, he started laughing foolishly. However, a strange feeling pressed tightly in his heart, and the more he laughed, the heavier his chest felt. Finally, he burst into tears. He didn't understand why he was crying. He had just eaten something he couldn't get before the famine. Why was he crying? Yi Xiuyun also couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged her son tightly. Kaitu, don't cry. Eat quickly. Only when you're full can we live well and find your dad and older brother. Kaitu nodded hard, wiped his tears, and ate eagerly. Qianqian looked down, feeding the little girl in her arms. Her eyes, hidden in the shadows, also shimmered with tears. After everyone ate and drank enough, the four women lay down on straw inside the cave to sleep. Shalwi stayed at the entrance, with thick straw underneath and a torn cloth covering her. The fire was still burning, warming this small cave in the cold mountain. Deep in the uninhabited mountains, Shalwi kept watch at the entrance. The four women finally had a peaceful sleep. Unnoticed, the snow that had stopped a few days ago began to fall again quietly in the night. When Yi Xiuyun woke up the next morning, she was startled. The snow outside had increased by nearly half a foot. How did it start snowing again? She thought anxiously. During the last snowstorm, many people in the fleeing group were buried in the snow and never woke up again. Qianqian opened her eyes, sensing the temperature had dropped a few more degrees. She tightened her clothes and looked serious. She got up and went to the cave entrance, looking at the heavy snow. It showed no signs of stopping. The gloomy sky made everyone's mood depressed. Today, we won't leave. We'll wait for the snow to stop, she said. Walking out into the snowstorm, she didn't dare count on good luck finding a suitable cave to spend the night. Xiaowei was already freezing and shivering. When she saw everyone wake up, she ran straight into the deepest part of the cave and snuggled into Xiao Jie's bed. Xiao Jie moved close to the fluffy dog, slipping her hands and feet inside its warm belly, and continued sleeping peacefully. Yi Xiuyun looked outside, her face full of worry and anxiety. With this weather, I don't know if your dad and older brother have a place to rest, something to eat, or firewood, she said, tears almost falling from her eyes. Gu Qianqian patted her back and said, Dad and big brother are very strong. They will be fine. She was not too worried. Even if the heavy snow blocked the mountain, as long as they stayed in the cave, she wouldn't let their mother and sisters go hungry or get cold. However, staying inside might reveal her secret. She didn't want to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Their mother cooked the leftover chicken from last night and boiled some rice soup. This time, Yi Xiuyun didn't put much rice in, so the rice soup was basically just hot water. They didn't know when the snow would stop. Their food was almost gone. She didn't dare to add more. After eating, Gu Qianqian told the women not to go outside the cave. She planned to take Little Gray for a walk nearby and would return soon. When they left the cave, Little Gray looked at the falling snow and seemed to understand something. Suddenly, it barked and turned around, then ran off quickly. Gu Qianqian almost scolded her unreliable dog but hurried after it. Come back, Little Gray. Little Gray stopped and looked back at her. Seeing she was following, it turned and kept running. Gu Qianqian. When Little Gray finally stopped beside a rocky wall, Gu Qianqian realized this was the place where the boy had been yesterday, but now he was gone. Gu Qianqian kicked Little Gray's behind and said, You still remember your old master? Next time you run off, just go back to your old master. Little Gray seemed to sense that Gu Qianqian was angry. It ran to her side and kept rubbing against her legs. Gu Qianqian pushed its head away. Then she started thinking about what to bring back. They might not set out again soon. They needed to prepare more food and dry wood. Without dry wood, they could survive hunger but would freeze easily. Fortunately, she had stored the dry wood from the village that hadn't been taken away in her space. Currently, she only had broken branches she had picked up. The properly chopped wood she would need to find a chance to take out. This time, Gu Qianqian caught a rabbit. As she was considering what else to bring without seeming out of place, she heard a clucking sound. She looked up at the distant trees, a smile suddenly appearing on her face. She patted Little Gray's head and said, Good boy, watch the rabbit for me. Stay here and wait for me. After speaking, she reached into the snow, felt around for a while, and found 2 stones. Then she headed toward the tree where the call came from. A few meters away, she stopped beside a large tree and looked up. Soon, she saw a gray bird standing on a branch. She smiled and softly said, You're out of luck. She tapped the stone in her hand, about to throw it, when suddenly, a sharp sound broke the air. In the next moment, the bird on the branch dropped to the ground, pierced by a long wooden arrow. Gu Qianqian's brows furrowed immediately as she looked in another direction. A tall, slender figure holding a bow in one hand approached slowly. The figure's long, greenish fingers grabbed one end of the wooden arrow and lifted the bird from the ground. Then, raising their head, the cold, detached eyes fixed calmly on Gu Qianqian's face. Gu Qianqian was a bit surprised. Was this person not frozen to death yet? Songshan also didn't expect to meet this small girl again. Thinking of yesterday's 2 big pancakes, he stepped forward. Gu Qianqian looked at the bird on the arrow. It was a dove, quite large, and now its head was pierced and hanging on the arrow. In the next second, the young man threw the arrow along with the dove at her feet. Gu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. For me, it wasn't that the person couldn't find food. Rather, they were just too wasteful. The young man had a beautiful voice but spoke with cold indifference, as cold as the endless snow. Gu Qianqian blinked and pointed to the distance. She saw a small gray creature with furry ears. There's your thank you gift over there.
You can keep it.
Next time you're starving and fall into the snow, you probably won't be lucky enough to meet such a kind-hearted and beautiful fairy again. Songshan looked momentarily stunned, then gave a complicated look at the little girl who was yellow-skinned, thin, and delicate, hardly the type to endure much. The snow might not stop anytime soon. You'd better find a cave to rest in before you freeze or starve. She didn't know where this person had slept last night. The previous spot showed no signs of a fire. After saying that, she turned and walked away. She wasn't necessarily trying to catch a bird to go home. That rabbit, boiled into a porridge, would be enough for their meals for a day. It could be tomorrow's meal when they study new recipes. This person is a bit strange. He seems capable, especially with his accurate archery skills, but it doesn't seem like he would die of hunger in the mountains. However, he almost did so before. Watching the girl leave without looking back, Song Shuryen pursed his lips, picked up the dove from the ground, and turned in the opposite direction. Yesterday, he went down the mountain, but didn't see the village. Instead, he found a temporary shelter built by a hunter, stayed there for a night, and made a simple bow and arrows from nearby materials. Last night, heavy snow fell. When he woke up this morning, the shelter was about to collapse, and the snow was still falling. It was clear it couldn't hold him, so he went back up the mountain. Compared to the main road, the mountains are easier places to find food. A few meters away, he picked up a small bundle on the ground, intending to find a large enough cave along the cliff. Qianqian didn't think so much. Carrying firewood and holding a rabbit, she was about to head back. She remembered the dove from earlier. After thinking for a moment, she took out another pigeon from her space. For a while, she was very fond of roasting pigeons. Being outdoors for long periods, she always needed a change of taste. She even stored plenty of beef and lamb. Qianqian leisurely headed back. When she arrived at the cave, she saw it was tightly blocked with dry grass and sticks, probably arranged by Yi Shiyun. Qianqian pushed the stuff aside and went inside. She put down the firewood and was about to speak when her face suddenly changed. "Where's Mom?" Inside the cave, only 2 children were there. Yi Shiyun was nowhere to be seen. Kaitu was comforting the young sister, Qiao, who had just woken up. Seeing Qianqian return, he quickly looked relieved and let out a heavy breath. He hurriedly ran over and anxiously said, "Big sister, someone outside was talking and crying. There's a girl crying. Mom was worried you were in danger, so she used a sickle to block the entrance, and then went to find you." Qianqian's face changed dramatically. She had expected all kinds of things, but didn't expect heavy snow and activity on the mountain to cause trouble. She loosened her vigilance and didn't think that anything unusual would happen. Her expression grew serious. "Kaitu, stay and take care of Qiao. Don't come out. I'll go look for Mom. Xiao Hui, keep an eye on the entrance. If someone comes, shout loudly. If you can't handle it, staying here is no use." Xiao Hui shrank back in fear from Qianqian's stern look and sensed danger. He whimpered softly in response. Qianqian no longer spoke nonsense. She went out directly, blocked the cave entrance, and then followed the direction mentioned by Tsaidi. But the 2 children were still inside the cave, so she didn't dare go too far. After just a few steps, Qianqian saw 2 figures slowly approaching from afar. And the person carried on their back was none other than Yi Shiyun. Qianqian didn't think much and quickly went to meet them, her tone urgent. "Mom, what's wrong?" When Yi Shiyun heard her daughter's voice, she looked up, full of surprise and happiness. "Qianqian, you're safe. Thank goodness." Qianqian nodded comfortingly. "I'm fine. I wasn't in danger." Then she looked at the person carrying Yi Shiyun, her brow slightly twitching before finally noticing a small figure behind. The small figure, shorter than Tsaidi, dragged a large bundle behind her. When she saw Qianqian, she timidly hid behind the woman. Qianqian pursed her lips and stepped forward, ready to take Yi Shiyun from her. "Mom, I'll carry you." Mrs. Li, who had been silent since Qianqian appeared, quickly said, "No, let me do it. You can't carry her. I'll send your mother over, then I'll leave so I won't bother you." To avoid any misunderstandings, she hurried to explain. Yi Shiyun sighed. "This time, I really owe you." Otherwise, I might have fallen to my death in these snowy mountains. The place where you stayed has already been buried by snow. There's no place to go with the kids. Let's go to the cave where we are staying. Mrs. Li didn't speak, but looked uneasily at Qianqian. Qianqian didn't know exactly what had happened, but it seemed that this woman had saved her mother. She couldn't possibly hold a grudge. Back in the cave, seeing Yi Xiuyun hurt, Saidi and Qiaojia were frightened and kept calling for their mother. Qianqian squatted down to check Yi Xiuyun's injuries. Seeing that no bones were broken and only her ankle was badly dislocated, she relaxed. She found 2 thick sticks, tied them with rope, and fixed her ankle. She had also heard the story from Yi Xiuyun herself. It turned out that not long after she went out, Yi Xiuyun faintly heard distant men's voices, seemingly quite a few people, along with faint crying of a girl. Her first thought was that Qianqian had gone out alone out of fear, and her face turned pale. She grabbed a sickle and went out searching. Later, when she saw that the person was not Qianqian, she felt relieved. However, she didn't want anyone to find her, so she hid behind a tree, quietly walking. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped into a deep hole. Fortunately, Li Shi appeared and used a rope to pull her out, carrying her back. Big sister-in-law, I didn't hear wrong. There are indeed people coming this way, and they have a few women with them. This morning, Sister Yu and I heard the noise. We hid and didn't go out, but those people didn't stop, they just kept walking. Qianqian frowned slightly. She didn't expect anyone to be out in such snow to travel, but this didn't concern them much. Mother, let's wait until the snow stops. We shouldn't go out these days. Let's block the cave entrance tightly. The mountain cave was located around a bend, and was hard to notice unless looked for carefully. Later, she looked at Li Shi, who seemed a bit nervous and was clutching her clothes nervously. She sighed quietly. She didn't expect they would end up together after all. Yi Xiuyun tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Qianqian, it's not easy for Li Shi to bring such a small child alone. They have nowhere to stay now, and with heavy snow outside, it's easy to freeze to death. Our cave isn't small, maybe. No matter what, she couldn't bear to see such a small child freeze in this icy snow. She wasn't a terrible or wicked person. How could she bear to let them die? Qianqian pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. We'll listen to Mother. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyun sighed and patted her hand. She turned to Li Shi and said, Big sister, you and the children stay here first. We can look out for each other. Li Shi immediately got excited and responded several times. Okay. Don't worry, we have enough food and everything. We won't bother you. Seeing her sensible attitude, Qianqian looked a bit more comfortable. It's not that she is cruel or heartless, but in this world, she didn't trust anyone. It's not that Li Shi is necessarily a bad person, but over the years, the line between good and bad people has blurred. When she saved Li Shi from being bullied or used as food, she didn't touch their food or winter clothes. What she left for them was her kindness and mercy. There is one more point. She doesn't want to travel with others, not because she fears being attacked, but because she worries it might raise suspicion and reveal some secrets. Yi Xiuyun and Kai Tu Chioer are her family. No matter what she does, they trust her unconditionally and never doubt her. She doesn't have to be cautious around them. But now, with Li Shi added, she must be more careful. Mom, shall we caught a rabbit today? Soon. Big sister will roast its leg for you to help your foot heal faster. Kai Tu's eyes are red with concern as she looks at Yi Xiuyun's ankle, which is strapped to a stick. Yi Xiuyun hasn't noticed the rabbit yet. Hearing this, she exclaims, Oh, shall we found food again? Yesterday, she thought Shall we was just lucky. The cat happened to find a dead mouse, and it ate a whole chicken in 2 meals, which she felt sorry about. Unexpectedly, today it found a rabbit again. She scans the area and sees a rabbit, which had been casually tossed beside the firewood pile earlier by Qianqian. Wow, it's bigger than yesterday's chicken. Kai Tu happily laughs. Our little Shall we is so brave. With Shall we here, we have no problem wintering in this cave. Yi Xiuyun playfully scolds him. Nonsense. Do you think there are wild rabbits and wild chickens everywhere on the mountain? Catching them twice is just luck. The mother and daughter whisper, but the cave is small. Sitting on the other side, Li Shi faintly hears a sentence or two and, combining that with a dead rabbit nearby, begins to guess something and is shocked. She looks over in disbelief, then slips into what seems like an overturned chair, curling up the small dog in her arms. She remembers that this puppy was caught by the two men when they first arrived at the village entrance, kept as spare food. After those men were killed, she only saw the rope loose in the yard and knew Qianqian had taken the dog away. She didn't think too much about it. Since Qianqian killed the men, taking the dog was normal. Even if it was hers, she wouldn't dare to kill it, and she had no food to feed it. Plus, the food they found on those men was enough for her and her daughter to last a long time. But she never expected that this seemingly small puppy would be so powerful it could now hunt for food. Li looked at the small gray dog with mixed emotions, never expecting that, in her view, this useless puppy that only ate meat would suddenly have such a big role after entering the mountains. Qianqian didn't care what Li thought. Her thoughts didn't matter much, as she could only think about it. Because someone was nearby, Yi Shuyin firmly told Qianqian she couldn't go out again today. The family stayed in the cave, gathering dry branches and leaves nearby to block the entrance. Qianqian went out again, covered the branches and leaves with snow, then slipped through a crack nearby. It was still snowing, and soon the snow would cover the other opening. Then, the cave would be completely hidden, making it much warmer inside, as the entrance was well blocked. After walking in the freezing cold for so long, their bodies were quite resistant to the cold. By late afternoon, no one was still traveling, so Qianqian started a fire. Li looked at her with some embarrassment. I didn't bring any firewood I collected earlier. Can I use your fire to cook some rice soup later? Yi Shuyin smiled and said, no problem. If it weren't for carrying me, you wouldn't have left anything behind. Anyway, we need to light a fire too. You can use ours. Qianqian thought it was fine. They needed fire anyway, so just put a pot on top. Yi Shuyin took the rabbit to clean its fur. Qianqian glanced at Li, carefully measured a bit of rice into the pot. Nearby, a thin, small girl curled up, looking eagerly at the rabbit in Yi Shuyin's hands. She lowered her eyes, picked up a pigeon she had taken out earlier, and went over to Li, placing it on the ground. Thanks to you saving my mother today. Consider this a gift. Li hadn't seen the pigeon earlier. Looking at the fairly large pigeon on the ground, her eyes lit up excitedly. Thank you so much, she said quickly, carefully picking up the pigeon like a treasure. She couldn't remember the last time they had eaten any fresh meat. She hurried to pluck the pigeon's feathers, planning to cook it along with the porridge. Li was so excited that her movements became quicker. She even didn't bother to throw away some of the internal organs, only discarding the unappetizing parts, and put everything else into the pot to cook. Next to her, Zhang Xiaoye also moved closer, staring at the pigeon in the pot with bright eyes. Qianqian wasn't feeling sad just because there were more people in the cave. She still continued to cook the rabbit. This time, Yi Shuyin reminded everyone for a while, today, we need to eat sparingly. We don't know when the snow will stop, so we can't be too wasteful. After eating a chicken yesterday to satisfy her hunger, she didn't want to eat so much today. Qianqian listened very politely. She nodded at whatever Yi Shuyin said. Then she continued roasting the rabbit. When the rabbit was done, the cave was filled with 5 or 6 sounds of people swallowing and licking their lips. Qianqian cooked some meat in the pot this time, added spices, and the soup tasted quite good. It could even warm them up on this cold day. Originally, Li and her daughter were excited about having a pigeon and were about to eat, but then they caught the delicious smell coming from the other side. Little Yu's mouth drooped, and her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Li. Mom, I want to eat meat. Li quickly blocked her view. We have meat too. Come on. Yuejia, open your mouth. Yuejia opened her mouth to taste some pigeon soup. It was bland and tasteless, not as fragrant as the roasted rabbit over there. The little girl pouted, not wanting to eat it. She turned away and watched the roasted meat in Qianqian's hands intently. Li suddenly pulled her back and scolded loudly. Kids, what are you doing? Big sister brought us the pigeon and made pigeon soup for you. What more do you want? Yuejia was already craving the meat. When Li shouted at her, she immediately grinned and started crying loudly. The child's crying echoed inside the small cave. The Gu family's 5 pairs of eyes looked over.
Lismilata pulujatikali. Kids can be naughty.
Sorry to bother you. Yi Xiaoyun, also a mother, thought the child was even smaller than Qianqian. The child's thin head was bouncing as she looked at everything, which made people feel sad. But their own children weren't much better. The rabbit wasn't very big, and all 3 kids needed to eat. In this freezing snow, they had just eaten their last meal. Her first priority was her own children. Li had cooked the pigeon for them and made porridge. The child wasn't hungry. She was just craving. Since she was rescued today, she doesn't know if she would still be alive otherwise. Although Sister Qian gave her a dove, Yi Xiaoyun didn't want to be too cold and distant. She chose a piece of meat from the rabbit's chest bone, which had little meat left on it, only some soft bones and a thin layer of meat. But since it was roasted with oil and water, it still tasted good enough to satisfy the child's hunger. She handed that piece to Kai. Hey, 孩子, you're hungry too. Kai, hurry and take this to your sister. Kai felt sad for her mother and sisters who couldn't get enough to eat. But if it weren't for Mrs. Li, her mother might not have come back. Though she felt distressed, she still happily took the food to Mrs. Li. Gu Qianqian also had no objections. A small piece of meat wasn't a big problem. As long as it didn't cause any trouble, she didn't care what Yi Xiaoyun wanted to do. After all, these years of disaster would pass someday. She didn't plan to train her family to be overly cold and detached. As humans, we should have feelings, not just be cold and rational like machines. Thinking of this, Gu Qianqian paused for a moment, lowered her eyes, pressed her lips together, and silently continued working. Zhang Xiaoya was happy to finally get some meat. She joyfully gnawed on it, even biting the bones and holding them in her mouth without spitting out. Back at the Gu family's place, under Yi Xiaoyun's control, more than half of the rabbit remained, and there was still a good amount of rabbit soup in the pot. The soup, just a bit of salt and water, could be made as much as needed. That night, Gu Qianqian didn't sleep as peacefully as last night. Although Xiao Wei was there, sleeping so close to strangers made her uneasy and not completely relaxed. In the middle of the night, Yi Xiaoyun woke up, and Gu Qianqian finally drifted into deep sleep again to restore her energy. She didn't know how long she had slept before someone shook her awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yi Xiaoyun looking at her with some worry and tension. Her voice was low and cautious. Qianqian, outside. It seems like there are people, many people. Her words made Gu Qianqian's eyes suddenly sharp. All her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She quickly sat up, quietly tiptoed to the cave entrance, and listened carefully. Inside the cave, everyone held their breath, daring not to breathe loudly. They were afraid that in these deep forests, they might encounter dangerous people. If that happened, it would be impossible for them, mostly women and children, to survive. I could faintly hear sounds outside. Gu Qianqian's frowning eyebrows eased a little. She turned her head to the others and said, "I'll go take a look." Yi Xiaoyun was shocked. "No, Sister Qianqian, we don't know who is outside. It's better to wait here until they leave." Gu Qianqian gave her a comforting smile. "Don't worry, it's okay. I'll sneak out, and if I see anything wrong, I'll come back immediately." Li Shi, hearing this, bit her lip and whispered, "Maybe you shouldn't go. If they see you, they might follow you back, and that will be dangerous." Then she looked at Yi Xiaoyun with a bitter smile. "Big sister-in-law, you don't know. Sister Yu and I met 2 bad guys before. If we hadn't escaped by luck, we might not have made it." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyun was very frightened and refused to let her daughter go outside. Gu Qianqian looked at Li Shi coldly. Li Shi was momentarily at a loss and lowered her head. Li Shi didn't want to interfere in others' affairs. She was just worried that if they were caught, she and her daughter might not be so lucky to escape again. Gu Qianqian's tone grew colder. "Since you're so afraid I'll drag you down, Annie, then you'd better pack up and leave with the child." After speaking, she pushed aside the dry sticks and leaves at the hole and walked out. It had snowed heavily for 2 nights. The snow on the ground had deepened quite a bit. Not far away, a few scattered refugees gathered in small groups, men, women, old, and young, each family huddling together to rest. Qianqian watched the scene from a distance and thought it was about what she had imagined. Earlier, between the noisy sounds, she heard women, elderly women, and even children talking. Their voices were natural, not forced or controlled, so she decided to come see for herself. Seeing so many women and children in the group meant the people in it were not bad. Even if some had bad intentions, there must be a leader who could keep everyone in check. Since yesterday, when she noticed someone traveling in the mountains, and today seeing this larger group, it proved that although mountain roads were dangerous, many still chose to walk through them. Qianqian lowered her gaze and leaned against a tree, thinking quietly. This group didn't seem to be terribly wicked, but if she encountered them again, they might not turn out to be good people. At this moment, she didn't naively think that good people were more numerous than bad ones. Suddenly, a deep, heavy voice shouted sharply, "Who's there?" This sound instantly quieted the once noisy group, leaving not a single sound. Qianqian was also stunned for a moment. Although she hadn't paid much attention before, she hadn't made any noise, and she didn't expect to be noticed. Qianqian stepped out from behind a large tree. She was a young girl, about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a thin, ragged winter coat. She was short, thin, and looked harmless. However, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier kept a sharp gaze on her and took a few steps forward, voice cold as he asked, "What are you secretly hiding here for?" Qianqian hadn't decided yet whether to meet these people. Now, she felt she didn't need to think about it anymore. She blinked timidly, looked at the man with innocence and purity, and said clearly, "It was snowing earlier. I stayed here overnight. I heard some sounds, so I came to see. And where is your guardian?" The middle-aged man continued to ask. Such a little girl couldn't be alone. Qianqian pursed her lips but didn't answer. Instead, she asked back, "Are you leaving soon?" Her cautious attitude made the man relax his expression a bit, thinking she was afraid of them being bad people. A smile appeared on his face as he tried not to scare the girl too much. "We'll rest here for a bit and then leave. It's snowing heavily, so it's hard to travel." Qianqian nodded, seeming less wary, and gave a small smile, looking like a simple child without much cunning. She took a few steps forward. "Uncle, the snow just stopped this morning, right? Are you rushing through the snow? Why don't you find a place to wait until it stops?" she asked innocently. Seeing she was just a child and that they were about to leave, the man answered normal questions without hesitation. "We have so many people. It's snowing, and it's hard to find a good place to stay. It's better to hurry on and leave this dangerous place." Qianqian glanced around. There were about 20 or 30 people here, likely a group traveling together. Unlike the fleeing groups they saw earlier on the main road, their mood was different. Qianqian took a quick look. Although there was no food and life was very hard, the women, children, and young kids didn't look numb or like walking corpses like the others she had seen before. "Uncle, I heard someone passing by yesterday. Are there many people traveling in the mountains?" Looking at the little girl in front of him, the middle-aged man's guard eased a bit. "Not many, for sure. These mountains are dangerous. If you're not careful, you could easily die here." Qianqian blinked, seemingly puzzled, and looked at him. The middle-aged man was in no rush to leave. Seeing a young girl, he was happy to talk to her. Although the mountains are dangerous, it's easier to find food here. By the way, there was a snow slide on Mengta Mountain before. Many people searching for food got stuck on the mountain. They couldn't get down, so quite a few decided to keep moving in the mountains. He rambled on, probably worried she was too young to understand, and wanted to give her some information so she could tell the adults. If something happened, she'd be more careful and aware. But Qianqian caught a key piece of information. Mengta Mountain snow slide? With a vague memory, she recalled that her father and brother had gone into the mountains before. It seemed they went to Mengta Mountain. So, was it because of the snow slide that her father and brother couldn't come back? She also realized that although not many travelers were in the mountains, there were quite a few, so they needed to be careful. Gu Qianqian thought for a moment, then smiled at the man. I understand, uncle. I'll go back now. Then she turned and ran away. At that moment, another man approached. Boss Wei, what did you talk about with that little girl? The man called Boss Wei chuckled. Just some small talk. It's not easy for us out here. If I can remind her about anything, I do it. The man nodded. That's true. There are many dangerous refugees on the mountain. Giving her a warning is good. Who knows what could happen to her family if they run into trouble? Boss Wei said nothing. These days, just taking care of himself is enough. Offering a few words of advice is already quite good. When Gu Qianqian returned to the cave, Yi Xiaoyun and others looked worried and tense. If it weren't for her foot injury and difficulty moving, she would have gone out to find help already. Seeing her back, everyone sighed in relief. Qianqian, did you encounter any danger? Yi Xiaoyun quickly reached out and pulled her close, feeling overwhelming fear. Gu Qianqian smiled soothingly and said, Mother, I'm fine. Seeing that Yi Xiaoyun still looked scared and worried, Gu Qianqian's eyes flickered and she suddenly said, Mother, I have news about Dad and Big Brother. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and her whole body trembled. She tightly held Gu Qianqian's hand. What did you say? You have news about Dad and Big Brother? Do the people outside know them? Kaitu also shivered and quickly came over, looking eagerly at Gu Qianqian. Big sister, where are Dad and Big Brother? I knew they were still alive. That's wonderful, so wonderful. Qiao sister, though still too young to understand everything, knew about Dad and Big Brother. She hadn't seen her father and brother for a long time. When she heard their words, her small mouth pouted, and her eyes turned red. She crawled into Yi Xiaoyun's arms. Mother, I want Dad. I want Big Brother. I just met an uncle. He said that there was a snowstorm on Longgushan Mountain earlier. Many people going into the mountain to find food weren't killed, but the snowstorm blocked the way down the mountain. So many chose to keep moving further into the mountain. Mother, Dad, and Big Brother are probably also traveling on the mountain. Yi Xiaoyun listened, raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes red, tears streaming down her face. Her body trembled violently. During this time, even though she kept telling herself her husband and son were alive, she wasn't entirely sure. But she had 3 children. She couldn't collapse. She had to get her 3 kids out of this deadly place and survive the famine and snowstorm. Now that she heard her husband and son weren't dead and were actually on the mountain, she finally felt the long-suppressed emotions release at this moment. She cried and laughed at the same time. Holding Gu Qianqian's hand, her eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Good. Qianqian is truly a lucky star. If it weren't for her saying she wanted to go into the mountain, we might have missed the news about your father and them. Kaitu, also excited, wiped his eyes and said, It must be that sister has a special feeling, knowing Dad and Big Brother are on the mountain, so she wanted to go in. Gu Qianqian, feeling a bit embarrassed by their words, simply smiled awkwardly. She genuinely didn't know. She had not even thought about the 2 people who got separated in the big house. Since they were strangers she had never met, she wasn't eager to look for them. Seeing the happy and excited expressions of the mother and children, Gu Qianqian's lips couldn't help but curve into a faint smile. Forget it, she decided. Better to look for them. Meanwhile, Li Shi listened to the 4 people's words and couldn't help but glance at them a little longer before looking away quietly. Gu Qianqian saw that Yi Xiaoyun's mood had calmed a bit. She looked at her foot, which had already improved a lot, hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and said, Mother, let's set out today. Yi Xiaoyun paused briefly. She didn't want to delay the journey either, but she worried that if they left now, she might slow everyone down. Why so in a hurry? Thinking about the people outside, she asked in surprise, Are you planning to leave with them? The family had traveled safely and comfortably these past few days. She even thought it was good to go together. After all, even the old Gu family members could treat them well before. Outsiders' intentions were even harder to guess. Li Shi also looked over and asked carefully, Are those people outside really good? Could it be dangerous to travel with them? Gu Qianqian glanced at her and said, Auntie, you can decide for yourself. Then she spoke to Yi Xiuyun. I heard that many homeless people are in these mountains. We were lucky not to meet them these past 2 days, but if we encounter them later, it could be dangerous. I've looked at that group. You see, there are many women, children, and elderly people. They don't seem to be bad. Since splitting from the old Gu family, Gu Qianqian's suggestions had never caused any problems. Yi Xiuyun was used to listening to her daughter and was even more willing now, especially since she had news about her husband and son. All right, then let's go with them. Meanwhile, Li Shi saw this and quickly said with a smile, in that case, let's pack up quickly. Sister Gu, I'll carry you later. Kai Tu, with her little bottom sticking out, began to bustle and pack up, while Gu Qianqian stroked her chin, eyeing Xiaoshua's little cart and scheming. Once everyone was ready, and to Li Shi's astonishment, the group emerged from the cave, prepared to depart. On the other side, Wei Laoda checked the time. It was about right. The sun had risen, and it was the warmest part of the day. He prepared everyone to pack up quickly and get on the road. As she was speaking, she saw a few people coming down from the other side of the hill. Her eyes flashed with a sharp look for a moment, but when she saw that everyone was women and children, her cold expression softened. The girl in front, a young girl with a rope slung over her shoulder, was the same girl who had spoken to him earlier. Behind her was a young woman, followed by 2 small children, a boy and a girl. Old Wei was surprised when he saw the strange thing, which looked like a cart. But it wasn't quite. It was a small, clever device. A woman sat on it, holding a little girl in her arms, with a large bundle on her lap. Gu Qianqian was carrying a rope on her shoulder. The weight was about 100 jin, a Chinese weight unit, but pulling it wasn't too difficult. When Old Wei looked at her with surprise, Gu Qianqian smiled and said, Sir, we are about to set off too. Do you mind if we follow behind? Old Wei looked at their group and understood. He nodded with a smile without saying anything and went to talk to his own team. Gu Qianqian's words were not just polite. The reason she wanted to travel with this group was twofold. First, from Old Wei's chat, she learned that many people were traveling in the mountains. This was clear from the group she passed yesterday and the group behind Old Wei. There would probably be more people later. Since encountering fellow travelers was unavoidable, why not join a group that seemed less dangerous? Second, this mountain range was long and deep. If her goal was Wanqing Prefecture, she could just follow a path along the edge that kept her view of the mountain bottom. But Gu Qianqian had no plans to go to Wanqing Prefecture. Her real goal was Jinping Prefecture, which was farther away, separated from Wansheng by Lichuan Prefecture. Old Wei thought that traveling the main road would take a month or 2, but cutting through the mountains would save a lot of time. Moreover, the original owner was just a village girl who didn't know the way to the town. Besides Wansheng Prefecture, she had never heard of other places in the Qi Kingdom and didn't know the roads. Since she didn't plan to go to Wansheng Prefecture, she would go somewhere else. Now, she had just happened to meet a suitable group, so Gu Qianqian decided to travel together for now. At this moment, Old Wei had no idea about her plans. He simply thought she just wanted to follow to Wanqing Prefecture. At this moment, Yi Xiuyun was sitting in the modified version of the little snow vehicle that Qiao's sister had improved. The previous chair definitely couldn't hold everyone. Gu Qianqian replaced the wooden slats with 2 long, flat sticks and used short sticks along the edge of the chair to extend it forward. This allowed Yi Xiuyun to sit back comfortably, even leaning backwards. She also nailed some sticks onto the 2 rear chair legs to create a sort of backrest, making it very comfortable. Yi Xiuyun marveled at how clever her daughter was to think up such strange ideas. Gu Qianqian didn't expect that one day she would adapt her snowboarding skills to create a makeshift tool for escaping over the snow. But it turned out to be very useful. Sister Qianqian, if you're tired, just tell Mom. I can walk too, Yi Xiuyun said lovingly as she looked at her daughter. If Gu Qianqian hadn't threatened that she wouldn't set off unless she sat down, Yi Xiuyun wouldn't have allowed her daughter to pull her along. Gu Qianqian crouched beside Yi Xiuyun, patted the small bag containing little Gray, who kept twisting inside, and warned him softly before turning to Yi Xiuyun. Mom, I just tried it and pulling this is very light and not tiring at all. Just sit peacefully, and we'll wait until your foot heals. Yi Xiuyin listened, feeling very frustrated with herself, wishing she wasn't so useless and worried about dragging her daughter. Seeing this, Qianqian chuckled. Mom, I'm not joking. When your foot heals, I'll sit while you pull me. Yi Xiuyin was amused by her funny way and nodded. Okay, from now on, all three of you sit here, and I'll pull you along. Nearby, Kaizhou quickly responded. I won't sit. When I grow taller and stronger, then I and my sisters will sit and Mom will pull us. After thinking for a moment, he added, but little Gray needs to come down. Pulling Mom, big sister, and little sister is enough. Little Gray is so fat, he should run on his own. Everyone was talking and laughing happily, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Meanwhile, Li Shi was watching the people around her, scanning back and forth for a while before finally letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wei Laoda's team was ready to continue moving forward. Behind them, the scattered group was also preparing to follow. Qianqian picked up the rope and caught up with the team. The long escape convoy had grown a bit larger, but no one paid much attention. After all, they were mostly helpless women and children, not worth worrying about. Soon, everyone around them started to notice, not because of anything special, but because of the small snow cart that attracted many looks from the start. It looked small, but it was used to carry both people and things. A young girl in her teens was pulling it at the front. Was this thing really lightweight to pull? Or was the girl a strong girl? In the snow, at first, animals could be seen pulling carts, but later, the animals became food, and no one could pull such a heavy cart anymore. Some small carts that are pulled by hand had wheels that rolled in the snow but were hard to move. On the main road, where the snow was packed down by people's footsteps, it was easier to walk. Going over mountain roads was out of the question. In Wei Laoda's team ahead, an old woman walking at the back kept looking back now and then. Finally, she fell behind a few steps to stand beside Qianqian, carrying a small child. Girl, what is that thing you're pulling? You're carrying two people and so many things. Aren't you tired? The old woman looked at Qianqian's dark, dry little face, with no sweat at all. It didn't seem like she was struggling. Qianqian looked at the woman who was wide-eyed and curious, and she smiled simply and innocently. I made it out of wood. I have a lot of strength, so I am not tired. The old woman nodded a few times, looked at it longer, and smiled. This is quite interesting. If only we had tools here in the mountains, making one of these would be much easier. If they had such a thing, their two children wouldn't have to carry everything on their backs or in their arms. Just as she was thinking, a loud, impatient voice called out from ahead. Why did you run off just now? Hurry up and catch up. If we get separated, no one will come back for you. The old woman was startled and quickly sped up to walk forward. I'm just looking at what they are pulling. I didn't fall behind. An impatient woman glared at her. What are you looking at? Everything. Be careful or someone will catch you and cut you into pieces for stew. The old woman, carrying the child, listened to the scolding quietly. That woman continued talking, turning her head to glare fiercely at Qianqian. Qianqian felt confused and was stared at unexpectedly. She said nothing. Li Shi, standing nearby, sighed softly and whispered, This woman is too fierce. That old lady really doesn't have it easy. Yi Xiuyin was sitting low and couldn't see clearly ahead. She asked, What's going on? The old lady who was talking to Sister Qian just now was scolded like a grandchild by her daughter or daughter-in-law. The old lady was carrying a child on her back and a big bundle, while the woman was empty-handed and had nothing. Yi Xiuyin frowned and said, How can someone be so cruel? Li shook her head and said, The world is getting messy. Old people and children are seen as burdens, so it's normal for them to be disliked. If they could still work, they might not have been abandoned. Yi Xiuyin also sighed and, holding her daughter, lamented that their own family had been abandoned by the old Gu family. Qianqian quietly pulled her small cart, but her mind kept turning. In front was a group of about 10 people led by Wei Laoda, including 5 or 6 middle-aged men and young men, and a teenage boy. The rest were women, children, or elderly. Behind them were smaller, scattered groups, with few women and children. Qianqian looked down, almost understanding what was happening. They walked until the sun was setting, then found a good place to camp for the night. Qianqian glanced around. There probably weren't any caves nearby, and with so many people, even if there were caves, they couldn't share them. Looks like they had to sleep on the ground tonight. Yi Xiuyun started packing things slowly, preparing to settle for the night. Xiao was in the snow cart, holding Little Gray, sitting well-behaved, but Little Gray was too lively and couldn't be controlled. Xiao snorted in anger and put her hands on her hips. Naughty Little Gray, be obedient. Qianqian found it funny, but Yi Xiuyun was worried and went over to block her view. Oh, Grandma, stop fussing. If you keep bothering him, someone might take him away to cook dog stew. Yi Xiuyun scolded, patting Little Gray's bottom. These 2 days, Little Gray had been with them, guarding the camp and helping catch wild pheasants and rabbits. He was basically their hero. Because Qiao liked him, they had grown attached to this silly little dog. Now walking with others, Yi Xiuyun was full of fear and worry, afraid someone might see them and steal him for meat. Kaitu looked serious and tense. He was gathering firewood while keeping a watchful eye around, worried that someone might notice their family's whereabouts. For Little Gray, they deliberately found a remote place to settle. Today, Qianqian couldn't gather a bundle of dry wood, so she planned to start a fire herself later. Occasionally, when no one was paying attention, she would add some dry wood. Otherwise, the smoke from the damp wood might be chokingly strong. Kaitu, worried that Little Gray might be discovered, hurried to gather more wood and, along with Yi Xiuyun, went to threaten, coax, and bribe Little Gray into coming with them. Qianqian didn't really mind since such a big creature couldn't be hidden easily. But since Little Gray was with her, she had to protect this little thing. She started the fire, mixing wet and dry wood, preparing to cook porridge. Today, because of the situation, it wasn't suitable to hunt for game, so she could only cook some rice. Also, on the first day, she needed to observe the people in the group to understand the situation better. Qianqian glanced at the bubbling porridge and wondered if she could add something unnoticed. Oh, dear. Girl, why did you cook so much rice? I can't take it anymore. A low exclamation made Qianqian snap out of her thoughts. She looked again and recognized the old lady from earlier that day. Qianqian immediately felt overwhelmed. During a time of fleeing from danger, why wasn't this old lady afraid of encountering bad people? Why was she wandering around everywhere? At this moment, she realized that among us women and children, few could defend themselves. Most of the time, being watched was already a big risk. Oh, we have a lot of people, and we need to add water later. It looks like a lot, but it's just for the pot, Qianqian said with innocent eyes. The old lady looked around, thinking that Li's group and others were all together, and nodded. Ah, no wonder. I thought so. But you're cooking too much. It's late at night, and you're about to sleep. What's the point of eating so much? Qianqian slightly twitched her lips. Old lady, is there something you want to talk to me about? The old lady hesitated, then awkwardly rubbed her hands. Girl, I do have something to discuss with you. She looked around, then turned to one side, took a small cloth-wrapped object, about the size of a palm. Girl, could I use this biscuit to trade for some rice? We have no rice left. My daughter-in-law wants something hot to eat. I was thinking if you have some extra, can we trade for a little? These coarse grain pancakes, though mixed with wild vegetables, are filling enough to stave off hunger. The old woman insisted that her pancakes could keep her full. Qianqian glanced over to where a woman was lying semi-reclined near the fire pile, doing nothing. Her brow furrowed. But it wasn't her business to interfere with others' matters. Besides, she felt that the pancakes were quite timely. Qianqian quickly snatched the pancakes from the old woman's hand and shoved them into her clothes. She smiled and said, Of course, I can give you some rice. Then she took out about a handful of dark rice and handed it to the old woman. The old woman looked at the black rice and made a face. Girl, your rice is moldy and strange. But she still hurriedly took it, wrapped it in a small cloth, and looked at the weight, surprised. Girl, why are you giving so much? Qianqian almost wanted to laugh. This old woman, after getting grain, still wanted to complain about the amount. She wasn't worried she would take it back. Girl, you and your family are having a hard time. Next time, don't do this. These are hard times, and who knows when they'll end. If you waste resources like this, you might not have enough to survive. Qianqian thought this old woman was quite funny, but she didn't plan to say much. Yes, I understand. The old woman kept talking earnestly and was about to continue when a loud voice from another direction interrupted. Why aren't you cooking? Doesn't your whole family need to eat? Always wandering around. If you have enough energy, you should save some grain for the children. Wasting it on yourself is pointless. The old woman immediately turned her head and shouted, stretching her neck, they're coming back. I'll start cooking right away. Qianqian glanced at the fierce woman. Their family was part of Wei Laoda's team, the only household filled entirely with women and children. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, along with 2 kids, a boy around 4 or 5 years old, and a little boy about the same age as Qiao Jia, was carried on the old woman's back. Qianqian looked away and continued cooking porridge. In a corner unnoticed by others, she pulled out a roasted flatbread, broke it into pieces, and placed them in a small, worn basin, covering it with a clean cloth. As for the pancake she exchanged from the old woman, she naturally threw it into her space dimension. Dinner is ready. Qianqian cooked the porridge and called the family to eat. At the same time, many men from afar were returning, some happy and cheerful, some frowning with worry, and others swearing angrily. Qianqian glanced briefly and then looked away. Just as everyone was preparing to settle down, several men went into the distant mountains with tools, hoping to hunt something and gather food for the family. Right then, Leader Wei and another man happily returned from afar, carrying a wild rabbit, indicating they planned to have an extra dinner tonight. Not many people found prey. Besides Leader Wei, one other man from the rear of the group caught a large rat, looking very pleased. Kaitu glanced and sighed quietly, muttering to herself, when we travel with others, Little Gray can't come out. He can't show his strength and we won't get any meat. Kaitu was not craving meat herself but thought that her mother, older sister, and younger sister needed meat to stay healthy and withstand the cold. Qianqian smiled, then took out a small, broken bowl and uncovered the cloth on top. No meat today, but there are pancakes. Do you want to eat? Seeing the fragrant, freshly made pancakes without any wild vegetable or bark, Kata's eyes widened in surprise. Big sister, where did these pancakes come from? Yi Xiaoyun was also surprised. The pancakes looked fresh and made purely from flour without any wild vegetables or bark, bright white and tempting. She was momentarily shocked. Qianqian, where did you get these pancakes? Yi Xiaoyun asked quietly but with a serious tone, quickly covering them with a cloth to avoid being seen. Qianqian understood their caution and whispered, Mother, the old lady just brought these to trade for rice. Her daughter-in-law wanted something hot to eat, so she exchanged some pancakes for a bit of rice. Yi Xiaoyun's eyes nearly popped out. She leaned toward the edge of the tent and peeked at the pancakes, sighing softly. Leader Wei and the others are capable people. They even have such good things. After a moment, she looked a bit helpless and said, but if they have food, they shouldn't be so wasteful. Using so many white flour pancakes to exchange for our moldy old rice is just wrong. Qianqian nonchalantly replied, eating plain pancakes all the time might make them want to try something different, like hot porridge. The next moment, Yi Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said, in this day and age, just being able to eat enough is good. No one cares if the food is tasty or not. They had a lot of rice. Yi Xiaoyun probably knew exactly how much grid they had. How much rice would it take to make so many crackers? And was the rice soup they ate each meal too thick? No, she had to keep an eye on her oldest daughter. Since Little Gray couldn't go hunting now, they couldn't waste food carelessly. Qianjia, tomorrow you take the rice bag to Mom. She will cook then. She needed to think about how to manage the remaining food supplies. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now the more she considered, the more worried she became. A few days ago, she must have been reckless to let the children eat so much food at once. What would they do when they ran out? There were no wild vegetables or weeds in the mountain. Yi Xiuyun's visible anxiety grew. She used to wonder if they could get out of the mountain at all. If not, why make her children suffer? But now she knew her husband and eldest son might be just ahead.
They couldn't stay in this mountain.
They had to move forward to survive and reunite with them. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Qianqian said. Who would give her mother the rice bag? Then how would she add rice to it? The family of 4 hurriedly finished their meal. Yi Xiuyun ordered them not to eat too many crackers, since leftover rice soup was hard to carry, but the children had finished eating it all. When they found a suitable place, Qianqian asked Chaotu to find a few long sticks. She set them on the ground and used torn cloth to make a circle around them, blocking the view of others and shielding them from the wind. It looked pretty ordinary, similar to the other tents nearby. Qianqian told her mother and the others to stay inside the tent, while she avoided the gaze of others and took Little Gray into the woods. The dog had been holding it in all day and needed to go to the bathroom. They walked a bit farther, and then Qianqian let Little Gray out. The dog had been holding it all day and was miserable. Its legs flailed around while it jumped, and its tail wagged wildly. The little dog whimpered and nudged Qianqian's feet in frustration. Hurry up and go to the bathroom. I'll give you something delicious later, Qianqian said, petting the dog's head. This little guy was clearly upset. Little Gray immediately ran away, then turned back and went to Qianqian's side. It tilted its head, playfully clicking its tongue, and looked at Qianqian with a cute and pleading expression. Qianqian took out a piece of dried meat from behind and handed it to Little Gray's mouth. Upon smelling the meat, Little Gray quickly opened its mouth and started eating happily. Qianqian fed Little Gray quite a bit, and the little dog finally calmed down. After playing with the little one for a while, the two of them went back together. As they approached the edge of the camp, they heard noisy crying and shouting nearby. From afar, Qianqian saw it was the family of the man who had caught a mouse earlier. Now, the pot on the fire had fallen apart, with some small bits of meat covered in dirt. 2 men were fighting fiercely, while 2 women next to them were also tearing at each other. A teenage boy, about the same age as the girls, was punching another woman, who was his mother. Oh God, this is life-threatening. Someone's been hurt. They're stealing our stuff and now fighting too. Have they no sense of reason? Cried a woman, overwhelmed and clutching her head, tears streaming down her face. Another woman, with a fierce look, gritted her teeth and said sharply, "Get lost. That was my man who first saw the mouse. Your family found a shortcut and ate it all yourself. Have you no shame?" Next to them, a small girl, only about the size of a bean, watched her parents get beaten. She was so scared she cried loudly and didn't dare move. The big brother earlier had said that if she tried to come forward, she would be beaten together with them. The teenage boy kept punching the woman's head, shouting, "Stealing from our family? You've got to be kidding. Get lost." The man nearby, watching his wife being beaten and his daughter crying, grew angry. His eyes turned red, but he couldn't break free from the man in front of him. His voice choked with emotion as he desperately tried to free himself. "Wu Lauer, speak honestly. That mouse was mine. I saw it first, I caught it, and it has nothing to do with your family. Now you're hitting people. What's the difference from those bandits before? If your son and wife dare to hurt my wife again, I swear I'll fight to the death, and we'll all die here. Get lost, you idiot. That mouse was clearly seen by my son first. You swooped in before he could. Now you want a freebie too. What sort of family does Zhao have?" Wu Lauer's wife spat and glared fiercely, her face full of anger. "You think I'll give up just because you say so? If you keep pushing us, I swear I'll kill your little brat. Believe it or not." The woman pressed to the ground, ignoring her blood-stained face, let out a scream, then burst into tears and begged for mercy. "Second Sister Wu, this can't happen. Little Gray is just a child. We were wrong. We don't want the mouse anymore. Take it all. Take everything. We don't want it." "Boo-hoo." The young man glared at her fiercely, with no strength in his legs, then kicked her hard in the head. "Wretched thing. Only behave if you're beaten. All your family is useless. In the end, The farce concluded with second sister Wu's family gathering up the rat pieces from the ground and leaving, while old Zhao's family huddled together in heartbreaking tears. Although Qianqian had mentally prepared for how cruel this world could be, the chaotic scene still made her face grow dark. When she returned to the camp, the chaos had already ended. Shipko quickly snuck back into her tent, clutching Little Gray tightly, her expression cold and stern in the shadows. Big sister, it's so terrible. That family beat someone up just because of a rat. If they find out about Little Gray, Kai-Tu said, his face turning pale. He held Little Gray tightly, grasping its mouth painfully. Little Gray, you can't make any noise, or they'll take you away to eat, she whispered. Yi Xiaoyun also saw what was happening, her eyes reddening and feeling very uneasy. These people are turning into monsters. Qianqian took a deep breath, stepped out of the tent, and looked over. Old Zhao was holding his wife, crying his heart out. The woman's face was covered in blood. A young girl nearby was so scared she could only cry, her small body trembling at the sight of her mother's blood, leaving deep shadows in her mind. Meanwhile, second sister Wu's family was happily cooking meat, glaring threateningly at those around them. Anyone who looked their way was sternly scolded or threatened with fists. Qianqian's eyes were cool and calm, her face showing numb indifference. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, she seemed lost in thought. Have you ever seen something like this before? A middle-aged man's voice asked. Qianqian blinked, then turned her head. Her face had regained its innocent, childlike expression as she looked at Wei Laoda. Uncle, isn't this your team? Don't you care? She asked with innocent curiosity. Master Wei glanced at the nearby commotion, his face calm and imposing without showing anger. They're not part of my group. Qianqian smiled faintly at his words and said nothing. These things happen all the time. It's hard to say who took what from whom. They are not my people. Since we are traveling together, I can guarantee no one will get hurt. That's the best help I can give them, Wei said. Qianqian looked at the small family huddled together, her dark eyes emotionless. That's quite reasonable, she suddenly smiled. Master Wei turned to look at the young girl beside him. He felt strangely. She seemed different from ordinary children, but he couldn't tell how. The only thing that was special was that she saw such scenes without fear. She even smiled. Qianqian looked at him. Her deep black eyes seemed bottomless. The faint glow from the campfire reflected in her gaze. Uncle, if someone gets hurt, what would you do? Wei thought she was worried about their family getting into trouble. Anyone following is not a truly bad person. He paused, then looked at Wu's family and frowned. Everyone knows where to draw the line. No one should die, but Wu's family indeed needed some discipline. Qianqian didn't speak further. Instead, she looked at Zhao's family. Losing their prey is one thing, not losing their belongings is another, but the worst part was the woman who was badly beaten. Thinking of her past life in war-torn Middle East, she knew that women and children were the most vulnerable. They were often pushed to the front as human bombs, always women and children. Her way to stop these human bomb threats was to shoot from afar, aiming at their heads, a quick kill. But she had never aimed her gun at them. She had shed blood, but never innocent women and children's lives. Even in this harsh new world, her rational mind told her such things happen every day. But when it happens right in front of her, she still finds it hard to be completely indifferent. However, carrying her mother and younger sister, she didn't want to cause extra trouble. Qianqian looked away and was about to leave when she saw a little guy standing in the shade near the tent, watching the situation over there. He had been standing there for a long time. Soon after, the little boy returned to the tent, then came out again. He stood nearby, hesitating for a long time, then walked past the bushes of trees beside him. Originally, Qianqian just thought the crying nearby was too pitiful, so he stood outside the tent and watched for a while. When he saw the blood-covered woman, he was deeply frightened. Next, he saw a small girl kneeling beside her, holding her mother's hand, tears making her voice hoarse. Feeling uneasy inside, Qianqian wondered. He remembered how his mother almost fell off a cliff, and if Aunt Li hadn't saved her, Maybe his mother would also be covered in blood and crying helplessly, just like Sister Qiao. Thinking about this made Xiaotu's heart tighten. He secretly clenched his fists. He must grow up quickly, become tall and strong, so he can protect his mother, big sister, and little sister. They were about to leave when they saw the thin, small girl cry until she had no strength left. She collapsed into her father's arms, clutching her belly, her face pale. It was clear she was exhausted from hunger and had used a lot of energy. Now she was weak and exhausted. Maybe feeling a little sympathy, Qianqian watched her more and felt uncomfortable. He sneaked back, hiding himself, preparing to take out a piece of biscuit for Sister Qiao as a snack. Looking at the small piece of biscuit, he thought about how his family was not wealthy. He broke the biscuit in half and happily hid a small piece inside his clothes to leave for Sister Qiao. He put the other piece in a sleeve and crept toward the dark edge of the team. At this moment, each family was busy with their own matters. No one noticed little Qianqian. As he got closer, he saw how terrible the woman's injuries were. Shocked, Xiaotu's steps paused, almost afraid to go any further. But he remembered he was a brave boy. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. "Uncle, is she starving and fainted? Do you still have food at home?" Qianqian didn't take out the biscuit, but asked instead. The man was holding his wife and daughter, tears falling down his face. Seeing a child about his own daughter's age, who clearly wasn't from their family, he sighed bitterly. "There's no more food. These days, we've only been drinking snow water and eating." The man looked at a torn piece of paper beside him with a complex expression. When Qianqian saw it, his eyes widened suddenly. "This looks like a book? A village family, and someone actually has a book. Can this thing be eaten?" Qianqian is surprised. Old Zhao smiles bitterly. "There's nothing to eat. If we don't die from hunger, it's better than starving." Seeing the three emaciated people who are starving and also looking at Wu Laoer's family on the other side, who seem more spirited than usual for refugees, Qianqian feels very angry. "Uncle, a kind person just gave me a piece of bread. Please give it to my sister." Qianqian doesn't say it's his own thing, just that someone gave it to him. After saying that, he pulls out a dirty, blackish piece of bread from his sleeve and tries to feed it to the girl. Qianqian is quick. The bread is so dark, it's hard to tell what it looks like. The girl, now very hungry, weak all over and dizzy, feels something in her mouth. Almost instinctively, she starts chewing. Meanwhile, Wu Laoer's family happily eats mouse meat. Wu Goushi turns his head and sees a small black lump pushing something into Zhao Lao Da's kid's mouth. Although he can't see clearly, he immediately guesses it's food. His smile disappears, and a fierce look appears on his face as he stands up and walks quickly over. As he steps in, he kicks with his foot, knocking Qianqian over. "Where did you come from, little brat? Mind your own business. What's in your hand? Take it out," the young man shouts loudly.
Qianqian is caught off guard by the kick.
When he looks up, he sees a boy several heads taller glaring at him. He quickly clenches his fists and glares back. "What are you doing?" Wu Goushi sneers. "Little brat, looking for trouble? You're still giving them food. Hand over what you're holding." Qianqian tightly clenches his fists, glaring at him. "Why? This isn't even yours." Wu Goushi's eyes turn fierce. He raises his hand to slap Qianqian. Qianqian is startled and closes his eyes tightly. The next moment, instead of the slap, he hears Wu Goushi's heartbreaking scream. This sharp cry draws the attention of almost everyone. The proud and domineering Wu Goushi is now on the ground, clutching his wrist tightly, rolling in pain. Looking closer, there is a small knife stuck in the back of his hand. A small, fragile figure slowly walked through the crowd, looking at Wu Goushi rolling on the ground. She stepped on his arm and bent down to draw out the knife she was holding. Meanwhile, Wu Laoer and his wife heard the commotion and, seeing this scene, rushed over in anger and alarm.
"Ah, son.
You little brat, I will kill you. You dare to hurt my son? I will cut you into pieces." "Old man," Wu Laoer shouted as he ran forward with a sickle. Qianqian lazily lifted her eyelids, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She twirled the knife in her hand and pressed it against Wu Guzi's neck. Take another step, and I'll cut off his head. Wu Laoer's wife was afraid to come closer. She stomped her feet in anger. You little brat, let go of my son quickly. Qianqian ignored her and turned to the vegetable seller, asking, How is he? Is he okay? The vegetable seller was also shocked by what he saw. He shook his head, realizing he had gotten into big trouble. His eyes reddened with regret and guilt. He grabbed an old sickle lying nearby and rushed forward, standing in front of his sister. Don't bully my sister, he shouted loudly. Wu Laoer's face twisted in anger. Damn it! Whose little beast is this? Getting sick of living? If no one's watching, don't blame me for teaching him a lesson. Over on the side, Yi Xiuyun heard her son's voice. Seeing that her daughter and son weren't around, she was terrified. She handed little Gray and Xiao Jier to Li Shi and limped over quickly. What are you doing? If anyone dares to hurt my sister Qianqian or my brother, she threatened urgently. Yi Xiuyun found a piece of log from somewhere and hobbled over on her crutches. This scene made Qianqian frown and pinch her brow in frustration. How did things get like this? She looked down in disgust at Wu Guzi, who was wailing loudly. She casually grabbed a handful of dirt nearby and shoved it into his mouth. If you shout one more time, I'll pick out your tongue. Wu Guzi, covered in dirt and threatened by this little girl, glared angrily with wide eyes but dared not to make a sound.
Son!
Wu's wife screamed. You little brat! What are you trying to do? Old Wei, if she's going to kill someone, don't just stand there. Can't you do anything? Wu Laoer was both angry and anxious, but he dared not move, only shouting for Wei Laoda. Old Wu heard the noise from this side early on. He didn't expect that, in his view, a skinny, simple, and naive girl would be so ruthless when she attacked. It left him a bit stunned. He walked over, frowning as he looked at the crowd, noticing the young girl with a very unique presence that caught everyone's attention immediately. Qianqian lazily sat on Wu Gaodi's back, holding her knife across his neck. When she saw old Wu, she smiled with her mouth wide open. Uncle, don't worry. I won't cause any fatalities, old Wu. This was exactly what he just said. No lives will be lost. He didn't care. Old Wu then looked at Wu Laoer, who had been planning to confront him. Now, he didn't look pleased. So, when you beat someone until they bled and didn't shout for help, that was fine? But when your son bleeds a little, it's a problem. Wu Laoer looked very unhappy. That's different. Zhao Laoda and I have a personal grudge. He stole from our family and I couldn't stand it, so I hit him. It's his fault. This useless guy dared to hit my brother. If I stabbed him in the neck, it's also his fault, Qianqian said lazily as her knife slid back and forth over Wu Gaodi's neck. She wasn't really interested in getting involved or defending anyone, but if anyone hurt her brother, that was definitely suicidal. Old Wu looked at the little girl and suddenly felt amused. She looked harmless, but she wasn't a good person after all. In this world, having a crippled mother and young siblings really made life difficult.
How could they survive until now?
Zhao Laoda put his wife on his daughter's lap, telling her to look after her mother, then rushed forward to block Qianqian and Chao Tu. Wu Laoer, come at me if you want. Don't involve others. Tell me, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to push us all to death? Just say it, Zhao Laoda yelled, eyes red and veins bulging in his neck with anger. He turned around, grabbed Sado's sickle, and protected him as he backed away. Then he lifted the sickle to aim at Wu Laoer, his anger almost making him lose control. You just want to see me, with my wife and young daughter, look weaker than others and pick on us. You beat my wife so badly, and my girl is almost starving. I don't want to live anymore, but if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The honest man was driven insane and desperately looked for someone to share his fate. Qianqian frowned, and Elder Wei's brow twitched as he hurried forward to stop Boss Zhao, shouting loudly.
Stop it.
What are you doing? Your wife isn't dead yet, and the kids are so young. Why are you acting like this? Boss Zhao trembled with anger, his voice choked with tears.
They want to force us to die.
If that's the case, then we'll all die together. None of us will survive. The man's heart-wrenching shouts echoed through the night, and everything around fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy and sad. Boss Zhao, pushed to the edge, looked desperate and defeated. Everyone knew he had already faced droughts, famines, and snow disasters. Heaven seemed to be pushing them to their limit. Resisting to this point had been difficult for everyone. Now they were being oppressed not by natural disasters but by their neighbors. They hadn't been defeated by fate yet, but these people were trying to break them. For a moment, everyone shared the same feelings of frustration at nature's wrath and anger at human cruelty. Wu Laofu, you still have food at home, right? Boss Zhao's family has already run out of supplies. The children are starving. How cruel you are. Aren't you forcing them to die? This row was obviously caught just by Boss Zhao himself. Yet you all come back and try to seize what's left. If they don't give it up, you resort to violence. What's the difference between you and bandits or thieves? When someone spoke up, others quickly followed, and soon, voices grew louder in the crowd. What kind of world is this? Can we really make it to Wanqing City alive? Heaven, open your eyes and see this. An older woman suddenly slapped her thigh, looked up at the night sky, and cried out in despair. They had seen death and survived so many hardships along the way, they had become numb. But now, this farce seemed to shake everyone's trembling hearts. They were confused. They truly wondered if they could reach Wanqing City alive. For a moment, the entire camp sank into a gloomy, oppressive mood. As if everyone was eager to find a way out, all their anger was directed at Wu Laofu's family. We followed Elder Wei's team because we were afraid of those robbers and killers. We thought that having more people would scare them off. But now, our companions have become threats. Without even needing bandits or thieves, we'll die at the hands of our own people sooner or later. Kick old Wu's family out. Drive them away. Otherwise, who knows whose grain they will steal next? Someone shouted angrily. Many of them had already run out of food, surviving on melted snow and tree bark. If they happened to find any food that could keep them alive, but it was taken from them like this, it could be deadly. This time, it was Zhao the Elder who was involved. Who might be next? Suddenly, more people started shouting for old Wu's family to leave the group. At first, old Wu's family didn't think much of it, but now they were panicked. They couldn't understand why everyone suddenly turned against them. I tell you, what are you all doing? What does this have to do with you? We haven't done anything to you. Wu's wife shouted desperately. It has nothing to do with you? I have no grudge against your family. Zhao the Elder just stole our rat. My son was so angry that he lost control. And that girl stabbed my son's hand so badly. It wasn't us bullying anyone. Wu's wife quickly explained. Gu Shinshin suddenly smiled, holding a blood-stained knife. Her look was innocent, like a child's. It turns out you're angry because you acted impulsively, she said softly, with a deepening smile, her eyes gentle yet chilling. What should I do? I can also act impulsively. When I get angry, I might lose control of my knife. Everyone was taken aback, feeling a cold shiver run down their spines from her calm, smiling words. They felt that her words weren't just aimed at Wu's family, but were also a warning to all of them. Wei the Elder also looked at Gu Shinshin with more respect. His previous thoughts seemed too cautious. This girl was more than just capable. He cleared his throat. All right, everyone be quiet. As he spoke, he looked at old Wu Heir with a stern expression. Old Wu Heir, no matter who stole from whom before, your son hitting someone is simply wrong. You're not part of my team, so normally I shouldn't interfere in your matters. But since you call me over, I have to talk some sense. Now, everyone wants your family to leave the team. What do you have to say? This group of people was shouting for Wu Heir's family to leave, mainly just to vent their anger. But enforcing their order might not be so easy. Many among them also had friendships with Wu Heir. So, shouting to kick them out doesn't mean they'll actually do it. They shouldn't decide that themselves. Wu Heir was already panicking. Out here in the wild mountains, if they really got kicked out, how would they survive? He hurriedly said, this can't be. Today's events are all misunderstandings. I was angry just now. Brother Zhao, I apologize to you. Please don't take it to heart. The soup just finished cooking. We haven't eaten much. Let's consider what we saw together. The rest of the food is yours. Is that okay? Brother Zhao looked at his weak wife and daughter. No matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in. Among this team, 2 or 3 families were from the same village as Wu Er. He was an outsider, so he couldn't win in arguments. Respect, dignity, standing tall, living is the most important. What about my son being stabbed? He bled so much. Without a doctor or medicine, if something happens to my son, I'd fight to the death with you, Wu Er's wife said, staring at her son's injured state, unable to swallow her anger. Gu Qianqian scanned him with a cold look and sneered, my brother is so young and your son, big and strong, probably kicked him hard enough to injure him internally. If my brother is hurt or worse, I will kill your whole family. While speaking, she stepped on Wu Gaozi's still bleeding hand. He screamed in pain, his forehead bulging with veins, his mouth stuffed with mud, crying out helplessly. Seeing his sister's words, Chao too suddenly had an idea. He quickly covered his chest with his hand, whimpered, then fell to the ground with a thud. Mother, big sister, I feel like my internal organs are burning. Did they ruin my intestines? Am I going to die? Then, thinking about how his son had indeed been hit, he suddenly became scared. He hurriedly picked him up, feeling a bit nervous. He patted him and looked around. Child, don't scare Mom. Did you really kick and hurt someone? Old Wei watched the clumsy act of the child and frowned. He realized that the girl's family was not simple. Your son hurt someone, and now they come back. That's fine. But if you want to catch him, think about what happened to Boss Zhao's wife. How are you going to pay for that? By the end of his words, Wei's tone turned cold. His fierce look was still a bit scary. Wu Second was not happy his son was hurt, but now he could only swallow the anger. He shouted at his wife and daughter. Enough, stop crying. Quickly find something to bandage the dog's paw. We're going back, and you still think this isn't embarrassing enough. Wu's family nervously returned near their tent, gave some soup to Boss Zhao, and then went inside without coming out again. Gu Qianqian stuck her knife into the snow to clean off the blood, then put it away. Next to her, the girl called Kai Tu, who had been crying and hurting just a second ago, clung to her clothes, with a guilty and helpless look on her face. Gu Qianqian didn't have time to pay attention to him. She simply said softly, "Let's go home." After speaking, she looked over at the woman covered in blood, being held by Boss Zhao. The small, skinny girl was crying and feeding soup to her mother. She was starving and swallowing her saliva, but didn't take even a small spoonful of soup herself. "Girl, you should also drink," Boss Zhao said tenderly, watching his daughter. Zhao Xiaoya shook her head, her soft voice trembling with crying. "Xiaoya is not hungry." "Mom, eat." Gu Qianqian looked at the woman with blood on her head and frowned. The weather was freezing, and with such injuries, the woman might not last through the day. Since she had the ability to help and it wouldn't affect her, she thought it was okay to try and save her life. As she was thinking, she saw Kai Tu crouched down again beside the young girl. He pulled something out of his sleeve and offered it to her. Zhao Xiaoyan nervously shrank back, scared. But her eyes kept drifting toward the small cake, and she couldn't stop swallowing saliva. Seeing how hungry she was and not immediately taking it, Kai Tu thought she was being stubborn. He directly shoved the cake into her arms. Zhao Xiaoya was very startled. She looked at the vegetable root, then at the pancake, and finally at her mother. Her eyes turned red as she placed the pancake into the rat soup, soaking it, and began feeding her mother. Kai Tu felt anxious. She thought, is this person foolish? I've already fainted from hunger once. Why don't I quickly help myself first? So she hurried to eat. After that, she sighed. Well, if he had food, he would still prioritize his mother, eldest sister, and younger sister. Gu Qianqian watched the young girl tremble with hunger. She had food but didn't want to eat right away, instead focusing on her mother. She couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xiuyun also felt upset seeing all this. Such a good child. Why is her life so hard? She was also worried that the woman might not make it. She walked over quietly and said to Gu Qianqian, "Qianqian, they can't stay here anymore. We have space over there. Why don't we let them go and set up camp elsewhere?" Gu Qianqian looked at the messy ground and thought there was no good place nearby. She remembered choosing a remote spot which was open. If these 3 people moved there, it wouldn't cause trouble. She nodded in agreement. Yi Shuyan quickly hobbled over, spoke a few words to old Zhao, and then saw old Zhao gratefully nodding at her. Old Zhao first carried his wife over, then came back to pack the few remaining things. They quickly set up a simple tent with a broken cloth and took his wife inside. After she returned, Li Shi carried her daughter back to her small tent. Watching the commotion over there, her face looked unhappy. "Mother, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiaoya asked, seeing her mother's serious expression. Li Shi looked at Gu Qianqian going into old Zhao's tent, her face sinking even more. She pulled her daughter into their tent and said, "Nothing's wrong.
Go to sleep now."
Zhang Xiaoya didn't want to sleep. She pouted and said, "Mother, I want to eat meat." Li Shi glared at her. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is think about eating. Do you think that the Gu girl is kind and generous just sharing her meat with you?" She remembered that she had only said they would travel together, but Gu Qianqian was very unwilling at first. Now, she was eager to meddle in others' affairs. Did she dislike their mother and daughter? Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian said she could help bandage Zhao Feng's wound. She told Zhao Lao to boil some water, then went into the tent. Looking at Zhao Feng's wife lying there, her face was cleaned of blood, and her wounds had already clotted. I gently touched her forehead, which was starting to feel warm. Gu Qianqian glanced at Zhao Xiaoya, who was helping to wipe blood from her mother. "Is your name Xiaoya?" Zhao Xiaoya looked at her big sister and remembered how she had helped their family before. She nodded politely. "Go to our tent and get some water for me, please." Obediently, Zhao Xiaoya stood up and hurried out. Inside the tent, only Gu Qianqian and Zhao Feng's wife remained. Seeing she was confused and dizzy, Gu Qianqian quickly took out antibiotic and fever medicine from her space and fed her. Then she looked at the wound on her forehead, washed it with hydrogen peroxide, and carefully applied iodine to the bandage while she was distracted. When Zhao Xiaoya returned, she gave Zhao Feng's wife some water and then left, returning to her own tent. Kaitu was waiting for his big sister. When she came back, he stood up straight, looked at her, but then lowered his head in guilt, speaking in a hesitant tone. "Big sister, I'm sorry. I was just trying to help, but I caused trouble for you." Gu Qianqian looked at him quietly for a while. She sighed softly and pulled him into the tent to sit. Her voice was a bit cold and firm, which made Kaitu tremble. He straightened his back even more and lowered his head further. "Big sister doesn't think you're meddling. Humans are called humans because they have feelings, understand kindness and evil, and know right from wrong. You're still young. I hope you keep your pure heart." Hearing this, Kaitu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. He didn't understand everything, but he thought his big sister was praising him. So, does that mean he did the right thing? He was about to smile broadly when Gu Qianqian spoke again, her tone growing colder. "But that doesn't mean what you did today was right. Before helping someone, have you ever thought about what might happen if the other person has bad intentions?" Kaitu froze. He scratched his head, confused. "But I think they aren't bad people. They're so pitiful. You think? Do you think you can tell good from bad just with one look? Have you noticed how the old Gu family members, as close relatives, would drag me to swap grain and drive our family out of the team without giving us a single handful of rice?" Kaitu was left speechless when asked. "Even if their family is good, you still revealed your actions in front of others, putting yourself in danger. If I hadn't arrived, or if I couldn't fight Wu Guzi, what would happen to you? What would happen to our family?" Kaitu was stunned. He hadn't thought about any of this. He only wanted to give that small piece of cake to Zhao Xiaoer because she was truly starving. Gu Qianqian said nothing else, just watched as Kata's face scrunched up with worry. After a while, Kaitu looked at her again, his eyes shining brightly in the dark. "Big sister, you're not stopping me from helping others, but before you help, you should think about your own situation, how to help, and the dangers around you. Only when you're sure you're safe can you go help others." Gu Qianqian looked at Kaitu with complicated feelings. She wasn't sure whether her way of teaching him was right or wrong. Having a kind heart is good, but sometimes it can easily turn into a knife that hurts you. However, if a person has no kindness in their heart, can they still be called a human? Qianqian thought she had become numb to life and death over the years, but deep down, she still had respect for life. That's why her gun was never aimed at the children or women, and she never stained her hands with innocent blood. She didn't want to erase Kata's precious innocence in these dangerous, starving years. Eventually, they would end this disaster and return to normal days. Yes, but you're still young. Sometimes you might make wrong judgments. If you want to do something in the future, just tell your big sister, alright? Kaitu admired his sister deeply. Of course, whatever she said was right. Whatever she told him, he believed it. Yes, big sister. Don't worry, from now on I will discuss everything with you. I won't be reckless and impulsive anymore, Qianqian smiled, patting his small head. Alright, go get ready for bed. She watched the three of them and the dog snuggling together, preparing to sleep. After everyone had fallen asleep, she quietly took out a solar-powered heater, an advanced tech weapon she had secretly taken from a research institute earlier. Solar-powered charging devices make no sound when in use. When she spends nights outdoors, she never feels oppressed. Now that she is here, she also cannot let her three mothers feel upset. Yi Xiaoyun and Kaitu, who are used to the cold outdoors, originally thought that this night would be hard to endure. But in a dazed state, they felt surprisingly warm as a pleasant breeze pushed them into comfortable dreams. The next morning, Qianqian quietly packed up the heater before everyone woke up. She took Little Gray for a quick walk and then put him back into the bag. Big sister, Little Gray is always packed in the bag. It's so frustrating for him, Kaitu said, looking at Little Gray squished into the bag and feeling a bit sad. Yi Xiaoyun patted him and said, "There's food and water, and he doesn't have to walk around." What's so frustrating? He's still better off than people. If we let him out, someone might try to treat him as food. Kaitu thought about what his mother said and quickly felt that Little Gray wasn't upset, but he himself felt trapped, living worse than a dog. He then silently went to gather firewood nearby, looking unhappy. Yi Xiaoyun decided to cook herself today, worried that Qianqian might spend too much money. But when she opened the rice bag, her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow," she said, quickly hiding the rice bag and whispering to Qianqian. "Qianqian, how come we still have so much rice? I don't think we've eaten that little lately." Qianqian looked confused. "Really? Not much. It's only a small amount. There was a big bag before. Maybe the rice bag has been with me all this time, Mother. You didn't notice? Also, a few days ago, we mainly ate roast chicken and rabbit, so we didn't use much rice." Seeing her daughter's earnest look, Yi Xiaoyun suddenly doubted herself. Is that true? But she felt something was wrong. Qianqian hurriedly covered her stomach and said, "Mom, I need to go to the bathroom." She ran off quickly. Yi Xiaoyun, puzzled, only held back her questions and looked at the rice bag, muttering to herself, she must be mistaken. Qianqian ran far enough to relieve herself and then met Su Widow walking back. It was the old woman's daughter-in-law, who had exchanged wild vegetables and grains with Qianqian for rice the previous night. The widow Su was very thin, with little flesh on her face. Her gloomy, drooping expression looked sharp and mean. Qianqian didn't plan to pay attention to her, but the widow Su sneered deliberately and said, "All these mudfolk are fleeing from famine. Why pretend to be rich? Think you're a landlord? Don't get too nosy, or one day, you might regret it and never know what hit you." Qianqian stopped, looked at her, but the widow Su just cast a mocking glance and walked away. Qianqian frowned slightly, but didn't argue. As she took a few steps, she overheard the widow Su shouting again, "You old woman, you're going to die if you can't watch your big kid. Didn't you see the dirt on your hands? Stop grabbing everything. I'll slap you away if you keep being so greedy and begging for trouble." The shouting continued harshly within the camp for a long time, so loud and unpleasant. Qianqian felt it was better to leave, and only when the shouting finally died down did she start to walk away. Suddenly, she heard a gentle female voice say, "You must be scared." She turned around and saw it was Madame Feng. Madame Feng still had a cloth wrapped around her forehead. Her face looked pale and weak, but it wasn't a big injury. "Are you feeling better, Auntie?" Gu Qianqian asked politely. People from the countryside are used to rough living. "It's nothing serious. A good night's sleep will fix it," Madame Feng said with a smile. Gu Qianqian nodded. The villagers were used to farming and built strong bodies. Plus, she had taken medicine last night for inflammation and fever, so she supposed she would be fine now. Sue's widow usually acts very bossy. She not only scolds her mother-in-law but also beats and curses her children. She relies on Wei Laoda's protection, so she's often arguing with others in the group. Because of Wei Laoda, no one dares to confront her openly, Gu Qianqian explained as she moved aside to use the restroom, and then asked, "Are Wei Laoda's group just relatives?" She casually asked, pretending it was an idle remark. Madame Feng finished her business behind a big tree and then walked back beside Gu Qianqian, continuing her explanation. "It's not that. Did you see Big Wei and the two people around him? I've heard they have a very close bond. We don't know the full story. That young man is Big Wei's nephew. The others in the group are related to Chao Dihai from the village, a shorter man, and the widow Su's family, who are from another tall man, Su Sheng, from their village. They are all somewhat connected by family ties." Through a few glances, Gu Qianqian understood the relationship among Big Wei and his group. "Where is Big Wei's family?" she continued to ask. Mrs. Feng shook her head. "I don't know. I heard they aren't from here. They came to settle in Su's village, going with Chao Dihai and Su Sheng during this famine." The three brothers left together. Gu Qianqian nodded, thinking that Big Wei's goal was Jinping Prefecture. Maybe he is actually from Jinping Prefecture. When they returned to the group, Mrs. Feng went straight to her own tent, separating from Gu Qianqian. Li looked at the two of them, happily talking and laughing. She stepped forward with a smile and started talking to Gu Qianqian. "Girl Gu, when it's time to set out, I'll help bring your mother along. You're still small and haven't grown yet, so you shouldn't tire yourself out. Just carry a bag for Auntie." Gu Qianqian looked at Li, puzzled. She had already refused earlier, so why was she bringing it up again now? "No need, Auntie. I have strong muscles and can carry it. It's getting late. You should go make dinner. Big Wei said we'll leave at the scheduled time. We can't wait for unfinished packing." After saying that, she went back to her own tent. Li bit her lip and gloomily returned to her tent, starting to cook rice soup. Gu Qianqian watched her mother, who had really only made a little rice, with thin water and bland rice water, which made her head ache just looking at it. "Qianqian, come wash your hands with some snow. Dinner's ready." Gu Qianqian washed her hands with snow, then looked at the rice soup. "Mom, why did you cook so little? We still have some rice left in my bag. I actually have a bit more." She was desperately trying to keep things together. Yi Xiaoyun glared at her. "How can you be so wasteful? We still have some left now, and we eat every day. Before we reach Wanqing Prefecture, we'll run out of food. I've already calculated. You and Kai Tu eat, and Mom and Xiao Jie won't need to walk. It won't tire us out. Xiao Jie just needs to drink a couple of sips of rice soup. Mom won't eat anymore." Gu Qianqian nodded firmly. "No walking, but I still need to eat. If I don't, with such cold weather I won't last." "What to eat? You cooked so much rice yesterday, and it's still in your stomach tonight. All right, stop hesitating and eat." Gu Qianqian was very assertive. She divided the small amount of porridge into 4 parts, making sure everyone ate. She said 4 portions, but the rice was in Yi Xiaoyun and the other two's bowls, while her own bowl only had water. She planned to find a chance to prepare her own food later. For now, she would save the rice for her mother and the others since she wouldn't go hungry. She also needed to give some dry food to Kaizi too so they could be ready to leave. Thanks to Gu Qianqian's insistence, the 3 of them ate some food. Yi Xiaoyun looked at her daughter's small share and felt uneasy. Next time, Mother will put in more rice. She realized that if she cooked less, her eldest daughter would eat more, but she never did. Moreover, her eldest daughter's serious expression was really frightening. It made her feel inexplicably weak. What was going on? Meanwhile, Wei Laoda had already started preparing everyone to leave. Gu Qianqian had packed up her belongings, and Kaizi, too, was busy gathering his small bag. Gu Qianqian went over and, when no one was paying attention, secretly pushed a baked flatbread into Kaizi 2's embrace, hiding her figure behind him. Eat quickly. Kaizi 2 didn't know where his sister had gotten the bread, but he was too hungry to care. Afraid of being seen, he shoved it into his mouth all at once. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed hard, making his jaw ache. Big sister, this bread is really honest, Kaizi 2 mumbled with his mouth full. Gu Qianqian covering his mouth with her hand, she said, don't talk. Eat quickly. You'll spit crumbs everywhere. After that, she withdrew her hand with a frown and rubbed his head gently. The long march of the group started again, heading out to escape the famine. Because of the commotion last night, everyone in the group now knew about the Gu family. As they traveled, many people cast occasional glances toward them. Wu Laoda's family was walking at the end of the line because they had angered many people yesterday. Some avoided them, and they had been pushed to the back of the line. Wu Gaozi's hand was already bandaged, but he still felt pain. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Gu Qianqian at the front of the line. Wu Laoda's face was also very grim. Clearly, yesterday's events still made him angry and unable to forget. But after what happened last night, he dared not act rashly. At one point, Wu Laoer's family was surprisingly quiet, without causing any trouble. Today, the sky was somewhat gloomy, with cold wind whistling through, making it very hard to move forward. Wei Laoda had no choice but to find a good spot where everyone could rest for a while before continuing their journey. Gu Qianqian looked at Yi Xiuyun, whose face was red from the cold, and glanced at the small snow vehicle. She thought it could use some improvements. She and Kai too had been walking, which helped to keep some cold at bay, but Yi Xiuyun stayed on the snow vehicle, facing the chilling wind, and was almost numb from the cold. If her foot hadn't been injured and she could walk for longer, she would have gotten off to walk herself. Brother Qianqian, maybe we should light a fire to boil some water. Yi Xiuyun trembled from the cold. Not only their family thought this way, many others started fires for warmth. Luckily, Wei Laoda found a relatively wind-shielded spot to rest. Lighting a fire was tough, but they managed to get a few small flames going. However, firewood was hard to find. They only managed to find a small amount of thick, buried twigs and dry wood that could be used to start a fire. It's natural that not every family could light a fire, but Wei Laoda suggested sharing a few flames so everyone could stay warm. Zhao Laoda and Zhao Deyuan had been carrying their wives all the way. Although Feng Shi was no longer seriously injured, Zhao Deyuan kept her from walking too much to avoid overexertion. Now, he had put her down, and they cuddled together for warmth while searching for firewood. They found some dry branches, and Zhao Deyuan walked over to Gu Qianqian's family, feeling a bit shy. Sister-in-law, I found some wood. Let's burn the fire together so it gets bigger, and everyone can stay warm, he said. Yi Xiuyun quickly nodded. All right, let's put it down quickly. Let your wife and daughter come closer, so they can stay warm. Early that morning, Zhao Deyuan's family came to thank Yi Xiuyun's family. They said if it weren't for Kai Tu and Gu Qianqian, they wouldn't have survived and were so grateful they almost kneeled to thank Yi Xiuyun. Yi Xiuyun hurriedly waved her hands to stop them, feeling overwhelmed. Even with her limp, she almost wanted to run away. Now that they were somewhat familiar, they no longer seemed strange. Kai Tu and Gu Qianqian collected some branches, and Li Shi and her little girl also gathered firewood. 3 families sat around the fire, roasting and boiling water inside a pot placed over the flames. Gu Qianqian looked at the small snow vehicle with gaps where the wind was blowing through. She thought that with such snowy weather, the wind wouldn't stop, so she decided to make improvements. She took out her big bag and started rummaging inside. She also asked Zhao Deyuan for 2 long wooden sticks that hadn't been burned yet. They were about the thickness of a wrist and very straight. Yi Xiuyun was holding Qiao Jie, sitting by the fire, and kept turning her head to look back. She didn't know what clever idea her daughter was thinking up this time. Gu Qianqian took out a thin, light blanket from her big bag. The blanket was very dirty now, with no visible original color or fabric. Using rough, bold stitches. She sewed the corners of the thin blanket onto the 4 wooden sticks, making it stand up like a small tent. Many people resting nearby noticed her. Besides her and her family's heroic deeds yesterday, their small snow vehicle already looked eye-catching. Now that Qianqian was busy with her tinkering, many onlookers became curious about what new things she was making. Wei Laodao was drinking hot water while watching her work. His gaze was deep and observant. This young girl seemed young, but she was quite capable. Her quick and fierce actions were even more impressive than many grown men. Though her surprise attack last night was sudden, her aim with the knife she threw to Wu Guzi was precise. Their own small snow vehicle was also quite new and interesting. Though simple in design and not hard to make, no one had tried making it this way before. What was she fiddling with now? Qianqian looked at the blanket that she had propped up, feeling there was enough space inside. Then she fixed the 4 sticks onto the small snow vehicle and sealed the corners. Now the vehicle had a cover, a kind of shelter. She was satisfied, and then half-dove into the small snow vehicle to tinker some more. After a while, she finally came out. Yi Xiuyun watched her daughter's actions and was very surprised. She limped over, looked around, and smiled. Qianqian's cleverness really shows. Now we won't be afraid of the wind. Once her legs healed, she planned to let Kaipai and Qianqian also sit inside. Then it wouldn't be cold anymore. This little snow vehicle is a bit small. It would be better if it were larger. Mr. Li and old Zhao's family watched nearby with envy. Not only they, but many others in the group also looked at the small snow vehicle with longing. Who wouldn't want such a handy and effortless way to get around? Unfortunately, they could only envy from afar. In these deep mountains and forests, even if they wanted to make one, they had nothing to do so. Some people questioned whether this thing was really saving effort. It doesn't even have wheels, so it looks effortless for the girl. But is she an ordinary girl? She was able to pin Wu Doxi down and make him immobile, so maybe she is very strong. If it were hard to use, it would be better for the family members to go on their own. Except for those with children, this team was mostly adults, and they weren't very interested in such a device. At most, it could carry some luggage plus some wood, which is not very useful. After a while, the fire died down a bit, and the wind slowed. Old Wei got up and signaled to continue on. He began pouring hot water into a kettle, and holding it helped keep warm. Everyone started pouring hot water, some holding boiling pots in their hands. Once it cooled slightly, they could hold them for warmth. Qianqian asked Yi Xiuyun and Xiao Jie to hold the big bundle with little Gray inside, then they climbed into the small snow vehicle. She handed them 2 hot water bottles and a cloth-wrapped pot that wasn't so hot for warmth. Qianjie, you and Kaitu keep these. Mom and Xiao Jie will block the wind inside, so they're not needed. Yi Xiuyun quickly tried to hand the water bottles out. Kaitu still has another one. I don't need it, Qianqian said, then handed her now lukewarm hands to them. See, not cold. After a while of walking, it will warm up. After speaking, she pulled Kaitu aside to a corner blocked by the snow vehicle. She reached inside his cotton coat and patted his back, then moved him to a different spot and kept patting him. Kaita's face turned red after being touched all over by his sister. Big sister, what are you doing? Take off your shoes, Qianqian said, always paying attention to what was happening nearby, and didn't have time to answer him. Kaitu scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he obediently took off his shoes. His wool-lined shoes had been worn for days, and were no longer very warm, but they still kept out more cold than ordinary shoes. In the next moment, Kaitu felt like someone had stuck something to the bottom of his feet. Before he could see what it was, his shoes were put back on. Something was pressed under his feet, not too uncomfortable to walk on. Big sister, what did you put in my shoes? He asked. Qianqian handed him a hot water bottle and casually joked, don't wear shoes with bunny fur insoles. If you take off your shoes, someone might see and take them, and then your feet will get cold. Kaitu immediately pressed his feet tightly to the ground and didn't dare lift them. Qianqian couldn't help but smile and said, all right, let's go. The group set off again into the cold wind. Kaitu carried the water bottle in his hand and walked on the other side of Qianqian and Xiaoshua's cart. shielding himself from the wind. As he walked, he felt curious and kept twisting his body slightly. He wondered why he felt so warm. His body was getting warmer and his feet, though still cold, felt less numb than before. Compared to the past when his toes were completely frozen, this was much better. He quickened his steps, moved closer to Qianqian, and lowered his voice, trying not to be heard. "Big sister, I think you've also put bunny fur on me? I feel really warm." Qianqian glanced at him, worried he might take out the fur to check himself, and warned, "Hide it well. Don't peek secretly. If someone sees and takes it, you'll be left with cold feet." It was the same warning as before, but it seemed to work. Kaito thought about how he had exposed a piece of biscuit yesterday, and that brought trouble. If it was something just as precious and it was visible, surely someone would try to take it. No, he couldn't take off his clothes. Qianqian saw Kaito's cautious expression, eyes roaming like he was guarding against thieves, clutching his collar tightly, afraid someone might come and tear his clothes off. Qianqian's mouth twitched sharply, but she found it funny. Fine, being cautious is good, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain those warmth-increasing patches she had. She bought some during a past mission in her space, but she never took them out because they were too special and hard to explain. Also, since they were wearing thick cotton clothes, walking during the day and not camping outdoors at night, they could keep warm by the fire. But now, sleeping on the ground at night and traveling in the cold wind during the day was much colder, and they were only eating simple rice soup, which wasn't enough to keep them warm. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyun in Xiaoshua's cart also noticed that her daughter's modified snow vehicle was incredibly special. It was covered with a thick layer underneath, making it very warm to sit on. She wasn't sure if it was just her feeling, but she also sensed a faint warmth. She reached out and touched it, then looked at Qiao Jia in her arms with a confused expression. "Sister Qiao, feel it. Is there a problem with Mum's hand? Why do I feel warmth under my bottom?" Sister Qiao blinked her big eyes and, scooting her backside out, reached with her small hand to touch. "It feels warm." Meanwhile, Little Gray, who had been trapped inside a bundle, finally regained freedom. It revealed its fluffy head, resting its chin on Yi Xiaoyun's lap, squinting contentedly, feeling warm and wanting to howl happily. But outside, there were many strangers. Previously, it had been taken away by two men, shouted at, beaten, and even scolded with a rope, which made its whole body hurt. Little Gray shifted its big bottom in the small space, stretching its plump rump a bit more, feeling even more comfortable. As a dog, I'm not foolish. If someone found me, they'd skin me like a roasted chicken or a rabbit, turn me into a string over a fire. Maybe my shiny, smooth fur would even be dried and worn as a vest. So, I must keep my mouth shut and stay quiet. No howling or I'll be in trouble. Yi Xiaoyun was so comfortable, she almost cried. Oh my, this doesn't look like escaping hardship at all. It feels more like her daughter brought her out to enjoy snow mountain scenery. But soon, she quickly realized the reality. She looked down at Sister Qiao crawling forward to play with Little Gray, then began to think hard about how much food their family still had. She counted on her fingers how much rice they had eaten with each meal, and how much might be left. The rice bag didn't seem too empty today. Sister Qiao said there was still a bag at her place too. Finally, Yi Xiaoyun was pondering not only her own supplies but also what was inside the big bundle her daughter had brought from the village. Although the wind had lessened compared to earlier, it still blew hard, making walking difficult. The winter clothes everyone wore offered little warmth. Only their hardy northern physiques helped them endure for so long. But no matter how tough they were, they couldn't withstand walking so long in this icy snowstorm with the piercing wind. Many people were already stiff with cold, their faces frozen and stiff, acting on instinct to keep moving. Those with warming patches and electric-heated blankets barely kept from freezing solid. The others in thin winter clothes were even colder. Suddenly, a loud thud sounded as a heavy object hit the ground, causing the entire group to stop. Gary Shallow stiffly raised her head and saw the person who had fallen. It was Sue Widow from Wei's front team. Her face was pale, just like a dead person, lying on the ground, completely still. Old Madame Sue's face turned white. She dragged her stiff body to try to pull her daughter-in-law up, her voice trembling with worry. Big lady? Wake up. Wake up. Don't sleep. Open your eyes. You can't sleep. As she spoke, she anxiously patted Su Widow's face. Meanwhile, the two children, the older one was crying loudly from fear, while the younger one was in old Madame Su's arms, blinking weakly and crying without really knowing why. Su Sheng staggered over and pulled Su Widow up from the ground. Sister-in-law, don't sleep. Wake up. We're almost there. Don't sleep. Seeing the woman whose eyelashes were covered with ice crystals, Su Sheng's voice trembled. If she fell asleep now, she might never wake up. In the short moment he paused, many others behind also collapsed like springs ran out of tension, falling down one after another. Wei's leader looked at this scene with a heavy face, but didn't decide to set up camp right there. The snowstorm was too strong. The snow hitting their faces felt like small stones. Camping here would mean being buried in snow by morning. But seeing this group of people almost losing consciousness from the cold, he struggled inside. These people had followed him here. Even though he wasn't obliged to save their lives, he couldn't stand by and watch so many die in front of him. Second uncle, a clear, excited voice suddenly sounded from afar. Wei's leader turned around to see his nephew, who had gone scouting. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" Wei Jingyu's young face was smiling happily, as if he had forgotten the cold. He pointed excitedly ahead, his voice shaking. "There's a cave. There's a big cave over there." Wei's leader's eyes lit up instantly, and his lips curved uncontrollably. A cave? He didn't seem interested in waiting for his nephew's explanation. He turned around and shouted loudly to everyone, "Hold on. There's a big cave up ahead. When we get there, we build a fire, keep going, and those who can walk, help those who've fallen. Carry them and follow me. No one fall behind." A strong, inspiring shout from the man injected new energy into the hopeless group, like a shot of encouragement. Their bodies, once stiff and numb, suddenly burst with renewed strength. "Can everyone hear me?" Old Wei said, "There's a cave ahead. Once we go in and light a fire, we won't feel cold anymore. We won't die from the cold. Everyone keep going." At that moment, everyone's only goal was to survive together. The fallen were helped back up one after another. Two people supported one, whether they knew each other or not, all helping one another as they slowly and stubbornly moved toward the cave that gave them hope of life. Qianqian looked at Kai Tu, who was almost frozen and out of his mind. She clenched her teeth, calmly picked him up, and pushed him into the small, snow-covered cart. Then she secretly shoved a piece of chocolate into her mouth, grabbed the rope, clenched her teeth again, and hurriedly walked forward. No one cared that a young girl had such strength. She was pulling a family and walking so quickly. In just a short while, everyone had been walking for about 20 minutes. When they saw the cave ahead, they were almost moved to tears. "The cave, there really is a cave," someone excitedly said. They hadn't finished speaking before tears started to fall. "Stop crying like a girl. We've arrived, so why cry? If you have strength, keep walking," someone urged. The group stumbled into the cave. The cave was indeed quite big, but it was crowded with all of them. Right now, no one cared about that. They believed that more people around the fire would keep them warmer. Wei Laoda quickly asked everyone to gather firewood and start a fire. Luckily, inside the cave, dried branches and leaves blown in over the years caught fire easily, much easier than usual. Soon, multiple fires were crackling. With so many people crowded together, the warmth quickly spread. Some of those who had fainted from the cold woke up, but others remained unconscious, their lives hanging in the balance. One of them was Widow Su. Grandma Su held her in her arms, wrapped her in a blanket, and kept rubbing her hands and feet, tears welling in her eyes. "Big sister-in-law Qianqian, please wake up. Look at Mother. You can't just leave us like this. What will Mother do if something happens to you? Mother, don't die. Sniff, sniff. Please wake up, Mother. I promise I'll eat less from now on. I'll save the food for you. Don't die, please." Sniff, sniff. The youngest brother, who didn't understand much, watched his older brother and grandmother crying, and as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened his mouth and started to cry loudly. Mother, mother. I want my mom. The crying echoed through the cave, making everyone who had survived feel even more sad and hopeless. Enough, stop crying. Is this getting us anywhere? We found the cave after all. Have you not seen enough people die on this trip? Are you that sensitive? Someone shouted angrily at the sobbing atmosphere. The cave immediately turned chaotic, with some crying over lost family members and others insulting and yelling because they couldn't stand the noise. Wei Lauda looked at this scene but didn't know what to say. In the end, he just went to the entrance of the cave and squatted down. He took out a cherished pipe of tobacco, rolled a cigarette, and smelled it without lighting it. Second uncle, go say a word or two. Don't start fighting later, Wei Jingyu said, frowning at the messy scene inside. Only his second uncle could still communicate properly here. Let them vent. Everyone feels bad inside. If you don't let it out, after a while, you'll go crazy, Wei Lauda replied with a tired, weathered voice, smelling the tobacco. Wei Jingyu didn't say anything else because he agreed his second uncle had a point. He turned to look at a quiet family of 4 in the corner, especially the thin and weak girl leaning against the wall, eyes closed. Qianqian had been overexerting herself lately, but she was still too fragile. She held her mother's hand and brought along little Hui. At this moment, she was exhausted. She put a few pieces of candy into her mouth for energy. Since she couldn't talk with the candy in her mouth, she decided to close her eyes and pretend to sleep. Yi Xiaoyun carefully placed her little snow car in the middle, hiding it from others' view, which made a few people disdainfully scowl, as if they suspected someone wanted to steal their toy. Yi Xiaoyun didn't care about others' looks. Just joking, this little snow vehicle might not attract much attention, but inside, it was completely out of the bag, with a fluffy dog lying flat and wild. To protect Xiao Hui from being bitten up, she had to keep an eye on her snow vehicle. Luckily, the dog was pretty smart. It stayed silent and still. To be safe, Yi Xiaoyun also put Xiao Jia in the vehicle. If there was any noise, at least there would be an excuse. Outside, the wind was howling, and snowflakes were falling again. People at the cave entrance saw this and cursed. It's snowing again. Are we supposed to live like this? It keeps snowing, and we can't get anywhere. If we can't go out, we'll just have to drink water. We might freeze to death or starve. In such despair, some people liked to complain. Their complaints spread negativity among everyone. Wei Lauda couldn't take it anymore. He frowned and scolded. If you don't want to live, go out and bury yourself in the snow. Let the living have some air to breathe. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Wei Lauda looked at the sky and, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, said, "We'll stay here for now. Before more snow falls, go out and find some firewood quickly." Despite the complaints, everyone wanted to survive. Each family sent 1 or 2 people out to look for firewood. Without a fire, they'd freeze to death at night. Qianqian finally opened her eyes, looking at the crowded cave with a furrowed brow. The cave was too small. Living here at night meant everyone had to sleep close together. There was no privacy at all. Just as she was about to take Kai Tu out to find some firewood, her sleeve was grabbed. She turned her head and saw elderly Madame Lei with tearful eyes. "Daughter, can I ask you for a favor?" Qianqian looked at the elderly woman, who squeezed close and lowered her voice. Turning her back to others, she took a small cloth bag from her pocket. "Can you exchange some more rice with me? My daughter-in-law only has breath left now. She can't eat dry food. I want to cook some rice porridge for her." The old woman's voice trembled with tears. Li, who was nearby and about to gather firewood, listened and frowned. She couldn't help but say, "Auntie, your daughter-in-law is lazy and doesn't do anything.
She's also bad to you.
You're the one raising the 2 kids alone. Why do you still care about her? When she dies, it's just fate." Not only Li, but everyone listening agreed. Indeed, Su Widow was very harsh. She was often mean and bossy outside, and she didn't care for the elderly and children at home. She would often curse loudly. People thought it might have been better if she had passed away. Even Zhao Feng, who usually didn't like gossip, couldn't help but speak up. Auntie, we don't know how far the road ahead is, and there are 2 kids. No matter what, you have to take the children with you. Old Lady Su was crying and stubbornly tugged on Gu Qianqian's sleeve. She lowered her voice and said, "Daughter, I'm begging you. Just help me get a little thing. My Chui girl needs to stay alive." Gu Qianqian frowned slightly. She looked at the old lady who was begging and then at Widow Su, who was leaning on her son, and looked exhausted. Honestly, she didn't understand. Was it really worth it to care so much about that daughter-in-law? But that wasn't her concern. She looked at the things handed to her, quickly avoiding everyone's eyes. She took them secretly, stuffing them into her coat sleeve, then quickly did the same with something else. Then she said softly, with a look of guilt and sadness, "Sorry, Grandma. My family has no more grain, so I can't help you." Old Lady Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what she meant. She forced back her emotions, looked like she was about to cry, sighed, and turned back home. Gu Qianqian glanced at the many eyes watching her and silently withdrew her gaze. Last night, everyone kept a distance from each other. No one knew what anyone else's family had cooked. But today, everyone was crowded together. No one wanted to reveal how much grain they actually had. Tonight, Gu Qianqian decided not to cook rice. She would have her family carry some dry bread and ration it for a meal. She told Yi Xuyin a few words and then took Kaitu to find firewood outside. Gu Qianqian looked around at the people near the cave and pulled Kaitu to the other side. "Big sister, let's not go too far. What if we get lost?" Taito looked at the vast white snow and was really afraid of wandering too far and not being able to come back. Gu Qianqian looked around and said, "The mountain wall on this side can't have only one cave. If there are more caves, we'll move there." If it were possible, Gu Qianqian didn't want to squeeze into one big cave with those people. It wasn't because she was afraid of them, but because she was worried that little Gray might accidentally make some noise at night and cause trouble.
Why?
"Are we going to leave on our own?" Taito asked nervously. Although traveling with the main group was inconvenient, he felt safe and secure. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that everyone was kind, but having many people around made him feel better. Gu Qianqian was about to explain to her brother when her footsteps suddenly stopped. She looked a few steps ahead and noticed small red bloodstains on the ground and a row of footprints. Her eyes narrowed sharply. She quickly turned around and pulled Taito behind her, looking toward a large tree nearby. Taito was pulled off balance and looked confused, about to ask what Big Sister was doing, when he heard 2 powerful words that made his scalp tingle with fear. "Oh, there's an ambush." Behind the tree, a tall, slender figure slowly stepped out. That person was holding a rabbit that was bleeding nonstop from its throat, twitching now and then, in one hand, and a bow and arrow in the other. Currently, with his brows furrowed and a cold expression, he was staring at the 2 siblings in front of him. Gu Qianqian recognized the face and paused in surprise, about to comment on the coincidence, when she suddenly heard a gurgle-gaga sound, followed by flapping wings. Turning her head, she saw a plump wild chicken flapping its wings and flying up a slope, then sliding down to another hill. Gu Qianqian's mouth twitched in surprise. Well, that was a coincidence. She was hunting wild chickens. Song Shiyan gave her a look that said, "What do you think?" "Thanks to you, I won't be hunting anymore," Gu Qianqian said. Song Shiyan looked at the little girl in front of him. Maybe it was just his feeling, but her thin little face seemed like it had a little more flesh. Thinking of the white flour pancake still in her arms, he pressed his lips together, then looked at the small, thin boy beside her with a big head and a long neck, and asked, "Where's little Gray?" Gu Qianqian thought he was worried that Xiao Hui might be cooked and eaten, so she forced a bad smile and said, "Oh, last night we had no food, so I stewed him." Song Shiyan suddenly frowned. Kai Tu looked up and boldly exposed her sister. "Sis, what are you saying?" "Xiao Hui is sleeping in our snowmobile." Gu Qianqian's smile froze on her face. She quickly raised her hand and gave her brother a playful slap. "Kids shouldn't lie. I said I was going to stew him, and that's it." Kai Tu rubbed the back of his head, feeling frustrated. who was lying exactly? Seeing the girl puffing her cheeks and glaring, Song Shiyan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. He took a few steps forward and handed his rabbit to her. Qianqian raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was worried she would really stew Xiaohui and was trying to exchange a rabbit to get him back. Such a clever plan. I told you your rabbit doesn't have as much meat as Xiaohui. Hearing her mention this, Kai Tu almost started crying. Sis, are you really going to eat Xiaohui? Apparently, her sister had said they wouldn't stew him, just leave him to play with Sister Qiao.
But it was all a lie.
She was just saving Xiaohui to stew when they ran out of food. Qianqian was speechless. Song Shiyan's lips twitched slightly, and he echoed Kai Tu, then let's eat the rabbit first. Qianqian suddenly felt bored. She looked around and asked, where do you live? Song Shiyan raised his eyebrows but didn't answer. Are there any other caves nearby? Qianqian changed her question. He nodded towards a direction. That way. This area has quite a few caves. You can find a good place to stay, he added. Qianqian's eyes brightened. There really were caves. Kai Tu, let's go. We're heading back. She quickly started walking back. Kai Tu hurriedly followed and kept looking back at Song Shiyan. When did her older sister meet such a big brother who knew how to hunt? She had never seen or heard of him before. Qianqian explained briefly. She said she had met him once before. It was Xiao Hui's previous owner. Since she couldn't afford to keep Xiao Hui, she didn't take him back.
Kai Tu note that.
That big brother is really nice. Qianqian said nothing, looking around at the caves. She agreed, there really were many caves of all sizes nearby. However, some are not really caves, they are just shallow depressions that barely fit a person. There are also a few small caves. Qianqian chose one that was a bit more remote. Satisfied, she nodded and then took Kai Tu back to the main mountain cave. Inside the cave, a small fire was burning. It only consisted of a few tiny fires and smoke, but having the fire made the atmosphere much better. Qianqian didn't pay attention to anything else. She walked over to Yi Xiuyun, who was nearby, and whispered, Mother, pack up. I found a small cave. Let's go there. Yi Xiuyun was surprised and asked, why do we need to leave? Aren't we supposed to go with Wei and the others? Wei and the others aren't leaving today. When it's time to go, we'll meet up with them then. Yi Xiuyun still hesitated. But there are more people here, so it's safer. Qianqian understood why most people felt that being in a group was safer, especially in the deep mountains. Mom, think about what happened last night to Mr. Zhao's family. Is this place really safe? We have so much rice. If someone finds us, they'll rush in. Even Wei can't control everything, and we have Little Gray too. When Yi Xiuyun heard about the rice and Little Gray, she shivered in fear. She didn't need more words and began to pack quickly, limping along. Li Shi saw this and hurriedly asked sister-in-law, where are you all going? Yi Xiuyun forced a smile. Nothing much. My Qianqian said it's too crowded here. We're just looking for another place to stay. Li Shi thought to herself that since Gu's girl was planning to leave with her mother, she probably found a place to stay. She quickly set about packing as well. Then I'll come with you. I can help, and with your leg, I'll give you a hand. You Jie, pack up quickly. We're leaving too. She pushed her daughter to hurry with them, worried they would fall behind. Qianqian held her mother's hand and smiled at Li Shi. No need, Auntie. It's safer here with many people. You and the kids stay out of trouble. If we can't find a place, we'll come back. Li Shi always felt a bit scared of Qianqian. After all, a smiling girl could be deadly. She forced a smile. Oh, okay then. Be careful and stay safe. Yi Xiuyun was helped into the small cart by Qianqian. As they entered, she carefully watched Little Gray to make sure it didn't move. Qianqian pulled the little trolley past the crowd, heading toward the cave entrance. Old Wei saw this and looked a bit surprised. He stepped forward and said, Young girl, it's snowing outside. It probably won't stop soon. You and your mother should stay here where it's safe. Qianqian smiled sweetly and politely replied, Thank you, uncle. But my mother has bad legs and can't sit comfortably in this crowded place.
We need to move somewhere else to stay.
Don't worry, we will come back to meet you before you leave, and it won't cause any trouble. Seeing that the young girl was very determined and trusting she had her own plan, Wei didn't say anything more. As they just stepped out of the cave, a soft, gentle voice came from behind. Big sister. Qianqian turned around and saw a shy little girl coming quickly, short arms and legs, holding a bunch of half-wet firewood. Big sister, this is the good firewood I chose for cooking. I'm giving it to you. The little girl was Zhao Xiaoya from Zhao Dashuan's family. She was holding a pile of firewood, looking tired. Qianqian looked at the firewood. Although it was also wet, it was semi-dry and suitable for burning. A gentle smile appeared on her face. She squatted down in front of the little girl and gently ruffled her hair. Thank you, but we already found some firewood, so you can take yours back home to burn. Firewood was hard to find now. In the entire cave, there were only 2 or 3 piles of fuel. Zhao Xiaoya bit her lip and stood there stubbornly, looking down with a helpless expression.
But
I don't have anything else. Qianqian understood what she meant. She was a bit surprised by the child's feelings and couldn't help but soften her heart. She asked, "Did your father tell you to bring this?" The little girl blushed and shook her head. "No, I picked it up myself, but my father knows. I didn't secretly take it." Qianqian let out a sigh. She realized they were thanking her family for helping last night. Thinking about Kai Tu saying they had run out of food, she looked at the innocent, clear eyes in front of her and felt a deep sigh. "Kai Tu, come here and hug," she said. Looking at the small girl in front of him, even thinner than his little sister, Kai Tu scratched his head and leaned closer to Qianqian. "Big sister, I'll go find some firewood later. Her family can't even afford rice. They tear up books to eat. If they run out of firewood, they'll be cold and hungry, and they won't last long." Just as Qianqian was about to tell Kai Tu to do as he planned, her eyes flashed, and she caught an important point. "Books," Kai Tu nodded.
yes.
"Sister, you don't know, but they actually have books at her house. Now, they can't even get enough food, so the books don't matter. I wonder if eating books would make them full or taste good." By the end of a sentence, Kai Tu started guessing what books might taste like. He didn't know what they were made of, or whether eating them could turn someone into a learned person. Qianqian was a bit surprised. She looked at Zhao Xiaoya. "Does someone in your family read books?" Zhao Xiaoya shook her head and then nodded. "That was my 3rd uncle's book." Qianqian didn't want to pry into others' families. However, given that she overheard Zhao's family tearing up books to eat, she thought it was a waste. She still asked Kai Tu to fetch the firewood, and then secretly slipped something into the girl's arms. "Later, secretly give this to your father. Don't let others see, okay?" Zhao Xiaoya was startled and hurriedly wanted to refuse, but Qianqian pressed her hand. "Tell your father that if you still have books, you can exchange them for some things you need. Whisper it to your father secretly, understand?" Zhao Xiaoya didn't quite understand what Qianqian was planning, but she nodded obediently. "I understand, sister." Her obedient, soft voice made Qianqian's lips curl into a smile. She patted her little head. "Go now." Seeing the girl run back happily, Qianqian stood up and pulled her small cart of firewood, continuing to walk. Kai Tu carried the wood behind her, puzzled about what her sister wanted to do. What was she going to exchange for the books? Why exchange books? Their family couldn't even read. Zhao Xiaoya didn't know what Qianqian had secretly put into her arms, but she knew it must be very important. She covered her chest with her hands, lowered her head, and walked quietly back to the corner. Zhao Deyuan, seeing his daughter return empty-handed, understood that she had given away something. He relaxed and smiled. "Xiaoya, come over and warm yourself by the fire." She went straight into her mother's arms. After looking around, she moved closer to Zhao Deyuan. Dad, hearing his daughter's call, Zhao Deyuan, who had been sitting nearby, looked down. "What's wrong, girl?" Zhao Xiaoya leaned between the two of them, with her back to the crowd. She took out a small object about the size of a palm from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Deyuan. "It's what sister gave me," she said in a slightly annoyed tone. Upon touching the object, Zhao Deyuan's expression changed slightly. He began to guess something but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he secretly hid the item inside his sleeve. Sister also said she wanted to trade us her books, Zhao Xiaoya added. Zhao Deyuan was still surprised that his daughter had gone to deliver something and had now brought back something from someone else. But then he heard the second part and understood immediately, giving a bitter smile. Their family's most precious belongings were those books left by their third brother. When they fled from starvation this time, they thought they had to take these valuable items with them. Unexpectedly, they ended up using them as food to survive. Fengshi overheard her daughter's words and couldn't help but get teary. She whispered, "We've met a kind person. Xiaoya, you must thank Sister Gu's family later, understand?" Zhao Xiaoya nodded firmly. She would definitely do that. Not far away, Li Shi was watching the scene quietly, her eyes shimmering slightly. She had just seen the girl go to deliver firewood to the Gu family and didn't know what they had been talking about, but their excitement was clear. She then remembered that Zhao Xiaoya had just turned her back to them and seemed to have moved her hand. Her expression darkened slightly. Could it be that the girl from the Gu family gave something to her daughter? Mother, Keidu, and the others left. Did they go to eat meat? Zhang Xiaoya leaned against her mother's arms, pouting and whispering. Gu Qianqian took the sled with Xiao Xue to the previous mountain cave. She and her son tidied up the cave a little. Seeing that the cave was at a safe distance from the mountain, she let out a sigh of relief. Little Gray had finally regained its freedom and was happily spinning around in the snow. Gu Qianqian lowered the creature from her neck and said, "It's not safe now. There are people over there. You're not allowed to go near or listen, or else someone might take you away, and I won't be able to save you." The little animal didn't understand exactly what the owner was saying, but it saw the direction her finger pointed and immediately understood. It let out a small yowl as a reply. Gu Qianqian then let the animal go. Turning to Yi Xiuyun, she said, "Mother, you and everyone else get ready. I'll go out to see if I can find anything." Keida's eyes lit up as he rushed to Little Gray and serious, sternly instructed, "Little Gray, you must work hard and catch rabbits and wild chickens for our family. I believe in you. Go, Little Gray." Gu Qianqian watched Kaitu looking like he was giving a big task and suddenly heard a voice she didn't remember hearing before. "Go, Pikachu." It sounded exactly the same. Gu Qianqian, along with her cheerful puppy, headed in the other direction. As usual, she took some dry wood from her space and rolled it in the snow, making it covered with ice shards. She hesitated about what to eat tonight. There was pork, duck, beef, and lamb, but they were hard to take out. Gu Qianqian looked up at the sky, where large snowflakes, like goose feathers, were falling. The snow was falling heavily, and she didn't know how long it would last. The snow fell heavily, and it was getting dark. No one would go out at night. Even if they were curious about their shelter, they wouldn't see anything after a few steps and wouldn't keep searching. They wouldn't even know where to look. So, Gu Qianqian wasn't really worried about anyone bothering her family. In others' eyes, brave people going out in such bad weather would be risking their lives. Only a group of people together is safest. After thinking carefully, Gu Qianqian decided that since the weather was so terrible, they should eat well to stay strong. She took out a big piece of beef and threw it into the snow, planning to wait until it froze some before bringing it back. Then she also took out some wild vegetables that didn't exist in this era and buried them under the snow. Little Gray, who had been surprised and shocked when his owner suddenly pulled out all kinds of things from nowhere, was now used to it. After all, he was sure he'd get a bite in the end. He immediately stuck out his tongue, tilted his head up, and squinted his eyes, trying to look cute and adorable to Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian pushed away her dog's head with a look of annoyance, saying, "Look at what's not worth anything about you. If anyone sees you outside, they'd think you're not our dog." Little Gray couldn't tell that his owner was annoyed, so he nudged his fluffy head against Gu Qianqian's leg and made soft, whining sounds. Gu Qianqian looked at the dog, who seemed a bit fatter, and wondered why he was gaining weight but not getting taller. For a big dog like this, isn't it supposed to grow quickly? She took out some beef jerky from her space to give Little Gray a supplement. If he doesn't grow bigger, how can he work? Is she going to pull a cart while he just sits there every day? She seemed to have misunderstood the priorities. Gu Qianqian estimated the time and worried that her family might be worried if she didn't go home soon. So she pulled the vegetables and meat out of the snow. The weather was very cold. Even in a short time, the beef was covered with ice on the outside, and the potatoes were also frozen. Qianqian carried her things happily back. Inside the cave, Kai and Yi Xiuyun were busy making fire and laying out dry grass. Seeing her daughter return with so much stuff, Yi Xiuyun widened her eyes in disbelief. Did Little Gray find more meat? But this meat. She walked over and looked at the neatly sliced meat, feeling suspicious. Why is it all in one big piece? It looked like meat from a butcher's stall. Qianqian kept her cool and said, Little Gray found it. I don't know what animal it came from. It seems to have fought with other wild animals and was bitten to death, then opened up. I thought since it's meat, I might as well cut a whole big chunk. Kai also came over, smelling the distinct smell of the meat. It wasn't particularly good or bad. She didn't know what it was. But as long as it's meat, once cooked, it will definitely taste good. He swallowed and joyfully ran to Little Gray, excitedly praising him and saying he would give him a big piece of meat as a reward. Yi Xiuyun didn't care about what kind of animal the meat came from. Such a large piece would last them a long time. She happily started preparing to cook. Qianqian glanced at her and said, Mom, cut this meat up and stew it. Let's drink some soup to warm up. Oh, and I also found some potatoes. Let's do those together. Qianqian took out the potatoes. Yi Xiuyun's eyes widened again, and her voice changed with surprise. These are also from Little Gray? Her mother's shout made Qianqian feel a bit guilty. She touched her nose and couldn't bear to keep making Little Gray take the blame. Oh, these were found near a snowy hill next to where we saw that wild animal. They looked different from usual potatoes. I don't know if they're edible, but I thought they might be a type of food, so I brought them back. The potatoes were much larger than typical ones for this time period, and the color was a little different. Yi Xiuyun was initially surprised that there could be potatoes in these mountains, but later she realized these potatoes looked somewhat unusual. I once heard someone say that this should be mountain potatoes. I cut one open to look at it, and it really is a potato. It's edible. The wild animals probably dig for these to eat. Qianqian kept talking nonsense. Yi Xiuyun thought that since her daughter had checked, it should be fine. She couldn't help but smile happily. That Little Gray must be here to repay us. It's like a divine dog. It's so capable. No. Tonight, I must give Little Gray a big bowl of meat. After saying this passionately, she suddenly thought about the situation and coughed. We'll save this big bowl of meat for Little Gray to eat slowly. It can last for many days. Qianqian saw her mother starting to be careful with the food again and couldn't help but want to laugh. While packing up the meat, Yi Xiuyun said, I'll cook some for you. The rest of the meat could be dried into jerky. You girls can hide it in your clothes and secretly eat when you're hungry. Qianqian thought that was okay, but about today's meat. Let's make all of this meat today. The snow won't stop for a while, and Wu Laodao won't be leaving either. We need to eat something, and there's still plenty of meat on that beast. I just cut some off earlier, but I couldn't carry it all, so I hid it in the snow. I'll go get it tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyun's heart pounded rapidly. Suddenly, she felt as if they were running from some strange disaster. How come they still have meat to eat every day? She thought it was a little hard to believe and started to feel scared. She held Qianqian's hand, slightly panicked. Qianqian, this isn't right. We've been running for so long, and I've never seen anyone find meat. Isn't our luck too good? Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. Could Yi Xiuyun be suspecting something? In the next second, Yi Xiuyun's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears started to fall unexpectedly, trembling. Do you think it might be your father and your older brother? They never made it through that avalanche. Maybe now, the food and clothes we have are their spirits guiding and protecting us. Qianqian. Meanwhile, Kai too heard this and also froze, and then his eyes turned red. Suddenly, he felt that the meat no longer tasted good. He didn't want to eat meat. He wanted his father and older brother. For a moment, sobs echoed through the cave. Youngest sister Qiao, who didn't understand much, only knew that her mother and brother were crying. She also started to cry. Qianqian only felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect Yi Xiuyun's thoughts to be so erratic and mystical. Mother, what are you talking about? Lord Wei already said that the avalanche didn't cause any casualties at the time. It just blocked the road. Father and elder brother must be still on their way. Please don't curse them. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyun felt a little relieved. Then she realized what she had said, her face turning pale. She quickly slapped her own mouth. Spitting at Buddha, please don't mind me. I was just talking nonsense, not serious. I pray that my husband and eldest son stay safe. I hope our family can reunite soon. Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, her family was easy to persuade, mainly because they trusted her unconditionally. Thinking this, a small smile appeared on her face. Feeling cheerful, she started a fire. Xiao Jie watched her mother and brother stop crying. She blinked her lips, no longer needing to be coaxed, and stopped crying too. Tears still glistened on her eyelashes, but she stumbled off to find Xiao Hui to play. She hugged Xiao Hui's neck, staring intently at a piece of meat, stretching her neck and sniffing deeply. Why did this smell seem so familiar? It was like she had smelled it before, but maybe not. Xiao Jian's mind was racing, but she couldn't figure it out. She decided not to think about it anymore and turned to play with Xiao Hui playfully. Qianqian looked at the little girl, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Xiao Jie was now about 2 years old, but she looked tiny. Usually children at 2 can run around easily, but she still staggered when walking, as if she just learned to walk. Probably because she didn't get enough milk when she was young, and after that, she couldn't eat much due to the famine. 3 days of hunger and 5 meals. Likely, this caused her poor development from malnutrition. It seems she needs to find a chance to give the little girl some nourishing food, milk and eggs. She must find an opportunity to feed the young girl properly. Today, Qianqian was also preparing the food, simmering beef, occasionally taking out seasonings from her bag, tossing in this and that. Yi Xiuyun and the others didn't notice this, only paying attention to the aroma of the meat. Why did it smell so delicious? Wow, this smells so good. What kind of meat is this? It seems more fragrant than pork stew, Yi Xiuyun asked, looking at the small pieces of meat in the pot, curious. Kai too was drooling on the other side, but he didn't forget to tease his mother. Mom, we haven't cooked pork at home. How do you know it's more fragrant than pork? Yi Xiuyun rolled her eyes at him. Child, your grandma has boiled radishes with pork every New Year. Don't you smell it? Kai too pouted. Just 2 slices of meat, and it's called adding meat? It's all radish flavor. Even farting tonight will smell like radish. Xiao Jie was nearby, almost drooling into the pot, unable to hold back. She kept swallowing her saliva and nervously tugging at Xiao Hui's fur. Xiao Hui's chin was almost pulled bald, but he didn't care, with his big tongue hanging out, drooling on the ground. The 3 of them and the dog all stared intently at the pot. Qianqian sniffed the delicious smell in the air and couldn't help but feel her stomach growl. These days, she's only been eating porridge and biscuits. She felt like she was turning into a biscuit herself. She always had a big appetite and had never treated her stomach this poorly before. Although resources were limited now, she believed that they shouldn't neglect their own needs because of that. Since boiling beef took longer, and seeing how hungry they looked, she simply threw a couple of potatoes into the fire to roast. When the beef boiled soft, the potatoes would be ready, and the special aroma from the roasting attracted Kai Tu's attention. Why does the roasted potatoes smell so good? Uncle roasted potatoes before, but they didn't taste like this. The small potatoes back then were just filling food, dry and bland, with no flavor. But the one Qianqian brought out, cultivated over generations, had a very rich potato smell. Kai Tu eagerly peeled off the blackened skin, not caring about the scalding heat. Switching hands, he tore off a small piece, blew on it, and handed it to Xiao Jie. Little sister, eat quickly. Xiao Jian's big eyes fixated on the meat in the pot, but her mouth opened, waiting for her brother to feed her. The soft, sweet aroma spread in her mouth. Her eyes lit up as she cheerfully said, "Delicious." Kai Tu thought his sister was still too young. One potato, no matter how tasty, couldn't compare to meat. He took a bite himself, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Really delicious. Yi Xiaoyun watched her inexperienced children, but she didn't think much of it. How good can a potato taste? However, she agreed the smell was quite special, so she peeled one herself and took a bite. Why does this potato taste different from our family's potatoes? Gu Qianqian looked at the others eating potatoes and cleared her throat, saying, "There's also meat. Don't fill up on potatoes alone." Hearing this, the three immediately stopped eating. Gu Qianqian looked at the stew, which was almost ready, and served a big bowl to Sister Qiao. The three thought she meant this bowl was for today, and the rest should be saved, so they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to start. "This one is Sister Qiao's. The rest we will eat," Gu Qianqian said, then took a long, dry, bright red thing from her bag, broke it, and threw it into the pot. That thing was chili pepper. In this cold weather, eating spicy food could keep you warm. But to avoid unsettling Yi Xiaoyun and Kai Tu, she didn't add too much. Yi Xiaoyun looked at the red thing and was surprised. She patted Gu Qianqian on the back hard. "Child, what are you putting in? What is that? Can you eat it?" Gu Qianqian was nearly knocked off her stone seat by the slap and quickly explained, "Mother, I also found this in the old couple's kitchen. It was hanging with the salt. It should be some kind of seasoning. Still calling it seasoning. You don't know anything, and you dare to put it in the pot. What if it's poisonous? All that meat would be wasted," Yi Xiaoyun said anxiously. At this time, people believed that bright, colorful things might be poisonous. They were wary of unfamiliar, bright items. Worried about her mother getting too excited, Gu Qianqian had no choice but to explain patiently, "Mother, this really isn't poisonous. I bit it before and it was spicy, even spicier than old Mr. Gu's wine. It must be a kind of seasoning similar to jiu used by the rich families in town." Hearing that her daughter had tasted it before, Yi Xiaoyun was immediately annoyed and raised her voice in anger. "Child, why do you put everything in your mouth? What if you get sick?" Gu Qianqian hurried to comfort her. "It's fine now. I really didn't get sick. I only bit it and started sweating from the spice. I thought a little would help ward off the cold." Seeing that her daughter was fine, Yi Xiaoyun was still a bit doubtful. But since she had already added it, they couldn't just abandon the stew. They decided to eat it. When the stew was ready and they started eating, except for Sister Qiao, Yi Xiaoyun and Kai Tu found the strange flavor quite surprising. They took a sip of the broth and then another. "Big sister," Kai Tu suddenly exclaimed. Startled, Gu Qianqian almost dropped her spoon. "What's wrong? This is so delicious. It's so strange. My mouth feels numb and tingly. The meat smells great, better than chicken or rabbit." Yi Xiaoyun's face turned quite red from eating, and she started to sweat. Holding a potato in her mouth, she muttered unclearly, "It's so sudden and scary. Hurry up and eat." The whole family finished the food quickly. If Yi Xiaoyun hadn't kept telling everyone to save some for tomorrow, this pot of food would have been finished by Gu Qianqian and Kai Tu. Chang's large bowl wasn't even half empty. She held her round belly and kept burping, her eyes popping out from being so full. Little Gray was so full that he lay beside the fire, dozing with his eyes half closed. After eating and cleaning up, they made the fire burn brighter, and the family began to sleep. After everyone was asleep, Gu Qianqian took out the solar-powered silent heater, making everyone even warmer and more comfortable. The next morning, Gu Qianqian woke early and quietly collected the heater before preparing to ignite the fire again. Just then, a loud bang came from the cave entrance. Gu Qianqian's eyes sharpened immediately as she looked cautiously toward the door. This bang startled Yi Xiaoyun, who was about to wake up, and she sat up quickly. "What happened?" Gu Qianqian's face grew cold. She took out her knife and went to the door, but outside, there was no one. Only a dead wild chicken on the ground. Looking at the bloody hole in the chicken, Gu Qianqian understood what it was about. It seemed her previous owner was really afraid of running out of food and might have tried to catch her for a meal. A sly smile appeared on Gu Qianqian's face as she looked around, but she saw not a single shadow or figure. They play practical jokes and leave no trace. But how did he know where they were living? Gu Qianqian thought that since she always cleaned every trace of meat from their place, there was no risk of him discovering their location. Since he was so eager to bring wild game to her, she decided to accept it instead of refusing. She then carried the wild chicken into the cave. Yi Xiuyun had also gotten up by then. Seeing the chicken in Gu Qianqian's hand, she was surprised. Where did this wild chicken come from? Did Little Gray go hunting early this morning? Before she finished speaking, she saw the scruffy dog being squeezed and restrained by Chong, so her guess was wrong. On the other side, Kaitu sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the wild chicken. Still sleepy and unclear, he asked vaguely, "Elder sister, is that big brother who brought it?" Recently, Kaitu had gotten used to eating meat, so he wasn't as excited about the wild chicken anymore. His sister had told him yesterday that there was more meat hidden away, and they could still have stew meat later. Yi Xiuyun caught an important detail and narrowed her eyes. "What big brother?" Kaitu, still half asleep, mumbled. "It's the former owner of Little Gray. He's a very handsome big brother. Yesterday, he wanted to bring a rabbit for my sister, but she didn't want it." Yi Xiuyun was surprised to hear this and looked at Gu Qianqian with a frown. "What's going on? Does Little Gray have a former owner?" Gu Qianqian felt relieved that, even though they cared about propriety now, the villagers weren't too strict. Since they were still fleeing from danger, there wasn't much fuss over these matters. Still, because he was a stranger, Yi Xiuyun's tone was a bit tense and cautious. Gu Qianqian explained once more what she had told Kaitu before. "I didn't mention it earlier because I thought we wouldn't meet again, and I was worried you'd worry that Little Gray might be taken back. I didn't want to cause trouble. I never thought we'd run into him again by such a coincidence." Yi Xiuyun had never met the big brother Kaitu talked about and didn't know what kind of person he was. She nervously held her daughter's hand. "Qianqian, you must be careful and not go alone with strangers. Bad people are more common than good ones nowadays. When my foot heals, I will take Little Gray out hunting." Gu Qianqian's lips twitched, but didn't dare say that if her mother went with Little Gray, they probably wouldn't even catch a single wild chicken feather. Yesterday's beef stew was still unfinished, and Yi Xiuyun didn't allow the wild chicken to be touched, saying it should be kept. But such a thing couldn't be hidden for long. Finally, she decided to cook the chicken thoroughly after dinner and turn it into dried meat for easy storage, planning to carry it for food on the road. The fire was lit. Yi Xiuyun first boiled some rice soup, planning to reheat the meat later. Although they had good luck and Little Gray could find meat, meat was a precious resource. Before the famine, hardly anyone could enjoy a few bites of it throughout the year. Recently, they lived like it was the new year, no more lavishly than New Year. They feasted on meat every meal, which made Yi Xiuyun a little nervous from overindulgence. She feels that the meat should be kept, since Wansheng Mansion isn't far away, but snow falls now and then, so no one knows when they might arrive. Food should be saved and eaten carefully. Today, she's not traveling, and after eating so much meat yesterday, it's okay to eat less today. Gu Qianqian happily listens to Yi Xiuyun teach about frugal living and nods obediently. Suddenly, her eyes darken slightly, and her smile fades a little. She turns and squints to look outside. What's wrong? Yi Xiuyun is startled by her reaction. Someone's coming. The quiet, dense footsteps suggest more than one or two people. Yi Xiuyun becomes scared and quickly hides a rice bag, while Kaibao hides the pot of meat from yesterday under some straw in the corner. Luckily, it's cold now, and the stew in the pot has frozen overnight, losing most of its smell. Just as they finish hiding everything, the footsteps outside get closer. "Haha, Sister Gu, you ran so far, you made us really work to find you," a cheerful voice calls. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian frowns, already guessing who's coming. "Mother, I'll go and see. Don't come out. I can handle it." After instructing Yi Xiuyun and Kaibao, she steps out of the cave. She sees about 10 people led by Wu Laoer, mostly strong laborers. She narrows her eyes coldly and stands at the entrance, asking in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Wu Laoer looks at the young girl in front of him with a fierce glint in his eyes. He thinks about how this brat hurt his son's hand. Without medicine, and in such bad conditions, it got infected. He really wants to get rid of her. But he smiles and says warmly, "You've been missing all night. Since you're part of a team, of course we came to look. It wouldn't be good if something happened." He glances into the cave, eyes darting around. "You ran far away. It's easy for us to find you. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you hid something valuable and purposely stayed so far out, bringing so many grown men here to bully our family." After Qianqian finished speaking, many people's faces turned unhappy. The Gu family has only 4 people, mostly women and children. These 10 or so men bullying women and children, do they have no shame? Second Uncle Wu, stop fussing. Can you just say what you really want? Someone impatiently urged. Second Uncle Wu chuckled softly, neither rushing nor getting mad. He looked at Qianqian and said, "Girl, let's not talk about hurting my son first. First tell me, what good things have your family secretly hidden from everyone?" Hearing this, Qianqian guessed Second Uncle Wu's purpose, and her eyes grew colder. "This is interesting. What do you mean by hiding things? Do we need to spread out our belongings so you can check them all? Why haven't I seen your luggage laid out for everyone to see?" Qianqian smiled as she spoke, then looked around at everyone present and asked, "So, before you all set out, did you really lay out your luggage for Second Uncle Wu to inspect?" A few people blushed and felt embarrassed. They didn't know what Second Uncle Wu really wanted to do. They'd been tricked by him. Only the close ones around Second Uncle Wu knew the details. "Girl, you're wrong. Since we set out together, we should be honest with each other. If you let us into the cave, and it turns out you've hidden dangerous things that could harm everyone, what then? Don't worry, if you have nothing to hide, we'll leave immediately," said one of the men next to Second Uncle Wu. Hearing this, Qianqian chuckled softly and leaned against the stone wall of the cave. She played with a sharp little knife with her slender fingers, her eyes on those confused men who seemed unaware of what was really happening. "Uncle, you already know our situation. With so many of you rushing into our place, do you think I'd just let you in? I've seen enough people fleeing disasters. Don't bother with your dirty, disgusting plans." The other men blushed deeply from her words, some even having wives with them, and quickly denied everything. "We don't have any other intentions. It was Second Uncle Wu who called us. We're not here to bully you and your daughter." Yes. Old Wu, what do you want to do? Are you really going to bully our girls? We won't stand for that. You guys can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. I need to go back now. Old Wu, don't get involved in trouble. If Wei learns about this, he'll definitely kick you out. Old Wu didn't expect this little girl to talk nonsense so casually and accuse him. His face darkened, and he sneered. "Since you insult us, I won't show you any face either. Brothers, I, Old Wu, am not the type to bully women and children. But the Gu family, they secretly raised a dog in our group. We need to explain this to everyone." As soon as he said that, the scene fell silent. After a moment, several familiar people around Old Wu's eyes lit up. Although he said the Gu family hid something good, he didn't say it was a dog. A few others who had been deceived were stunned. A dog? At this point, forget the dog. It's tough to find even rabbits or wild chickens. If you see one, catching it is even harder. The Gu family actually raised a dog? Where did they hide it? We've been traveling together these days. Why hasn't anyone noticed? Old Wu looked at everyone's reactions and knew he was onto something. He smiled immediately. Their strange cart, the dog, was hidden there. Hearing Old Wu's words, Qianqian's eyes turned cold. Just one look could send chills down your spine. A faint smile appeared as she quietly muttered 2 words. "Li family, nonsense. Who are you listening to? What dog? I have nothing. You're just bullying us orphaned women and children. Believe it or not, I'll ask Wei to come and settle this fairly." Inside the cave, Yi Xiaoyun and Kaitu hurriedly hid the wild chickens in gray, then came out first, blocking Qianqian. Qianqian frowned, grabbing her mother's hand to try to make her return to the cave. She could handle this alone. But Yi Xiaoyun firmly stood in front of her daughter. Though scared, she still faced the dozen men. "Old Wu, you're just trying to get revenge on us and put accusations on us." Kaitu then also stepped in front of her mom and older sister. Small in stature but loud in voice. "Yes, We don't have anything. Even if we do, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, we have nothing. Qianqian lowered her head, watching Yi Xiuyun clench her hand and tremble constantly. She knew she was very scared but still bravely stepped in front of her. Qianqian's smile kept rising. No one had ever stood so bravely in front of her like this before. That's not right. Since we're all heading out together, we should look out for each other. We're traveling as a team. If there's danger, it's up to us strong ones to protect you weaker people. So, hiding one dog isn't fair, she said. Kaitu held a thick wooden stick, bigger than his arm, and spat. Shameless. Forgetting that you stole from Zhao Zhao's family and that my sister made your son's hand bleed? Now you have the nerve to say you want to protect us? If you don't leave soon, I'll call Uncle Wei. Wu Lao's face turned pale and purple from the scolding. They had come while Wei Laoda was out searching for food. He wasn't afraid they'd betray him or run away. There were only 3 of them and they couldn't escape from his sight. Wu Lao looked at the others, his eyes flickering as he suddenly changed his plan. Everyone, I didn't come to steal from others, but you saw what happened after yesterday's snow. Many people have fallen, and lots of families have run out of food. The Gu family probably still has some supplies. We shouldn't be too selfish. We're not asking you to give us your food, but that dog, if you give it up, it could save us all. Wu Lao's words made everyone think. Many families, facing starvation, grew silent. If Gu's family really had a dog and they could share it, it might help them survive for days. After a few seconds of silence, someone spoke up. If you're bringing the dog, you're planning to sacrifice it for food, right? Your family has 4 people, and 3 of them are children. That's not enough to eat. You saw how things were yesterday. With so many lives at stake, are you really going to watch everyone die? Yesterday, in that tough situation, we all worked together and didn't leave anyone behind. Even the fire in the cave was made from wood we gathered. We kept you all warm, so no one froze. We're in the same team. Everyone is contributing. It's not fair that only your family benefits, without helping out.
Good things don't happen like that.
Yes, we are all part of the same team. People shouldn't be too selfish. I didn't say you can take everything, just share a little so everyone has a way to survive. Yi Xiuyun was so angry her face turned red. She couldn't believe these people were so shameless. Now that they refuse to give up Little Gray, are they saying she is unkind and heartless? Kaitu still stood his ground.
Nonsense.
Our family didn't rely on your help. My eldest sister pulled our cart to bring us here. We didn't stay anywhere yesterday, and we didn't use your fire. Old Wu Er looked at their reactions and smiled, knowing that things were almost certain. He looked proudly and arrogantly at the mother and 2 children. Don't worry. As long as you hand over the dog, everyone will remember your kindness. In future troubles, they will help your family first. We are people who remember gratitude. The reason we do this is so everyone can survive and walk out of this damn snowy mountain. Think about Widow Sue's 2 children, Zhao Yuan's girl, and the woman with you going on the road. Are you so selfish to hide the dog? Do you want to watch those children starve to death? Yi Xiuyun's eyes turned red. If they forcibly took the dog, she would fight to stop them. But now, they were making life and death decisions for many people and pressing it on her shoulders. If she didn't give up Little Gray, it would seem as if she was responsible for all the deaths. But Little Gray wasn't food. It was one of their family members. And Little Gray had done so much for them. Even if later Little Gray couldn't hunt anymore, their family would always keep Little Gray. They would never let it become food. While Yi Xiuyun didn't know how to deal with these morally blackmailing thugs, Qianqian stepped forward, pulling her and Kaitu behind her. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Other people's lives and deaths have nothing to do with us. During a famine, many die of hunger or cold. Do we have to take care of them all? If one day everyone has no food, would you give up your son or daughter to share with everyone? Old Wu Er's eyebrows shot up at this. He shouted angrily, "Nonsense. Comparing my son to a dog. Is there a difference?" Qianqian smiled slightly. "In my eyes, your family is worth less than a dog." Old Wu's cheeks twitched with muscles, anger rising inside him. He is ready to lead everyone rushing inside. If these reckless people dare to block the way, He doesn't mind adding more trouble. You heard them, right? It's their carelessness that puts us in danger.
So, we have to act ourselves.
Brothers, let's go in and catch that dog. Once we have the meat, we'll have food. Old Wu raises his arm, about to charge in. Guo Qingshan's eyes turn fierce. He tightly grips his knife in his right hand and quietly takes something from his sleeve with his left hand. Don't hit mother and big sister. Don't hit brother. Food. We want food. A small figure staggering out of the cave, crying and holding onto something tight. Old Wu stares closely, his eyes widening in shock. Not only he, but everyone is fixated on what drags behind the small figure on the ground. They stare blankly. At first, they thought it was just a dog when they heard about it. Now, seeing actual meat, they get so excited they almost jump forward to bite it directly. Many families are already relying on frozen, hardened tree bark to survive. Even those with some grain left have little. Starvation is inevitable. Now, seeing real meat, their rational thoughts and conscience collapse all at once. Yi Xiuyun is greatly alarmed. She quickly rushes over to hug Xiao Jie, angry and anxious. I told you to stay inside and hide. Why did you come out? And bringing out this wild chicken, this really? Xiao Jie still holds a chicken's foot in her hand, her face tear-streaked. Mother, don't hit. Don't hit mother. Give meat. Children don't have the same sneaky plans as adults. All she knows is, so many people, mother and big sister and brother can't fight them. When they previously saw the wandering refugees causing chaos, she watched a family get beaten to death just for food. She'd rather go without meat than see her mother and big brother get killed. Understanding her daughter's meaning, Yi Xiuyun can't help but cry silently. Xiao Jie is afraid these many people will come rushing to fight them. She also knows they can't win, so she takes out the meat to prevent her mother and siblings from being beaten. Kaitu steps in front of mother and daughter, gritting his teeth, eyes bloodshot. We don't have a dog. This wild chicken is for you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll fight you. The small child screams and roars. In front of these grown men, she's powerless and unable to scare them. Second kid, I think you made a mistake. It's too late for dogs now. Even if there were dogs, what would they eat? We haven't heard any noise in the past few days, so there can't be a dog. That wild chicken isn't small. We could share it among ourselves. There are quite a few. Yeah, if things get too messy, Big Wei might not like it. It's better to just take the wild chicken and be done with it. Many people thought it was unlikely there were any dogs. If there were, why hadn't anyone heard them? The Goof family and others have been traveling for 2 days, and no one has heard barking. Old Wu looked at the wild chicken and couldn't hide his excitement.
But he soon calmed down.
He had secretly learned from Little Li that the Goof family kept a dog. Since they didn't live with it, it probably ran out to eat meat. Kids are easy to fool. Even at this age, they can't make up lies easily. Yesterday, he saw something move in Gu's empty little snowplow. Looking at the wild chicken, he fell into thought. After a moment, he smiled kindly at Gu Qianqian and said, "Oh, I didn't expect your family dog to be so impressive. Isn't it more than just a puppy? It can catch prey." A few people nearby looked confused. Catch prey? Old Wu turned around and said with a smile, "They are orphans and single parents. Even if they were strong, could they catch the wild chickens running all over the mountain? But dogs are different. Hunting dogs can catch anything. Since it's so capable, you shouldn't hide it." Old Wu's words stunned everyone. The men in the village aren't so tricky, and nobody knew what he was planning next. Big Sister Gu, we were too eager earlier. We were just hungry and acted impulsively. Please don't blame us. When Old Wu suddenly changed the subject, Yi Xiuyun was surprised. But Gu Qianqian only slightly smiled, already guessing his plan. She said nothing, just waited to see how shameless Old Wu could be. Look at how hard it has been for us to find something to eat these days. If your dog is so capable, maybe your family shouldn't keep it all to yourselves. Gu Qianqian was amused by his shamelessness. Before she could speak, Kato started cursing loudly. "Pfft! Whatever we have is our own. You bandits, talking so nicely, but you just want to steal from us. You even steal rats from Xiao Yao's family when you have food at home. Bad people. Child, how do you talk like that?
Who knows where that dog really came from?
Just because it's yours doesn't mean it's yours alone. And with 4 mouths to feed at home, can you really afford a dog? Instead of keeping it, why not give it up? We could all help you take care of it. When it catches something, we can share the catch. Everyone would survive. But if you keep it all to yourselves, that's not fair, is it? Qianqian looked at those who agreed with her and suddenly smiled. Her eyes turned kindly to Wu Lao, acting so righteous, but really just greedy. Think about it. Wu Lao can even steal mice from other homes. If he gets something good, do you really believe he'll share it with you? Her words made everyone fall silent instantly. Qianqian kicked the wild chicken on the ground and laughed. It's just a small thing. Who do you think would share with you? Would Wu Lao be generous enough to share food with you? For a moment, a few people nearby, who weren't close to Wu Lao, looked at each other. Yes, with Wu Lao's character, could he really bring back the dog to the group? Could he really share the food? The people who were with Wu Lao also glanced at each other silently. The villagers knew Wu Lao well, and they worried that if he really stole the dog, he probably wouldn't come back with the group. A few of them quietly stood apart from the others. Sister Gu, you all came out to stay because you're worried about the dog being exposed, right? Don't worry, we'll go back together. If that dog can hunt, we'll protect it well, and you can eat first. Wu Lao's eyes flashed with anger and resentment as he looked at the bratty girl in front of him, who had just ruined his plan with a few words. He was itching to kill her. He already regretted bringing so many people here. If he'd known how things would turn out, he should have brought only a few trusted men and left his family behind, stolen their dog and gone alone. But now he was stuck here. That one hunting dog in these mountains was practically his guarantee of survival. The girl from the Li family had said earlier she wanted to eat meat. At first, he thought she meant dog meat, but now he saw that this dog had already caught something before. Looking at this wild chicken now, it must be a very skilled hunting dog. He had to get it. Haha, everyone shouldn't be fooled by this young girl. No matter what, old Wu Tu would never do such things. We're all part of the same team, and she's just causing trouble. Those people didn't believe him easily. Old Wu Tu, everyone knows who you are. Since the Gu family is willing to share their dog, we shouldn't mistreat the mother and her children. If we find anything useful, we should give it to the Gu family. We're lucky to get any benefit already. Someone unexpectedly said something that nearly made old Wu Tu angry. Who comes up with such nonsense? How foolish can they be? Are they brainless? Qianqian cleared her throat to stop their argument. Let me say something. I never agreed to give up our dog. The girl smiled innocently, looking harmless, but her words made everyone speechless for a moment. Qianqian looked at the wild chicken on the ground and added, "Oh, and by the way, you can't take this chicken either. This chicken was a gift from her former owner. Although she didn't need it, she felt it wasn't right to just give it away to others." Everyone. Old Wu Tu immediately laughed. See? I knew this girl isn't a good person. If you care about her, she won't even let you take a feather from the chicken. It would be better for us to cooperate. You can take the chicken and I'll have the dog. Old Wu Tu, you're crossing the line. Why should you take the dog? If we share, everyone in the team should use it. Are you trying to keep it all for yourself? What do you mean, keep it all? Believe me, we'll take the chicken and the dog. Giving you one chicken is already a favor. Don't be so shameless. About a dozen men formed 2 groups and started arguing loudly, almost ready to fight. Qianqian's lips curled in a faint smile as she watched them quarrel like dogs. She almost wanted to suggest, everyone try to settle this without fighting. But since their own interests were involved, neither side wanted to back down or lose out. It was a matter of their future livelihoods. Seeing that they might start a fight, old Wu Tu shouted for them to stop, his eyes dark and stern as he looked at Qianqian. He really wanted to fight these troublemakers if it weren't for worried that the noise would alert Wei Laoda's people. He even considered taking the chicken and the dog himself. But for old Wei, he still felt some fear. The reason they chose to follow Old Wei and start their journey was because those three brothers were not ordinary people. They were quite capable and could provide shelter when facing bandits or refugees. He just wanted to help the dog and a few villagers leave, and had no wish to fight with Old Wei. Stop arguing. The girl already said she won't give anything away. What are we fussing about here? It's better to get the things first, then think about how to split them later. Wu Erli's words pulled everyone's attention back, and they all looked at Gu Qianqian again. Gu Qianqian blinked, feeling a bit disappointed that nothing had broken out into a fight. Near one of the men, he looked at the wild chicken on the ground. For the past few days, he had been eating bark paste and couldn't even pass stool. Now, seeing the chicken full of meat, his eyes glinted with excitement. Wu Erli had spoken, and he was no longer caring about anything else. He rushed forward to try to grab the wild chicken. You all have dogs, and he can still hunt. Why don't we share this wild chicken? As he spoke, he moved to grab the chicken. But before he could even reach the feathers, two sharp sounds broke the air, and a pointed wooden arrow whistled past, embedding itself just inches from his outstretched finger. At the same time, a throwing knife was launched from nearby. It had no mercy, piercing into the back of the man's hand. The pain made him scream loudly. The arrow and the knife frightened everyone, making them all step back in fear. They clearly saw that the small knife was shot from the Girl Gu family, and that deeply embedded wooden arrow in the ground. Everyone looked at the bewildered, slim young boy holding a bow and arrow from a few meters away, with shock. Gu Qianqian watched the figure, momentarily stunned. How did he come here? Song Shiyan looked at the girl who seemed surprised and worried. She probably was scared. He completely ignored the man's arm with the knife. His gaze shifted, looking at the more than 10 men in front of him, eyes cold. This wild chicken is mine. The boy's voice was calm, but his eyes had a chill. He looked over each person and finally focused on Wu Erli. Are you trying to steal it? Old Wu Er didn't expect Gu Qianqian to suddenly attack so fiercely. His arrow skills also made him tense up, but looking at the boy across, he saw that he was only a teenager, not strong or tall, quite skinny and frail. He immediately lost some of his fear. He thought the boy was probably just trying to scare them with a bow and arrow. His small frame could be beaten easily. Kid, this isn't your business. I advise you not to act brave. If you're not careful, you'll end up like a fool. Get lost quickly. Yeah, this concerns our group. Who are you to interfere? Stay out of it, or we won't be nice, others said. Song Shiyan looked calm and distant, with a cold look in his eyes. I've already said, this wild chicken is mine. You can try to take it too. Gu Qianqian looked at the boy standing quietly in front of him, stunned for a moment. Then she rubbed her nose, a bit confused about how things had developed so far. How is this person so unpredictable? She raised her hand and tapped his shoulder, then stood on her tiptoes and leaned in. Actually, I can handle this myself. Song Shiyan turned his head and looked at the small, dark, skinny girl. He didn't think she had any real way to manage the dozen or so men in front of her. Her mother and younger siblings had already been scared to tears. She still tried to act tough. Seeing this, Song Shiyan frowned. That wild chicken was given to you. It's like I brought trouble for you. So, this isn't meddling. The two ignored everything else and started chatting casually. The injured man was already pulled back. Old Wu Er's patience was almost gone, and he looked fierce. Why are you all just standing here? What are you wasting time for? They started it. Let's grab our stuff and go. If they don't give it, we fight. Old Wu Er said, charging ahead first. He planned to knock down a few of them, take the dog, and then go back early to pick up his wife and kids. Then they could head out on their own. Even in winter on the mountain, they wouldn't be afraid of starving. Old Wu Er's first target was Song Shiyan. Since Gu Qianqian had no more knives, he didn't fear her. At such close distance, he probably wouldn't even have time to draw his bow. He wanted to teach this reckless kid a lesson first. Song Shiyan looked at the man rushing over blankly, not planning to draw his bow, but instead pulling out a sharp wooden arrow from his bag behind him. He quickly gripped the arrow and, at the moment Wu Lao Er charged forward, stabbed it accurately through Wu Lao Er's outstretched hand. The scream of pain, accompanied by the bright red blood splattering out, dyed the white snow on the ground. Seeing Wu Lao Er kneeling on the ground, clutching his wrist and crying out in pain, everyone was so frightened they instinctively took a step back. When they looked up again, they saw the young attacker with a calm face, showing no hint of emotion, which made them even more scared. But then, the young man's next move terrified them even more. He reached into his back quiver, pulled out another arrow lightly between his fingers, and looked around. Who wants to come next? No one moved. Although they were grown men, they hadn't eaten well or kept warm lately, so their strength was far weaker than before. The boy in front of them was skilled with a bow. It seemed he often shot at wild chickens, rabbits, or mice, and he looked much stronger than them, who were almost exhausted from hunger. Plus, this boy really shot fast and was very decisive. Maybe he even trained in martial arts. Looking at Wu Lao Er's hand, it was clear they recognized the scene. It looked so familiar. It was indeed familiar. Since last night, the girl from the Gu family had already punctured two men's hands, and now this boy had pierced Wu Lao Er's hand. Were these two people obsessed with puncturing others' hands? They all stared at the young man in front of them. For a moment, no one dared to step forward again. They looked at each other, thinking that if someone would just take the lead, they could all rush together. With so many people, they believed they could subdue this boy. But none of them wanted to be the first. The last person who tried before was rolling on the ground, wounded and helpless. "What are you guys doing?" Just as the group hesitated and looked around, a loud shout came from afar. They turned and saw Wei Lauda, Big Wei, rushing over quickly with a few others. At once, everyone became quiet. No one dared to act anymore. They were not like Wu Lao Er. They didn't intend to separate from Wei Lauda's team and certainly wouldn't do such things under his watch. Old Wei's face looked very gloomy. That morning, he went hunting with two brothers and his nephew to explore the area. When he returned, he found that many people were missing from the cave. At first, he didn't think much of it. But when his nephew came back after going to the bathroom and pointed to a direction saying there was a sound, he led people to check it out. Seeing Wu Second and his group, then looking at Gu Qianqian's family, he quickly understood what was happening and felt very angry. "All of you grown men, coming to a lonely mother and her children's place, what do you want?" Old Wei shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that everyone else bowed their heads and dared not speak. Old Wei's face turned darker and more serious. He quickly walked to the cave entrance, looked up and down at Gu Qianqian, and then at Yi Xiuyun and the others. Seeing they had no injuries, he finally relaxed. His eyes then landed on a dead wild chicken on the ground. He paused for a moment, then looked away without paying it much attention. "Girl Gu, what's going on? Did these people come to trouble you?" he asked in a deep, serious voice. His low, angry, and powerful tone scared the men so much that they didn't dare make a sound. Gu Qianqian took a deep breath and looked innocent as she explained, "Uncle, this Wu Second bears a grudge because I accidentally hurt his son before. He came with a group of people to take revenge on us. If it weren't for this kind-hearted big brother appearing just in time, our family of four might have been in big trouble, the benevolent big brother." Old Wei looked at Song Shiryan, surprised at this young man's demeanor. He nodded at him, then turned his gaze back to the group of men with a very cold look. "All these grown men coming here to bully women and children. Can you be ashamed? Although you are not part of my team, since you're traveling with us, you'd better behave. Bullying women and kids in my sight? That's unacceptable. Take your dog and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Wu Second, on the ground, held his hand in pain, with veins bulging on his forehead. Hearing Old Wei's words, he gasped and said through gritted teeth, Wei Lauda, don't listen to that little brat's words. Clearly, it's her fault. She secretly kept a dog that can hunt, and that's the dog that caught the chicken." Song Shiryan. Old Wei was even more surprised this time. He turned and looked at Gu Qianqian in astonishment and blurted out, "You guys even keep a dog?" After finishing speaking, he seemed to sense something was off and cleared his throat lightly. He had no other intention. He was just shocked. At such a time, who would have the leisure to raise a dog with food. Qianqian glanced at these people and realized that little Gray couldn't hide it anymore. It was pointless to keep pretending now. Better to let little Gray come clean. It's better than hiding and sneaking around all the time, since she also isn't helpless. The young girl blinked innocently and asked, "Uncle, is it against the law to raise a dog now?" Old Wei coughed awkwardly. "No. It's not against the law. Not against the law." After saying that, he felt something was wrong. Looking at the innocent girl in front of him, why did her expression seem so out of place and odd? Maybe it was because he'd seen this girl smiling happily while holding a knife. Old Wei withdrew his gaze and kicked Wu Lao Duo, lying on the ground. "Enough, you're having another episode, huh? Addicted to stealing things? It's not like her dog is doing anything wrong. They keep a dog that can hunt. We thought, since they have this dog, it's not easy for them either. So we all help take care of it. When it catches prey, everyone shares it. That's for survival, right?" Some people, feeling upset, choked back tears and protested. Old Wei listened, but remained silent for a moment. Indeed, at this time, what are people doing if not for survival? Many have lost their humanity, biting each other for meat. Thinking of those scenes he'd seen before, he blinked slowly, forcing the heat in his eyes away, took a deep breath, and his tone grew heavier. "I understand how everyone feels. But even if we reach the point of starving to death, we can't become bandits or marauders. Are there no trees on this mountain? No tree bark? Can we really starve to death? Wild chickens, rabbits, mice, flying birds, who's stopping you from catching them? If you can't get them, that's your problem, not others." When Old Wei finished speaking, no one dared to argue. But they still felt wronged. A few honest men, wanting to help raise the dog and hoping to share some prey, covered their faces and squatted down, crying loudly. They didn't want it to be like this. But they really couldn't go on. They truly feared starvation. Was tree bark what people eat? They just wanted to eat something warm, food for people. Bark, bark. I chew bark every day. I can't even poop properly. I've broken so many sticks, but I haven't starved to death. Chewing bark almost killed me. Anyway, we're already starving and feel weak. In these mountains, whatever runs by, whoever catches it, if we can catch a few, we won't even need dogs. We just want a bit of light and a small catch. Why is that so bad? The originally tense atmosphere suddenly turned sad. Qianqian looked at those people with deeper eyes. She remembered these few, those who opposed when they first learned she was causing trouble for her family. Later, Wu Laoji asked them to raise dogs and hunt together. They agreed and persuaded her, promising that the dogs would share any prey with their family. Yi Xiuyun saw the men crying so hard they broke down, and her eyes turned red too. She had tasted hunger. When starvation hit hard, it was more painful than death. "Qianjia, we still have some food. You still hid some meat, and Xiao, we can hunt too. If not, let's take the wild chickens back to Wei Laoda and the others. The old and weak, women and children in our team, many have fallen from the cold yesterday. Some look like they can't hold on." After saying this, she suddenly realized that the wild chicken wasn't caught by Xiao Hui, but by the young man in front of her. Her expression immediately became conflicted. Sending you the wild chickens is your family stuff. How you handle it, whether you eat it, throw it away, or give it to others, is up to you. It has nothing to do with me, Song Shiyan said when he saw Yi Xiuyun look so conflicted. Qianqian looked at the boy in front of her. Honestly, giving away someone else's stuff wasn't right, but he didn't seem to mind. Moreover, she didn't lack food. Her family wasn't starving. Even Xiao Hui, who was so visible, was exposed. Might as well just give up and not care anymore. "Uncle," she called out to Wei Laoda. Wei Laoda walked over and looked at her a bit shy, but he still said, "Wu Laoji and those others, are they any trouble? But none of these people are bad-hearted. It's just this famine. We have no choice." Qianqian chuckled quietly. "Uncle, I understand." Then she pointed at the wild chicken on the ground. "This wild chicken was hunted by this big brother. He said he's willing to give it to you, bring it back to help those who are weak." Qianqian winked secretly at him. Since he agreed to let her handle the wild chicken, and her mother wanted to give it away. She thought, fine, let's do it. But since it also belonged to him, she decided to use his name to do a good deed. Anyway, there were a lot of people around, and everyone knew who had hit the chicken, so it wasn't much of a secret. At this moment, Wei Laoda looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes widened in surprise, and he was stunned for a while. You, what did you say? Qianqian looked at him doubtfully. She hadn't noticed before that Wei Laoda had trouble hearing, but this wasn't something she should yell about. She simply pointed to the chicken on the ground and silently mouthed the words again clearly. Wei Laoda looked at the chicken and then at Song Shiyan. His eyes sparkled with emotion. He clasped his fists to Song Shiyan and bowed deeply. Brother, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Wei Laoda struggled to find the words. Even he didn't dare to say that after hitting the chicken, he would unselfishly share it with the 20 or so people in the team. In front of this young man, he saw such generosity. Qianqian watched Wei Laoda, who was so excited, and smilingly moved closer. Uncle, don't get too excited. Let's talk about this chicken first. Wei Laoda was confused. The chicken? The girl responded with a gentle smile. This chicken is for you, but I have a request. Wei Laoda hesitated. You promised a selfless gift? Qianqian raised a finger. First, this chicken cannot be eaten by the people who came to bother my family. Wei Laoda was relieved to hear this. He nodded firmly. Of course, don't worry. These people won't even get a sip of soup. There was no need for Qianqian to explain further. Wei Laoda knew well enough. After causing trouble, they had no right to expect food from others. Dream on. She nodded, still smiling, but her eyes didn't betray any warmth. She raised another finger. Second, Li Shi cannot eat it. Wei Laoda was taken aback. Isn't Li Shi someone from Wu's family? And that Li Shi even had a child. Didn't they give the chicken to her?
Li Shi.
The one who's with your team? He asked, needing confirmation. Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Is there another Li Shi in the team? Wei Laoda was somewhat surprised and confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was someone else's property, and giving or not giving it was their choice. All right, I'll take these people away first, Wei Laoda said. Then he paused and asked, Are you all planning to stay here? Qianqian nodded. If Wei Laoda wants to leave, just give us a call. Don't worry, we won't trouble you for free. Wei Laoda found it interesting that this young girl was so clever and straightforward. He nodded and said, It's just a matter of giving a call. But the snow probably won't stop for a while, so it might take a day or two before we can leave. Qianqian understood. Wei Laoda then took Wu Laoer and a few others and left. Qianqian turned around and suddenly remembered Song Shiyan. She realized her mistake and asked, I made a decision without asking you first. You don't mind, right? Song Shiyan shook his head slightly. The chicken was already given to her, so how she arranged it was her decision. But then she hesitated, thinking she might have given the chicken to someone else. She finally said, Wild chickens are hard to find on this mountain, and I'm not even sure if I can find wild game today. Qianqian understood that he was worried they might have no food and might end up boiling Little Gray. She started joking again. Oh, it's okay. We still have Little Gray. Song Shiyan looked at the mischievous girl who always told lies and remained calm. He responded casually with an Qianqian saw he didn't react the way she wanted and felt a bit disappointed. Yeshio Yun entered the cave to comfort the crying Qiaoer, telling her and Kaitu not to come out yet. When she came out, she heard their conversation. She patted Qianqian on the back and said, You kid, what nonsense are you talking? Then she smiled at Song Shiyan, saying, Don't listen to her nonsense. Little Gray is part of our family. Even if we run out of food, we wouldn't eat Little Gray. You can rest assured, since he was the former owner of Little Gray, it wouldn't look good if he said such things in front of others. They might want to take the dog back. Song Shiyan looked at the girl who had been hit and was clearly upset. The corners of his mouth twitched. I understand. Yeshio Yun looked at the handsome young man in front of her. Even in a dangerous situation just now, he still stepped forward to help. It showed he was a good person. Thinking of how this young man had been bringing them wild chickens and helping fight bad guys, her admiration and gratitude grew even more. Young man, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, our family might have, Yi Xiaoyan still feels a little scared when she recalls the recent scene. Although Sister Qian's personality changed greatly after being stimulated by the Gu family, and she has become much braver, no matter how brave she is still a group of grown men, something she can't handle. Thinking so, her gratitude towards Song Shiyan grew even more. Song Shiyan has calm eyes and a gentle, cool voice. It's just a small favor. Seeing this modest boy in front of her, Yi Xiaoyun's smile never left her face. Young man, do you and your family also live nearby? She had never noticed before that her mother even had the habit of registering household registration. She looked at Song Shiyan's slightly raised eyebrows but didn't seem impatient. She wondered if this person might be a bit socially anxious. She originally intended to tell her mother to stop asking questions, but then she just watched him with interest. Since she already knew some about him, she didn't consider it spying on his privacy. After a moment of silence, Song Shiyan replied, "Yes, not far away." Yi Xiaoyan suddenly felt like she's turned into a village woman, as if every socially anxious young person has an attraction to outgoing people. "Thank you so much today. There's nothing I can do to repay you." Yi Xiaoyan thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Have you eaten this morning?" Song Shiyan seemed unaccustomed to such enthusiastic questions, and his face visibly stiffened a bit. Seeing that he couldn't handle her mother anymore, Qianqian felt she should be a bit more considerate and came to break the ice. "Mom, don't ask anymore. You're scaring him." Yi Xiaoyan looked at the silent boy and awkwardly smiled. She just wanted to thank him after all. Qianqian looked at Song Shiyan and asked after a pause, "Did you catch any other prey this morning?" Song Shiyan pursed his lips. "Not yet." Qianqian understood that he probably hadn't had breakfast either. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay around after finishing the wild chicken. He was probably looking for prey for breakfast. "In that case, if you have nothing to eat this morning, stay at our place and eat with us." Song Shiyan spoke coldly. No. He was just about to refuse when Qianqian interrupted, "Don't rush to decline. My mother wants to thank you. If you don't give her a chance, she will feel uneasy and will keep thinking about it." Shiyan frowned slightly, but still wanted to refuse. Qianqian didn't give him the chance and pulled his sleeve hard, dragging him into the cave. Shiyan looked at the bold little black paw, froze for a moment, but was still pulled forcefully into the cave. Inside the cave, Qianqian realized how well-behaved Little Gray was, silent and still, because it was probably tied up by someone and had its mouth bound. Now Kai was struggling to free it. In the next second, Little Gray, just freed, let out a loud yowl and suddenly pounced at him, twisting its big butt, flicking its large tail, and crazily sticking out its tongue as it lunged at Shiyan. Seeing his old friend, Xian's usually indifferent expression melted slightly like snow softening, and a faint smile appeared. He raised his hand to pat Little Gray's fluffy head. Little Gray was even more excited, panting heavily, rubbing its big head against him. That mischievous look made Qianqian almost lose her patience. Shiyan, who hadn't intended to stay for dinner, paused when he saw Little Gray. Then he looked at Qianqian, who was busy working, and said, "I'll send some game over later." It was his way of paying for the meal. Qianqian understood his meaning, but ignored him. The meat from yesterday's stew had been hidden away, and she didn't plan to take it out. After all, they didn't know each other well, and she didn't want to reveal too much. After lighting the fire, she started to think about what kind of breakfast to make, something simple, yet not too shabby. Meanwhile, Shiyan was also thinking. He looked at Little Gray, who was circling and acting cute in front of him, and reached out to tug on its cheek. Is this dog getting fat? After thinking for a moment, she began to rummage through her large bag again. Meanwhile, Leader Wei and a group of muddy-faced men returned together. Some looked mournful, with drooping eyes, while others appeared excited, leaving the group inside the cave confused. Miss Li watched this scene, holding her daughter and hiding in a corner, without speaking. When she saw old Wu, covered in blood and being carried, her body stiffened suddenly. She then hugged her daughter closer and shrank back into the corner, lowering her gaze and avoiding looking around. Old Wu's wife saw her husband injured and returning, and immediately shouted, rushing over to cry and ask what happened, who hurt her husband, and threatening to settle the score. Leader Wei looked at the Wu family with a stern face, shouting loudly. His angry voice quickly made the entire cave quiet. He scanned everyone inside and said coldly, "We didn't really set any rules before, but since you trust me and want to travel with us, it's time to establish some rules today." The cave remained silent, everyone listening to Wei's words. Though unsure of what exactly happened, they knew something had occurred when Wu and his group went out. Strangely, even though they all left together, some came back looking worn out, like wilted eggplants, while others were very excited and energetic. Although you're not officially part of our team, we've shared this snowstorm and survived together. Just being able to stay by the fire in this cave is fate. Since that's the case, I'll be honest with you. From today on, if you want to continue traveling with me, you must follow my rules. We are all in the same group. I don't want anyone using their fists to bully the weaker ones. If you think you're so strong you can act like a bandit, then leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me if I'm not polite to you. When Wei said this, he looked directly at Old Wu, his warning clearly in his cold gaze. Old Wu's wife clearly disagreed. That's not fair. My husband is the one injured. What do you mean? Wasn't your family's wife beaten so badly she bled? If you want to talk about who's responsible, what does your family have to pay? And don't forget, it was your family who started the trouble. Are you saying you're allowed to attack, but we can't defend ourselves? Wei shouted angrily at Old Wu's wife. If you are not satisfied, pack your things and leave now. Don't say I don't care about life or death and force you out. Outside, there are many caves, not just this one. If you have the ability, go and become bandits ruling the mountains. Old Wei looked furious, with his eyebrows sharp and his eyes cold, which made him very intimidating. All the people fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Especially because of Old Wei's decision, many of them benefited from it. They didn't oppose him. Instead, they were grateful and moved because of his stance. Old Wei also explained what Wu and his gang had done. Since there were more than 10 people involved and many voices, he decided to speak himself rather than let others spread rumors or speculate, which could endanger the Gu family. When everyone heard that Wu's group went to steal food from the Gu family, they were stunned. The Gu family only had 4 women and children. These men went to bully orphaned women and children? Then they learned that someone had given the Gu family a wild chicken. The crowd, who initially looked down on them, now looked surprised, envious, and eager. Finally, when they heard that the Gu family and the owner of the wild chicken had given the chicken to them, the cave was silent for a moment. Then suddenly, everyone burst out with exclamations. They were shocked, excited, and moved to tears. The only reactions were endless praise for the Gu family, calling them good people and condemning Wu's group as beasts. The Gu family forgave the past wrongs, and their kindness was seen as great goodness. As for the fact that the Gu family kept a dog, Old Wei didn't hide it. Gu Qianqian had said they would travel together in the future. Since so many people knew her family kept a dog, it was better to tell them than hide, especially to avoid rumors. He said, "You all went to steal their dog." The Gu family didn't complain. They even gave us a chicken to help the elderly and children. Their heart is so big. If you have any bad thoughts, that's a betrayal of kindness. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's true, the Gu family had a dog, and the meat was tempting, but the dog was strong and good at hunting. Besides, dogs recognize their owners. What's the use of stealing one? Without following Old Wei, how could they defend themselves outside? The Gu family was not stingy. They simply gave a whole wild chicken. If they could build a good relationship with the Gu family, they might even get something in return someday. Thinking like that, everyone wishes they could team up and invite the Gu family's 4 daughters back to take good care of them. Old Wei looked at everyone's reactions, withdrew his gaze, handed down the wild chicken, and asked someone to remove the feathers and make a stew. There was no need to waste any part, and to cook more soup to warm everyone up. In the corner, Li Shi listened to Old Wei's words, feeling stunned. She clenched her fists and looked very upset. She didn't expect Zhang Xiaoya to be so careless with her words, and that Wu Error had overheard her. Luckily, Wu Error didn't get anything out of it, and Old Wei caught him and brought him back. He probably didn't have time to do much. And he probably didn't
say anything.
When Zhao Deyuan's family heard that Wu Error went to trouble the Gu family, they were worried. When they learned that the Gu family members were safe, they felt relieved. Feng Shi also looked fearful. Wu Error is really nasty. He brought so many people to cause trouble for sister-in-law Gu's family. Luckily, Old Wei arrived just in time. Zhao Deyuan frowned and thought deeply. He felt he should also take his wife and daughter away. Maybe find a cave near the Gu family's place. If anything wrong happened as a man, he might be able to help. The chicken soup was soon ready. Old Wei's idea was not to divide the chicken right away. Instead, he wanted to stew the meat into several pots of soup. Once the fat and juices in the meat had been extracted, he'd divide the meat itself. Otherwise, if they divided the meat first and then added water, it wouldn't be real soup. Seeing everyone carrying their bowls to get the soup, Li Shi put her daughter in the corner and also picked up a bowl to get some. They hadn't tasted meat in many days. Although they had enough grains, she was a woman caring for a child, alone and weak. When there were many people, she didn't dare take anything out. Last night, they had only shared some bark to eat. Because of this, Zhang Xiaoya had recklessly told the Gu family's secrets. Li Shi bowed her head and went to the large pot at the front. The smell of chicken soup stimulated her appetite, and her mouth was watering uncontrollably. She quickly handed her bowl over. "Can our family, just the two of us, get a little more soup?" It was elderly Sue who served the soup to everyone. When she saw Li Shi, she instinctively poured the soup back into the pot she was scooping from. Then, both women were stunned. Li Shi still held her bowl, looking surprised as she stared at elderly Sue. Grandmother Sue also looked embarrassed. She remembered what Elder Sue had said about not sharing chicken soup with Li's family. She instinctively poured the soup back. "Grandma Sue, just serve normally. My daughter and I don't drink much," Li quickly explained with a smile, thinking maybe she poured too much, which made Grandma Sue upset. Grandma Sue felt awkward. The people who weren't allowed to have the chicken soup didn't come over, so she hadn't had a chance to refuse. Li was the first, and she felt a little embarrassed. "Li, your family shouldn't drink the soup. Go home now." Li's smile froze instantly, then turned to shock and anger. The people in front had already taken their soup and left. There were several people still waiting behind her, so why was she told her family couldn't have it? "Aunt Sue, what do you mean? I haven't offended you. Why are you doing this?" she angrily shouted, feeling wronged. Grandma Sue saw everyone looking at her when she raised her voice, and her face turned a little unpleasant too. "What are you arguing about? This isn't my chicken. The Gu family said you can't drink it. It has nothing to do with me." Li was stunned, standing still as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Their shouting made their voices loud, and everyone nearby could hear clearly, those who had received soup and those who hadn't. Hearing this, they looked at Li in surprise. Wasn't Li from the Gu family? Many people didn't even know the Gu family well and hadn't spoken to them, but they all received soup. Why was Li, who knew the Gu family best, the only one not allowed? Everyone's curious and probing looks felt like needles stabbing her, making her very uncomfortable. Humiliation and shame flooded her. Her face turned red. This was the most embarrassing moment she had ever had. She gritted her teeth, her eyes welling with tears, yet she didn't dare stay there to be laughed at. She clenched her bowl, lowered her head, and quickly stepped back into the corner, stumbling as she hurried away. Zhang Xiaoya also stared blankly as her mother returned. She pouted, tears almost falling. "Mom, why can't we drink the soup? I want some chicken soup too." Li looked at her crying daughter and suddenly remembered something. Her face darkened instantly. Without thinking, she slapped Zhang Xiaoya hard. "Always talking nonsense. You start mouthing off, can't keep your mouth shut, saying everything you think, and now you want soup? No, just water will do." Zhao Xiaoya was beaten and scolded again, without any comforting words to soothe her feelings. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth wide and suddenly burst into tears. Her crying was loud and drew a lot of attention. Ms. Li grew angrier and directly slapped Zhao Xiaoya's mouth, saying, "Shut your mouth. Stop crying. If you cry again, I'll hit you hard." Zhao Xiaoya's face was slapped, and she couldn't sit still while crying. She was pushed backward, hitting the back of her head on the wall, which made her cry even more loudly. With her eyes tightly closed, big tears rolled down her cheeks as she struggled to breathe from crying so hard. Seeing this, Mrs. Feng couldn't stand it anymore. She hurried forward, picked Zhao Xiaoya up, and gently rubbed her head. "What are you doing? Xiaoya is still a child. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't take it out on her," Mrs. Feng said softly. "She's so small. How can you hit her like this?" Ms. Li had a furious face. She looked at Mrs. Feng, and then at Zhao Dayuan, who was holding a bowl of hot soup with oil floating on top, about to feed Zhao Xiaoying. Her anger suddenly flared up. She rushed over and slapped the bowl of soup from Zhao Dayuan's hand. Since she was too close and caught off guard, Zhao Dayuan could only quickly react by shielding his daughter to prevent her from being scalded. "Ms. Li, what are you doing?" Mrs. Feng shouted angrily. She put Zhao Xiaoya down and hurried over to check on her daughter. Zhao Dayuan also quickly looked at his daughter to see if she was okay. When he saw she was fine, he stood up angrily and shouted at Ms. Li, "Are you crazy? Why are you taking your anger on us just because you didn't get any soup?" Ms. Li looked at the family of three, at Zhao's focused attention on her daughter, with someone standing up for her, and at the soup spilled on the ground. She shook with anger, feeling wronged and resentful. She raised her hand and yelled like a madwoman at Zhao Dayuan, "You guys just see us as helpless orphans with no support and keep bullying us. Do you think you're human?
Who's bullying you?
You came back with no soup and hit the child. You're taking your frustration out on her. I was trying to help soothe the child, but you spilled all the soup. And now you're acting innocent? No wonder the Gu family said you're a heartless wolf. Your family flatters the Gu family, gets such a big bowl of soup, and here you are pretending to be a good person." Mrs. Feng was so angry at Mrs. Li's unreasonable behavior that she couldn't speak. Old Wei heard the noise and came over, looking at the spilled soup with a serious face. "Mrs. Feng, later you can go and get another bowl of soup," Old Wei said calmly. Mrs. Li, hearing that they could still get more soup, twisted her face in anger. "What do you mean? Why does their family get one bowl and ours only gets one? Just because they flatter the Gu family, they have special privileges, right? They don't follow the rules, right?" Old Wei looked coldly at Mrs. Li, probably understanding why Gu Qianqian said that Mrs. Li couldn't eat this chicken. "Yes, good relations with the Gu family mean you get special privileges," he answered firmly. Then he looked at those holding bowls or lining up for soup and loudly said, "This chicken is given by the Gu family. If they don't give it, you won't even get a sip of soup." Mrs. Li's eyes turned red, and tears filled her eyes. She calmed down a bit, looking at everyone who was watching her like she was a joke, and she felt ashamed. She turned around, bowed, and carried Xiaoya out. She and the Gu family knew each other first, and once saved Yi Xiuyun's life. Why is the Gu family treating her like this? She must get an explanation. As for the Gu family, Gu Qianqian thought that since they invited people to eat, they shouldn't be too stingy. With Yi Xiuyun's painful look in her eyes, she poured quite a bit of rice into the pot, then took out some frozen meat from nowhere, melted it, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the pot, followed by various seasonings. Soon, a strong aroma drifted through the cave, attracting the two children who had been sitting around Song Shiyan. They squatted beside Gu Qianqian, watching the porridge bubble in the small pot. "Wow, sister, it smells so good." Qiaoer's eyes sparkled as she stared at the dull-looking porridge. Kaitu also couldn't help but swallow. "Sister, today's porridge smells really good." In the corner of the cave, Song Shiyan was rubbing little Gray's head, but his eyes couldn't help but look towards Gu Qianqian. And the pot in front of her. He suspected that this young girl had cooked something special because it smelled so delicious. Recently, aside from the cake she gave, he had only eaten wild chickens, rabbits, and partridges. Although he ate meat and plain buns, it didn't seem particularly tasty. When he had rice before, he also cooked porridge and added meat, but it tasted so fishy that he had to hold his breath and swallow hard. Yi Xiuyun wanted to speak several times but hesitated because Song Shiyan was there. She finally swallowed her words. She wasn't stingy. After all, she had told him to stay and eat, and she wasn't unwilling. But still, how much rice did her little sister add? In the past, when villagers held celebrations, they never made porridge this thick. Forget it. He was their lifesaver. It was fine to eat more. If it weren't for him, they might not have had anything to eat. Gu Qianqian finished cooking the porridge and looked at the few bowls. One for Kai Tai and Xiao Jia, herself another, and she used a small broken pot to serve Yi Xiuyun some porridge. Finally, she handed the entire pot of porridge directly to Song Shiyan and said, "Our bowls and utensils are limited. Just use this to eat." Seeing this, Yi Xiuyun quickly said, "Don't be so polite.
Eat more.
If it weren't for you today, I don't know what might have happened." She said this with a bit of fear and gratitude. Song Shiyan glanced at the half-remaining pot of porridge, remained silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Qianqian's small bowl and said, "Just this is fine." Gu Qianqian was about to lift her bowl, paused, looked at him, and blinked sincerely. "You really don't need to be so polite. Our family doesn't eat much.
These are all for you."
Although the young man looked thin and delicate, he was still a man. His appetite was definitely bigger than theirs, and after hunting all over the mountain, he needed to eat more for strength. Song Shiyan's lips moved as if to speak. Yi Xiuyun also said, "Little Song, just eat. If you can't finish it, you can take the rest home if you're not picky." Yi Xiuyun, though often worried about how much food they had, was not stingy. Besides, thanks to Little Gray, they had eaten a lot of meat, after all. Little Gray's previous owner had given Little Gray to them, and in a way, they owed Mr. Song a big favor. Song Shiyan lowered his eyes and, without explanation, reached over and took the bowl in front of Gu Qianqian. His calm voice said, "I have no family, so there's no need to take it home." After saying that, he started eating from the small bowl. Yi Xiuyun was momentarily surprised, not expecting to accidentally overhear someone's private matter. When she heard Song Shiyan say he had no family, she looked at the boy in front of her, who was about the same age as her eldest son. Unconsciously, a look of pity appeared in her eyes. He is a poor child too. Yi Xiuyun looked at his thin body and suddenly felt full of motherly love. She filled his small bowl with porridge and pushed the remaining pot in front of Song Shiyan. "Young man, you're at the age to grow taller.
Eat more.
If you can't finish, take it back to eat tonight." Song Shiyan glanced at the porridge pushed in front of him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Before he could speak, his ears twitched slightly, and a cold look flickered in his eyes as he turned his head toward the cave entrance. At the same time, Gu Qianqian looked in that direction, then put down her bowl. "Mom, I'll go out for a bit." Song Shiyan quietly watched Gu Qianqian as she got up. Her senses seemed unusually sharp. He also put down his bowl, but didn't follow her outside. Yi Xiuyun was about to say that the child hadn't finished eating and wondered what she was about to do when she suddenly heard a faint crying sound. Listening carefully, it sounded like a child's cry. She was startled and quickly stood up, heading outside. Gu Qianqian looked at Yi Xiuyun, who was following out, feeling a bit helpless. "Mom, why are you going out? Hurry back and eat your porridge. It'll get cold later." "No, I think I heard a child's cry." Before their words finished, a small, fragile figure appeared in sight, holding a child and walking against the wind and snow. Yi Xiuyun was shocked. "Isn't that Li? What's going on here?" She hurried to go over but was stopped by Gu Qianqian. "Mom, go back and drink your porridge. I will handle this." Yi Xiuyun was confused. Handle what? At that moment, Li also saw Yi Xiuyun, and tears welled up as she cried out, "Sister Gu." Yi Xiuyun hadn't fully understood what was happening yet when she heard Li calling her. She instinctively responded, "Oh." Li quickened her steps, almost reaching her, not giving Gu Qianqian a chance to send Yi Xiuyun back. She started crying loudly. "Sorry, Sister Gu. I came to apologize to you and bring you Jier." When she got close, Li knelt on the ground suddenly, clutching the child and crying freely with tears and sobs. Yi Xiaoyun was startled and quickly stepped forward to try to help her up. What are you doing? If something's wrong, just say it. It's freezing outside. What are you holding the child for? Mrs. Li, however, wouldn't get up. She kept shaking her head, tears rolling down her frozen, cracked face, looking very red and shocking to see. Sister-in-law Gu, I don't have the face to get up. Don't make me stand. Just hit me or scold me. It's all my fault. I didn't look after the children well, and that brought trouble to your family. Yi Xiaoyun was confused, not understanding what was happening. Big sister, just stand up first and talk. Whatever you're upset about, you need to tell me clearly, Yi Xiaoyun said, feeling a headache from Mrs. Li's crying. Mrs. Li still refused to get up, shaking her head non-stop and crying desperately, trying to kneel and apologize to Yi Xiaoyun. Sister-in-law Gu, it's all because of our little brave boy. He's too young and doesn't understand anything. He was tricked into talking and now they're all worried about your family. If Wei Lauda hadn't arrived in time, something serious could have happened. I'd have taken Yu Jier to die to pay for our mistake. Mrs. Li was crying loudly, tears streaming down her face, clutching her crying child. The sound of crying filled the mountain cave. Gu Qianqian felt her head throb. Yi Xiaoyun's head was also buzzing from the crying. But at least she understood what Mrs. Li was trying to say. Her worried expression softened slightly. She let go of Mrs. Li's hand. Gu Qianqian looked at her mother and thought for a moment. She chose to stay silent and quietly stood behind. Tell me, was it because of you that Wu Er's group came to trouble us? Yi Xiaoyun asked Mrs. Li. Then she realized, yes, she hadn't thought about it. Her little gray hadn't appeared or made any sounds. How would Wu Er even know they had a dog? At first, she thought that maybe little gray was somehow discovered by accident. But now she realized it was all because of Mrs. Li. You told Wu Er about the dog. Yi Xiaoyun remembered the trouble they had earlier and felt angry. It was all because of Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li was startled. She didn't expect Yi Xiaoyun, usually gentle and sweet, to get angry. She panicked and suddenly pinched the back of Zhang Xiaoya's neck harshly. Zhang Xiaoya let out a loud scream of pain and started crying loudly. The small child cried so much that her voice became hoarse. Mrs. Li also hugged her child and cried, shaking her head as she explained, "It's not like that. How could I do such a thing? If I went to tell old Wu that, I'd be struck by lightning and meet a terrible end. You know what kind of person I am. I'm very kind. When that dog was in the village, I saw it. I knew I couldn't keep it. I never fought with you over it. Even when you later fell into a deep pit, I saved you without asking for anything in return.
I didn't think about that dog.
I'm not that kind of person. How could I say those things to old Wu? Sister Gu, you're really hurting me now." Mrs. Li's cry was sharp and emotional, as if she was deeply wronged. "Sister Gu, calling me like that, it feels like you're telling me to die." Yes, Ho Yun, who was originally angry, felt mixed emotions after hearing Mrs. Li cry so loudly. She stood there quietly, unsure whether to be angry or sympathetic. Although their family had experienced such a difficult situation today, Mrs. Li had once saved her before. She didn't know how to face this now. Seeing her expression, Mrs. Li suddenly pushed her crying child out and cursed loudly. "Hurry up and go kneel and apologize to your aunt. Always criticizing everyone, acting like you're so innocent. When someone asks you something, you just blurt it out. Do you want people to take you away or sell you? Why did I have to raise such a troublemaker like you?" Zhang Xiaoya cried loudly, scared and confused, only knowing that her mother told her to kneel. The small girl quickly knelt down with a thud, crying loudly with her mouth wide open. Yes, Ho Yun watched this with a headache. What was Mrs. Li doing? Pushing the child forward to kneel and cry? What was she trying to do? All right, stop crying. It seems like we're bullying you and your mother. Look at how cold this child is. Pick her up quickly." Seeing that Yes Ho Yun had softened a little, Mrs. Li didn't get up. She continued kneeling and crying. "Sister Gu, it's not like that. Just scold me a little and hit me a few times if you want. Otherwise, I can't get over this in my heart. You know, when Big Wei told me about this, I was so scared. My legs went weak. If something really happened to you or your family, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Please, Sister Gu, let me stay here kneeling. I just can't get past this in my heart. Although Yi Xiaoyun was angry, she couldn't really watch her kneel here with the child. The weather was terrible. Snow was falling, and if they stayed kneeling for more than a quarter hour, they would freeze to death. Enough, you. You're already suffering and dragging the child into this. Get up quickly. Whatever big problem you have, it can be talked about.
Just get up now, she said.
Li Shi's eyes lit up at those words. She was about to start crying again when Gu Qianqian, who had been silent, stepped forward and grabbed Yi Xiaoyun. Mom, I see what's going on. Ani is really not at peace inside. Even if you tell her to get up, she still feels uneasy. So, let her kneel. When she's ready, she'll get up on her own, Gu Qianqian said. Li Shi's crying stopped. She looked up in disbelief at Gu Qianqian, but then met her cold, fierce eyes. She shivered all over, scared. Gu Qianqian was just a small, thin girl, but the memory of her killing 2 men stayed with her, making her feel scared of her instinctively. Yi Xiaoyun frowned and was about to say something, but Gu Qianqian interrupted her, looking at Li Shi. Ani, since you feel so guilty about us, even if I force you to get up, you wouldn't want to. So we won't try to persuade you anymore. Li Shi's teeth trembled as she looked at Gu Qianqian, feeling a deep chill. This girl was really fierce-hearted. She truly felt devastated. It wasn't her fault. She hadn't said anything, and the child, being young, had been tricked by a bad person. It was an honest mistake. Gu girl is right. Sister-in-law, don't persuade us. Just let us kneel here. Even if we kneel to death, it's our fate, she said, pulling her daughter and no longer speaking. She knelt straight and sobbed quietly. Yi Xiaoyun watched this scene, unsure what to do. Though she was angry at the girl for being so unruly with her words, she was just a child. What could she do? Could she really make them kneel and die here? Their family had almost been attacked and vandalized by a mob, but in the end, they were safe. She couldn't really let them kneel here to death. Gu Qianqian firmly grabbed her hand. Mom, don't make things difficult for Auntie Li. If she's unhappy inside, it's easy for her to get sick. Just let Auntie Li kneel. When she wants to get up, she will. After saying that, she pulled Yi Xiaoyun toward a mountain cave. She thought, with such cold weather, staying outside would only make her sick. Li observed the 2 people about to enter the cave without turning back. She clenched her teeth tightly, remained silent, lowered her head, and knelt down. Yi Xiaoyun was pulled into the cave. She exclaimed, You child, how could you really let them kneel there? If they kneel and get hurt, what can we do? Gu Qianqian smiled and said, She is determined to kneel. You can't pull her up. Just let her kneel. After enough time, she will get up. Yi Xiaoyun glared at her angrily. You girl. Just then, the crying of the children outside became quieter. Her heart tightened. Was something really wrong? Suddenly, she heard a splash. She was startled and quickly went outside. She saw Li lying on the snow, unmoving. Nearby, Zhang Xiaoya was so frightened she was crying uncontrollably. Yi Xiaoyun was shocked. She hurriedly called Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, come quickly. Aunt Li fainted. We need to carry her inside. Gu Qianqian looked at Li's pale face, lying in the snow. She squinted, walked over, and pushed aside her mother. Let me see, she said, pressing her fingers on Li's middle point. She pressed gently twice, but there was no response. She increased her grip, kneading harder, even embedding her nails into her flesh. Yet, Li still didn't move. Pressing on her middle point works better if we're inside. Don't let her freeze to death here, she said with a helpless smile. Gu Qianqian said, Mom, we went several hours earlier, without her freezing. How can she freeze to death so quickly? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyun thought it made sense. But seeing Li lying still on the ground, she was still frightened. Maybe she's too emotional from crying. Let's carry her inside first, she insisted, because she couldn't just watch her lie there. Gu Qianqian didn't move. She looked at the woman on the ground with a cold gaze. She had noticed Li's small schemes before. She wasn't exactly a bad person, but she didn't like her. Although she hadn't done anything serious now, too many small tricks would eventually cause trouble. "I'll check her," a clear young voice sounded behind her. Turning around, she saw Song Shuryen approaching. He squatted down beside Li, who was lying on the ground, pinching something with his fingertip that Qianqian couldn't see. The next moment, he stabbed Li's neck. Instantly, Li, who had closed her eyes and been still, suddenly opened them wide and let out a shriek. She covered her neck and jerked backwards, terrified as she looked at Song Shuryen in front of her. Song Shuryen's brow furrowed slightly, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. She cleaned the needle on her fingertips in the snow for a long time. Qianqian looked at Song Shuryen in surprise and praised, "You're pretty good." Li covered her neck, feeling unbearable pain, especially since her neck was so delicate. She felt scared and in pain. Qianqian looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Auntie, it's cold outside. You should take the child back quickly. If you faint again, you won't be so lucky next time." Li's face was red from the cold but also pale, biting her teeth. She looked at Yi Xiaoyun with tearful, pitiful eyes. "Gu's sister-in-law, I quickly go back, Auntie. We don't need you to apologize or make amends. I just hope you'll take better care of your and your daughter's words. If there's a next time, I won't mind using stronger measures to deal with you both," Qianqian said impatiently. She had no patience left. She was only treating her kindly because of Yi Xiaoyun. But if she kept playing tricks and being unreasonable, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Li's face turned deathly pale, and suddenly she regretted her actions. She should have just followed Yi Xiaoyun's words and left instead of freezing here, stuck in a difficult position. She was truly furious. She never imagined she would have a grudge against the Gu family. Now, everyone in the team seemed to rely on the Gu family, but she was left without even a sip of soup. How could she stay? Thinking of this, Li broke down crying. It was not to beg for sympathy this time, but because she was really overwhelmed. She pulled Zhang Xiaoya's hand and hit her hard without mercy. "It's all your fault, you brat. You talk so much nonsense just to cause us trouble. Are you happy to see us struggling to survive? How did I raise such a useless child? Always talking too much." Li, angry, exerted force and slapped Zhang Xiaoya hard across the mouth. Zhang Xiaoya cried and shouted in pain. The mother and daughter were crying and yelling, creating chaos. Yi Xiaoyun thought Li was crazy and quickly stepped forward to pull her hand. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Hitting the kids so harshly. How can a mother be like this?" But Li ignored her, still crying and shouting, "Always causing me trouble. Do you think I find it too easy to take care of her? She is my mother, is that okay? I call her mother, and I want her to stop causing trouble for me." Yi Xiaoyun watched her crazily, hitting the child, feeling very angry. Such a young child, how can she withstand being hit like that? But seeing her cry desperately and act as if she might die, she couldn't get angry anymore. "All right, that's enough. Our family never blamed you. Why are you so frantic and taking your anger out on the kid?" Li Shi shook her body and shouted loudly. "It's not my fault that my daughter was spoken about and that we can't get food. What are you guys doing? Why are you arguing with a child? Is it my fault that she can't control her mouth? Why do you have to argue with an orphaned mother and daughter? Why are you so cruel? Before, you almost died in a pit. I pulled you out and carried you back. Now your family is ungrateful. You are holding on to small matters and refusing to let go." Her words shocked Yi Xiaoyun so much she couldn't react. She turned and pointed at Qianqian. "I always knew you were ruthless and cruel. You even dare to kill. There's nothing you wouldn't do. Now you're attacking us mother and daughter, aren't you? You're a murderer. When we get to the capital, I'll report you and you'll go to jail." A loud slap cut off Li Shi's words. "Stop talking nonsense. You shameless, crazy woman. After hitting your own daughter, you come here to slander my sister Qian. Keep talking foolishly, and I'll tear your jaw apart." Yi Xiaoyun trembled with anger. That slap was so powerful that her hand went numb from the sting. She could say anything, but she refused to allow her to insult her sister Qian. Afterward, she pushed Zhang Xiaoya back. Your own daughter almost brought trouble to my family with her mouth. I haven't argued with you yet. Now you come here to make trouble. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Your daughter, you want to hit her? Knock her out, and we won't care. But if I hear you say a single word against my sister Qian, I will tear your mouth apart. Seeing her usually kind and gentle mother suddenly shouting fiercely to defend her, Qianqian was momentarily stunned. She looked at her mother blocking her, and suddenly smiled. When Li Shi said those words, her heart instinctively sank a little. But seeing her mother's reaction, a faint smile appeared around her eyes and lips. Unknowingly, she didn't notice that beside her, Song Shiyan was giving her an ambiguous look. Li Shi was also frightened by Yi Xiuyun's sudden outburst. In her eyes, Qianqian was a bit intimidating, but Yi Xiuyun was generally good-tempered and easy to handle. Moreover, she still owed her a life-saving favor. Today's matter was just a minor fuss on their part. That was why she came to settle it. That chicken belongs to Xiao Song's family. Sister Qian said she wouldn't give it to anyone. So, what if she doesn't give you any? Does that mean you're breaking the law? Are you the ruler of heaven? You saved my life before, and today you almost endangered our entire family. We even gave you a pigeon as a gift. Can one pigeon compare to a person's life? I don't care. If your family doesn't give a clear explanation today, I will go to Bigway to ask for justice. The Gu family is not a good family. They repay kindness with evil, ungrateful and selfish. They had already torn their faces apart. Li Shi didn't care anymore. She felt she wouldn't get any benefits from then on. The kindness she showed by saving Li Shi earlier must be repaid today. Li Shi's life was worth more than just a pigeon, wasn't it? Yi Xiuyun was very angry. She never expected that the gentle, mild-mannered Li Shi she knew before could be such a person. Fine, 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 she said, trembling with anger. She was about to ask Sister Qian to bring some grain to repay her kindness. Qianqian held her shoulder gently and patted her back to soothe her. Mom, don't be angry. Kai too, come here and take Mom inside, Qianqian called out. Then she looked at Song Shiyan with a smile. I need to handle some family matters. Brother Song, please step back. Song Shiyan looked at Li Shi, who was harmless and non-aggressive, and then turned to go into the mountain cave. Kai Tu quickly ran over and grabbed Yi Xiuyun's hand. Mom, don't be upset. Let's go inside. Big sister is here, and she's quite powerful. Yi Xiuyun was so angry that her breathing became rapid, causing her brain to feel a bit oxygen-deprived and dizzy. She nearly collapsed but could only be helped into the cave by Kai Tu. Kai Tu's thought was to quickly get his mother inside. Otherwise, if she got too upset, it wouldn't be good. Once his mother was safe, he was ready to roll up his sleeves and fight alongside Big Sister. Seeing Yi Xiuyun leave, the smile on Qianqian's face instantly disappeared. She looked coldly and fiercely at Li Shi, stepping forward and squatting down. Looking at Li Shi, who was stubbornly glaring at her with pursed lips, she smiled slightly, revealing a chilling coldness that made Li Shi feel uneasy. Do you know I am ruthless and fierce, and yet you still dare to provoke me? How many heads do you think I can cut off? Mrs. Li's face turned pale from her words and her intimidating look. She screamed and backed away. Someone's been killed. Help! Someone has been murdered. Inside the cave, Yi Xiuyun was so angry that she grabbed her shoe to hit her, but Kai Tu quickly stopped her. Outside the cave, Qianqian chuckled softly. Auntie, I was joking with you. Don't be afraid. I would never hurt anyone. I am just a little girl who can't carry things or lift a heavy load. Do you think it's fair to accuse me like this? Mrs. Li clenched her teeth and wanted to retort, but under Qianqian's sharp gaze, she held back all her words. She was afraid Qianqian might actually do something to her. Qianqian's smile stayed on her face as she reached out and touched Mrs. Li's collar. Now, Auntie, you're talking about saving my life. Without my help, wouldn't your bones be all boiled down into soup now? Mrs. Li was stunned at her words, staring blankly at Qianqian. Talking about revenge and betrayal, I really can't compare to you, Aunt Li. Gu Qianqian said sweetly with a happy smile. Maybe, Andy, you should go tell Wei Laoda and his people that I killed someone. Do you think they will believe it? It's more convincing if they think I, an innocent outsider, did it. And since you're an adult, and I'm just a girl, it seems even more believable. Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled innocently and harmlessly, but in Mrs. Li's eyes, she seemed like a terrifying demon eager to end her life. It was frightening. Mrs. Li's teeth chattered from fear. Suddenly, she regretted breaking ties with Gu's family. Her daughter's mistake was unintentional. Yi Xiuyun's anger could last only so long. At that time, she should have gone along with it, softened to settle everything. But now, she had angered Yi Xiuyun and also annoyed Gu Qianqian, the crazy girl. Mrs. Li dared not speak another word. She hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaoye and, trembling and stumbling, ran away as fast as she could, without daring to look back. Being rejected by others was a small matter. The two men had a lot of food and warm winter clothes. Without Gu's chicken soup, they could survive. But if Gu Qianqian, this ruthless girl who wouldn't blink at killing, turned her eyes on them, would they still have a way to live? Gu Qianqian looked at Li's frightened, retreating figure, stood up, clapped her hands as if she'd touched something dirty, and then asked, "Hey, big sister, why did she run away?" Kata hurried over, glancing at Li's scrambling figure, and asked, "She ran away?" I was ready to fight alongside her. "Why did she run?" Gu Qianqian smiled and gently tousled his head. "Who knows? Maybe she's gone crazy." Kata snorted. "I didn't realize before, but that aunt seems to be a little unbalanced." Gu Qianqian didn't want to say more, so she took Kata back to the cave. Because of Li's interruption, the family didn't feel hungry, so they ate a little. Yi Xiuyun initially planned to give the rest of the porridge to Song Shiyan, but he refused. He simply took his bow and left. Gu Qianqian watched his figure disappear and touched her chin. She thought she should have asked if he had extra arrows, maybe buy a few, and whether he would sell them. She felt that his bow and arrows were quite good, but hand-carving arrows was too delicate, and she didn't have the patience for it. Next to her, Yi Xiuyun was still annoyed, complaining about Li's character, and it took a long time to settle down the three siblings and the dog. It snowed again all day, with no sign of stopping, and it looked like it would snow even harder. Gu Qianqian gazed at the dark sky and thought that Wei Laoda probably wouldn't be able to leave in the next couple of days. Since they needed to stay for 2 days, she didn't want to keep running in and out. She still had food to prepare. Yesterday, she thought about helping Qiao Jie catch up, and these 2 days would be good to rest and regain strength for her family. Before it got dark, Gu Qianqian prepared to take Xiaowei out, warning Kadu that she wouldn't go far and that she should shout loudly if she had trouble, and she would come back immediately. After saying that, she left with Xiaowei. They walked a little way and stopped where Kata could hear her shout. Looking at the vast, snowy white landscape where she couldn't see any clear direction, Gu Qianqian sighed. She thought that without following Wei Laoda, even if someone drew a map, it might be hard to find Jinping County. Gu Qianqian found a remote corner and started taking things out of her space, arranging them into a bundle with a cloth she brought. When it looked enough, she wrapped it up. "Xiaowei is gone," Gu Qianqian said leisurely as she and Xiaowei headed back. Near the cave, I heard rustling sounds and unfamiliar male voices, talking quickly and loudly. Gu Qianqian's face changed. While carrying firewood and a bundle on her back, she quickly ran back. Behind her, Xiao Hui, who was urinating, was startled by the noise and began to yowl loudly. His 2 back legs bent as he continued to urinate, while his front legs flailed and chased Gu Qianqian, leaving a long trail of pee. As Gu Qianqian got closer, she saw outside her cave that Kaito was standing with one hand on his waist and the other holding a wooden stick. He looked angry with a stern face, confronting a well-dressed boy who seemed quite noble. Were they arguing? Gu Qianqian was very surprised. It wasn't because Kaito was arguing with someone, but because of who he was arguing with. Nowadays, just having enough food and warm clothes is hard, but the person in front of her, even though his clothes were dirty and torn in places, was still dressed quite finely. "Big sister." Kaito's sharp eyes spotted Qianqian and immediately brightened. He shouted loudly. Then, with a fierce look, he glared at the person in front and said, "I tell you to leave quickly. My big sister is very powerful. Someone like you, she can punch away." Qianqian thought, "Thank you for spreading my fierce reputation." The young man suddenly smiled. "Hey, little kid, I played that trick when I was 6. I just came to ask what you're cooking at home. Don't act like I want to steal your meal or something." Fuchi was about to continue talking when something cold suddenly landed on his neck, startling him and making his hair stand on end. Indeed, there really is someone, he swallowed nervously, thinking the kid was just scaring him. Qianqian threw her things on the ground and said, "Kaito, put the stuff inside." Kaito cheerfully responded and ran over to carry the items. Despite his small size, he dragged a big bundle into the cave. Fuchi looked at that little kid's clenched teeth, almost biting the air with farming enthusiasm, and felt somewhat speechless. "I say, little sister, why are your family members so unfriendly?" "I'm not a bad person," he said. "I come empty-handed to visit sincerely, but why are they so fierce?" Qianqian sized him up, looking at his attire and his simple-minded look. She was pretty sure he was a well-protected young master. Qianqian pressed a stick covered with ice chips against his neck and asked, "Why are you sneaking around outside our cave? What do you want?" Fuchi shivered at the cold, but then felt that the stick wasn't a sword or anything dangerous. He spun around quickly to dodge it, thinking he was quick and agile. He then smiled and brushed his hair with his finger. "Little sister, I am skilled with my hands. You think a small, broken stick can scare me? That's too childish." Qianqian's mouth twitched sharply. She wondered if talking to someone like him was making her less smart. Fuchi thought the skinny, dark girl must be impressed by his quick moves and elegance. He cleared his throat and said, "Little girl, I don't mean any harm. Our group just arrived here, trying to find a place to rest in a nearby cave. I'm out hunting."
"Look."
He tipped his chin toward a certain direction. Qianqian looked over and suddenly brightened. She had not noticed earlier, but not far away, there was a bow and arrow. It was not the simple homemade bow that Song Shiyan looked at with pity, but a beautiful, delicate bow with a bowstring that didn't look ordinary. "It's just in case to scare your brother, so I threw it aside." "I'm serious," he added. Qianqian looked away and then nodded at the handsome young man with cheerful peach blossom eyes. "Why are you talking so much? Get to the point." Fuchi hesitated. "What's wrong with this family? Why do local people always seem so blunt and unfriendly? I was out hunting and smelled cooking from your house. Ahem, it smells really good, so I took the liberty to come over and ask what you're doing." Qianqian examined him coldly. "That's pretty bold of you. It's none of your business what other families do. You seem pretty important, yet you're so curious?" Fuchi's smile froze a little, and he took a deep breath to remind himself. This is just a girl from the countryside. She's a little rude, but I shouldn't argue. I shouldn't. Ahem, sorry, I was being too bold. I just wanted to ask if I could buy some food you've made, or maybe exchange something. What do you need? The young master said generously. No one knows what he's been eating lately. He's not lacking meat, and he has grains, but his cooking skills. It's better not to mention it. If his stomach weren't so upset, he wouldn't have traveled so far just to find this place because of the smell. I don't know if life has been too hard on him recently or what, but he's just a villager's house making simple food, and he still thinks it smells very fragrant. Qianqian looks at him with a complicated expression, as if she's looking at a fool. This young master in front of her, not just chubby, but also clearly never gone hungry, has come all this way to trade for food. She sniffed twice, knowing her mother is reheating yesterday's beef. Though her cooking isn't bad, due to a shortage of seasonings, she can't make any fancy dishes. It's just some wild vegetable rice soup with a bit of wild chicken meat someone gave us. Sorry, I won't trade this. She was interested in that bao, but trading just 2 pieces of meat for such a good bao seemed impossible. Modern weapons aren't suitable to be brought out here. She has only limited cold weapons, mainly for close combat, and she doesn't have a bow and arrow. In fact, she's never even touched one properly. Fu Qi immediately got anxious. Hey, little girl, don't be like that. I'll trade you grain for it, just some wild chicken meat. How about I give you a wild chicken? Then he muttered to himself, no, it doesn't quite smell like chicken. It actually smells a bit like beef. She wasn't sure, so she sniffed again. Qianqian didn't expect this person to be so stubborn. She felt a little irritated. No, that's beef, not chicken. At this moment, cows can't be slaughtered casually. She dared to bring out beef because Yi Xiaoyun and Kaito had never tasted it before, so they didn't know what it tasted like. But this man in front of her was different. He was clearly from a wealthy family and must have eaten beef before. I said no to trading, and if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. She only brought out the beef because she was mad. Fu Qi also got annoyed. Hey, little girl, why are you so unkind? It's just some chicken. Otherwise, I could ask your elders for permission to trade. He could even pay them if necessary. Qianqian watched Fu Qi walking toward the cave, her eyes darkening. She suddenly turned her wooden stick and pressed it against Fu Qi's chest, shouting fiercely, What are you doing? Seriously, if he gets too close and smells the beef, what then? Fu Qi didn't expect this young girl to be so bold. She acted immediately. He was about to explain kindly when a deep, angry voice suddenly sounded. Who is this little girl? How dare she hit my young master? She's asking to be punished. With that sound, a figure rushed over from afar, holding a sword that hadn't been drawn from its sheath, heading straight for Qianqian. Qianqian frowned slightly, her face turning cold. She thought, enough is enough. Before she could make a move, someone suddenly grabbed her by the back of her neck and pulled her back. A tall figure passed her by, kicking at the sword sheath. The large man's sword was kicked aside, aiming right at Fu Qi. Uncle! 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 Fu Qi exclaimed in surprise, calling out several times. The tall man was startled, quickly stopping, tossing the sword to the side, nearly crashing into them. Qianqian. Song Shiyan. Qianqian looked away, not wanting to see. She looked at Song Shiyan in front of her. Why did he come again? Thinking for a moment, she reached out and tapped his shoulder. Thanks, though she could have avoided it, someone was kindly helping her after all. Song Shiyan glanced at the two people, then turned back, sizing up Qianqian to make sure she wasn't hurt. Only then did he hand over the dead wild rabbit he was carrying. Qianqian looked at the rabbit and smiled faintly. I say, didn't you already send over a wild chicken this morning? And you only drank a bowl of porridge, right? Isn't that a bit much? Song Shiyan froze for a moment, his expression a little unnatural. He pressed his lips and was silent for a while. You're welcome. Seeing his expression, Qianqian suddenly thought of something. She hesitated, tentatively asking, then, how about coming over to my house for dinner tonight? Song Shiyan's ears turned slightly red, but he kept a calm face. Is that convenient, Qianqian? Wow, he's really just here to join the meal. She chuckled, taking the rabbit back. It's definitely convenient. Someone helped her, and her meaning was so obvious. She couldn't say it was inconvenient. Song Shiyan didn't catch any other meaning in her words, and his expression seemed to relax a little. Meanwhile, Fu Qi and the tall man finished talking. Hearing their conversation, they quickly came over. Hey, little sister, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I not only have wild rabbit but also wild boar meat. Qianqian looked at him, then over his shoulder at the big man with a face like constipation. Seeing her look over, the big man shyly smiled. It was all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. He didn't expect to almost spoil the young master's important matter. Qianqian glanced at him indifferently and said, We don't need anything, but if we do, we'll see when it happens. Then she turned and went into the cave. Song Shiyan's cold gaze wandered over both of them, and then he also followed inside. Fu Qi immediately lost his temper, turning to the big man. Does this little girl look at people differently? Why can that person go in? I look much better than that wooden-faced guy. Is she blind? The big man awkwardly tried to cover his mouth. Young master, she clearly knows that person and they're friends. We don't know her, so of course she's cautious of us. Let's go back. Old Bai's meal should be ready soon. Fu Chi's face froze. What did he do today? The big man looked complicated. It seems he made chicken ginseng stew with salted fish. Fu Chi. This guy, is he seriously eating that? Isn't that for humans? Inside the cave, Yi Xiuyun heard the noise outside and realized she might have caused trouble with her pot of meat. She quickly hid here and there. Until Gu Qiankai came in with Song Shiyan, she hurriedly stuffed her into a corner and covered her with a blanket. Seeing Song Shiyan, Yi Xiuyun's face lit up. Oh, little Song is here. Song Shiyan nodded, then, feeling it might be rude, called out to Yi Xiuyun, Auntie. Yes, yes. Yi Xiuyun responded quickly twice. Then she saw Gu Qiankai holding a rabbit. She immediately scolded Song Shiyan. You, kid. Why did you bring something over again? We still have food at home. Food is hard to come by these days. You can keep it for yourself. Today you helped us so much. We don't have much to give you. Look at you. Yi Xiuyun didn't know what else to say. Kaitu peeked out and added, Mom, Brother Song also helped Jie just now outside. After bringing her elder sister's things into the cave, he heard a noise outside. When he ran out, he saw only that Brother Song was standing in front of his sister. So handsome. Oh, by the way, who was outside just now? There was a noise outside earlier. Kaito went out first, then heard someone asking about their food. She was so scared, she hurriedly hid the pot here and there. It's nothing, just a spoiled young master, Gu Qianqian said nonchalantly. Hearing her description, Song Shiyan couldn't help but glance at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Gu Qianqian thought the meat was hidden away already, but she wasn't sure if the person in front of her had ever eaten beef. She looked at Song Shiyan and asked, That rabbit, how do you want to eat it? Since they were still eating and the ingredients were provided by others, she thought she should ask for his opinion. Song Shiyan had no preference. Anything is fine. Is roasted rabbit okay? Gu Qianqian asked. Her family also enjoyed eating roasted food. Song Shiyan thought about how he usually cooked things, mostly roasted, and remembered the taste. His expression changed a little. Can we not make porridge? Gu Qianqian looked confused. Rabbit porridge? It might not taste good, and drinking porridge late at night is pretty boring. Would you like me to cook some porridge and roast the rabbit separately? Since others had been generous, Gu Qianqian felt she shouldn't be too stingy. Song Shiyan knew that rice was harder to find than wild game like this, so he naturally wouldn't ask someone to specially cook rice for him. No need, just roast it. Maybe the roasted flavor would be different from his usual way. Gu Qianqian nodded, then glanced at the rabbit and frowned, really not wanting to deal with cleaning it. Could you please peel the rabbit? Oh, try to keep it whole if you can, I want the hide, Gu Qianqian said bluntly. Song Shiyan didn't say anything and simply took the rabbit and went out. Just a few steps from the cave, he saw two sneaky, ugly-looking men squatting nearby with suspicious expressions. His eyes darkened, and he calmly walked over. Fu Chi was there, complaining about the things Old Bai had made, saying they weren't fit for human consumption. The large man suddenly sensed danger, turned around, and saw the young man with a bow and arrow drawn fully, aiming at them. His head froze in fear. He quickly stepped in front of Fu Chi. What are you trying to do? Fu Chi peeked out from behind the big man and said, Brother, you've been driven out too? I told them that wild pig meat isn't good enough. What's the use of carrying around a broken rabbit? Song Shiyan had never encountered someone so noisy. His face was cool and calm, and the tension in his bowstring showed no sign of loosening. Leave, the young man said coldly, with a sharp, unyielding tone. The big man also felt it wasn't good to squat outside their cave. If anyone got too close, his sword would have already been drawn. Cough, young master, let's go. If they're not willing, then fine, the big man advised. Fu Chi shot him a sharp look, then looked at Song Shiyan's simple, almost makeshift bow, his expression full of disdain. What could such a thing shoot? Probably just for scaring people. Then he flicked his sleeve and said, I'm not the kind to force others. If they don't want to, forget it. With that, he turned and walked away. Song Shiyan put away his bow. After the two people left, he picked up the rabbit from the ground and moved a bit further into the mountain cave before digging a small hole to process the rabbit. His slender, clear hands held a short dagger and moved smoothly and effortlessly as he opened the rabbit's belly. He laid the intact rabbit skin, without a trace of blood, aside, then began to prepare the meat. He buried the internal organs under the soil and covered them with snow to hide the bloodstains before carrying the rabbit back. Qianqian had already built a fire. When she saw Song Shiyan return, looking at the whole rabbit skin, she was very satisfied and started roasting the rabbit. Qianqian thought this rabbit was too small since their family had many members, so she decided to make some potato pancakes and roast some potato slices. She was quick with her hands. Before long, the rabbit was on the grill, the potatoes boiling, and some clean, water-soaked fine twigs held the potato slices. Song Shiyan watched her strange method and quietly noted it in his mind. The Gu family had already eaten 2 rounds of roasted meat and knew Qianqian's cooking skills well. Kaitu looked at the rabbit and ran over, asking, "Big sister, can you add a bit more of that spicy stuff?" The spicy sauce. Not only was it delicious, but the spicy heat made them sweat and kept them warm. "Let's share some with little sister first," he added, because that stuff was too spicy. Little sister was still young and could probably not handle it. Qianqian smiled softly and said, "Okay." After saying that, she looked back at Song Shiyan and asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" Then she thought that Song Shiyan might not have eaten spicy peppers before and might not know what spicy means, so she saw him nod and say, "Yes, I can." Qianqian shrugged. That was perfect because she could show off her cooking skills. Soon, the smell of rabbit and potatoes filled the air. Qianqian kept sprinkling seasoning on the rabbit. Song Shiyan smelled the delicious aroma and unconsciously swallowed. His eyes looked at the golden-brown roasted rabbit, and his brows furrowed. He had roasted it like this before, but why did it taste and look different now? Meanwhile, Tao Tu, Xiao Jie, Xiao Hui, and their dog had already gathered around Qianqian in a circle, their eyes fixed on the meat. Only Yi Xiaoyun remained calm. She was sewing up Qianqian's worry-filled stitches on her little snowmobile, occasionally glancing at the roasted rabbit and swallowing her saliva. Song Shiyan sat far away, very reserved, not daring to go closer. On the other side, outside the cave, Fuchi looked at the snowstorm with distant eyes, appearing full of life hardships. "Mo uncle, do you smell anything?" The big man called Mo uncle stepped forward, took a deep breath, then puffed his cheeks, covering his mouth to stop himself from vomiting. "It smells like salty fish from Balao," Mo uncle answered, holding back the raw smell in his throat. Fuchi wiped his eyes and said, "I should have just endured a little longer earlier. It was better than eating something inedible for humans." When the rabbit was cooked, Qianqian helped Xiao Jie remove some of the rabbit meat and sprinkled the rest with chili. Looking at the roasted wild rabbit in front of her, Qianqian sighed. It was still not quite right. If only she could take the seasonings from her space, it would be perfect. But the taste was enough to impress the 4 people and the dog inside the cave. Qianqian divided most of the rabbit meat for Song Shiyan to eat, leaving her own portion small. Their family wasn't short of meat normally, so there was no need to fight over it. Song Shiyan looked at the more than half of the rabbit in front of him, frowned, and tore off a rabbit leg from the top. He then handed the remaining piece back to Qianqian. Seeing this, Qianqian wanted to say something, but Song Shiyan interrupted. "This is enough." Qianqian felt that this person was really too polite. A grown man, and his big rabbit leg was probably too big to fit between his teeth. But she didn't mind and was busy making potato pancakes. The oil was just from roasting the rabbit, not much, but enough. After Song Shiyan left that place, the meal he ate was the best he had, making it even harder for him to accept the things she made. He looked at Qianqian and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say anything more. They had only met by chance, and having shared 2 meals was already somewhat abrupt. Song Shiyan didn't eat much. Before leaving, Qianqian insisted on giving him a package, which contained a few potato pancakes and some rabbit meat. Not giving him a chance to refuse, Qianqian simply smiled and waved her hand, saying goodbye. Song Shiyan looked at the small girl in front of him, and for the first time, he genuinely smiled faintly. "Thank you." Qianqian looked at him and thought her smile was quite nice. It's your rabbit after all. By the way, you invited us to eat rabbit meat. After Song Shuyuan left, Yi Xiuyun also started packing her bedding and preparing to sleep. Qianqian sealed the cave entrance, turned on the electric heater after the others were asleep. That night, snow and wind continued without stopping. The people inside the cave either slept soundly or found it difficult to sleep. In a distant snowy field, footprints of plum blossoms appeared on the snow surface, but soon they were swept away and covered by snow again. Near where Little Gray had peed earlier, 2 wolves circled around, sniffing and digging at the snow, where a frozen cow pat was already tasteless. Far away, a wolf howl sounded. The 2 wolves immediately lifted their heads, then ran quickly to join the wolf pack. The next day, the snow and wind lessened a bit. Qianqian planned not to go out that day and began to sort through her large bundle brought back yesterday. Inside were a large piece of beef she had previously prepared with Yi Xiuyun, eggs disguised as wild chicken eggs, some mushrooms, and other things that were hard to find in the season. But even just these items made Yi Xiuyun very excited, both as treasures and as something to fear losing. Of course, the main fear was being discovered by others. She discussed with Qianqian that they should cook these meats today while not traveling, then carry them as dry rations. Qianqian agreed happily, but said they should still give some wild eggs to Sister Qiao and Kaitu to help them regain strength. Yi Xiuyun looked at Little Gray, who was chewing on a bone nearby, and felt a bit emotional. Our Little Gray must be some kind of special dog. How does it find everything? Qianqian, observing quietly, continued to make up a story. It's because dogs have good noses, they can smell all kinds of scents. Yi Xiuyun thought that explanation made sense. Indeed, a dog's nose is very sensitive. She then felt lucky that they had found Little Gray. They had good luck to pick up such a dog. Suddenly, she remembered that Little Gray had a previous owner. Qianqian, we should probably also give some of this to Xiao Song. That kid is all alone and quite pitiful, hasn't had enough food. Before, Little Gray helped him hunt, but now that Little Gray is ours, the boy has no companion and might struggle to find food. Yi Xiuyun thought of a young man about her eldest son's age, living alone during these deadly times, and felt uneasy. What a good kid. Why does he have such bad luck? She sighed. Qianqian opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know how to explain to her mother. Whether Little Gray was with them, he still couldn't find food like that. The Goof family wasn't planning to go out, but on the other side, a group of people had already left the cave and started moving forward. Leading the group was Wei Jingyu, who looked excited and said to those behind him, "Everyone pay attention, don't make any noise. If we catch just one, it'll last us many days." Zhao Deyuan held a thick wooden stick and looked equally excited. "Wei Xiaozi, are you sure? Is there really a roe deer? How is that possible? I've hunted roe deer before with my second uncle. They're pretty simple animals and they're quite big," Wei Jingyu said, smiling. Wei Laoda, who was among the group, showed a clear, happy expression. "If we catch a roe deer today, it'll be everyone's achievement. We'll all share it." Hearing this, everyone grew very excited and kept thanking Wei Laoda for leading them. It's worth noting, Wei Laoda carried a bow, and it said he's very good at shooting arrows. Even if he didn't bring others along, he could surely shoot and bring back game, a skill that had nothing to do with them. Big Brother Wei chose to bring them along to help out. Everyone understood this and appreciated the kindness. Soon, they reached a flat open space and stopped behind some trees. Oh my, so many roe deer. If we manage to hunt all of them, we won't have to worry about food anymore, and we can finally leave this snowy mountain safely, someone whispered excitedly. Many shared this hope. There were about 5 or 6 roe deer in the distance, and their group of 20 or 30 people could make enough food to last a long time if they were careful. Big Brother Wei looked at the jumping roe deer far away and spoke quietly. "These animals are easier to hunt than others, but they won't just stand there waiting for us. There are so many, but catching even one is lucky." Hearing Wei's words, some felt disappointed, but they were content with just one. Wei signaled to the others to surround the area from all sides. Then he took out his bow and arrow. pulled back the string, and aimed at one of the roe deer. "Second uncle, do you think you can hit it?" Wei Jingyu asked nervously. Wei's sharp eyes watched the distant roe deer carefully. Sending an arrow to hit one isn't a problem, but whether others can catch some is uncertain. Wei's aim was to help everyone, otherwise, he could have hunted a deer himself. As everyone was in position, Wei's eyes flickered with determination. His arrow shot out quickly and struck one of the roe deer. The others, startled by the shot, started running. Hungry villagers rushed from all directions. Some shouted orders, and a group of people focused on one roe deer, rushing forward. With wild effort, they managed to take down one roe deer, almost like hitting a teacher with a stick, but it worked. Including Wei's shot, they caught 2 deer in total. Everyone saw the 2 roe deer on the ground and cheered happily. Every face showed genuine excitement, and some even teared up. "This is wonderful. We won't go hungry anymore. We have food. Boo, we have meat. No more eating bark. Our old master left us a way to survive. This is great. Ha ha ha." Everyone looked different, but Wei also showed a relaxed smile as he called everyone to carry the roe deer back. "Brother Zhao, you really helped us a lot just now. Thanks to you, we targeted that one deer, or we might not have caught even one. You don't understand. De Yuan's 3rd younger brother is a scholar. The Zhao family always has clever ideas." Earlier, De Yuan jokingly said it was good everyone worked well together while everyone looked at the deer. Watching everyone talk and laugh around De Yuan, Wu Lao Air looked angry. Since yesterday, when he took people to trouble the Gu family and the little troublemaker from the Gu family generously gave them a wild chicken, everyone in the group looked down on him. That troublemaker did it on purpose, using the wild chicken to split him from the others. And he didn't even get to taste a drop of the broth. Those who used to be friendly with him also felt that he caused problems and couldn't share the chicken, which made them resent him. When they returned to the cave, the old, weak women and children inside cheered happily at seeing 2 deer brought back. Many started crying tears of joy, feeling heaven had given them a way out. Wei De Lao looked at everyone, then at the sky outside, and said, "Let's divide the deer meat. The snow is nearly stopping, and we can't wait any longer. Pack up and we leave today." He knew the road was dangerous, and with such bad weather, he didn't know when they could get out. Now that they had food and strength, everyone was excited and agreed loudly, beginning to prepare. Wei De Lao then told Wei Jingyu, "Go to the Gu family and tell them we're leaving today." Wei Jingyu thought about the young girl there, who was even younger but tough and fierce. She smiled and said, "I'll go right now." "Brother Wei," Zhao Deyuan called quickly, "Let me go. I have something to discuss with the Gu family." Wei Jingyu scratched her head and said, "We're leaving together this afternoon. I should go." Zhao Deyuan thought about what he was holding, not something valuable, but still better to give it to Gu girl privately. "Don't trouble you. It's just on my way. I just want Brother Wei to watch over my wife and daughter." After Wei Lao agreed, Zhao Deyuan left. Not far away, Li saw the scene and sneered at Mrs. Foam. Today, this roe deer wasn't given by the Gu family. There's no need to rush to flatter and please them. Do you really think the Gu family is easy to deal with? You try to get close by acting like a dog's assistant, thinking you'll get a piece of their meat? How ambitious you are. Mrs. Foam was happily packing her belongings, ready to help her daughter with the roe deer, when she heard Li's sarcastic remark, and her face immediately turned displeased. "The Gu family has helped us. We are not the kind of ungrateful people." Old Lady Sue, who was nearby, also looked over, unhappy. "What's wrong with the Gu family? Yesterday they offered a chicken, and they gave a chicken. Why do you say they are hard to get along with?" People close by, who received wild chicken meat from the Gu family yesterday, also looked at Li with dissatisfaction. Maybe the Gu family didn't give her the wild chicken they sent yesterday, and is talking behind their back. Who are they? It's funny, really. Besides bothering the Gu family, those people didn't get any chicken. Li Yu and the Gu family are on good terms, so why didn't they give you any? What did you do wrong? Hearing this, some curious people gathered around, eager to listen to the gossip. Since Li was closely associated with the Gu family, they wanted to know what she had done that caused the family to not share even a bowl of chicken soup. Li looked at those who were scrutinizing her, furious. She sneered coldly. Just a little favor has bought you all over. The Gu girl is quite clever. Do you know they have a dog that can hunt? Just a wild chicken. It's nothing to them. After saying this, she felt wronged and her eyes reddened as she sniffled and choked up, and I saw that dog first. If I hadn't let it go, that dog would be mine now, hunting for me. The chicken you all ate yesterday was also given by me. Li's voice grew more aggrieved, and she covered her face, sobbing as she talked about how heartless the Gu family was. That Yi woman fell down the hill, and I was the one who saved her and carried her back. Otherwise, she would have fallen and frozen to death. Yet, in the end, the Gu family, just because of what my daughter said, treated us so badly. Boo-hoo, I feel so wronged. Why are the Gu family so cruel to us two women? Watching Li's tearful and sad expression, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Nobody knew what was really happening, so they all quietly went back to their own tasks. Mrs. Feng heard this and frowned tightly. She didn't believe what Li said at all. The Gu family is known for their kindness. How could they possibly do what Li accused? I think the Gu wife, her daughter, and that little boy from the vegetable stall are not like that. Li, don't talk nonsense. They will come over soon, and when they do, you can face them directly. If you're caught lying, it won't look good for you. Old Lady Su remembered that every time she visited Gu Qianqian to exchange for grain, she was never turned away. The rice Gu Qianqian gave her was always better than her own wild vegetable cakes. That day would have been the same if the girl hadn't secretly given her some rice. Her daughter-in-law might not have been able to make it through that day otherwise. Now, hearing Li's words, she couldn't hold back. Stop crying and whining here. If you're right, then when they come, say it to their faces, not behind their backs.
Li clenched her teeth tightly, tears falling steadily.
She felt full of grievance in her heart, but she also knew that the Gu family had already won the trust of those around them. Even if she were right, she wouldn't be able to prove it. Meanwhile, Zhao Deyuan hadn't reached the cave yet. He saw Gu Qianqian come out and immediately smiled, walking over. Gu girl, Big Wei said we're leaving today. Oh, we caught 2 roe deer. After we divide the meat, we'll be setting off. Gu Qianqian heard the footsteps and came out. Seeing Zhao Deyuan speak, she glanced at the cloudy sky and the few snowflakes falling. Big Wei probably didn't want to delay their trip. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhao. We'll pack up and go right away. Zhao Deyuan nodded, but didn't leave right away. Instead, he took out a few books from his pocket, looking a bit guilty. Girl, these are the books from our family. We ran out of food for a while and ate most of them. Now, this is all that's left. I'm giving them to you. Don't mind if you don't want them. Gu Qianqian looked at the books, quickly accepted them, and smiled. We don't read much either, but I think books are precious. If possible, I'd like to keep them. Zhao Deyuan smiled bitterly. It's shameful to say, but my 3 brothers' books are usually well taken care of. In the end, we even use some of them as food. Uncle, please don't say that. When life is in danger, nothing is more precious than life itself. I'm not giving these books for nothing. Later, our little gray will hunt again, and we'll trade what we catch with you. Zhao Deyuan immediately waved his hands, anxious. That can't be. It's not free. You helped our family before, and you even gave my daughter 2 cookies. We also received some broth and meat from yesterday's chicken. Actually, they only shared a small piece of meat. A wild chicken couldn't serve so many people, and the older men didn't eat much, but their family got a good amount of broth. Today, we also caught 2 roe deer. Soon, we'll have plenty of food. Your family has 4 mouths to feed. Even if you have a dog, it must eat well before hunting. We can't be so generous. Zhao Deyuan looked serious, frowning. He knew this family was kind-hearted, but everyone was having a hard time now. They already owed the Gu family many favors. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh and didn't say anything more. All right, uncle. We'll go over soon. Zhao Deyuan smiled and nodded, then quickly left. He felt uneasy leaving his wife and daughter for a while. Gu Qianqian returned to the cave and said to Yi Shouyun, Mom, Uncle Wei needs to depart soon. We should pack up and get ready too. Kaitu hurried to pack things, muttering, Fortunately, the meat is cooked. We hid it in the snow wagon so nobody can see. Hee hee, now our family won't lack food. Zhao Jie clapped her hands happily. Meat, meat. Yi Shuyin's face showed a relaxed smile. Yes, now our family won't lack food. She looked a bit tearful, remembering how they had little food when they stayed at Old Gu's house. If they had enough food, her husband and son wouldn't be missing now. Thinking of this, she quickly turned away, took a deep breath to control her tears, then began packing. Suddenly thinking of something, she asked, "We're leaving. Should we tell Xiao Song? That kid is all alone. Maybe he can come with us." Gu Qianqian thought about the lone person and paused for a moment before saying, "I don't know where he lives, but if he wants to travel with us, he will find us. If he doesn't want to, there's nothing we can do. They're on the same route. If Song Shiyan is willing, he will definitely join them. If not, they can't force him." She feels that the person probably doesn't like being around many people. The family quickly packed up. Yi Xiuyun grabbed the reins of the sled and looked at Gu Qianqian. "Qianqian, all three of us will sit inside. My foot is fine now, so I'll pull you." Her foot injury wasn't serious. After a few days of rest, she was fully healed. Gu Qianqian didn't want Yi Xiuyun to pull her. Kaitu and Xiao will sit, and Little Gray can run around on its own. Everyone knows we have a dog, so there's no need to hide it anymore. Although Yi Xiuyun agreed, she was a bit worried when she saw Little Gray, who had gained some weight from being fed lately. "Qianqian, isn't Little Gray a bit too obvious?" Looking at the silly dog, Gu Qianqian wasn't too worried. Wei Laoda isn't a bad person. He has a sense of justice. He's not the type to interfere indiscriminately, and if he belonged to their group, he wouldn't just sit by and watch chaos happen. As for the chicken from yesterday, since Wei Laoda accepted it, his team members probably ate it too. So there's no need to worry that some malicious people might take advantage of the situation, as Wei Laoda wouldn't ignore it. Actually, even if Wei Laoda didn't intervene, Gu Qianqian wasn't too worried. She wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. Anyway, everyone knows about it. Hiding it doesn't help. Uncle Zhao said they just caught 2 roe deer, so no one is likely to be interested in Little Gray right now. Though she said that, Yi Xiuyun still felt uneasy. She was used to trusting her daughter's judgment and believed her decisions were always reasonable. After packing up, the family left the cave. Kaitu initially insisted he was a man and didn't need the sled. But under Gu Qianqian's insistence, he had to sit in the small sled with Qiao. The first time he rode it, he was already freezing and felt uncomfortable, squeezed in with 2 people and a dog. Now, sitting inside with some luggage, he and his sister felt more comfortable. They can even lie down and be pulled along, bouncing happily. Before leaving, Gu Qianqian looked at the cave. She still drew a message on the ground with a stick inside the cave to leave a note for Song Shiyan. It doesn't matter whether Song Shiyan can read or not. She thought it was better not to reveal she could write. She briefly looked at the book Zhao Deyuan had given her. The writing was similar to the characters from her old world, like traditional Chinese characters. In fact, she just needed to say she learned from those books later. Luckily, one of the books was an introductory illustrated book that she could use as an excuse. When the family arrived at the big cave, they had just finished packing. Probably because everyone had been assigned some roe deer, their faces showed bright smiles and they seemed excited for the journey ahead. Seeing the Gu family come over, they greeted warmly. Only Li and Old Wu, a few others, looked unhappy. Li felt upset, thinking she was excluded and treated unfairly by the Gu family. She lowered her head and didn't speak when they arrived. Old Wu was also upset. The people in their group had been unintentionally or intentionally distancing themselves from them, making him very uncomfortable. This was all because of Zhao Deyuan and the Gu family. Old Wei counted the people and then loudly said, "Let's try to travel farther today. Everyone, don't fall behind." Everyone responded together. The group resumed their escape route, but this time everyone had food. They moved energetically. Yi Xiuyun pulled the sled, and Gu Qianqian walked nearby. The most noticeable thing was that silly, clumsy gray puppy. Everyone kept looking at that puppy with mixed expressions. Could this be the fierce hunting dog Old Wu and Li mentioned, the one that's really good at hunting? This puppy was so awkward that it could fall over just by running a few steps. Luckily, they all had meat now and weren't thinking about the puppy anymore. The goo girl was small, but she was fierce when she fought, so no one was eager to provoke her. Before nightfall, the group finally found a suitable place to rest. Qianqian immediately found a clear spot near the woods, away from the others, but not too far. This small open space isn't very big, and everyone sleeps near each other. At night, everyone happily starts cooking, but they don't waste meat. They only cut a little to make soup. Some people even cook bark from trees, making it easier to swallow. Lee's family isn't very close to the Gu residence, but is still nearby. They start a fire and cook meat. Zhang Xiaoya tugs at her sleeve and stares intently at the pot. Mom, add some meat. She tried the taste of meat before and couldn't forget it. Lee frowns and glares at her.
Eat, eat, eat.
You're just a silly girl who only thinks about meat. Do you think you're some young lady or something? Zhang Xiaoya mumbles her disapproval and almost starts crying, but dares not. She knows if she cries, her mother will beat her hard. Lee scolds her, but still puts some meat into the pot. She isn't short of food, and she also wants to have some meat, otherwise, it's too cold and hard to sleep at night. Around the camp, there are occasional loud arguments coming from Lee's side. The other commotion comes from the daughter-in-law of Old Lady Sue, who shouts loudly, swearing and cursing constantly. Most people avoid getting too close to her and her family, except for Wei's group. Old Lady Sue is busy giving orders. Her children aren't safe from her scolding either. Anyone who looks at her family the wrong way gets yelled at, and Sue's widow even jumps up, holding a big stick, shouting loudly, as if ready to fight. Foam looks away and starts boiling meat soup. Sigh, Old Lady Sue really is something. Why bother bringing such a daughter-in-law? She does nothing but complain and has a bad temper. I've seen difficult mothers-in-law, but this daughter-in-law is the worst. Zhao Deyuan doesn't look over and tries to start the fire with wet firewood. None of that matters. As long as we can survive well ourselves, that's enough. Foam mutters, no one wants to get involved. That old lady is so fierce, they all know she's tough. No one dares to bother her, not even in the evenings when they settle down. Everyone is used to the daily loud quarrels of Sue's family. They all know Sue's widow is very fierce and aggressive. No one wants to cause trouble, not even staying close to her family at night. Everyone is cooking meat, including Gu Qianqian, who doesn't hold back. She also cooks meat but doesn't add too many seasonings. After dinner, everyone went to bed early because they needed to travel the next day. Even though it was cold, they huddled together to sleep well so they would have the strength to continue their journey in the morning. In the first half of the night, everyone had trouble sleeping because of the cold. But later, by the fire's warmth, everyone slowly fell into dreams. In the quiet hours of the night, faint footsteps sounded around the camp. The soft steps made some people think they were just going to the bathroom, so they pulled their blankets tighter and went back to sleep. Not long after, everything became quiet again. Nobody noticed that a few people were missing from the camp. The next morning, at dawn, everyone was still sleeping. No one knew who woke up first, but suddenly there was a loud, screaming shout. Birds resting in the trees, disturbed by the noise, scattered into the sky. People still in their dreams were awakened. One after another, they hurried out of their tents. What happened? What's going on? People quickly came out and looked around anxiously, but saw nothing unusual. Soon, many others started to shout and curse in anger. Who the heck stole our meat? Our meat is gone too. Oh my God, who's so unkind? They're going to ruin us. Who took it? Bring it out. We're all in the same team. If I catch him, he won't like how I treat him. Angry words and crying filled the air. The camp was in chaos. Some people also went to check their own supplies. Fortunately, their meat was still there. Gu Qianqian also heard the noise and came out of her tent, looking at the chaos. Most people didn't all have tents. Some piled their belongings together and covered themselves with blankets, and others sat close to the fire, wrapped in blankets, trying to stay warm. Most of those who lost their meat didn't have tents at all. Wei Lauda, hearing the noise, also came over and looked at the people shouting about their meat being stolen. His face grew serious as he quickly went to speak with them. What's going on? Boss Wei, our deer meat from yesterday is gone, and some food is missing too. All of it's gone.
Our food is all gone.
We've got no way to go on. No way at all. The speaker is a man in his 50s who slaps his thigh and tears stream down his face. Our family's grain was also stolen. There's nothing left. For a moment, everyone in the camp is crying. Many people have lost not only venison but also the small amount of grain they had left. At this time, grain means life. Without it, their lives will quickly end. Qianqian's expression becomes serious. She frowns and looks at the families who lost their grain. Her gaze sweeps around, and her voice lowers. Old Wu and his group are gone. Hearing this, some people look towards the now empty spot, the place where Old Wu and a few villagers used to live. Now, it's completely deserted. I swear, that darn Old Wu. That scoundrel stole our grain and ran away. This is a sin. It's truly sinful. He's going to face retribution. He's trying to kill us all. Those damn dogs. I want to go kill them all. Someone, furious, grabs a sickle, pulls at his neck, and shouts that he's going to fight Old Wu and his group. Wei Laoda's face is dark and serious. He looks at those who lost their grain and are crying sadly. He feels uncomfortable inside. He stops the man with the sickle, who wants to go after Old Wu. These people probably left during the night. You won't catch them. After saying that, he looks at the crowd, and his voice becomes a little hoarse. I'm sorry, everyone. I should have driven Old Wu and his group away earlier. That's why this happened. Some are still crying silently, while others seem to understand. One person finally speaks in a hoarse voice. This isn't your fault, Wei Laoda. Nobody expected Old Wu to do such a thing.
Of course I didn't expect.
Old Wu has never been a good person. He's stolen from others many times before. It's not surprising he did something sneaky like this. We should have kicked him out earlier. Why did we keep him around? Someone shouts angrily. My family's grain is gone. How are we supposed to live? Damn Old Wu. He deserves to die. Wei Laoda's face is heavy. He knows he was careless. Since he agreed to take this group on the journey together, he should have planned everything carefully. He looked at the few farms where the food had been stolen, completely cleared out. Then he turned his gaze to a group of people who were farther away from Wu Lao and his friends. His eyes were deep and serious. After a long moment, he spoke. I want to say a few words. The deer meat from yesterday was shared among the families. There probably isn't much for each family, but thankfully, not many people lost their meat. I hope everyone can share a little of yesterday's deer meat and distribute it fairly to those who lost their food. After he finished speaking, Wei Laoda looked sharply at the people's reactions. Before they could say anything, he added, although we are all part of the same team, I can't force you to make a choice. It's all voluntary. If you don't want to, I won't insist. Qianqian saw Wei Laoda's words. Her eyes sparkled slightly. She looked at him from the side, guessing his intention, and felt a little approval in her heart. As soon as Wei Laoda finished speaking, the camp suddenly fell silent. The people who had been crying stopped, and they all looked at those who hadn't lost their food with hope. On the outer edge, Li's family saw this and took their daughter into their tent without saying anything. The first to speak was Grandma Su. Our family is willing. We don't have anyone strong enough to hunt these deer. My family didn't do much work hunting, so we're grateful for the meat you shared with us. We'll leave a little for ourselves and give the rest to you. Everyone was surprised that Grandma Su was the first to speak. Although her family did everything, the head of the family wasn't her. Everyone looked instinctively toward the Su family's tent. The expected angry shouting and yelling didn't happen. Everything was quiet. It made people wonder if the widow Su hadn't woken up or hadn't heard what her mother-in-law said. Soon, someone else spoke. I'm lame. I can only barely keep up when walking and I can't do much work. I can only peel bark to eat. Everyone's been taking care of me on this journey. The deer meat has nothing to do with me. If you feel sorry for me and share so much with me, I don't want it anymore. Bark isn't deadly, and if I don't starve, I can go on. I don't want the meat. My family also shares some. The deer was hunted by them. They shared it with us. Now their own meat has been stolen. How can we let those who really worked hard go hungry? My family too. We will give half. My family doesn't have much grain left. We caught 2 strong men to hunt the deer. They are healthy so they can eat less and still handle it. We will give half of what we have. Only you are so generous. My family has many people and many mouths to feed, so I can only give you half a gene. Hearing that everyone was willing to share the meat, Old Wei's expression finally relaxed a little, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Those families who had lost their food, although many had participated in hunting the roe deer, knew that at this moment, no family's portion of food could be returned. Now, seeing these people still remember their kindness and are willing to share their food, they felt even more uncomfortable inside. Some people cried louder. Wu's second son was a troublemaker they hated. But these people, who were willing to share food more precious than their own lives, made their feelings even worse. All right, everyone's a grown man. Why are your tears so cheap? Are they embarrassing? Stop crying. Everyone, bring out your roe deer. Let's divide the meat. People started working quickly. 2 roe deer weighed about 70 to 80 jin. Yesterday, based on how many people there were, each family received different amounts, about 2 jin per person. Children got less. Wu's second son and others took not only their own share but also stole about 30 to 40 jin. The remaining 20 or so people in the group, if divided evenly, each could get about a jin and a half. Everyone busily began dividing the meat. Mrs. Lee sat inside the tent with her daughter, not coming out, acting as if she didn't hear the noise outside. She had tasted the meat yesterday and wished she could stew and eat it all. How could they just share it? But while she stayed inside, someone came looking for her. Mrs. Lee, the meat is being divided outside. Where's your share? Her face twitched. She forced a smile. What's sharing? I didn't hear anything. The person outside rolled their eyes. With all that noise, how could they not hear? Still, they explained what had just happened. Mrs. Lee's heart tightened with anger. She cursed inwardly, but still smiled kindly, and went outside. You see, I was asleep and didn't hear. Of course, we need to bring out our share too. Wait a moment, and I'll send it to you. Back inside the tent, Mrs. Lee's face darkened. She looked at her own little bit of meat, just over 2 jin, and saw that they wanted to take it back when giving it out. She searched with her knife for a while and finally found a spot, cut off about 2 or 3 liang of meat, and carried it out. Not everyone has shared their meat equally. Some families only contributed a small amount as a token. Lee handed the meat over and saw that the person looked upset. Wanting to say something, her gaze shifted to Qianqian, and she smiled as she spoke. Since we're all on the same team, we should help each other when there's trouble. By the way, isn't the Gu family very good at hunting? Gu girl, how much grain has your family brought out? Qianqian had been about to go home to prepare a meal when she heard Lee smile and direct her words at her. She paused, turned around, and looked at Lee with a smile. Old Wei, hearing this, changed expression and scolded sharply. That venison from the deer, the Gu family didn't take any. Why should they give out grain? Lee didn't expect Old Wei to be the first to criticize her. Her smile froze a bit. That's not quite right. Everyone knows the Gu family has a hunting dog, so they probably aren't short on grain. Since that's the case, why not share some with us? We're all facing trouble. Qianqian smiled and came back. She looked at Lee and said, whether we are short on grain or not, I remember your family has quite a bit stored. That deer, you probably didn't participate in hunting either. Since you're not short of grain, just take out all the venison. We're all in a tough spot now. She then looked at the 2 ounces of meat in Lee's hand and suddenly laughed. Let me ask, Aunt Lee, your family only has 2 people, so you must have gotten a lot of meat. Why only this much? Lee's face suddenly changed, and her voice rose. Don't talk nonsense. My family has no grain. The 2 of us tighten our belts, and we're so hungry we might gnaw on bark. Little Yu is so young. She didn't get 2 pounds of meat. We don't have much meat. I ate some last night and have almost nothing left. Besides, I was the one who brought out some meat. What about you? She looked around at everyone, pointing at Qianqian. See for yourselves. The Gu family talks nicely, but when trouble happens, they hide the fastest. That wild chicken from yesterday was probably scared by Wu Lauer and had no choice but to be caught. Now that Wu Lauer is gone, she's not afraid anymore. Her true nature is clear. Qianqian was amused by Li's accusations. She was about to speak again when suddenly someone lunged from behind her, pointing a finger almost at her nose while angrily shouting curses. Well, you, the Li family, you always bully my sister Qian. Do you think I, Yi Xiuyun, have no temper? That wild chicken isn't even ours. I saw everyone struggling, and that kind young man agreed to give you the wild chicken because he's kind-hearted. Now, it's turned into our family's fault, right? Everyone saw Yi Xiuyun crying painfully and rushed to comfort her. It's my fault for speaking out. Our family has almost run out of food and is starving, and I couldn't bear to see these children and women go hungry. I gave away the wild chicken, but in the end, our kindness was mistaken. I shouldn't have interfered and given away the chicken. Now my sister Qian is here being scolded. Qianqian's face twitched. Her usually gentle and kind mother had learned this trick too. Seeing Yi Xiuyun crying so sadly, everyone quickly moved to comfort her. Sis-in-law Gu, we didn't mean any of this. That wild chicken saved us from freezing to death. Yes, yes. Sis-in-law Gu, you're so kind, and we remember your family's kindness. We wouldn't say anything bad about you. It's true. If not for that bowl of chicken soup, my father might not have made it out of the cave. We aren't ungrateful. Anyone who dares say anything bad about the Gu family, I'll be the first to disagree. Li sure hadn't expected these people to be so sycophantic. It was just one wild chicken and so many people shared it, some didn't even get a piece of meat. What's there to be grateful for? She was furious as she looked at the crowd surrounding Yi Xiuyun. Thinking about how she had been excluded herself, she suddenly snapped. She wanted to say that the Gu family had plenty of food, not just wild chickens, but they had even roasted rabbits before. But when she met Qianqian's cold glare, her words caught in her throat. Qianqian's lips curled into a cold smile. What do you want to say? Do you want to talk about how much food you found in that village? With those words, Li Shi shivered and suddenly realized. She knew the Gu family depended on that dog to hunt for meat, but Qianqian also knew how much grain she had secretly taken from those two men. Someone looked at Li Shi curiously. What about their family? Li Shi hesitated, his lips opening and closing several times, but he couldn't say a word. Suddenly, from the distant woods, there was a loud and fierce barking sound. That's Shall We barking. Qianqian's eyes tightened as she quickly turned and ran toward her tent. Near the tent, Jiateo was protecting Qiao Jie behind him. When she returned, he hurried to speak. Big sister, Shall We went over there to use the toilet and started barking. Could it have found something dangerous? Dogs are naturally protective, and they usually bark at strangers or when they sense danger. Qianqian's face grew cold. She reached out and put her hand on Jiateo's shoulder, pushing him back. Go to Mother's place. I'll check it out myself. Thinking this, she quickly slipped into her tent. When no one was watching, she took out an axe from her space. As she stepped outside, she saw several people rushing over. This dog wouldn't bark for no reason. It must have spotted something, said a young man.
Let's go see.
Gu girl, you better stay back. Don't worry, we'll protect your dog, another man added. The men exchanged looks and tentatively moved forward. Qianqian watched Shall We barking in the direction of the noise, her eyes narrowing. She carried her axe and followed behind. The group nervously advanced. The area was covered in snow, with some half-human-high branches and weeds, making it hard to see anything. One of them courageously used a stick to tap and force the snow. Is anyone out there? Come out. Don't hide. Otherwise, we won't hold back. They shouted threateningly, but there was no response, not even a mouse. Nothing here. Maybe the dog is just barking at nothing, someone said with doubt. Qianqian moved closer, looking in the direction Shall We was barking. She took 2 steps forward. In front of her was a thick, tall tree, estimated to be many years old. She looked up. The tree was very tall. Maybe the wind shook the branches, scaring the dog. It's nothing. Let's go back, she suggested. As she looked at the tree, a suspicion grew in her mind. She turned her gaze to the group of men. In this wild, remote place, a dog suddenly barking loudly would surprise anyone. But these men were at the front, willing to face unknown dangers to protect those behind them. Although these years of famine have made people's hearts harsh, and some may risk their lives over food, there are still honest and kind-hearted people among them. Everyone, wait a moment, she spoke clearly. They all stopped and looked at her. Girl, this area is full of thorny bushes and grass. There's no real danger, but don't wander around freely. Yes, this place isn't open like before. There are too many trees and bushes. If you step on something uneven, you might fall. Feeling their good intentions, Qianqian's smile deepened. She then looked at the large tree beside her. My little gray shouldn't bark without reason. It must have seen something, she said, patting the tree in front of her. At that moment, Wei Laoda also approached. Hearing Qianqian's words, he looked at the big tree with furrowed brows, deep in thought. Girl, did you find something? He asked. Qianqian smiled and brushed some ice from her hand. My father once told me that snakes hibernate in winter, usually in underground dens or tree cavities. Everyone's eyes brightened at her words. A man stepped forward quickly, speaking eagerly. You mean there are snakes inside these trees? Qianqian didn't confirm, just guessed maybe. Wei Laoda looked at the girl, and then at the thick tree. He nodded. Snakes do hibernate, but which tree they choose is uncertain. Otherwise, I would have already had people cut open tree cavities to find snake meat. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. Wei Laoda observed their expressions and then said, but it's a coincidence. The dog barking so strangely, and there's this sturdy tree. Everyone's been holding their anger all morning. Maybe we should cut the tree for some venting. Even if there's nothing inside, we can use the wood to make firewood. It's dry and good for burning. Hearing that, everyone started arguing and talking excitedly, mostly in agreement. Some of these people had indirect losses, like stolen grain. They were furious and had nowhere to vent. Even if they were too hungry to exert much strength, they felt too frustrated to hold it in. Girl, can I borrow your axe? Step back a little, and be careful not to hurt yourself, a man said. Although many people think this young girl is capable, she is still a small girl with thin arms and legs, so she can't be very strong. Qianqian gladly wants someone to do the heavy work. Without hesitation, she passes the axe directly to them. A group of men start chopping at the tree, laughing and joking as they work. Qianqian looks at Uncle Wei beside her and walks over with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Wei. She understands that Uncle Wei says those things because he's worried that if there is nothing inside the tree hole, the people who exerted themselves to catch the snake will complain about her. Uncle Wei turns to the young girl next to him and laughs. If there was really a hole in the tree and a snake inside, everyone would thank you. After speaking, he looks at Qianqian with admiration and respect. Even though these hard times make people's hearts harsh and evil, not everyone is bad. When people are in desperate situations, they might lose their kindness, but we shouldn't shy away from everyone. Bandits and robbers often consider their targets and avoid large, strong groups. But when someone is alone with a few friends, even if they are skilled, they won't be taken seriously just because they are outnumbered. This girl's previous actions seem fierce and decisive, not someone to be provoked. Yet, she freely gives wild chickens from her home and shares news of snakes with them. Doesn't that show she has a kind heart? At the same time, she is very smart. Her actions seem careless or casual, but deep inside, she has thought through many plans. Those who don't understand her would only see her as reckless or impulsive. Qianqian smiles at this, but she doesn't speak. The small gray dog, who had been sniffing and wagging its tail among the crowd, suddenly stops moving after the group hits the tree many times. It raises its ears and then barks loudly at the tree. This sudden bark startles the people chopping the tree. Many are unsure what to do. Qianqian's eyes light up. She quickly walks over, and Uncle Wei, also smiling happily, follows her. Seeing Qianqian about to enter the tree, Uncle Wei pulls her back. Let me check first. He looks at the battered tree, placing his hand on it, then presses his ear to listen carefully from top to bottom. Everyone watches him, too afraid to make a noise. After a long moment, Uncle Wei's eyes brighten with joy, and he laughs loudly. Ha ha, keep chopping. Upon hearing Boss Wei, the others exchanged looks, and their eyes lit up with joy. They swung their axes harder. Is there any movement? Qianqian asked. Boss Wei nodded. A little. Not sure if it's a snake, but it's definitely something alive. Qianqian smiled, licking her lower lip. Snake meat. Although she disliked these soft, cold-blooded animals and found them disgusting, she had to admit that the meat of such slippery creatures was quite delicious. The tree was big but hollow inside. Even though it was frozen and stiff, with everyone's effort, they didn't cut it down fully, but they made a large opening in the trunk. Suddenly, they heard a scream. Someone was about to swing his axe when something slid out of the hollow. It was soft and slid onto his foot, scaring him so badly he threw his axe away and bawled loudly while bouncing around, arms and legs flailing. Wow, Li Dinyo, I nearly got my head chopped in half by your axe. A young man held his head, looking pale and frightened, cursing with fear. Stop cursing. There really is a snake inside. Is there more? Another person stammered excitedly as he hurried forward to look inside the hollow. Everyone else also hurried over. Someone had already picked up the sluggish, on-the-ground snake, and others lined up to peek inside the hollow. There really are lots. When they saw a nest of sleeping snakes, everyone on the team was overjoyed. Wu Lao Air had stolen a lot of their roe deer meat before, and now these snakes helped make up for it. Earlier, they had put a lot of effort into cutting down the trees. Boss Wei immediately suggested making a soup to nourish everyone. Qianqian originally planned to take one snake back. But nearest to the woods, Kaitu and Qiao Jier saw the injured snakes on the ground. Qiao Jier was so scared her body twitched, and she hid behind Kaitu, gripping her clothes tightly. Her eyes reddened, and she was so frightened she teared up, but clenched her lips, not daring to cry. Qianqian quickly stepped forward, picked her up, and Qiao Jier shrank into her embrace. Unlike her usually mature demeanor, Kaitu's body stood straight, trying to keep a serious face when seeing the snakes, but her small legs started trembling. Qianqian tapped her forehead and thought, forget it, we're all laughing at home about being scared. It's better not to bother them. We have enough food anyway. Big sister, don't be afraid, don't be scared. Little sister Qiao's soft, trembling voice made Qianqian smile. Kaitu also rigidly forced a smile. Big sister, I am not afraid. We can eat snake meat too. He didn't really want to eat it, he was scared. But it was food, and big sister found it. It must be their share. He couldn't refuse. Kaitu looked at the two children and gently rubbed his little head. Our family doesn't eat it because big sister is afraid, he said. Hearing this, Qianqian felt relieved and quickly added, don't worry, we still have meat. I'll eat less, so it'll be enough for everyone. Qiao's little sister also lifted her head. Eat less, give it to big sister. Qianqian watched the two kids with a warm feeling inside. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, big sister has more delicious food today. I'll give you some extra for a treat. Then, she hugged the smaller one and held the older one's hand, leading them back to the tent. She took out the milk she had poured into a water bottle earlier. This is something I traded meat for with the young master. It's really tasty. Drink quickly. Each had a water bottle. Kaitu looked confused. Didn't big sister chase the beggar away that day? When did she get the meat to exchange for this? But since big sister said so, he didn't think much more. He took the water bottle, took a sip, and froze. Then, he took another sip. Big sister, this isn't water. What is this? It's so sweet. Qiao's little sister held her water bottle and took a sip, her eyes shining with joy. Sweet the soft, adorable little voice made Qianqian pinch her little face. Big sister's Qiao's little sister is the sweetest. Qiao's sister grinned and giggled. She had a little milk stain on her lips that looked like a tiny white beard. Haha, sister has grown a beard. Qiao's sister giggled and bounced happily. Beard, brother's beard. Kaitu was stunned. His tongue tasted sweetness up top, so there was indeed a little beard. When Yi Xiaoyun returned, she saw her 3 sisters somewhere, laughing together and not knowing what they were doing. Her anger instantly vanished, and she started to smile too. That snake looked really scary. I didn't want it. Big Wei said we could use raw deer meat instead. The snakes were found by their little gray cat. She didn't dare to want the snake meat, but they had to take the raw deer meat. Gu Qianqian saw her mother come back and said to Kai Tu, you and Sister Qiao have a drink. This is for Mom. Their water bottle was not big. She wanted to take out more, but there was nothing left to pour. Mom is not thirsty. Yi Xiaoyun waved her hand. She was about to start a fire and cook. Her legs and feet were better now, so she couldn't let Qianqian do all the work. Mom, drink this. Big sister and that beggar who traded with us found it. It's really tasty. Yi Xiaoyun was surprised and paused. What is this? She took a sip then frowned. What's that flavor? It was a strange taste, a little sweet, but not tasty. Gu Qianqian knew right away that her mother couldn't handle it. She smiled and said, It tastes like milk. I heard rich families love drinking it. It's good for health. Hearing that it was good for health, Yi Xiaoyun immediately held the water bottle steady and handed it to Gu Qianqian. You girls drink it. I don't want it. You all can have some. Gu Qianqian smiled. I've already drunk some. Mom, you should have a little. Later, we still need to pull the snow cart. If I get it ready early and I drink this milk, my body will be better than yours. You're just talking nonsense. Your body isn't even fully recovered yet. You've been tired for so long.
You can't do anything now.
She said this while taking several sips from the water bottle, then declared she wouldn't drink anymore. Give some to Kai Tu and Sister Qiao. Mom really can't handle this. Gu Qianqian held back her laughter and took out the unwrapped chocolate. Then, Mom, try this. Do you think you can eat it? Yi Xiaoyun looked at the dark, strange thing and almost twisted her face. What is this? Can I eat this? It looks like a fancy snack from a wealthy family. I tried it. It's very sweet. Mom, you should try. Yi Xiaoyun wanted to say that Gu Qianqian dared to put all sorts of strange things in her mouth, but then her mouth was stuffed with a piece. Her eyes immediately lit up. Gu Qianqian also gave a piece to Kai Tu, then fed Sister Qiao. The rich, sweet smell excited their taste buds, and all 3 of them had very expressive reactions. Wow, this food is so delicious. The young master and lady of this big family really know how to enjoy themselves. They are enjoying a taste of real, wonderful food. Mother, why are your teeth so black? Seeing her mother's blackened teeth, the children were shocked. Yi Xiaoyun looked at him and said, Your mouth is also black. Qiao Jie poked her head out, curious, and asked, Hey! The mother trio looked at each other with big black teeth, then all burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the others who were melting snow watched over curiously. They wondered what kind of craziness the Gu family was up to, laughing like that. Li Shi, who was bringing a small basin to share meat, glanced over there, then looked away and hung her head in disappointment. We're starving and still laugh. The whole family has problems. Due to food shortages and uncertain weather, Wei Laoda urged everyone to hurry up. The men led the way, while the elderly, women, and children moved in the middle. During the day, they traveled longer hours, and at night, they split tasks. Women and elders cooked, men went hunting or gathered firewood. Everything was organized well. The journey became more peaceful and united. Along the way, Gu Qianqian sometimes fed her mother and sisters various snacks. Although traveling every day was tiring, they slowly gained some weight. When they reached Wanqing Prefecture, many chose to go down the mountain to the city, since that was their original destination. After some people left, only Wei Laoda's original team, along with the Gu family and Zhao Deyuan's family, remained. Li Shi and her daughter also continued to follow Wei Laoda. Gu Qianqian's initial goal was not Wanqing Prefecture. Zhao Deyuan had taken his wife and daughter to Jinping Prefecture to look for relatives. As for Li Shi, since she had nowhere to go, instead of breaking away and struggling alone, she decided to stay with Wei Laoda's group. However, after leaving Wanqing Prefecture, they noticed more and more travelers on the mountain paths. Wei Laodao looked serious and approached Gu Qianqian. Girl, have you noticed something? More and more starving people are heading toward Jinping Prefecture. During this journey, Wei Laodao increasingly realized how extraordinary this young girl was. Sometimes, even he had to praise her insights. Gu Qianqian glanced at the poor, exhausted refugees around her, biting her lip, and quietly said, Wanqing Prefecture probably already has problems. The reason she initially didn't plan to go to Wanqing Prefecture was that, among the nearby cities, the refugees escaping famine would most likely choose the closest and most prosperous Wanqing Prefecture. So many people rushing into one place would definitely overwhelm the local officials, which could lead to chaos and violence, and many lives might be lost in the process. Elder Wei took a deep breath, nodded, and looked more serious. Things might not be calm on the road. Your little gray must stay hidden. Tonight, we should find a quiet place to rest. Gu Qianqian had already put little gray into the snowy cart as soon as she sensed something was wrong. The food tempted it to stay quiet, no barking, no coming out. Little gray, experienced now, obediently hid inside the snow cart. It spent its days eating and sleeping and even grew a little plumper. Xiaoyun was surprised and worried. Can this dog really gain weight just by drinking cold water? During a famine, such a fat dog, who would believe it? The group traveled faster this time. Although there were scattered famine refugees on the road, there weren't too many. When they reached the border of Jinping Prefecture, just 30 or 40 kilometers from the city, Elder Wei and his group prepared to say goodbye. Our destination is in the city itself, Elder Wei said to Gu Qianqian and the others. We need to split up here. The rest of the journey you'll have to do on your own. What? Elder Wei, you're not coming with us? Then what will we do? Li Shi exclaimed nervously. You saw how many refugees there are and Jinping Prefecture is still far. We should stay together and go to Jinping Prefecture first, then split up. Hearing that Elder Wei and his group were about to leave, Li Shi was startled and quickly spoke again. The Gu family had 4 members. Gu Qianqian was clever and strong, with her father Zhao Deyuan and his family to protect them. But Li Shi and her mother had no strength at all. 30 or 40 kilometers on the road, they didn't know what dangers might lie ahead. Moreover, Li Shi had already fallen out with the Gu family. The Gu family wouldn't ensure their safety, and Zhao's wife was difficult to deal with. She definitely wouldn't come along to help them. Elder Wei's face darkened a little as he looked at Li Shi. You mean to say that our group has to escort you 2 safely to the city before we can leave? Li Shi's face stiffened, and she forced a small smile. That's not what I meant. She bit her lip, looked at Gu Qianqian and said, Big Wei, I don't know where you all are going. Actually, we might not be headed to the capital city either. If so, then we are going to visit relatives. Outsiders probably can't even enter the village, Su Sheng replied coldly. Along the way, Lady Li, who loved to take small advantages and often spoke ill of the Gu family behind their backs, had become intolerable. No way would she be brought along. Big Wei also ignored her and looked at Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, Jinping Prefecture might also be unrest. If the situation isn't good, you should prepare early. Gu Qianqian smiled lightly and nodded. You all be careful on the road. Then she exchanged a few words with Zhao Deyuan, and Big Wei and his group headed in another direction. The original group, after several separations, was now only left with the Gu, Zhao, and Li families. Lady Li thought about the road ahead, her face paling. She forced out a few faint smiles and approached Xiaoyun, trying to hold her arm. Gu's sister-in-law, look, it's just the few of us left. The Zhao family isn't heading to the capital city either. Our 2 families are women and children. We need to support each other. Xiaoyun directly avoided Lady Li's hand, paid her no mind, and turned around to smile and talk to Feng Shi. Gu Qianqian's cool gaze fell on Lady Li. She looked at her bundle, and under Lady Li's guarded gaze, she spoke meaningfully. Your family should still have plenty of meat and grain. Lady Li was startled and hurriedly hid her bundle behind her. What are you trying to do? Gu Qianqian suddenly smiled with a hint of malice. I'm not bothering with you right now, but if you want to cause trouble for my family, believe me, Before I deal with other problems, I'll have the ability to take care of you first. Lady Li's face turned pale. Over these days, she had learned how terrifying the Goo girl was. Her mind was full of odd, strange ideas, hard to read. Normally, she only sought small advantages with words and had no intention of opposing the Goo family. I don't have time to bother with you. Don't think about our grain, Lady Li said hurriedly, pulling her daughter and fleeing as if escaping. Gu Qianqian watched the mother and daughter's backs coldly, then turned to arrange the journey ahead with Yi Xiuyun and Zhao Diyuan. People like Li have always been common, no matter the era. If she tried to bother with each one, she might have to move to a remote mountain forest to live alone. She can't be sure that everyone she meets is kind-hearted and well-meaning. Human nature is complicated and unpredictable. The Zhao family split from Wei Laoda's group about half a day ago, as did the Gu family. When leaving, Mrs. Foam and Zhao Xiaoya were very reluctant to say goodbye. Zhao Xiaoya leaned against the edge of the little snow vehicle, looking sadly at Qiao Jie and Little Gray. Qiao, Little Gray, I will miss you. Qiao Jie also leaned against the snow vehicle, not quite understanding what she meant, so she just nodded hard. Miss you. Zhao Xiaoya was amused and kept rubbing Little Gray's head with her small hand. Kaitu was counting his own belongings nearby. Hearing their words, he looked up curiously. Why was he not included? After some polite chatter, Zhao Laoyuan led his wife and daughter to continue their search for relatives. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian's family, which started as 4 people and a dog, joined Wei Laoda's group and then eventually became 4 people and a dog again. Gu Qianqian looked around at the starving villagers gradually hiding in the distance and thought about the route Wei Laoda had told her. Mom, let's find a remote place to sleep tonight. Most travelers choose to rest along the main road because they don't have enough supplies and prefer not to walk extra distance to find a good spot. But Gu Qianqian isn't short of food. She's not in a rush. Safety and comfort at night are more important. Yi Xiuyun, who was used to listening to Gu Qianqian, nodded and pulled her little snow vehicle to follow her. Guided by Wei Laoda's map, they headed toward a less populated area. Originally, they just wanted to find a good place with higher ground, but unexpectedly, they found an old temple. Gu Qianqian's eyes lit up and she smiled. It looks like they're quite lucky. The temple was small and drafty, but the roof was still intact. Though dilapidated, it was much better than sleeping out in the wilderness. Since no one wanted to go inside, the temple was empty. Gu Qianqian felt very happy, thinking she could enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. Mom, there's a lot of dry straw here. Let's lay it thick. I'll go gather some wood. Tonight, we'll eat well and sleep peacefully. Yi Xiuyun smiled and responded, then began tidying up. Kaikai also started helping busy herself. Qiao Jie in the small snow cart was sleeping soundly with Little Gray. Gu Qianqian quickly brought back some firewood, planning to cook dinner. Suddenly, a voice and footsteps sounded outside. Gu Qianqian instantly stood up, and Yi Xiuyun was surprised. She hurriedly stepped in front of the children, but Gu Qianqian grabbed her arm. Mom, don't worry. I'll go check and see if everything's okay. She then stepped toward the door, tilted her head to look outside, and suddenly froze in place. A group of people had arrived near an old temple. The person in the middle examined the dilapidated building and was the first to notice a small head peeking out from inside. The two looked at each other for a second. The young man, surrounded by the others, immediately pointed at Gu Qianqian. It's you again. Gu Qianqian touched her nose and thought to herself that fate really loved to surprise her. She glanced at the 7 people, then thought about the large cart behind them, covered with a cloth and stacked high. She seemed to have an idea. Suddenly, the girl smiled kindly at Fu Qi and said, "Oh my, young master, it's you." What a coincidence. Fu Qi remembered that because of this little girl, she refused to sell him even a simple snack, which caused him to stay awake all that night. Furious. What a coincidence. Clearly, it was just bad luck meeting again. Seeing Gu Qianqian's forced smile, his face drooped long and gloomy. He led his group into the old temple. Gu Qianqian observed the others behind. Aside from the young master and an old man nearby, it was the tall man she saw that day, followed by 4 guards. Kai also recognized Fu Qi. He came over and whispered presumptuously, "Big sister, isn't this the beggar?" Fu Qi, feeling insulted, responded with a sigh and snapped open his elegant fan, waving it vigorously. Kai scratched his head. "Big sister, why is this person waving a fan in winter? Is he a bit crazy?" Fu Qi, annoyed, did not reply and simply fanned himself. Suddenly, the elegant fan stopped moving altogether. The old man glanced at Qianqian and then looked at Fu Qi without speaking. He walked aside and asked Fu Mo, "Start the fire."
I want to see what we should eat tonight.
Mr. Fu has had 4 episodes of diarrhea this month. It might be because his stomach is weak. Today, I will prepare a nourishing herbal soup for his stomach.
Fu Kai se fez suddenly froze.
Does this old man really not understand why he's having stomach issues? Qianqian looked at the young man's expression and thought about how a wealthy young master would bring so many supplies. He clearly had food, yet he was coming to her house to trade for food. Combining this with his reactions now, she realized something. She suddenly looked at Fu Qi with a mysterious expression. His gaze was so intense that it made Fu Qi feel uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Qianqian chuckled and said, "Suddenly, I remember we should eat now, too. Kaitu, go get the fire started. Today, my big sister will make some barbecue for us." Hearing this, Kata's eyes lit up at the thought of delicious food. He quickly agreed and went to start the fire. Fu Qi also couldn't help but look over. "What is barbecue? Roasted chicken? Roasted rabbit?" Yi Xiuyun, who had been watching the group of men, some of whom looked quite intimidating, felt a little nervous. But when she saw they weren't lacking food or drink and seemed to have a prominent status, she relaxed upon noticing Qianqian's relaxed attitude and went back to her own chores. Qianqian took out some roe deer meat she hadn't eaten earlier. She thought for a moment and then took out a wild rabbit, some chicken, and potatoes. "Big sister, why do you have so much meat out?" Kaitu was surprised and quickly went over, crouching in front of the pile of ingredients, trying to shield them as best as he could. He thought, how could his clever sister be so careless with money? Why would she openly bring out so much meat? Fu Qi, seeing this, was speechless. It was only a little food, yet she treated it so carefully. Qianqian smiled meaningfully and said, "Don't worry. We're not lacking meat. Come on, start the fire. Boil these wooden skewers for me." She then began cutting the meat into small pieces and threading them onto water-washed wooden skewers. The skewers looked strange as they were put together. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone in the ruined temple, Qianqian took a few skewers and started roasting them. Meanwhile, Old Bai was also deciding on tonight's menu. "Tonight, we'll have wild chicken soup with astragalus, cotinopsis root, ginger, and ginseng." Fu Qi listened closely, then let out a sigh of relief. His face looked much better now. The cooking method sounded quite normal. But soon he started to feel something was wrong. What kind of chicken soup is this? Why is the color so strange? Why does it smell so odd? And the shape is so bizarre. The strong smell hit the nose so hard that not only Fu Qi, but also Qianqian and the others on the other side nearly used spit out. Even Fu Mo and his guards looked unhappy. Since they didn't vomit or have stomach troubles, maybe they didn't have to eat? Qianqian looked helplessly at the bubbling soup in the pot and suddenly understood why this young master was so good-tempered and wanted to trade some food with them. Being poisoned like this every day, if they didn't snatch food from his house earlier, that was mostly out of his good manners. Qianqian watched the chef with her breath held, face almost turning red from strain, and sighed. Out of nowhere, she pulled out 2 clean strips of cloth, stuffed them into his nose, and said, "Here, breathe through your mouth. It might be better." Then she also arranged some for Yi Xiuyun and Xiao Ji behind her. Fu Qi and his team. They also wanted to clearly cover their noses with cloth strips. Qianqian looked at Fu Qi, who looked utterly hopeless, with a sneaky smile in her eyes. She then took out her seasonings one by one. Although they were simple seasonings, they were enough. Qianqian started skewering meat and grilling it over the fire, while Yi Shuyun chopped chicken and potatoes into skewers. On the other side, the smell was overwhelming, sour, bitter, and sharp, stabbing right into the forehead. But here, the fragrance of meat, sizzling and crackling as it roasted under the flames, grew stronger and more tempting. Two very different intensities of flavor collided. Qianqian worried as she grilled. She wondered if the soup would make her skewers smell strange. Fu Qi sat on a nearby chair, watching the white-haired old man's new-style weapon, blinking in surprise, then turned to watch the girl roasting meat, swallowing hard. Last time, he was rejected so ruthlessly. He promised never to embarrass himself again. It was just some medicinal chicken soup with huangqi, party ginseng, and chicken, premium ingredients. White-haired old man looked at the soup in front of him, frowning slightly. Though the taste was different from what he expected, he believed the effect would be good. "Young Master Fu, time to have some soup," Old Bai's elderly voice slowly sounded.
Fu chi suo lodard.
"Oh, it's ready so soon? I'm not hungry yet. Uncle Emo, Zhengao, you can start eating first." Then he couldn't help but glance toward the Gu family side. The ruined temple was small, with each side occupying a corner, but they weren't far apart. How close it was. He could clearly hear the oil dripping from the meat skewers onto the fire, and the rich aroma of meat wafted irresistibly into his nose. He also heard the sound of a mother and child chewing and swallowing without embarrassment. "Big sister, this barbecue is so delicious. It's different from roasted chicken and rabbit," Cao Tou exclaimed, looking at the meat skewer in his hand. He used to think that perfectly cooked meat was the most unbeatable tasty thing in the world, but now he realized different methods of cooking could make it even tastier. "Our sister Qian is so smart and talented. She can figure out anything," Yi Shuyun said with loving eyes as she watched her daughter. Clever Qian's cheeks were covered in oil as she chewed, her little mouth puffed out, but she had poor teeth. She was trying to chew a piece of meat with no seasoning, but it took her a long time to bite it apart. Behind Qianqian was a small snow cart, occasionally sneaking over to feed a bit of gray fur inside to little Hui, calming him so he wouldn't make a sound. The mother and child ate happily, skewers coming one after another. Qianqian was still leisurely roasting hers. Kai too finished a skewer and started licking the stick, determined not to waste a single bit. After eating a skewer of barbecue and the mashed potatoes Qianqian specially made, Clever Qier already started to burp happily. Yi Shuyun had eaten enough and decided not to eat any more. She looked at several remaining skewers and sighed, "I've got too many skewers here." Qianqian chuckled lightly. "It seems a bit too much. Maybe we can save some to roast tomorrow." "All right, I'll pack them up," Yi Shuyun hurriedly said. On the other side, Fu Qi was almost drooling from the scene of the live barbecue, and when he heard they weren't going to roast anymore and were packing up, he suddenly lost his patience. He couldn't even smell the aroma anymore. Qianqian glanced at the restless young master and smiled faintly. She clapped her hands and prepared to put away her seasonings. Hey, don't pack up yet." Fu Qi saw they really were about to clean up and couldn't sit still anymore, rushing over quickly. Clears throat. Stepping forward, realizing I was a bit out of control, I cleared my throat softly, holding a folding fan in one hand and lifting my hem with the other. Then I knelt down. "You all are wasting too much. You're also headed to Jinping Prefecture, right? It's only a day's journey from here. Once there, hunger and chaos will be everywhere. If you dare to take out that meat, you'll be torn apart in no time. Do you believe that?" Qianqian rested his chin on one hand, listened to him, and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense." Fu Qi suddenly laughed mysteriously, ready to speak again, but then the girl turned to look at her mother. "Then don't hide it. Let's wait until tomorrow morning, when we're all ready to roast and eat it, so it's easier to handle later." After saying that, she looked at Fu Qi and grinned. "Thanks for the reminder, young master. Don't worry, we won't waste it." Fu Qi was left speechless. "I mean, your meat, I suggest you either sell it or trade it. We have food and medicinal herbs on our cart." "Of course. Only if you've roasted it already," he added. Gu Qianshan looked at the eager expression on the young master's face, realizing she shouldn't be too mean to him, so she cleared her throat lightly. Oh, that's not a bad idea, she agreed. Fu Qi's eyes lit up. Then he opened his folding fan and smiled. So, what do you want to trade for? Gu Qianshan stroked her chin. Do you have money? When Fu Qi heard this, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, eyes shining brightly. I say, little sister, you're saying things like that. Do I look like I have no money? Gu Qianshan raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. Then tell me, young master, how much do you think these skewers are worth? This should be venison, which is quite valuable since it's game meat. However, this skewer doesn't have much meat. The wild chicken is also considered game, but it has been mostly eaten by a family. The potatoes can be ignored. As for the remaining items, 300 coins should be enough, but young Master Fu is usually generous and easily gives more. All right, just roast all of these, and I will reward you with 1 tael of silver. This group of old, weak, and young people has had a tough time fleeing the famine, so I'll be a bit generous. Gu Qianqian heard this and smiled, but didn't move to accept the offer. Fu Qi looked at her reaction and slightly frowned, testing her. You don't think it's enough, do you? Gu Qianqian smiled sweetly, showing her white teeth, and held up 2 fingers. 2 taels, Fu Qi asked, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He quickly said, Fine, 2 taels it is. Gu Qianqian shook her head with a smile. I mean 20 taels. Fu Qi's eyes widened instantly, and his voice raised in shock. How much? Gu Qianqian was calm and started counting on her fingers. Young Master Fu? It's not like I'm cheating you. Look, in this year of famine, no one has enough to eat. You say you give me 2 taels, but that wouldn't even buy enough grain, right? The city's food supplies have probably tripled by now. Plus, this is venison. While deer are easy to catch, during heavy snow blocking the mountains, you guys come from the mountains, so you should know how difficult that journey is. Deer aren't just visible everywhere, they're hard to find. In the mountains, you might run into avalanches or wild animals at any time. So, you see, venison is definitely more expensive than usual. Fu Qi's face turned green with anger. He has money, but he's not a fool. Even if it's more expensive, this small piece of meat is at most 1 jin. You're charging me 20 taels. Little girl, you shouldn't be so ruthless. Gu Qianqian shook her head. That's not quite right. What I mentioned earlier was the cost of ingredients, plus my cooking fee. After saying this, she glanced at Bai Lao, showing her kindness and understanding. But I see some of you can cook. Why don't you take it back and roast it yourselves, Fu Qi? He went to the best restaurant in the city and spent less than 20 taels for a few dishes. These few grilled skewers are costing him 20 taels. Considering the hardships she's faced recently, he couldn't take it anymore. He took a deep breath and looked at Gu Qianqian. 20 taels, just 20 taels, he said angrily. Gu Qianqian slightly curved her lips, extended one hand with her palm up, and quietly looked at Fu Qi. Fu Qi snorted and shouted behind him, Mo uncle, bring over the 20 taels. Mo uncle had been listening to the commotion and knew the young master was probably negotiating to buy some grilled meat, but hearing this amount, he almost staggered. Was his young master being cheated? Old Bai also frowned and snorted. Refusing to pay attention to Fu Qi, he looked at the 4 guards and said, Zheng Gao, Zheng De, Zheng Wei, Zheng Wu, come over and have some soup. The tall and majestic guards hesitated. Is it okay not to drink? Mo uncle came over and pulled Fu Qi aside, lowering his voice urgently. Young master, this girl clearly is trying to cheat you. It's just some meat, no problem. I can grill it for you. Fu Qi smiled thinly. Mo uncle, last time you grilled chicken, the bones didn't burn. 20 taels is 20 taels. I want to see what kind of skill she has to dare ask for 20 taels. Gu Qianqian looked at the pile of clean wooden sticks, stripped of all the vegetables, and her stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl. When Gu Qianqian took the heavy bag of silver, she smiled satisfied. Young Master Fu is quick to agree. After saying that, she waved to Yi Xiaoyun behind her, who looked stunned. Mother, bring the meat over. I want to show young Master Fu a good trick. Yi Xiaoyun was stunned but obediently handed over the meat. Seeing the heavy bag of silver, her heart was pounding. Oh,
Dear.
She had never seen so much money in her life. Although old Gu's family wasn't well off, they weren't the poorest in the village. With the income from the third house and the harvest from the old estate each year, earning 2 or 3 taels of silver was considered a good year. But her Qianqian took just a few words to earn 20 taels. Unbelievable. She was shocked inside but moved quickly, setting out all the ingredients Gu Qianqian needed, then carried Xiao Jia aside to continue feeling amazed. Gu Qianqian worked skillfully and quickly, beginning to grill the meat one skewer at a time, sprinkling spices on top. That little aroma instantly filled the air. Fu Qi's eyes lit up brightly, and Mo Shu next to him kept swallowing nervously. Gu Qianqian watched the 2 people crouching in front of her, looking like 2 big golden retrievers waiting to be fed. She quickly grilled a few skewers and handed them over. Eat these first. Fu Qi hurriedly took them without caring about the heat and bit into one directly. The unique aroma hit him right at the top of his head. So good, so tasty, Fu Qi said, his tongue too hot to move properly but still giving a tiny praise. Suddenly, he thought, spending 20 taels on these was really worth it. Mo Shu watched with wide eyes. Young master, what flavor is this? Fu Qi looked at Mo Shu and then at the relatively few meat skewers, feeling that the journey had been tough on them. When he got back, he would definitely make it up to them. He tilted his body slightly and said, "It's smoky and fiery." Mo Shu asked, "Oh, is it delicious?" Fu Qi replied, "It's okay, not really tasty." Mo Shu asked, "Is it cooked?" Fu Qi said, "Seems not quite cooked." Mo Shu offered, "Let me try some for you, young master." Fu Qi didn't say anything. Gu Qianqian found this amusing but didn't dare to laugh openly, so she continued grilling meat. They finished many skewers, and in the end, all of them went into Fu Qi's belly. Even the remaining few potato skewers were eaten completely. Gu Qianqian looked at the empty skewers on the ground. Good, nothing was wasted. After eating and drinking enough, Fu Qi prepared to go back to sleep. Mo Shu finished the last meat on his skewer, didn't want to throw the stick away, and took it to bed with him. The next morning, before dawn, Gu Qianqian got up briefly to make breakfast. Then the family continued their journey. Gu Qianqian glanced at Fu Qi and the others. They weren't heading in the same direction. They weren't going toward Jinping Mansion. The closer they got to Jinping Mansion, the more starving people there were. Many restless refugees waited along the way, trying to harm travelers. After quickly dealing with a few suspicious characters with strict measures, the remaining road was much safer. It wasn't until nearly sunset that they finally arrived at Jinping Mansion. However, the scene in front of her made Yi Xiuyan gasp in surprise. Gu Qianqian held a blood-stained sword, her cold gaze fixed on the scene ahead, which matched her expectations very much. Your thoughts are truly beautiful. Yi Xiuyan looked at the wall 100 meters away, blocked by starving people, and took a deep breath. My goodness, why are there so many people in Jinping Prefecture? The city gate was crowded with starving refugees. At that moment, the gate was closed, and outside, there seemed to be a makeshift stall for distributing porridge. However, when it was time to serve, no one was there. Seeing these starving people, Gu Qianqian didn't tell her mother. Given the situation in Jinping Prefecture, it was already quite good. It seemed the officials responded quickly and managed to settle the refugees in time. Mother, let's find a place to rest for one night. Tomorrow morning, when the city gate opens, we'll go in.
Go into the city?
That's wishful thinking. You also came from Wanqing Prefecture, right? An elderly woman, about 50 or 60, overheard their conversation and interrupted. Gu Qianqian looked at the thin, yellowish-skinned woman with patched clothes, her innocent face smiling simply. We didn't come from Wanqing Prefecture, but I heard many people did. What happened there? Did the local government not give out porridge or food? Why are everyone traveling so far to Jinping Prefecture? The elderly woman looked at the small, dark, and emaciated girl in front of her, then beckoned her over. When Gu Qianqian neared, she lowered her voice. You don't know, do you? Those from the north flooded into Wanqing Prefecture seeking survival. Oh my, that scene, I've never seen so many people in my life. At first, the officials did distribute porridge and food, but there were too many people. Let me tell you, the amount of porridge every day wasn't really porridge. It was barely soup, just a big bowl of water, with some rice grains. You see, I got a bowl, but it was mostly water, not even rice. And that water was boiled from snow dug up nearby. Hearing her go off topic about this, Qianqian's mouth twitched. She cleared her throat and brought the conversation back. Lady, I heard there was a riot over there? The elderly woman returned to the main topic with a frightened look. Oh, it was terrible. I've never seen anything so scary in my life. Qianqian. The city gate was broken open and many people died. Those who entered to cause chaos and theft were beaten to death by officials. Most of the attackers weren't human, they also killed civilians. Wenming Prefecture, which was once rich and prosperous, turned into a sea of corpses. The old woman vividly told the story of Wenming Prefecture. As she spoke, Qianqian's face grew paler. Behind her, Yishuyun's face was also very white. She swayed and almost couldn't stand, but she forced herself to stay calm and didn't cry because she didn't want to hold her sister back. Yes, they both thought of Gu Dad, Gu Yuanxiao, and the eldest son of the main family, Gu Qian. At first, they all aimed for Wenming Prefecture. Gu Dad and Gu Qian dispersed, and if they were still alive and wanted to meet up, they would go to Wenming Prefecture. But if they truly went there, with a situation like that, Gu Qianqian held Yishuyun's hand tightly and gently squeezed it. She whispered comforting words. Mom, Dad, and Big Brother will be fine. So many people escaped from Wenming Prefecture. They must be heading this way, towards Jinping Prefecture. Yishuyun's eyes were filled with tears, and she nodded strongly. Yes. Kaitu listened to them, but was also worried about Dad and Big Brother. Yet he dared not say anything. He wiped his wet eyes with his sleeve and tried to comfort his younger sister. The old woman looked at their reactions and continued, When you go into the city, don't even think about it anymore. The city's not open to anyone right now. You need 5 taels of silver just to get in. I also heard that the governor of Jinping Prefecture is trying to help the refugees. They're handing out porridge every day. Oh, it's quite a mess. Qianqian listened to the old woman and, thinking about something, looked a bit more troubled. Aunt, are you saying many people died in Wenming Prefecture? Exactly. There are mountains of corpses. The refugees, they're almost not human, they went crazy, started fighting and killing anyone they saw. Many hid in the piles of dead bodies and only just escaped with their lives. Don't mention it. The smell was horrible. If it were summer, flies would be all over. But instead of flies, rats came. These days, rats are quite useful. Unfortunately, our family was too slow. They never caught any, the old woman said regretfully. Qianqian heard this and looked tense. She said thank you and stood up, leading her mother and the others to a quieter place. The sky was not fully dark yet. Taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, she looked at the people huddled together to keep warm. Her heart sank a little. She took out some pieces of cloth from her big bag and gave them to her mother and the others. Mom, Saitu, cover your mouths and noses with this cloth and try to stay away from the crowd. Yishuyun and Saitu didn't understand everything, but they knew Qianqian's words must be wise, so they did what she said. Yishuyun had just tied a cloth around Xiao Jie's face and then put one on her own. Qianqian, no wonder you bought those meat skewers so expensive yesterday. You probably guessed we'd need money to go to the city. Yishuyun thought about Qianqian's actions last night and felt glad. Our girl is so clever. Qianqian really did think of that. 20 taels was just enough. Once they entered the city, she would be broke again. It wasn't that she wanted to squeeze more money out of Mr. Fu. He was just greedy and not stupid. 20 taels was her limit. If she asked for more, he might get angry and accuse her of stealing when she was in a tight spot. Mom, let's find a place to stay, somewhere quiet, she suggested. Yishuyun nodded but looked at the crowded refugee camp with a complicated expression, wondering if her husband and son were also there. Qianqian understood her mother's worries and comforted her. Mom, if Dad and Big Brother are here, they will find us. Don't worry. Yi Xiaoyan nodded again. Yes, we're not in a hurry now. Your sisters, and you are the most important. We've arrived here, so there's no need to rush. Her father and big brother, as grown men, would find it easier to get by than her mother and sisters. Now, her main duty was to protect the children and keep them safe as they entered the city peacefully. Although people outside the city get free porridge every day, it's still safer inside the city. She remembered that Wanxing Prefecture had already experienced trouble. The mother and children moved toward a quiet spot, not noticing that a pair of sneaky eyes were watching them closely from nearby. Qianqian took her mother and sisters further into the woods. Seeing the distance, Yi Xiaoyan began to feel uneasy. Fortunately, it was already dark, and few people noticed the movements of the mother and her son. Plus, the government office in Jinping had issued a warning saying that anyone causing trouble outside the city would be thrown into prison, with no food or water. Every day, people were giving out porridge, so no one dared to cause trouble. They all stayed safely in their own places. Yi Xiaoyan started to set up a tent.
Kai was picking up sticks nearby.
Qianqian was weighing her purse and thinking about how to save some money to go to the city. As she was thinking, a slight movement in the distance caught her sharp eyes. She quickly looked over. Mother, Kai, I'm going to check nearby. Your father is busy. After saying that, she walked towards a small pile of dirt in the distance. Are you sure you saw the women from the Gu family? A low voice asked. I'm sure I didn't see wrong. They still have a little cart, and it's them. I took a quick look, and their men aren't around. It's just the women. Wu Lao didn't expect to meet those women. He sneered. What a narrow world. If it weren't for that stubborn girl, we wouldn't be looked down on. We left with the deer meat. It's not because we're selfish, it's that the Gu family's girl forced us out of the team. His companions thought this made sense and nodded. That's right. Those people from the Gu family don't know what's good. If they were willing to share the dog and wild chickens, we would be like heroes in the group. Exactly. Now they're acting like we're the bad ones. We took their deer meat because they pushed us. We have to stand up for ourselves. When they find out their dog.
Wu Lao smiled.
Now that the government is giving out porridge, we have enough food. When the time comes, we'll stew that dog and make soup. Haha, Brother Wu, you're right. At first, I thought it was some fierce hunting dog. Turns out it's just a puppy. And about those mother and son, what about them? What do you want to do with them? A gentle female voice asked softly. Wu Lao hadn't noticed her at first. His smile turned sinister. Of course, we'll teach them a lesson. If they die, it's because they have bad luck. That woman might actually be worth keeping, huh? The other man's lewd laugh suddenly froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the blood jetting from the person in front of him. He raised his hand to wipe his throat, but before he could move, he fell flat on the ground with a plop. This scare made the others jump. They also gradually realized, was there an unexpected voice, maybe a woman, just now? Just when they thought they might be seeing things, they saw a slender girl sitting on a small dirt mound behind them, holding a knife in one hand, smiling gently as she looked at them. Red blood was steadily dripping from the knife. The faces of the men instantly turned pale with fear. Although they were thugs, none of them had actually killed anyone before. She's killed someone. Old Wu's face was terribly pale, but he managed to steady his nerves, though his face twisted with rage. What's there to be afraid of? A young girl can scare you like this? Old Wu glares viciously at Qianqian. You want to play rough? You're still too soft. He drew a sickle and swung it at Qianqian. When they saw Old Wu rushing toward her, and just as the sickle was about to hit her, everyone thought she was doomed. Qianqian grinned coldly, quickly dodging to the side by half an inch. While avoiding the sickle, she pushed her knife deep into Old Wu's chest. Another deadly strike. Seeing Old Wu slump to the ground dead, the others were stunned. They stared at this thin, frail girl as if they had seen a ghost. They immediately turned to run away. Qianqian's eyes were icy, but she wore a faint smile on her lips. She picked up a sickle from the ground and threw it at one of them. The blade cut through his throat. Then, like a cheetah, she darted forward swiftly, took down 6 or 7 of them in no time, and they all lay on the ground unmoving. Qianqian counted the heads. How many more were there? In the refugee pile, Old Wu's wife, children, and 2 others waited anxiously. They hadn't seen anyone return after such a long time. Why aren't they back yet? Didn't they say they'd come get us after the job was done? Could something have gone wrong? Old Wu's wife asked nervously. Wu Gosher didn't care. Impossible. There are so many of them. What could possibly happen? Thinking about how the girl from the Gu family almost disabled his hand, his eyes filled with hate and anger. No more waiting, let's go now. Exactly. They should be done by now. Let's go directly. Others quickly agreed, worried that Wu Lao and his group might have stolen the good stuff. The Gu family has a dog, and maybe there are other valuable items too. They just need to watch and see. What if, when they arrive, the items they get are fewer? Thinking this way, the 4 of them hurriedly followed. They looked around in the direction they were told, searched for a while, and finally saw some figures, but something fell off. Is that Wu Lao and the others? Why are they all lying on the ground? Wu Lao's wife let out a scream when she saw the scene and rushed over. Wu Gosher also ran quickly. Neither of them noticed a shadow like a ghost silently sneaking behind and choking the necks of 2 people. Wu Lao's wife reached the corpses and screamed in fear. When she saw Wu Lao's body, she nearly fainted, her legs trembling. Head of the household, she cried and rushed forward. Wu Gosher was stunned at first. Then, sensing that something was wrong, he suddenly turned around. He saw not the 2 people who followed them, but a small figure standing behind him. The cold touch on his neck and the sight of the corpses made him shiver all over. His pants felt warm, and then a cold wind made his legs tremble. You killed my father. Wu Gosher's trembling voice had no warning power at all. Qianqian smiled softly and said, I originally didn't want to take your lives, but since you kept pushing your luck and coming to me, I'd be rude not to respond. Wu Gosher's pupils shrank instantly. He couldn't believe that such a little girl had killed so many people. All he felt was fear, boundless and spreading in the dark night. Ah, you little BH, you killed my man. I will make you pay for this. The woman holding Wu Lao's body suddenly went mad. She picked up a sickle from the ground and charged at Qianqian. Seeing the blood-stained sickle, Qianqian's eyes turned cold and indifferent. She quickly grabbed Wu Guzi's collar to block her, and the sickle stabbed into Wu Guzi's body. Wu Lao's wife looked at her son with frightened eyes, her pupils shrinking in fear. Her gaze slowly moved downward, revealing that all the sickle she tightly held was now embedded in her son's body. She screamed like she had gone crazy, but Qianqian pressed the cold blade of her knife against her lips to silence her. The girl's face was calm and distant, her slender index finger pressed against her lips in a silent gesture. In the next second, under the terrified gaze of Wu Lao's wife, the bloody knife sliced across her throat. Looking at the mess of bodies on the ground, Qianqian's expression remained completely unmoved. The water in the surrounding space rinsed her hands clean of any blood, and she cleaned the blade again. Qianqian didn't enjoy killing, but it didn't mean she would show mercy to anyone who provokes her with murderous intent. Previously, she cared about Wei Lao Da's reputation. This time, they really deserved to die. When they returned, Yi Xiaoyun had already started cooking rice. Her face showed a mixture of joy and worry. She was happy that they finally reached their destination and no longer had to endure the harsh journey in the snow. But she worried if her husband and son had also arrived in Jinping Prefecture. With so many people, how could she find them? Qianqian, do you think we need to go into town tomorrow? Or should we stay outside for a few days to see if we can find your father and older brother? Qianqian understood her idea, but she lowered her eyes and pressed her lips, her voice soft and calm. Mother, we need to go into the city as soon as possible. We can't stay outside. But don't worry, I will find a way to locate father and older brother. A trace of sadness appeared in Yi Xiaoyun's eyes. She forced a smile and said, Mother will listen to you. On this journey, Every decision her eldest daughter made was correct. Although she desperately wanted to find her husband and son, her eldest daughter was surely also worried about her father and older brother. This decision must have its reasons. It was probably made out of helplessness. Qianqian's eyes and lips curved into a faint smile. That's why she liked this family. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they always followed her lead and never questioned her. Perhaps this is what family truly means, very different from her usual solitary way of life. After dinner, the family went into their tent to sleep early. However, that night, Qianqian did not fall asleep. In the past, they were in a deep mountain forest where few people went. At first, Xiao Hui would be alert to sounds, and later, members of Wei Laoda's team took turns staying watch. Now, outside the city, there are many refugees. Even though their place is remote, they cannot be sure no one will come seeking them. She also didn't want Xiao Hui to make any noise, as she didn't want to cause trouble here. That night, things went pretty peacefully. As dawn approached, Yi Xiuyun woke up, and only then did Qianqian close her eyes for a little rest. When the sun rose, the city gates were almost open. The family packed up and returned to the city gate. To be safe, early in the morning, Qianqian fed Xiao Hui some medicine along with food. It would probably make Xiao Hui sleep for a few hours. On the way, Yi Xiuyun kept looking around, trying to spot Gu Yuanqiao and Gu Qian's figures among the crowd. But with so many people, it was not easy to find them. Kaitu also looked for his father and older brother, standing on tiptoe and stretching his neck to see everywhere. Suddenly, he stopped and tugged at Gu Qianqian's sleeve. When they stopped, Yi Xiuyun also paused. "What's wrong, Kaitu? Did you see your dad and them?" Kaitu shook his head, looking very worried, staring in one direction. At the same time, the people there seemed to have noticed them too. Gu Qianqian followed his gaze and narrowed her eyes, a cold glint appearing. "Mother, it's Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle Second and Uncle Third." Kaitu gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. Yi Xiuyun's body stiffened. Her face turned white. She quickly protected her children behind her, not expecting they would run into the old Gu family. Meanwhile, the ragged old Gu family members were planning to line up for porridge when Gu Huzizi from the second household saw Gu Qianqian and the others and called out to stop them. "Mother, look. Aren't those big uncle's wife and the others?" Although those three people's faces were covered with cloth, they were still recognizable as family. From their clothing and half-visible faces, she could identify a few. Zhang Shi took a look and confirmed. Those three really were from the main household. Are they still alive? Zhang Shi was shocked. Old Lady Gu's face was pale, and she was helped by her second son. When she saw Gu Qianqian and the others, her face immediately turned fierce with anger. She wished she could rush forward and tear the three of them apart. These fools. Why are they still alive and following us to Jinping Mansion? All the suffering I endured on this journey is because of that useless girl. Let's go. This time, I must teach that girl a good lesson. Previously, Gu Qianqian had stabbed her arm, though not very deep. Since the weather was freezing cold, she had no medicine, and her wound refused to heal. Later, it got torn open and started to pus. Her health declined sharply, and she hadn't recovered yet. It's all the fault of those few lazy members of the main family. I absolutely won't let them go easily this time. When Zhang saw this, she immediately started to feel happy inside. She muttered to her second younger sister, "These four women are either wives or children. They've lived this long, so they must have been through a lot." On such a long journey, Wangxing Mansion still looks so ghostly. Maybe the eldest sister-in-law did something bad and only escaped with some food. Third family's son lowered her head silently, acting like a walking corpse, pulled along by Zhang. "Huh? I haven't seen Sister Qiao's girl. Could she have been sent out to exchange food by the eldest sister-in-law?" Just as Gu Qianqian was trying to exchange food earlier, she kept blocking. If they can't keep going, they'd probably swap the little girl for some food. Zhang curled her lips dismissively, not paying attention. Meanwhile, Sun's body grew stiffer and stiffer. Gu Qianqian coldly looked at the group of people approaching her from the Gu family with unfriendly expressions. She bent down, took out a long stick from a small snow cart, and, just when they were about to be right beside her, she raised the stick to block the lead Gu old man. Seeing his granddaughter daring to point a stick at him, Old Man Gu's face darkened. He snapped fiercely, "You little brat! Is this how you treat your own grandfather?" Gu Qianqian's eyes, exposed outside, were cold and emotionless. "Grandpa? I don't consider you my real grandpa if you use my own granddaughter to exchange food." Her words were loud, and those around her looked at the Gu family's group with strange eyes. On the escape route, although people sometimes used others' lives to exchange for food, such acts weren't uncommon. However, they were often looked down upon and despised. Especially now, since the officials are giving out porridge and grain, they no longer lack food, and their situation has changed. Hearing such things makes them feel even more contemptful and disgusted. Old Master Gu clearly understands this. When Gu Qianqian said this, his face twisted in anger. "You beast! What nonsense are you talking?" he shouted. Mrs. Zhao couldn't stand being looked at that way, so she stepped forward. "You're so hypocritical. Your young girl was also exchanged for grains, wasn't she? TSK, even your own daughter can be used to exchange for food. Sister-in-law, you are really cruel." Hearing this, Yexian's face turned red with anger. Before she could say anything, little Qiaojia's had peeked out of the snow cart, timidly looking at the crowd in front of her. Then she shrank back inside. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhao's smile on her face stiffened. The little girl was actually still alive? Is Yexian crazy? Such a young girl. What use does she have? She's just a money loser who still has to share food. She curled her lip and looked at Yexian as if she was looking at a fool. Gu Qianqian, you ungrateful thing. You once hurt your own grandmother. Now that we're in the capital, I will definitely find the magistrate to judge this. I will send you to jail for trying to kill your grandmother. Yexian hates anyone speaking badly of her daughter. Her anger flared up, and she stepped in front of Gu Qianqian, first pointing her finger at old Mistress Gu's nose and scolding her. "You heartless, filthy woman. Your family obviously has food, but you still want to send my sister to exchange for food. Are you human? Our family of 4 can only get a small potato each meal. You eat well every day, but you want to push your granddaughter out to be eaten by others? What kind of logic is this? Do these words speak of filial piety? Is filial piety about sacrificing oneself for the family? Is this something a person should do? How can elders like this be worthy of respect?" Yexian cried painfully, regardless of her image, her voice filled with grief. "If you're going to report us, then I will ask the officials to see for themselves. Our head of the family and the eldest son went into the snow mountains to find food, risking their lives. Yet you all bully us orphans and widows." Her frantic crying surprised everyone in the Gu family. Old Mistress Gu's face alternated between pale and flushed. Even Mrs. Zhao opened her mouth, but was so shocked she couldn't speak. Yi Xiaoyun used to live at old Gu's house. She was a gentle and obedient person, easy to bully. But since we last met, why has she become so fierce and unreasonable? You. Old Lady Gu was almost too angry to breathe. "Big sister-in-law, how can you speak so badly of the mother-in-law? That's disobedience and a serious crime. Do you know that?" Yi Xiaoyun knew well that showing respect to elders was extremely important. In the past, she was very filial to the old couple of the Gu family, doing all the chores and hard work. Was she not the one whose husband and son disappeared? Was she not the one about to have her daughter taken away to exchange for grain? So, how could she show filial piety then? Let the officer judge the matter. Does being filial mean we should send our daughter to die just so they can have 2 good meals? Yi Xiaoyun's eyes turned red, and she shouted loudly and angrily, startling Zhao. Usually quick with words, she was now too shocked to speak. The people nearby, hearing their words, looked at the old Gu family with more disdain.
What kind of people are they?
They treat their granddaughter as food, no more food. So they want to exchange her? She refuses to die for them, so they say she is unfilial. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing.
Exactly.
Is it true that your family has so much grain that you can eat well every meal, yet you still drag your granddaughter to exchange for food? Basically, you just don't want to feed her, worried she'll starve to death and waste food. So you decide to exchange her for more grain. That's really inhumane. Big sister, don't be afraid. Just report this. Although our country, did she, values filial piety, we shouldn't be blindly obedient. Looking at this family, they seem fine, and they haven't starved yet. They're not lacking food. Hearing the gossip from around, the faces of the old Gu family looked like a spilled paint palette, vivid and dramatic. However, no one noticed the woman at the back, Sun, who had been lowering her head. At some point, she lifted her head with a fierce, ghost-like stare. Her eyes, dark and menacing, glared past everyone, directly at Gu Qianqian, as if wanting to eat her. Gu Qianqian immediately caught sight of that gaze. She looked over. Sun didn't expect Gu Qianqian to be so perceptive and hurriedly lowered her head. Gu Qianqian furrowed her brows slightly. She didn't remember much about this third aunt, only that she was not good with words. There was no real conflict between them before, just that look earlier. Why are you all making trouble? She's just talking nonsense. There's no such thing as exchanging grain, Granny Gu quickly explained, refusing to admit anything. You're just talking rubbish. Not only do you want to make my sister exchange grain, but Gu Huzai also said she can't eat outside food. He wants to eat meat too. Your family has so much grain, but after my father and elder brother disappeared, you all think we're a burden. You want to drag us all to exchange grain for you. Kaitu shouted angrily, trembling with rage and with red eyes. This was a big claim. Everyone looked at the Gu family with more than disdain. They felt shocked. How could they, in a family that wasn't short of grain, have the heart to eat their own family members? You little rascal, learning to lie at such a young age. It's all because of your mother, old Gu scolded loudly. But unexpectedly, there was someone in the group who lagged behind. Gu Huzai crossed his arms, eyes wide and confident, yelling back at Kaitu, "She's my older sister. Why can't she eat outside food? We eat that muddy porridge and rotten potatoes every day. It tastes terrible. Anyway, she's going to be eaten anyway, so why can't I eat too?" Mrs. Zhao was startled and hurriedly tried to cover her son's mouth, but she was a bit slow, and in her anger, she hammered his back twice and cursed him loudly. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Where did you hear such things? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death." Gu Huzai, spoiled and unruly at home, had never been hit in front of so many people. Seeing this, he suddenly grinned and started crying loudly. Everyone looked at the crying Gu Huzai with dislike. Such a big child, yet spouting such vicious words. It shows how he was raised at home. To raise such a child, the adults probably weren't much better. Gu old man and his wife were furious at their beloved grandson's foolish words, eager to beat this useless troublemaker. Gu Granny suddenly thought of something, her eyes full of malice. She stepped forward and lowered her voice to warn, "Yi sure? I advise you to say that again. Do you know who we met when we were in Wanqing Prefecture?" Old Mrs. Gu's words made Yi Xiuyun's angry expression freeze suddenly. In the next second, she grabbed her sleeve like a lifeline, speaking urgently. "Who did you see? Did you see Yuan Xiao and Brother Qian? Where are they now? Have they also come to Jinping Prefecture?" Hearing the names of her eldest son and grandson, old Mrs. Gu's face changed. She then snatched her hand away and snorted coldly, "If I see my son, I'll have him divorce you, this disobedient and unfilial woman." Upon hearing her negative reply, Yi Xiuyun felt as if all her strength was suddenly drained, almost unable to stand. Gu Qianqian quickly supported her. "Stop wasting time and babbling. If you keep delaying, I will go find Dad and talk to him about your human trafficking." Old Mrs. Gu instantly exploded. "Damn you. Human trafficking? I am my granddaughter's grandmother. I can do whatever I want." Gu Qianqian squinted coldly. If there weren't so many people here, she really wouldn't want to tolerate this family. Old Mrs. Gu looked into Gu Qianqian's eyes and suddenly felt a dull pain in her arm. She swallowed hard, bitterness filling her eyes as she stared at them with resentment. then suddenly smiled. I saw that old woman from the Yi family, your mother Yi sure. She's quite pitiful. I tell you, folks from the Yi family aren't good. Your father was killed by bandits, and her sons threw her away.
Ha ha.
An old woman, empty-handed, no food or clothes. Do you think she's already dead? It's all deserved. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyun's face changed drastically. She was so shocked she nearly lost her breath and almost fainted. Then, trembling, she pointed at old Mrs. Gu and, despite her weakness, lunged forward to attack her. Old Mrs. Gu saw this and immediately shouted, "Hey! My daughter-in-law is hitting the mother-in-law. Everyone, come look!" A cold glint flashed in Gu Qianqian's eyes. She grabbed Yi Xiuyun, who was rushing toward her mother, and pulled her back. Yi Xiuyun's eyes turned red as she looked at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian sneered slightly. She then caught old Mrs. Gu's hand tightly and pulled hard. Because they were so close, no one noticed Gu Qianqian's quick movement. All they saw was the angry wife suddenly attacking the frail mother and daughter. Gu Qianqian pinched her mother's waist and whispered in her ear, "Call out." Yi Xiuyun did not understand, but the pain and her daughter's words made her instinctively cry out in distress. Gu Qianqian began to fight fiercely with Grandma Gu using her hands and feet. At first, Grandma Gu didn't understand what was happening, and her momentum almost caused her to fall. She accidentally pressed her hands onto the mother and daughter beneath her. Gu Qianqian immediately shouted, "Grandma, if you're angry, take it out on me. Don't hit my mother."
She's just worried about me.
Grandma Gu was still confused, but the girls started grabbing and kicking her, hurting her so much she wanted to scream. Someone had stuffed something into her mouth, so she couldn't. Kaitu had thought his grandma was really going to hit his mom and older sister. But when he saw the older sister give him a look and noticed their small movements, his eyes lit up. He rushed forward. "Grandma, please don't hit my mom and sister. Stop hitting us. Sniff, sniff, I'll trade my meat for food for you. Please don't hit anymore." Kaitu shouted and shielded his sister from Grandma Gu's aggressive hands and feet from all sides. Grandma Gu's face turned red with anger, her veins bulging, but she couldn't shout out. The pain made her feel dizzy and lightheaded. The girl's vicious attack was too harsh. The pain was almost unbearable, and she tried to stand up. But when she pushed herself up, her leg was kicked suddenly. Her balance was lost, and she fell onto the mother and daughter again. This time, Gu Qianqian's elbow struck her hard in the chest. She doubled over in pain, her face turned pale, and she nearly fainted. The Gu family members were initially shocked by what they saw. They didn't expect Grandma Gu to suddenly act so harshly. Mrs. Zhao looked at the scene. She didn't try to stop at all. She thought that Grandma Gu should teach his family a lesson. Beating them up might make them more obedient. Old Mr. Gu didn't expect his wife to be so impulsive. He was upset to see her attack without warning. When he saw the mother and daughter crying out in pain, and Kaitu crying on the side, his face darkened. "Stop watching and help get your mother up," he shouted. Mrs. Zhao was startled by his harsh voice. Then she nodded and pulled her grandson and granddaughter forward to break up the fight. "Hey, sister, even if you're angry, there's no need to fight them. Sure, your older sister isn't very filial, but scolding her is enough. It's not good to get so upset." Mrs. Gu didn't want to listen to her nonsense. She just wanted to get up quickly, not knowing what her bratty girl had shoved into her mouth. She spat for a long time, but couldn't eject it. Her arms were supported by Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Sunday. As she was pulled up, Gu Qianqian lifted her foot and harshly kicked her stomach, making her tear up. During the brief moment when her mouth was open, Gu Qianqian also took out whatever was inside her mouth. "Oh my goodness, that hurts so much. You little troublemaker, how dare you hit me? Do you believe I'll skin you alive?" Mrs. Gu, finally free, was furious and dizzy. She immediately took off her shoe, aiming to hit Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian hurriedly protected her little mother and her young brother, who were trying to calm the situation. Her young face looked so sad and innocent. "Grandmother, please don't hit us. We were wrong.
Kaitu is right.
We should have sold our meat to exchange for grain for you. We shouldn't have disobeyed. Please, grandmother, don't hit us. Her sincere words froze Mrs. Gu in place. The old lady wondered, what was that brat talking about? Who was hitting whom? She was now sore all over and didn't know where the girl had hit her. The pain intensified, and she almost couldn't bear it. Watching this scene, the onlookers showed anger and disgust, especially those who had suffered insults from their mother-in-law at home before. Who are these people? Picking on an orphan mother and child in front of everyone? That's too much. Exactly. This woman refuses to sell her daughter to exchange for grain and gets beaten for it. And the matriarch and the eldest son went to find grain for the family and are missing? Yet she still treats the orphan mother and her kids like that? That's inhumane. Yes, and she even hit people. The official is right there, and she dares to assault? That shows how mean she is normally. Old man Gu, hearing the gossip, looked grim. He pulled Mrs. Gu back and scolded her sternly. Stop your nonsense. No matter how unfilial your daughter-in-law is, as an elder, you can't lay hands on her. Mrs. Gu nearly cried. The strange pain in her body grew worse, and tears slipped down her face. What am I causing trouble for? It's obviously that little brat who hit me. She beat and kicked me, almost killing me. Oh, this is unfair. My granddaughter hit her own grandmother. That's deadly. The elderly woman suddenly sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started crying loudly. Meanwhile, Qianqian and the others huddled together, looking sad and trembling, like innocent children who had been bullied and dared not speak. The noise was so loud that it disturbed the guards at the gate. 2 armed guards approached. What's going on? Don't you know you can't gather crowds outside the city gate? Do you want to end up in jail like those troublemakers before? The old lady Gu, seeing the guards, immediately panicked and dared not make a sound. Although old Master Gu was influential in the Gu family, he had never dealt with guards before, so he quickly bowed and said, Officer, we are not causing trouble. This is my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. It's simply a family matter. Please forgive us and don't cause us trouble. The guard looked at the trembling trio, and nearby, a little girl in a small cart was crying loudly. He frowned slightly and asked, Is what they say true? If you've been bullied, you can tell the truth. Qianqian glanced at the guard, thinking he must be a fair officer of Jinping Prefecture. Officer, they really are my grandparents. When the guard heard this, he was about to scold them for making such a big disturbance outside the city gate, but then the little girl spoke again. My cousin said she doesn't want to eat rice porridge anymore, so my grandmother wanted to sell me to others to exchange for food. My mother didn't agree, and my grandmother started hitting us. It's okay, she's my grandmother after all. The girl blinked her big, watery eyes, looking very pitiful. Just as everyone felt sorry, she stared at the guard and asked again, Oh, by the way, officer, is human trafficking illegal? The guard's face changed instantly. He raised his voice sternly. How dare you? Human trafficking is a serious crime. Even if she is your granddaughter, you must not sell her. That's a huge crime. Hearing this, Grandmother Gu was terrified and felt pain all over. Her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees with a thump. Oh my goodness, what is this? This is impossible. That girl is just talking nonsense. The government gives us porridge every day, so how could we possibly sell her? We would never do such a terrible thing. These days, it is quite normal for families to sell their children, and the officials generally do not investigate. However, if matters do reach the authorities, they cannot ignore it. Yes, Lord, please don't listen to this girl's nonsense. These are all false accusations. It's just a family misunderstanding. Many people around, who dislike the old Gu family, started gossiping, repeating what had happened earlier, and criticizing the Gu family for their wickedness. Old Mr. Gu's face grew pale and purple with anger, as he wanted to scold those meddlesome outsiders. The officer looked at the mother and children on the ground with some pity. If you don't want to stay with these people, I can arrange for you to be near the city gate. Don't worry, anyone who dares to cause trouble at Jinping Prefecture's gate will be taken to jail. He warned, giving a stern look at the Gu family members. Gu Qianqian, couldn't help but smile, pretending to be small and helpless. Sir, We actually want to enter the city, but unexpectedly, these people blocked us. Hearing that, the officer frowned. I said I would help you, but don't push your luck. Do you think you can just walk into the city whenever you want? Mrs. Zhao, stepped forward with a sarcastic tone. You think just crying and pretending to be victims will get you into the city?
Dream on.
It costs 5 taels of silver per person to enter. If I sold all 4 of you, I could make. Realizing the officer was listening, Zhao quickly changed her tone. All 4 of you together are worth less than 100 cash, and you still want to get into the city? Why not say you want to fly to heaven? Gu Shalo looked at Zhao's disdainful expression and then at the sneering faces of the Gu family members, feeling amused. Well, isn't that lucky? I happen to have enough silver here for my family of 4 to enter the city. Sir, could you kindly take us to handle the entry procedures? The officer looked at Gu Shalo carefully, not believing she actually had silver. These people looked like simple farmers. Even a rough estimate shows they only have 20 taels of silver, which even he, a native of Jinping Prefecture, couldn't afford. Lord, please don't listen to her nonsense. How could she possibly have silver? We haven't divided the family yet, and all our belongings are with my parents-in-law. They don't even have a copper coin. Please don't be fooled by her. She just wants to get into the city. Zhao immediately stepped forward, looking at Gu Qianqian with disdain. That worthless girl, if she really had silver, even a tiny bit, just a sesame seed-sized silver, I'd kneel and bow to her. What a big liar. The officer frowned, clearly doubting they had any silver. Teasing an official, do you know what crime that is? He asked in a deep voice. Gu Qianqian nodded. Of course I know. I'm just a weak girl. How could I dare to tease an officer? We really do have silver to go into the city. Seeing her confident words, the officer hesitated but didn't jump to a conclusion. All right, since you say so, come with me. But I warn you beforehand, if you're lying, I can still arrest you and send you to jail. Gu Qianqian nodded firmly. Then she pulled her mother to stand up, and the 4 of them followed the officer toward the city gate. As they passed by Grandma Gu Qianqian turned her head slightly, smiling softly and whispering, Oh, by the way, what do you think of the smell of little Sister Qiao's diaper? Grandma Gu was caught off guard and, recalling what she just put in her mouth, her face instantly changed. She couldn't curse and bent over to vomit. It seemed like her mouth was filled with the smell of that worthless girl's waste. Watching her daughters go to the city gate to handle the entry procedures with the officer, Zhao sneered and pursed her lips. Just wait and see. Her lies will soon be uncovered, and she'll be taken to jail, haha. Gu Qianqian and her family arrived at the city gate. The officer led them to the registration table. Show your household registration papers. You 4 make up the group, so the entry fee is 20 taels. Hearing the 20 taels, the officer looked at Gu Qianqian again. Seeing she kept a calm expression, and the women and boy behind her showed no reaction, he felt puzzled. Did this family know what those 20 taels meant? Gu Qianqian took the bundle handed to her by Yi Xiuyun and took out the family's household registration certificates. When she saw her husband's and son's documents, her eyes immediately turned red. Officer, if we don't have household registration certificates, can we still enter the city? The official's face immediately darkened, and he shouted, Of course not. Without a household registration, how will I know whether you're law-abiding citizens? I tell you, if you don't have household registration, no matter how much money you have, you can't get into the city. Yes, we do have, Yi Xiuyun quickly said, frightened, and hurriedly produced their household registration. But if they manage to get into the city, what about the head of the family and the eldest son? Gu Qianqian understood her worries and asked, Officer, we got separated from our family. My father and elder brother's household registration certificates are here with us. They are not vagrants, but they don't have household registration now. What should we do in this situation? Hearing this, the officer's expression softened a little and said, The government office is now handling refugee issues. If you are lawful citizens, you will eventually be arranged properly. Gu Qianqian nodded and smiled, saying, What if I register my father's and elder brother's household registration in Jinping Prefecture? When the time comes, can that registration allow the relevant people to enter the city? Of course, we won't skimp on the city entry fee. The officer looked at her, thinking she was quite clever and thoughtful. However, he still shook his head. That depends on higher authorities' arrangements. It's not something we can decide. But don't worry too much. Many fleeing people have lost their household registration. Everything will be handled uniformly. Hearing this, Qianqian nodded in understanding. Once the household registration certificates pass strict checks without issue, it's then time for the city entry fee. She took out her purse and hefted it, feeling a bit distressed. If she gave it all away, she feared they would have to sleep outside and endure hardship after entering the city. She looked back at the refugees. Besides those lining up for porridge, everyone else was huddled together, unmoving. Many occasionally coughed behind their hands, looking listless and worn out. Her eyes darkened slightly as she looked at the officer. "Officer, our family has 4 people, but my younger brother and sister are still little. Is it possible that their city entry fees can be counted as one person's fee?" The officer frowned. "There's no such rule. The city entry fee is per person, not based on age. I understand, but could you please be flexible? Also, I have some information that might help the officer, if that's okay." The officer looking at her no longer seemed friendly. "Do you think the governor would listen to your nonsense?" Yi Xiaoyun was surprised and quickly stepped in front of Qianqian to protect her, afraid she might offend the officer. She smiled and whispered, "Don't be angry, officer. My daughter is young, but she's not someone who disregards rules. She said this for a reason. Why don't you listen to her?" Although she didn't understand why her daughter said that, she believed her daughter's words were not made up. The officer took a deep breath and, seeing that the 4 people in front of him were all women and children, did not scold them harshly. "Girl, if you have money, you need to pay to enter the city. Don't think small tricks will fool us." Qianqian shook her head. "Officer, you probably know about the chaos in Wanxing Prefecture. Do you know that many people there have died, piles of corpses everywhere?" The officer's face darkened a bit. "Yes, I know. That riot caused many deaths. But do you know that those corpses attracted a lot of rats? Hungry villagers, maybe afraid to eat human flesh, but those rats' meat was very precious to them." Hearing this, the officer's expression changed again, and his look at Qianqian grew more serious. "What do you mean?" Qianqian glanced at the refugees coughing uncontrollably, some with closed eyes, perhaps asleep or fainted, and her expression grew more serious. "The riot has now been settled, but I'm afraid a plague will break out next." The officer's face suddenly changed drastically. "Do you have evidence?" Qianqian shook her head. "I am not a doctor and can't see patients, but there should be doctors in the city, right? Historically, the plague starts in winter, peaks in spring, and declines after the Jingzha. I think the governor should prepare in advance to prevent its spread." Hearing this, the officer's face grew grave. He looked at the refugees and then at her family of 4 and suddenly remembered something. They had just been wearing cloth masks, only removing them when they entered the city. "You dress like that to prevent the plague?" he asked. Qianqian nodded. "To prevent disaster before it happens." The government officer understood this reason, even though it might not be completely true, but with so many refugees gathered here and recent riots, regardless of whether the plague exists, it must be reported to the local magistrate. "All right, I will report this matter," he said. "But the entry fee will still be 20 taels." Qianqian was silent. The officer cleared his throat, seeming a little embarrassed. "If your story is confirmed, I can try to help you get some of the entry fee back." Qianqian half smiled and said, "Officer, we only have 20 taels. If we enter the city with no money, it will be hard for us to survive." The officer was eager to report the news. After hesitating for a moment upon hearing Qianqian, he grit his teeth and turned to leave. Soon, he hurried back with 2 borrowed silver coins. "Here's 2 taels I borrowed. Take it. When you see any plague notices, you can come to the city gate and find me. I will try to return some silver to you. If there truly is no plague, you will need to pay me back that 2 taels." Qianqian stared at him blankly for a couple of seconds, then snorted with laughter and nodded. "All right." He didn't seem to worry that she would run away. "Don't think you can escape without paying me back." I have your family's household registration information, he said. Qianqian was speechless. After the whole family finished the formalities and paid the silver, they were allowed into the city. Meanwhile, the old members of the Gu family, who were eager to see their embarrassment, couldn't sit still once they saw them really enter. What's going on? How did they get in? Did they not have enough silver and get thrown into jail? The elderly woman, who had been crying in pain earlier and insisted Qianqian must have hurt her internally, immediately stood up quickly, eyes wide with shock, staring as the four went confidently into the city. Mrs. Zhao also looked stunned. But, without the officer with them, they went in by themselves. How could they walk into the jail on their own? Just a few seconds after she finished speaking, the Gu family members exchanged glances and then hurriedly rushed toward the city gate. They rushed toward the city gate, where a guard immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the Gu family members. How bold! How dare you break into the city? Kill on the spot. The Gu family members were terrified by the shining sword and quickly froze, nearly falling over. They hurriedly bowed and explained with fear. Please have mercy, sir. We didn't plan to enter the city gate. We just went in. That was my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. How did they get inside? Old man Gu kneeled down, frightened by the sword. The officer who allowed Qianqian and the others to go into the city approached and frowned. They have household registration and paid the entry fee. Of course they can enter. What are you trying to do? Do you want to force your way in? Do you think our soldiers are easy to scare? The Gu family members were terrified by the waving sword and started to scream. We didn't dare to sneak in, sir. We just wanted to ask about the situation, Gu Yuanshan quickly explained. Mrs. Zhao was also very scared, holding her daughter tightly, her face full of surprise. But after hearing the officer's words, she froze in place. How is that possible? How could they have money to enter? For 5 taels? That's so much. They couldn't possibly have that much money, Mrs. Zhao whispered in disbelief. It's 20 taels. Their mother and sisters wouldn't have so much money. Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? They probably don't have any silver. You should check carefully. Don't be fooled by that girl, Old Man Gu hurriedly said. Are you saying we can be tricked by anyone? The officer scowled. No, that's not what I mean. It's just. Old Man Gu couldn't understand how they had so much silver. 20 taels, that's a lot. He, the head of the Gu family, had lived most of his life and never seen that much silver. That shameless little girl, she must have done something shameful to get that 20 taels. This bad girl. She's done something wrong to our family's leader. We should hang her in a pig basket. Sir, you can't ignore this. I want to report to the officials about the Yi family woman and her affair with others. The officers looked unhappy. This family was clearly causing trouble here. Exactly. I said it. How can my older sister, with 3 kids, possibly come safely into Jinping Prefecture on her own? Turns out she's relying on men. What a dirty person. Disgusting. Ugh, what a mess, Mrs. Zhao sneered, but her eyes revealed jealousy and anger. But that money was earned by her betraying my older brother. Why should they have it? If they take that money to enter the city, then it should belong to our family. Sir, we haven't divided the family estate yet. My sister-in-law's money should be ours. Hurry and call them back. Gu Yuanshan hurriedly pointed at his mother, who was almost out of sight, and said to 4 others. Yes, the money from that wicked woman should belong to our family. Slightly official, they stole our silver and went into the city. Quickly, catch them and bring our family members in instead. Old Madame Gu immediately became anxious, sat on the ground, patted her thighs, and shouted through tears. But wait. If they keep the money, they won't go into the city. Outside the city, people get free porridge every day. It may be just thin soup and water, only 2 meals a day, but lying there all day without moving doesn't use up much energy. When the famine ends, their family can take that 20 taels and settle down again. That's 20 taels. Their family could become wealthy.
No.
We won't go into the city to trouble the officials. You must call them out and return the silver to us. Thinking about that 20 taels, Old Madame Gu felt heartbroken and cried, banging her thighs. My silver. My 20 taels. That unlucky star, that wastrel, they're not made of gold. Staying outside the city isn't enough? Spending 20 taels to enter? Such wastefulness. Hearing old Madame Gu, the mute third son, Gu Yuanhe, suddenly spoke up. Sister-in-law isn't stupid. It's impossible to give all the money as the fee for entering the city, right? Since she was willing to spend 20 taels so generously, she must still have silver. With that, everyone in the Gu family fell silent, their faces changing with a variety of expressions. They had already taken out 20 taels, yet they still had silver? How much money does Ye's family really have? The old Gu family members started crying and pleading again, insisting that the officials be called and that the people must be caught. They demanded arrest and even cursed in anger. Finally, the officials scolded them sternly, warning that if they caused more trouble, they would be taken to jail. The Gu family, discouraged and ashamed, dared not make any more fuss and left in a despondent mess. But deep down, they all hated Gu Qianqian's family. They believed her family had stolen their silver, dozens of taels, and they hated her to the core just thinking about it. Mrs. Zhao kept cursing, calling the Yi family shameless and using harsh words, though her tone was filled with spite. Gu Jinjin, who was clinging to her, listened to her foul language with a red face, biting her lips and looking toward the city gate. Gu Qianqian's family entered the city, as if stepping into another world. Outside, the water was deep, fires raged, people were starving and cold. Refugees wandered displaced and lost. Inside the city, everything remained as bustling and wealthy as before, luxurious robes, full stomachs, warm clothes. Yi Shuyun had never even been to the county town, let alone seen the wealthy and bustling capital city she now faced. Junior sister Qian, where should we go? She asked, never imagining that on this escape journey, they would reach such a big city, unsure of what to do next. Gu Qianqian looked at the unfamiliar city and checked the 2 taels of silver in her hand. With a sigh, she whispered, first, find a place to stay. She started asking around, despite the unfriendly looks from passers-by, and finally learned the location of a pawn shop. Before they could enter, a sly, snout-faced man quickly came out, casually grabbing a broom to block their way and chase them away. Go away. Do you think you can come in here freely? It's filthy and smells terrible. If you want to sell yourselves, you better wash up and change your clothes first. Listen, refugees like you, we don't pay any silver. We'd be glad to find one master to feed and shelter you. Any more than that, and it's a blessing. Gu Qianqian's face instantly turned cold as she looked at the man, her voice icy. We entered the city properly, with our household registration. How is it that you call us refugees? Are you saying the officials are ineffective and even refugees are allowed into the city? In this era, at this time, the word refugee was not a compliment. If refugees entered the city without permission, it was a serious crime. Clearly, he wanted to label them as refugees, ignoring the fact that they could sell themselves for nothing if they chose. Hearing this, the man's expression suddenly changed. He looked around hurriedly, then shouted loudly, "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking? Which of your eyes saw me mentioning the officials? Are you causing trouble?" Gu Qianqian coldly responded, "Which of your eyes saw us as self-selling?" Huh? This little girl is so sharp-tongued. With your family, it's hard to believe you're not here to buy someone. The man, embarrassed, looked even more displeased and sneered. Gu Qianqian glanced up at the sign above the shop, then turned with her mother and younger sister to the pawn shop opposite. The sly man clicked his tongue and vigorously swept the entrance with his broom, as if clearing away dirt. The little girl pouted and looked annoyed. Why are people in this city so greedy? Gu Qianqian spoke calmly. There are always such people everywhere. We can't judge everyone the same way. The person helping us with the entry was an official from the government. He didn't look down on us. After saying this, she paused briefly and didn't mention that the official only suspected they didn't have much money. The family of 4 reached the entrance of a pawn shop across the street. Gu Qianqian stepped onto the stairs and saw a young boy come out. When they made eye contact, he looked at them briefly but didn't show any disgust or contempt. Are you here to rent a house, or do you have other needs? The boy asked with a smile. Qianqian raised an eyebrow, thinking he was quite clever. Seeing her look at him, he also smiled. It seems you came from outside the city. The entry fee is 5 taels per person. Since you've entered, you must be looking for a place to stay. Since they could afford the entry fee, they must have some money. It's unlikely they would spend so much just to come into the city for humble work. But these women didn't look very wealthy, so buying a house was unlikely. The only option was renting. Qianqian's face showed a faint smile. Little brother, we don't have much money. We just want a cheap place to stay. Size doesn't matter, as long as it's livable. The boy grinned immediately. Got it. We actually have some places suitable for you. The cheaper rentals are in the East Alley. I'll go get the keys. The man from the pawn shop across the street watched as Qianqian's family entered the place, then sneered. Soon after, he saw the boy come out with his family, holding the keys. His eyes rolled even more. These refugees, with some money, how much could they really have? Who would be foolish enough to listen to them? The boy led Qianqian's family for about 15 minutes, from the busy street of the city to a dense neighborhood that seemed very different from the prosperous area they came from. He looked at everyone, women and children, and said a few more words. The East Alley is a mixed area. Since your funds are limited, you probably can't rent elsewhere. The place I'm recommending is in a decent spot. The rent is a bit higher, but it'll be safer to live there. Qianqian peered at the street and nodded. Little brother, thank you for thinking of us. Soon they arrived at a yard. Although called a yard, it was just a few steps through the main door into the main building, which was also the only room there. Since the city is a valuable place, don't think this place is small. It's very sought after, the boy explained. Yi Xiuyun looked at the house, which was much better than their old home, but she didn't say much, waiting for Qianqian's decision. Little brother, how is the rent calculated here? She asked. The rent is 2 taels of silver per month, the boy said, holding up 2 fingers. Qianqian frowned at this, thinking the price was just right. The boy seemed to notice their tight budget and helplessly said, there is a cheaper place, just over a tael of silver, but the people there are quite unruly. Since your family includes women and children, it might not be safe. Hearing this, Qianqian felt sad for the money they had not yet used, but she couldn't take her family to such a place. She often checked at the city gate herself, so she wanted a safe place to leave her mother and sisters at home. Let's rent this place, Qianqian decided. She told her mother and sisters to start packing at home while she went to the carpentry shop to handle the rental paperwork. After completing the paperwork, on her way back, Qianqian went to a quiet spot and took out a piece of pork, some rice, flour, vegetables, and some radish and cabbage she had packed in a clean cloth from her space. Then she headed back. When she returned to the small house, Yi Xiuyun had already tidied it up. She was lighting the stove, and seeing Qianqian arrive, she let out a sigh of relief. Qianqian, go rest inside. Mother will start cooking soon. Today we can finally sleep well, she said. Thinking about the long escape journey, finally coming to an end, Yi Xiuyun's eyes welled up with tears. Qianqian was not tired. She put her bundle on the counter, then opened it. Mother, that young man saw how hard things were for us and charged less. I bought some rice, flour, meat, and vegetables. Today, we'll have a good meal to give head and shower a boost. Seeing all the meat and rice, Yi Xiuyun's eyes widened. How much money did this cost? Even if they had some silver left, it seemed impossible to buy so much. Although Qianqian usually didn't complain, she couldn't help but be amazed. Qianqian smiled gently and said, the lady selling vegetables said she looked at me and thought I was fleeing from hardship. She was kind and sold us vegetables at half price. The meat was the same. I didn't spend much money. Yi Xiuyun immediately clasped her hands together, her eyes filling with tears. There are still good people in the world. Sister Qianqian, when we get through this, we must thank her properly. Qianqian chuckled and held her mother's hand. Yes, but the lady who helped us set her stall's location isn't fixed. I think she never expected us to pay her back. Just like you helping others before, she didn't ask for anything in return, only sought peace of mind. What makes Qianqian like this family is that they are not selfish or cold. They always hold kindness in their hearts, no matter when. As for everything else, she has her there. Yi Xiuyun responded happily several times, and her smile never faded. This was the happiest day she had smiled in a long time. "Mom, let's make dumplings tonight," Qianqian suddenly said. Yi Xiuyun responded with an looked at the ingredients, and saw they were quite suitable for making dumplings. She hadn't eaten dumplings for many years, and only sister Qianqian had eaten them once in childhood. Kai Tu and Xiao Jie had never even tasted what dumplings are like. "Okay, we'll make dumplings today," Yi Xiuyun nodded with determination. Life was slowly getting better. Even though they had no money now, she planned to go find work tomorrow. She was sure she could support her 3 children. Kai Tu had been playing with Xiao Jie and Xiao Hui inside the house. When he heard the noise outside, he scampered out with his little head. "Mom, big sister, are we eating dumplings tonight?" He hadn't eaten dumplings before, but he knew what they were. During the new year, some families made dumplings, and the old house also made them. But it wasn't their turn to eat. Grandparents said children shouldn't eat dumplings, but he saw Huzi and second sister eat them before. Now he heard about dumplings, he became super excited, more than when eating meat. He dreams of tasting what dumplings are like. Inside the house, Xiao Jie's tiny voice chimed in. "Dum. Dum." Seeing the 2 little ones, Qianqian and Yi Xiuyun exchanged looks and couldn't help but laugh. Kai Tu scratched his head, embarrassed, and chuckled shyly. Xiao Jie didn't know what they were laughing at, but she rolled around on the bed and giggled along with them. The little gray dog drooped its head, wanting to howl loudly, but, remembering that its 4 owners had warned it not to make a sound, it felt very frustrated. Dog life had never been so miserable. Yi Xiuyun worked quickly, finishing the dough and going to prepare the mincemeat. Qianqian was chopping cabbage and carrots, getting ready to make 2 kinds of filling. Kai Tu was busy carrying firewood from the yard. The firewood was left behind by the owner of the house, so they wouldn't have to worry about running out soon. The mother and daughter worked fast. Before long, they had wrapped a whole basket of dumplings, which they then put into the pot to steam. Qianqian started packing her big bag again. Yi Xiuyun knew that her daughter had many things inside. Afraid she might mess them up, she didn't help and just left it there. They were going to stay in this house for a while. Qianqian took things out from her bag as needed, only keeping what was useful. Looking at her big bag full of different things, Yi Xiuyun's eyes widened in amazement. The bag was really spacious. Finally, Qianqian took out 2 more sets of bedding from the bag. Yi Xiuyun's eyes twitched as she wondered how her daughter managed to fit everything in. In the end, she didn't ask but turned around to check on the dumplings. Qianqian looked at the old, worn-down house. It had everything they needed, and she nodded with satisfaction, feeling it was just right. The dumplings were cooked quickly. As soon as she lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted out, making Yi Xiuyun's mouth water uncontrollably. Kai Tu almost lost his footing from the delicious smell. "Big sister, these dumplings look round and fat, so pretty and fragrant." "They smell so good," Kai Tu said with wide eyes. These dumplings looked different from those he remembered. Old Gu's dumplings used to be dark and didn't smell this good. He didn't really remember the taste. He just knew the old Gu's dumplings didn't look nice and definitely weren't as fragrant as theirs. Smelled Xiao Jie, standing by the door frame, bent her legs slightly in excitement, almost going crazy with the smell. Yi Xiuyun smiled as she picked dumplings into a bowl and said, "Your grandparents used whole grain flour and wild vegetables for their dumplings. These are made with white flour." She'd eaten dumplings made with dark, wild vegetable and grain flour before. She'd never seen such bright white dumplings, let alone tasted them. A pot of dumplings was brought to the bed, and Qianqian took a few small bowls. Each person added condiments like soy sauce and vinegar. Some liked it spicy, with chili oil. These condiments made the aroma of the dumplings much stronger. When bitten, the full flavor of meat and vegetables filled the mouth. The soup combined with the pork's oil scent, which was very different from the aroma of roasted chicken and rabbit. Kaitu ate until her cheeks puffed out, and Clever Jier also ate happily, her mouth greasy. Her small body joyfully shook, making everyone laugh. Yi Xiaoyun couldn't help but eat a few more. Xiao Hui was so focused on eating dumplings that she forgot she wasn't supposed to make loud noises. Gu Qianqian ate a lot today. Recently, she mostly had roasted meat and porridge, so her craving for variety grew. They finished a plate of dumplings completely, with the whole family sharing it. After the meal, Yi Xiaoyun went to tidy up the kitchen. Gu Qianqian took out antibiotics from her space to prevent the plague. She coaxed Clever Jier and Kaitu to eat them and even gave some to Xiao Hui. Then she handed a piece of the white medicine to Yi Xiaoyun in the kitchen. Yi Xiaoyun looked at the small white pill. She didn't know what it was for, but since Qianqian asked her to take it, she did. Feeling full and satisfied, the bed was warm, and there was hot water in the pot. Although she couldn't take a proper bath in winter, Gu Qianqian insisted that the family do a quick wipe down. Seeing the black water buckets being taken out, Gu Qianqian felt slightly sick. In the past, she didn't think about how dirty she was, but now that she had the chance, she knew she needed a bath. Luckily, it was winter. If it had been summer, she thought she might have been so dirty that flies would be attracted. Even in winter, she could still smell a faint odor on herself. The family cleaned up and climbed into the clean quilt Gu Qianqian brought out. Yi Xiaoyun carried all the clothes to the kitchen to wash. They originally washed everything with just water. Gu Qianqian took out some laundry detergent, saying it was given by the vegetable seller's aunt. Yi Xiaoyun didn't think much about where the detergent came from, just used it to wash clothes. However, the effect surprised her. This stuff was much better than wood ash. After packing up everything, the whole family went to bed early. That night, they slept peacefully and warmly. Smelling the fresh scent of the bedding, their tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The next morning, Yi Xiaoyun woke up early and cooked some porridge. After indulging in dumplings yesterday, she decided to start a good day today. Initially planning to finish cooking for the children before looking for work, Yi Xiaoyun was stopped by Gu Qianqian. "Mom, you stay at home and look after the kids, and Xiao Jia. I'll go to the city gate to check for news." Gu Qianqian left and went to the city gate. However, she did not see any notices about the plague posted on the bulletin board, which made her frown. "Is that you?" A familiar voice sounded from behind her. Gu Qianqian turned around and saw a court officer in official uniform, the same one who helped them with their city entry yesterday. Seeing her look at the notices, he glanced around cautiously and then pulled her aside quietly. "I've already told the authorities what you mentioned yesterday. Although there are no notices posted, they seem to be taking this matter seriously and have asked for verification," he whispered. Gu Qianqian looked at the notice again, then at the distant refugee crowd outside the city gate. Her eyes darkened as she thought, "I don't think the magistrate will post any notices even if he confirms there's a plague." The officer fell silent, clearly understanding her meaning. Outside the city, the refugees have porridge to eat daily and aren't causing trouble. They're just waiting for official arrangements. If they find out about the plague, there could be chaos. Gu Qianqian gently pursed her lips, unsure whether the local doctor could have medicine to treat the plague. If an outbreak really occurs, it's likely to be the bubonic plague. Her eyes flickered thoughtfully, then she suddenly looked up at the officer. If there is a real plague, the officials, the wealthy families, and even the servants and guards distributing porridge could be the first to be infected. Then, this plague would no longer just be a disaster outside the city, she said. The officer's face suddenly grimaced. He seemed to have forgotten about this danger. If a real plague happens, those who come into daily contact with the refugees would be at the greatest risk. Gu Qianqian lightly coughed and said, "Deputy, frankly, my grandfather was a medicine boy at the local clinic when he was young. Later, a traveling divine doctor came to their clinic to see patients for some time and was praised by the villagers as a miracle doctor. During that time, my grandfather took care of the divine doctor's daily needs. The divine doctor also taught my grandfather quite a lot. When my grandfather returned to the village, he became a barefoot healer. Before leaving, the divine doctor left my grandfather a medical book that included a recipe for treating plagues. The officer's eyes immediately brightened. You mean your family has a recipe from that divine doctor for treating the plague? Plagues have always been deadly, infectious, and hard to treat. Whenever a plague breaks out, it often results in many deaths. I heard that yesterday. The prefect's face changed when he heard the word plague. Qianqian continued confidently. I heard that many years ago, that divine doctor used this recipe to save an entire village ravaged by the plague. The officer's expression grew more excited. If this was a weapon against the plague, it was like a cure for the deadly sickness. You mean this recipe of yours? Don't worry, deputy, whether the plague will break out or not. My grandfather intends to keep this as a family treasure. The officer cleared his throat. Young lady, please don't call me deputy. We're somewhat familiar. My name is Qianqian. You can just call me Brother Cheng. Qianqian smiled warmly and was polite. Brother Cheng, even if we don't know whether the plague will erupt or not, early prevention is always good. Yesterday, we each took a bowl of medicine to prevent it in advance. Since you're dealing with these refugees every day, you should also take precautions. Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. Qianqian's smile grew a little more serious. Since we are familiar, although I can't share this recipe publicly, I can have the pharmacy prepare a set of medicine for you. You can go back and use it to protect your family. Usually, you can also cover your mouth and nose with a clean cloth like we did before to prevent illness. At this moment, Qianqian no longer looked like an officer. He nodded quickly, treating Qianqian like his own younger sister. Qianqian looked helpless and shy, which moved Qianqian to tears. Don't worry. What I said yesterday wasn't meant to stop you. Although there's no news from above yet, the magistrate has sent someone to investigate. That means your information is useful. I'll go talk to him and get half of your city entry fee refunded. He paused and then added, or maybe you'll get it all back. Since they're investigating this matter, it shows there is indeed a problem. So, Girl's message wasn't useless. Besides, the magistrate isn't free to handle this. The gatekeeper is in charge here at the city gate. Qianqian plans to speak nicely and ask Girl to get some more medicine for her injury, which is also fine. By the way, not far ahead on the street is the Pang Clinic. You should go there first. I'll come with the money soon. Hastily, Qianqian finished speaking and then ran off. Qianqian chuckled softly, turning in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, she saw a grand medical clinic. They should have all the medicinal herbs she needed. Just as she was about to go inside, a young boy dressed as an apothecary hurried out. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't go inside. We don't treat patients here. The free clinic is at the city gate. Hurry up and leave. If you bump into any important person inside, you'd be in big trouble. 10 heads couldn't pay for that. Qianqian. This familiar tone and similar words made her lips twitch uncontrollably. She looked down at herself. The clothes she washed yesterday were still damp, and her entire outfit was dusty and dull. She looked like a beggar again. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Well, this is a city where appearances matter, and she'd just have to endure. I'm not here for a consultation. I'm here to buy medicine. The young apothecary looked impatient. Didn't I already tell you? We don't sell medicine here. Hurry and leave. We're busy with an important patient. If you want medicine, go to another shop. Do you think you can afford the medicines here? Qianqian's face darkened. If it weren't for the fact that this clinic looked large and had good herbs, she wouldn't bother arguing with a little boy. Suddenly, she sneered coldly. So, only high officials and noble people can come here? We refugees can't buy your medicine. Is that it? When she heard that he had escaped hardship, the young medicinal apprentice took 2 steps back with a look of disgust, covering his nose. I told you, what's that smell? It's because you're a starving refugee escaping hardship. No wonder you smell so bad. I tell you, our place doesn't welcome dirty street people like you. Our doctor is famous in the city and wouldn't see someone like you. Hurry up and leave. Qianqian's eyes grew cold, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Can your words represent your medical shop? Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Hurry up and leave. Our rules are clear. Dirty street people like you shouldn't even be here. Qianqian looked at him with deep eyes and a meaningful glance, then turned to leave without saying more. Miss Gu, why are you standing at the door? Is the medicine finished? Seeing Qianqian, carrying a heavy money pouch, approach, Gu Qianqian smiled lightly. Brother Cheng, this Fu medical clinic only serves high officials and nobles. Let's go to another clinic. Qianqian hesitated at her words and then looked at the young medicine apprentice, frowning. What's going on? The apprentice, who was dressed like a government officer, suddenly looked terrified. He quickly bowed and greeted politely, "Young master, it's all a misunderstanding. I saw her dress so messy, I thought she was begging. I was wrong." "Oh, you're here for medicine. Please follow me. I'll prepare medicine for you personally." Gu Qianqian watched the apprentice's quick change of expression and sneered softly, eyes full of sarcasm. "Brother Cheng, since they've made it clear that people like me, who escaped hardship, aren't welcome here, let's go somewhere else. This big city can't have only one clinic." Qianqian saw she was clearly angry and nodded in agreement. "All right, there are other big clinics in the city, Miss Gu. We'll go somewhere else." As they turned to leave, the apprentice's face darkened. He spat disdainfully. What a joke, just a refugee and a little government clerk. Pretending to be high and mighty. What garbage. Qianqian handed her the money pouch and apologized sincerely. "Sorry, Miss Gu. I should have come with you earlier, so you weren't bullied by that little apprentice." Gu Qianqian shook her head and said, "It's normal for people to look down on me with how I dress." She then weighed the silver coins in her hand, thinking that after she finished collecting the herbs, she needed to buy some clothes for her family. Otherwise, wearing ragged, dirty clothes would be a problem again soon. After walking for a little while, Gu Qianqian suddenly stopped and looked at a small shop on the roadside. Meanwhile, Qianqian walking ahead said, "The Pang Medical Clinic can be a bit snobbish. I just wanted to stay close by, and didn't think much, but I ended up letting you be treated unfairly." He turned around and saw the young girl walking toward a small clinic nearby. In just a moment, before he could call out, Gu Qianqian had already entered the clinic. As soon as she went inside, she saw an elderly man with white hair examining a man. Behind the counter, a young assistant was wiping the table upon noticing her arrival and hurried over. "Miss, are you here for treatment or to get herbs?" the young assistant asked. Gu Qianqian looked at the smiling young assistant and responded politely. "To get herbs," the assistant quickly returned behind the counter. "Please show me the prescription, miss." Gu Qianqian shook her head. "I don't have a prescription. I said, I want to get herbs. Just give me each type of herb separately." The young assistant looked confused, but still gathered the herbs one by one based on her instructions. Taking a moment, Gu Qianqian looked around the clinic. It wasn't very big but was clean and tidy, filled with the scent of herbs. Compared to the previous Pang Medical Clinic, this place hadn't smelled much of herbs, only a faint fragrance of incense. She looked around and finally focused on the old doctor who was examining a patient. She saw that after feeling the patient's pulse, the doctor didn't rush to write a prescription but discussed his condition and several treatment options with the patient. Gu Qianqian nodded slightly and was quite impressed with this clinic. Most importantly, "Young sir, does your Fu Medical Clinic have a young master named Fu Qi?" she asked. Yes, the clinic was called Fu Medical Clinic, and it was because of the surname that Gu Qianqian had come in. This time, instead of the young assistant, it was the same old doctor who answered her. "Miss, do you know our young master?" Gu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Her question made sense. Her surname matched theirs, and their carriage seemed to carry many medicinal herbs. Plus, the old man in their team, Bai Lao, often prepared dark dishes that were actually herbal cuisines. Well, barely qualify as medicinal recipes. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the medical clinic of that foolish, but wealthy young master. "Yes, we do know each other," she said with a smile. "We ran away from Ningchuan Prefecture and crossed paths with young Master Fu a few times." Hearing this, the old doctor forgot about his consultation and quickly stepped over with a happy look. "So, does this mean my young master has returned safely?" he asked. Gu Qianqian smiled calmly. "We parted ways about 50 miles outside Jinping Prefecture." The old doctor smiled warmly and nodded. As long as the young master is safe, that's good. Nandu, take half the price for the herbs this young lady is getting. The young herbal apprentice immediately responded with an okay and agreed. Qianqian was surprised by the old doctor's generosity, but then smiled politely. Thank you very much. The old doctor waved his hand, about to say more, but then remembered there was a patient waiting. He snapped his fingers in realization. Oh, my memory isn't good. Come on, I'll write you a prescription now. Qianqian couldn't help but be amused. Thinking of young Master Fu and glancing at the Fu Medical Clinic, she started to consider her plan. After gathering the herbs, Qianqian didn't leave right away. Instead, she borrowed a mortar from the young herbal apprentice and rented an empty room. She took the herbs inside. When she came out, she was holding several packages of herbs. 10 packs she handed to Qianqian and 2 packs to the young herbal apprentice. The young apprentice looked confused. What does this mean? She looked at the senior doctor who had finished writing the prescription, waiting for the man to send someone to fetch the herbs. Dr. Feng, these herbs are our family's secret recipe for preventing winter illnesses. I've met young Master Fu a few times, and you gave me a good price. I'm giving these 2 sets to you and this little brother. It's best to drink them today. The refugees outside the city are many, and winter diseases are common. You're getting a little older, Dr. Feng. It's better to prevent early. After saying this, she left the clinic with Qianqian. Old Dr. Feng, I think this girl forgot that we own a clinic. How could we lack medicine to treat colds and chills? The young herbal apprentice chuckled, finding her quite amusing but also feeling she was pretty kind. Old Master Feng frowned and thought for a moment. He quickly opened the medicine packet, but all the ingredients inside had been ground into powder, making it impossible to tell what herbs were used. It was clear that someone deliberately kept the formula secret. Thinking back to Qianqian's recent words, old Master Feng's expression grew deeper, as if he understood something. He pushed 2 sets of medicine toward the young apprentice. Go now, boil these 2 sets of medicine. Each of us will have a bowl, and we all need to drink it. After leaving the clinic, Qianqian still had to guard the city gate, so he took his leave from Qianqian. Having been turned away twice, and with his clothes so dirty they couldn't be washed, Qianqian wasn't in a hurry to go home. She found a nearby clothing shop instead. Based on her previous experiences, Qianqian chose a reasonably sized shop. Although not everyone would judge her unfairly, her outfit still made others look at her a bit more. Miss, are you here to buy fabric? The shop assistant asked as he approached. Qianqian looked at the various fabrics and clothes inside and said, I want to buy a few ready-made outfits. She briefly described the figures of Yi Xiuyun and her younger sister. The shop assistant nodded, saying, if you're looking for fabric, we just received some coarse cloth. It's dark-colored, durable, and practical. Seeing Qianqian's simple attire, the assistant kindly recommended clothes suitable for common folks. Qianqian glanced at the rough, dull fabric and frowned. I want to see some better quality materials. Now that she had money, she didn't want to burden herself or her family. The shop assistant looked at the young girl and knew that at her age, she liked to look nice. He continued to recommend items. Miss, look over here. These fabrics might have uneven coloring, but the patterns are very special. They're discounted because of some flaws, but they're still high-quality cotton. Much better than coarse cloth. Qianqian watched the diligent assistant trying to show her clothes that were affordable and looked decent. She couldn't help but smile. After examining the options, she said, Shopkeeper, based on the measurements I just mentioned, prepare 4 sets of fine cotton clothes, including outerwear and inner wear, all made of high-quality cotton. I'll look at the rest. While talking, she started looking at the clothes. They looked very similar. The winter clothes weren't very fashionable. She casually bought an orange-yellow dress with a jacket, and besides that, she bought 4 sets of rough cloth outerwear. Seeing her selections, the shopkeeper's forehead furrowed. Although they'd seen customers buy many clothes before, they'd never seen a young girl so dirty, asking for several sets at once. Miss, these will cost about 13 taels of silver in total. Qianqian remembered that she had spent 2 taels of silver paying back some debt and buying medicine, leaving her with about 16 or 17 taels. Now, needing 13 taels, She felt a bit distressed. Seeing her strange expression, the shopkeeper continued, "You're buying fine cotton clothes. One set costs over 2 taels, and 2 are for children. 4 sets will be 8 taels total. The 4 outer clothes of rough cloth are cheaper, just over 1 tael for 4. Qianqian took a deep breath and thought to herself how silver was hard to spend. "All right, please pack these for me." The shopkeeper's eyes widened as if surprised she could really afford it. But seeing the heavy silver in her hand, they nodded and went to pack her items without hesitation. "Take care, young lady." The shopkeeper smiled happily, accepting the silver, and saw her off to the door. Qianqian finally felt a bit more balanced. She looked at the heavy bundles and then at her poor little money pouch. Only 3 or 4 taels left. Resisting the urge to spend more, she eventually bought a few random-sized earthenware jars for snacks for Kai Tu and Xiao Jiao. Seeing the remaining 2 taels of silver, she silently reminded herself to save money, put the silver away, and began taking rice, flour, grains, and oil out of her space external storage. She poured oil into some clay pots and packed the rice and flour in clean cloth bags. She also took out some daily necessities, repacked everything, and was finally satisfied. She carried her big and small bundles home. When she reached home and was just about to open the door, she heard voices inside. Qianqian frowned and quickly pushed the door open. Inside, Yi Xiuyun, who heard the voices, hurriedly came out smiling.
"Qianna, you're back."
In the next moment, her smile froze. Goodness gracious, the girl in the orange-yellow dress in front of her, was she really her daughter? Her face, already clean and freshly washed, still showed some traces of cold weather, but it was much fairer. With the orange-yellow dress on, her skin looked tender and smooth. She was beautiful. Yi Xiuyun quickly took the heavy bags from her hands, smiling warmly as she looked at Qianqian's outfit. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded, saying, "My Qianna looks so beautiful. These clothes suit her perfectly." Qianqian smiled gently but didn't speak right away. Instead, she looked inside the house. At this moment, an old woman with shaky steps came out. When she saw Qianqian, her eyes lit up. "Oh, little Yi, is this your eldest daughter? She looks lovely and so lively," she said. Hearing her compliment, Yi Xiuyun felt very happy. She held her daughter's hand and said, "This is my big girl, Qian'er. This is Granny Jiang next door. She knows our family ran away from difficult times and brought some mixed grain cakes for us, and she told me about the situation in the city." Qianqian looked at the old woman leaning on a cane and gave her a gentle smile. "Hello, Granny Jiang." Granny Jiang looked at the many things Qianqian brought back and her nice clothes, feeling surprised. This morning, she saw the raggedly dressed children, Kai and Xiaoer, at the door and thought they were poor people fleeing hardships, having a hard life. She felt pity and gave them some cakes. But now, it seemed she had overthought. Seeing all these bags and clothes, she felt awkward and decided not to stay long. "Little Yi, I'll go back now. If you ever need help, just go next door and find Granny Wu. I may not be much help, but I know a bit about what's going on in the city," she said confidently. Worried she might seem to have other intentions, Granny Jiang quickly left, walking swiftly with her cane, not even glancing at the items. Yi Xiuyun saw Granny Jiang off, closed the door, hurriedly moved everything inside, and locked the windows and doors.
She patted her chest, relieved.
Well, that was lucky, she thought. Luckily, Qian'er's packages weren't neatly wrapped, so no one could tell what was inside. Though Granny Jiang was kind, Yi Xiuyun still didn't know her well, so she didn't want to reveal too much. Qianqian glanced at the few large cakes in the kitchen, then looked away. She asked about the situation next door briefly. She learned that Granny Jiang and her grandson relied on each other, were locals of the city, and that there was still much she didn't know since Granny Jiang had only just arrived. Qianqian nodded to show she understood. Yi Xiuyun looked at the things with a nervous feeling in her heart. She grabbed Qianqian's hand and whispered, "The plague thing you mentioned yesterday, did it really happen? Is that why they returned our city entry fee?" Qianqian saw her mother's anxious expression and smiled.
"Not yet."
However, The magistrate has already sent someone to investigate. In fact, this news might be useful, so the entry fee from before has been fully refunded. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyun immediately relaxed. She thought about the 20 taels of silver they paid for entering the city. After borrowing 2 taels yesterday, they still had 18 taels left, which was a lot of money. Qianqian, you keep your money. Save it for when you need it. In the next few days, Mother will find a job. Then our family will be able to live a better life, she said. Gu Qianqian quickly stopped her. Mom, we don't lack money right now. And the plague is still uncertain. It's better to stay home more. During this escape, your health is the most important, so you need to recover first. After speaking, before Yi Xiaoyun could refuse, she took out the snacks she bought and also secretly took some from her space, placing them together. Looking at the strange and wonderful snacks, Kaitu and Qianqian looked curious. Big sister, what are these? These are chestnut cakes, donkey rolling, sesame candies, peanut crisp. Gu Qianqian introduced each one to the 2 children, mixing in some of her space's hidden treats. Many of the things were not suitable for children to eat, so she chose a few soft little bread rolls instead. Kaitu and Qianqian stared wide-eyed at the new and interesting snacks. They looked left and right, stretching out their hands. Then they retracted them, unsure which to pick or how to eat. Gu Qianqian smiled a little. She gave each of the 2 a piece of chestnut cake and sesame candy. These snacks are delicious, but children shouldn't eat too much. Qianqian, you can only have 1 piece of sesame candy. Kaitu, you're a big kid now, so you can eat more, still not too much, okay? The 2 kids, always obedient to their big sister, nodded vigorously. Then they held their snacks and candies, looked at each other, and grinned. Qianqian stuck out her little tongue and licked the candy. Her eyes lit up immediately. In her soft, milky voice, she said, "Sweet." Kata's eyes also sparkled brightly. "Yummy. Big sister, the snacks are so good." Gu Qianqian watched her 2 children eat happily, and a smile never left her face. She handed Yi Xiaoyun a piece of donkey roll. "Mom, try this." Yi Xiaoyun looked at her 3 children with a warm heart. She took the piece of donkey roll, took small bites, and didn't finish it for a long time. Gu Qianqian chuckled softly, but said nothing. Then she remembered the lie she told Qingshuo today, and thought she should talk to Yi Xiaoyun. "Mom, do you remember that Grandpa had a very precious medical recipe book?" She hadn't entirely lied before. The reason she mentioned the Yi family elder was because when Yi Lao-tu was young, he really worked as an apprentice in a small clinic in town, and knew a little about medicine. A famous doctor had also visited the town, but Yi Lao-tu had never actually met him. He knew some basic medicine, enough to treat minor villagers' illnesses. Years ago, when Yi Lao-tu was healthy, Yi Xiaoyun's family was doing well. She visited them a few times with Gu Qianqian. Later, Yi Lao-tu fell while gathering herbs in the mountains, and his health worsened. He rarely treated patients anymore. The Yi family's life was not as good as before. The old Gu family no longer allowed Yi Xiaoyun to visit her family. Sometimes she went back once, but the Gu family's elders scolded her for taking things from home to support her family and criticized her at home. She was also scolded by her in-laws and villagers, so Yi Xiaoyun became more reluctant to go. Gu Kaitu and Xiao Jia never went back to the Yi family. At this moment, hearing her daughter mention her family, Yi Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned. She tried not to think about her sad memories, but she couldn't ignore her feelings anymore. Her father's weak health didn't survive the escape, and her mother was cast aside by her brother and sister-in-law, now lost and missing. Her eyes filled with tears. She suppressed her sadness, turned her head, wiped her eyes, and her voice became hoarse. She forced a smile. "I remember. Grandpa treated us like a treasure. Child, I remember when I was young, Grandpa often held me and looked at that medical book. He told me about those medicine recipes. The more he talked, the more I remembered. I remember that in Grandfather's book, there was a formula that could treat the plague." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyun's eyes widened. "Your grandpa's book had a formula for treating the plague? That's impossible. Grandpa didn't have much medical skills. Her father only knew simple treatments for injuries and could prescribe some cold remedies." No one heard that he knew anything about treatments for a plague. Grandpa said that when he worked as a medicine helper, a famous healer came to town. Their clinic received the healer's favor and obtained some valuable prescriptions. Grandpa remembered a few and copied them down, including a collection of plague remedies. Yashuyan listened in surprise, not knowing much about Grandpa's youth. She vaguely remembered there was such a healer, but did her father know him? Ahem, those prescriptions are very precious, but Grandpa said he never encountered those illnesses, so he never used them. He's a bit sad that he couldn't put the prescriptions to use and kept mentioning them to me. Over time, I remembered them. Yashuyan looked at her daughter with a mix of shock and pride. Wow, my Qian sister is so talented. I remember you were still very young at that time, yet you remembered. Qianqian cleared her throat to hide her discomfort. Maybe I heard too much about it. That's not the main point. Mom, I told Qingdage about the prescriptions. It was the officer who handled our city entry yesterday. If there really is a plague later, I plan to sell these prescriptions to the government. Do you think that's okay? Yashuyan didn't understand much about these things, but hearing about a plague made her feel very scared. Mom is just a village woman. I don't understand anything. Qian sister, you're clever. Do whatever you want. Mom will support you. Seeing her mother's trusting look, Qianqian's smile grew deeper. She nodded. All right. Qianqian carefully explained the origins of the prescriptions, then let out a breath of relief. She didn't know medicine, but she had previously completed a mission to rescue a national healer trapped in Southeast Asia. That healer specialized in traditional Chinese medicine. When she left, she had casually thrown some documents and prescriptions into her space pouch. She never thought she would need them someday. After dealing with that, Qianqian began to unpack her belongings. She looked at the beautiful, finely made dresses, the rice and flour, and even a large jar of oil. Chao Jier, who knew nothing about all this, looked blank. Meanwhile, Saito and Yashuyan were so surprised their jaws nearly dropped. Qian Jier, how much did you buy? Yashuyan stared at everything, stammering. Saito swallowed hard in shock and couldn't help asking, Big sister, do we still have money? Just now, I heard my mother and my older sister talking. It seems they still have over 10 taels of silver, such a large amount of money. Qianqian looked at the 2 pairs of eyes fixed on her. She touched her nose and coughed softly, saying, There's still a little left. Yashuyan took a deep breath, turned her gaze away, and quietly began tidying up. It's okay. There's still some left. Plus, this money was earned by Sister Qianqian. Let's spend it. After all, everything bought is practical. Kaitu looked on with admiration. He thought, my older sister is so good at spending money. I need to eat more in the future, grow up quickly, earn some money so I can support my sister. Soon, he couldn't help but feel worried. He wondered how much money they needed to earn to support his sister. Both mother and son were stunned by Qianqian's way of spending money. To them, over 10 taels was a huge amount they had never seen before. They didn't know how to spend it. Thinking about this, they suddenly realized, Sister Qianqian is really impressive. She managed to spend over 10 taels of silver in one go. Seeing their faces full of pain at the thought of spending so much, Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. She understood they had been used to hard times and couldn't understand this kind of spending, which was quite normal. Come here, mother. Let's throw away those old clothes we wore during the time we were fleeing. Don't wear them anymore. I bought 2 new sets of clothes for us. If you're worried about getting them dirty doing chores, just wear those rough cloth ones. We've suffered so much. Now it's time to enjoy some good days. Yashuyan was alarmed at once. What? Throw them away? No, those are the cotton clothes you found. The fabric and the cotton are so good. I'll wash them well later, and they can still be worn. Qianqian thought of the 2 military coats, which were really made of good cotton. After a moment of thought, she said, Mother, take those clothes apart and hang the cotton to dry. We can make 2 new quilts for Chao Jie and Kaitu. Later, I'll go get some fabric. Yashuyan hurriedly stopped her. Don't rush. Our current quilts are still new. When we have more money later, we'll buy new ones. She was afraid her daughter's spending habits. Qianqian pondered for a moment and decided it was okay. She hugged Xiao Jia and prepared to change her into new clothes, then also changed Kaitu and Yi Shuyun. Now that life was settling down, the family looked at the new clothes and felt excited. Kaitu picked up his clothes and ran out, his voice trailing behind. "Older sister, I'm going to change in the kitchen." His voice was cut off by the door closing. Yi Shuyun touched the smooth fabric and checked her hands, which were still relatively clean after washing. Since her clothes were clean, she began to change very carefully and slowly. Meanwhile, Qianqian had already helped Sister Qiao change into a new dress. She then pulled out a pair of silk flowers, pink and fluffy with tassels, matching the red and white jacket and skirt she was wearing. Sister Qiao looked adorable and pretty, like a lucky doll. Qianqian looked at the small baby with short arms and legs, and her heart melted. She hugged the baby tightly and gave her a big kiss. "Oh my, whose little girl is she? So cute and beautiful," she exclaimed. The little girl in her arms giggled, holding onto Qianqian's neck, her eyes curving into happy lines. "My sisters." Qianqian laughed happily, loving the small child so much she couldn't let go. She often pinched, stroked, and kissed her. The only regret was that the little girl was quite thin. Soon, her goal was to make Sister Qiao plump and fair, so she'd be even easier to pinch. Yi Shuyun watched the two sisters playing happily with a gentle smile, while she also changed into her new clothes. She quickly called Saiku to come in. The kitchen had been heated early in the morning, so it was not cold at all. Saiku, hearing their laughter, became a little anxious. He hurriedly finished changing clothes and rushed in before noticing anything more. Seeing the little girl being held by her older sister, Saiku's eyes lit up immediately. "Sis, that little girl is so pretty, like a little fairy." Qianqian giggled and said, "Yes, then you're a little fairy too." Saiku scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, but smiling. He was dressed in a plain dark green cotton coat, with a tall, straight posture and full of energy. Yi Shuyun was wearing a dark blue jacket and skirt, looking graceful and gentle, kind and delicate. Qianqian was happy to see her family, looking so fresh and new. She nodded happily. "You all look wonderful." Yi Shuyun couldn't help but blush. She looked at her clothes, feeling fond but also worried, knowing these clothes weren't cheap. After a while, she decided to change back into her old clothes. "You can wear the new clothes. I'll change back. These materials are too expensive to get dirty," she said. She usually did chores, so she couldn't wear such fancy clothes all the time. Saiku also just wanted to try on the new clothes himself. He still had to help his mother with work and couldn't ruin such good clothes, so he decided to change out of them. Qianqian quickly stopped her mother and said, "Mom, I bought a set of coarse cloth clothes. Please change into that one. You don't need to wear the old clothes anymore." After giving a few instructions to Yi Shuyun, Qianqian left the house. Suddenly, she remembered something. It was necessary to go to the city gate. After leaving, she first went to a shop that sells brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. She looked around for a while and thought that the rice paper of this era was quite rough. She bought 2 thick sheets of paper and a charcoal pencil. Then, she borrowed a table from beside the shop. Using memories of Gu Ba and her father, Gu Da, she began to draw. Her brush strokes were smooth and quick. Soon, 2 simple sketches were finished. With these 2 drawings, she headed to the city gate. At the gate, she asked someone to deliver a message to Qingshua, asking him to come. Qingshua was wearing a cloth covering his mouth and nose at that moment. "Gu girl, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Qingshua said as soon as he saw her. He then noticed that the girl had changed into a new outfit. Her fair face looked bright in a light yellow jacket and skirt, completely different from her usual thin and black appearance. She looked quite pretty. Qianqian handed him the 2 drawings. "Big brother Cheng, I wonder if you could help me by pinning these 2 drawings onto the notice board outside the city." Qingshua looked at the papers in her hands and sighed. "Gu girl, I understand what you mean. But right now, most of the refugees look the same. Putting up these sketches won't really help, and most people can't read." Recognizing their own names is rare, so finding anyone this way might not work. Qianqian understood his point. In this era, artists' portraits often didn't resemble the actual person. They could be completely different. Big brother Cheng, please help me. I think it might still be useful, she said, unfolding her drawings to show him. He was about to agree, thinking he would give her a little comfort, but when he saw the two drawings, he froze. His eyes widened, and he stared intensely at the sketches. Is this a drawing? It doesn't look like someone just pressed their face onto paper. It's like it was carved by a master. Qianqian remained silent. Your method really is quite skilled. Cheng Shua almost pressed his face to the drawings, amazed at how skillfully they were made. Like a work of art, almost unbelievable. It looks like just a few quick lines, but they vividly outline a person's figure. With these two drawings, I can immediately imagine what these two people look like. Miss Gu, who in the city did you have draw these? I've never heard that Jinping Mansion has such a talented artist. Qianqian felt she needed someone to back her up. Oh, this was done by my grandfather back in the day when he worked as a medicine boy in town. Remember that famous doctor? Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he's also good at painting. He invented charcoal sketches to better capture the appearance of herbs, and my grandfather learned from him. After that, he taught me, and I experimented with it on portraits, and it looks pretty good, right? Haha. Cheng Shua shook his head in amazement, smiling. Amazing craftsmanship. Really impressive. Don't worry, I'll post these on the notice board soon. If anyone has seen them, they'll surely recognize these people. Qianqian was happily grateful. Thank you so much, Brother Cheng. Cheng Shua waved his hand. It's nothing much. And I should thank you for the medicine you gave me earlier. I gave it to my mother to boil, and our whole family drank it. I've told them to stay indoors more and cover their mouths and noses when they go out. Although he didn't understand exactly how covering their mouths and noses would help, Miss Gu's grandfather was a descendant of a famous doctor, so what he said must have a reason. By the way, your family should also try not to go out too much lately. The officials just returned from a mission, and it doesn't look good. The plague you mentioned might really arrive. Qianqian's eyes darkened with concern. What do you think the officials will do? This plague was brought by outsiders, and if they handle it badly. Cheng Shua understood what she wanted to ask and smirked inwardly. Why was this girl so worried about everything? Don't worry. Our chief official is a good man, and he wouldn't do what you're thinking. If there really is a plague, they might move the refugees to nearby empty villages, have doctors treat them, and even the people who contacted the refugees in the city might all be sent away. He paused and frowned, looking at Qianqian. He realized her family could also be sent away. Qianqian understood this too well. Indeed, a plague was a serious matter. If it spread inside the city, the whole town might be in danger. Big Brother Cheng, if you trust me, you should report the plague recipe to the magistrate. If we act now, it might prevent a large outbreak and many deaths. Cheng Shua's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at the young girl in front of him, his face serious. Do you know if I report this and your recipe doesn't work, the consequences? Qianqian smiled softly, confident in her eyes. Big Brother Cheng, don't worry. I believe in this recipe. Hearing this, Cheng Shua remembered her grandfather was a famous doctor. He thought her family must have been quite well off before the famine. Otherwise, how could she easily have 20 silver taels? So, this recipe must be effective. All right, I will keep this in mind. Give me your address, and I'll come to inform you when I have news. Qianqian nodded, gave her current address, then left. After returning home, she told her family not to leave the house that day. She thought she'd wait a few days, but by evening, Cheng Shua came knocking at her door. When Qianqian went to open it, she saw Cheng Shua, sweating heavily. As soon as the door opened, he pushed into the yard and shut the door behind him. Qianqian, it's really a plague. When I went to the government office, I heard the magistrate's close aide investigating. Far from Jinping County, some people are running a high fever that won't go away. Going further to Wanqing County, the plague has spread there too. The magistrate of Wanqing has ordered everyone infected to leave the city and be sent to a remote village. They first tried to treat them with doctors, but it didn't get better. Wansheng is now planning to burn all the infected to prevent further spread. Gu Qianqian's face darkened. She turned and went back inside, putting on a handmade cotton mask. Mother, I'll go out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Then she took Qingshua's arm and headed out. Seeing this, Qingshua said, You don't have to come with me. I'm here on the order of the magistrate to ask if you're willing to share the plague recipe. Actually, it's not really sharing, it's bought by the court, and they will pay you silver. Gu Qianqian nodded. I understand. I won't give it away for nothing. She thought to herself, she was so poor she was almost broke. It's impossible she'd give the court free silver. Qingshua. Fine, I can share the recipe, Gu Qianqian continued. Qingshua watched her move forward eagerly, curious if she knew which way to open the city gate. He quickly responded, You tell me. Although this prescription was given to the court, the local officials should have the medical halls in the town involved in distributing medicine, right? Qingshua nodded. Definitely. Soon, all the medical halls in the town will cooperate with the court to control the plague. Gu Qianqian remembered the Pang Medical Hall, which refused to treat and give medicine to starving refugees. A faint smile appeared on her lips. My condition is this. I want to hand over the prescription to the Fu Medical Hall to manage the distribution and treatment. Pang Medical Hall is not involved. Qingshua was surprised but then chuckled. You're quite vengeful. Although the plague was terrifying, with a good treatment plan, it wouldn't be a sure death. The medical hall mainly responsible for treating the plague would surely gain great fame later, not just in the town, but also in nearby counties. Gu Qianqian raised an eyebrow and said casually, Of course, they won't be involved, but they still need to provide the herbs for the officials to distribute, and they will be paid, of course. Qingshua almost smiled. That's right. Even if all the medicine in the town's halls is used, it might not be enough. We will need to gather supplies from nearby counties. Suddenly, Qingshua felt something was wrong. Miss Gu, we took a wrong turn. The court office is not this way. Gu Qianqian nodded without stopping. I'll go to the Fu Medical Hall first. At the Fu Medical Hall, the young herbalist, Nantung, was just lowering the windows to close the shop when a hand pressed against the door. Are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor? Nantung quickly opened the door. Seeing Gu Qianqian at the door, he froze for a moment. Miss, it's you. Gu Qianqian glanced at the sky and casually asked, Do you close so early? Nantung sheepishly scratched his head. Miss, you don't know. Officials came earlier. They said that recently, vagrants and thieves are rampant. Every household must stay inside and work with the government to catch people. Young lady, what medicine do you want? Come in quickly. I'll finish preparing the medicine before closing the door. Gu Qianqian smiled lightly, stepped into the house, and Nandu, afraid the officials might come to ask questions, planned to close the door first. Just as the door was about to be shut, it was pushed back again. Nandu was confused. Why were they saying not to leave the house, yet so many people were here? Suddenly, he saw Qingshua dressed as an official officer, which made him jump in surprise. Sir, we are about to close the door. The person who just went inside is my distant cousin. Inside, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle softly, trying to comfort his nervous heart. That official was with me. Hearing this, Nandu finally relaxed a little, patted his chest, and quickly stepped aside. Sir, please come in. At this moment, Old Feng, who had been listening to the commotion outside, also stepped out. Seeing Gu Qianqian, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped forward and bowed to Qingshua before turning to look at Gu Qianqian. Miss, is there something you came here for? Old Feng had been studying the herbal residues Gu Qianqian left behind a few days ago. Unfortunately, the grinding was too fine, making it hard to identify anything. But her words that day made him speculate. If it was just about preventing winter colds and flu, the prescriptions wouldn't be unusual. But when she mentioned refugees outside the city, and if these two things were connected, he began to have some faint guesses. Adding to the recent actions of the government officials, his suspicions now seemed almost certain. Seeing Old Feng's serious expression, Gu Qianqian knew he had guessed some of her intentions. She smiled and asked, Old Feng, do you think the Fu clinic in this city can be overseen by you? Old Feng looked at her, his eyes flickering with thoughts. 15 minutes later, Qianqian and Shua left the clinic. Only Nandu, with a shocked face and old foam, clutching a piece of paper that was trembling uncontrollably, remained. After a long while, a gust of cold wind blew in. Nanda shivered, finally regaining his senses, looked at the dull-looking paper in Old Feng's hand, and swallowed hard. Old Foam, did I hear wrong just now? Did Miss Gu say there would be a plague outbreak soon, and that this is the prescription to treat it? By the end, Nanda's voice had gone up in pitch. Old Foam was also shaken by his words. He slapped Nandu on the shoulder immediately. What are you shouting about? Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and close the door. After speaking, she tremblingly held the paper in her hands, uncertain whether to stand or sit, or do something else. What she held was a prescription passed down by the divine healer, capable of treating the plague. Rendong Juniper. Quickly prepare ink, paper, and a brush. I need to write a letter to Lord Dong. Our Fu Medical Hall has encountered a great opportunity. The government office, please ask Brother Chung to handle it. If anything happens, come to Dong Lane Street to find me. Also, please ask Brother Chung to pay attention to the whereabouts of my father, elder brother, and grandmother, Qianqian said as she looked at the fork in the road ahead, speaking to Shua. Shua nodded. Don't worry. Although Fu Medical Hall will participate in treating the plague as a representative, the prescription is from you, so your contribution won't be forgotten. As for your father, brother, and grandmother, I'll tell the higher-ups and ask them to help watch for their safety when sending medicines to Wanqing Prefecture. Qianqian nodded and thanked him, then parted ways with Shua. She didn't care much about fame or credit. She didn't know much about medicine, and in this era, women were treated quite strictly. Even if she acted under her own name, she would be just known as a girl from the Ningchuan family. If it were under head Old Ye's name. Qianqian's eyes darkened slightly. She thought, the prescription isn't even from the Yi family. Even if it was, with her cheap uncles who abandoned their own mother after her father died, she wouldn't let that crowd misuse had Old Ye's reputation to gain power. The Gu family wouldn't allow it either. So, as long as the officials pay when the time comes, what's in a name? She was not skilled in medicine, so she didn't care about her reputation. Couldn't she just treat people out of goodwill? If anyone came looking specifically for the prescription, she was too lazy to deal with them. In the end, her attitude was, as long as they pay, it's fine. Back at the courtyard on Dong Lane Street, Qianqian immediately closed the door tightly when she entered the house and told her family not to leave for the next few days. Yi Xiaoyun already knew about the plague. When officials recently came to tell them that thieves and refugees had entered the city and that they should keep their doors and windows closed and stay inside, she immediately remembered what her daughter had mentioned about the plague. She quickly sealed the doors and windows carefully. They are now in the city. After taking the medicine that Sister Qian gave, they should be fine. But because she is worried about her missing husband and son, and her abandoned mother who is alive but unclear about her condition, she can't help but feel afraid. Her heart is always hanging, unable to settle down. She also fears that her 3 young children might worry too. Over the past few days, Yi Xiaoyun has been sneaking outside to wipe her tears. She only comes back with red eyes after crying. Qianqian wants to comfort her, but in this situation, she also feels unsure. If her father and son are still waiting for them in Wanqing Prefecture, they might have already been infected with the plague and sent to a deserted village. The best case is that the father and son are still in the mountains, possibly having noticed something and hiding away. Mom, I've already given the authorities the prescriptions left by Grandpa. They will distribute medicine to the refugees, including those in Wanqing Prefecture. As long as there is a plague, there will be medicine to treat it, she says. Yi Xiaoyun nods and forces a smile. Mom will go cook. You all rest well on the bed. Over the next 2 days, the officials organized medical stations across the city, collected necessary medicines, and sent people to treat those with high fever. Outside the city, more and more people were infected with the plague. The town officials claimed that the cold weather could cause common colds and started distributing medicines outside the city. Including Wanqing Prefecture, they had already sent the prescriptions to help contain the plague. Wanqing Prefecture was already in chaos, but in Jinping Prefecture, there was no news of the plague. Everyone thought it was just a cold winter infection. The governor was a good official who even provided medicinal soup for the common people. Everyone was grateful. When the plague first appeared, it was quickly suppressed. In Jinping Prefecture, it seemed like no one had caught it at all. This result stunned the governor, who then slumped into his chair, exhausted. Only now did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had received a medicinal formula claiming to be from a divine doctor, said to be a cure for the plague. But in reality, the plague always resulted in mountains of corpses and suffering people. He was ready for a tough fight. Hearing news from Wanqing Prefecture made him feel even more burdened. Unexpectedly, the plague in Jinping Prefecture was so easily controlled. Soon after, arrangements were made to settle the refugees. Interestingly, before the plague ended, the officials sent by the court to distribute relief arrived at Jinping Prefecture, bringing rescue grain and funds. With the grain and money in hand, the local government quickly drafted relief policies. Since the disaster in Ningchuan Prefecture was not yet over, relief refugees who fled would first be settled locally. When the snowstorm in spring subsides next year, these people could go to the government to claim grain, seeds, and money to return to their hometowns. In areas with severe disasters, the court granted a 3-year exemption from taxes. If their hometowns were badly affected and they did not want to return, they could stay and register locally, with their household registrations recorded by the government. Those who chose the first option would need to register and be officially settled, then be sent back to their villages after the new year. Those choosing to stay could immediately register their households and get a designated household registration place. However, these refugees allowed to settle would not be able to obtain official city household registration rights directly. Instead, they would be assigned to surrounding villages, towns, or counties. Unfortunately, the villages and towns that took in these refugees were not very welcoming. Upon hearing the news, Qianqian rushed to Dongxiang Street and told Qianqian. He also brought the silver reward for the medicinal recipe. Your medicinal recipe saved many lives. The governor himself was impressed and said that without this recipe, Jinping Prefecture wouldn't have survived the epidemic so smoothly. This is a reward from the court. You're lucky. The authorized inspector assigned to distribute relief saw how smoothly Jinping managed the epidemic, and he was very pleased. He waved his hand and issued the reward silver right away. Otherwise, it would have taken a long approval process and the money might not arrive anytime soon. Qianqian took the 100-tael silver note with a slight grin and waved the lightweight paper in her hand. Wow, just 100 taels for such a big achievement. Qianqian froze, his face twitching. You're still not satisfied, his voice raised. That was just 100 taels. His monthly salary was barely that much, does she know? Qianqian snorted. Of course, I think it's too little. Do you think it should be more? Why is the court so stingy? Qianqian's facial muscles twitched as if he couldn't handle this anymore. The relief grain brought by the inspector is calculated carefully. The plague was an unexpected event, so the relief funds are limited. I think this 100 taels was probably taken from his private reserve. The reluctant look on her face made Qianqian hesitate for a long time without speaking. By the way, this time I came here, I also want to ask how you plan to do. If you plan to go back after spring, although your placement is fixed, I can choose a good house for you in advance. Qianqian listened to this and was silent for a moment. Actually, she didn't really want to return to Ningchuan Mansion, but she didn't know what Yi Xiaoyun and Kai Bao thought. Just as she was thinking, a pair of warm hands on her sides, one small, one large, grabbed her from both sides. Jie, we're not going back. We'll stay in Jinping Mansion, Yi Xiaoyun said softly, but her tone was more firm than ever. Kai Bao also tilted his head, his little face serious. Yes, big sister, we're not going back. The people from the old Gu family are bad-hearted. If we go back, what if they want to sell big sister again? We're not going back. Qianqian couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of warmth inside. Her eyes and brow carried a hint of happiness as she looked at Qianqian, her smile soft. Brother Qing, we're not going back. Qianqian looked at her family in front of him. Thinking about the old members of the Gu family they had met outside the city, He understood why they made such a decision.
He nodded.
All right, if you want to settle in Jinping Mansion, your family needs to register at the local government. But I need to tell you something clearly. Those staying in Jinping Mansion already have their places arranged. The locations aren't very good, and even if I negotiated for a better spot, it would probably still be quite remote. Yi Shuyun quickly smiled and said, "Please don't say that. Our old place was just a remote village. Jinping Mansion is better than Ningchuan Mansion. Moreover, no matter where the old Gu family is, it's all good." This was her first time making such a firm decision, to no longer worry about the old Gu family without consulting her husband or children, not even asking her daughter. But no matter what, she couldn't bring her children back to that dangerous place. She believed that even if her husband was still alive, he would make the same choice. Her husband and son didn't know where they had ended up now. Even if they later returned to Ningchuan Mansion and saw she and her daughter weren't there, knowing they had come back from Jinping Mansion, they would definitely come back to find her. All right, if you've decided, then find time to go to the government office and handle the paperwork. Do it before spring begins so you can join the spring plowing. Things will get better day by day. Gu Qianqian looked at Qingshua, who was sincerely comforting them, and suddenly smiled. She playfully raised the silver ticket in her hand. "Big brother Cheng, don't worry. With this 100 taels of silver, things will certainly get better." Qingshua was stunned. "Really can't enjoy ourselves anymore." This was blatant show-off behavior. Seeing Qingshua's face turn red in frustration, unable to say anything for a moment, someone chuckled softly. Soon, laughter spread through the yard. Even Qingshua couldn't help but laugh. The originally serious and heavy atmosphere was just like that. With everyone laughing, the heavy burdens seemed to lighten, and after hardships, a sense of relief came. Perhaps even heaven saw that the people were suffering too much. After everything settled down, even the cold weather gradually warmed up. The sun shone brightly, filling everyone's hearts with light. The dark, confusing future now looked bright, shining with hope. They decided to stay in Jinping Prefecture. The whole family was eager for this new life. Early the next morning, they started packing. Looking at all the belongings, Yi Xiuyun was a bit stunned. When they first arrived in Jinping Prefecture, they barely had anything. Now, after just a few days, so many things had accumulated. Gu Qianqian looked at everything and felt a bit confused. Why were there so many things? Big sister, so many things. How are we going to carry them? We can't fit the small snow cart. Kai Tu scratched his head, looking worried. How could they carry all the stuff? Gu Qianqian wasn't worried about that. She looked away. We'll rent a cart when the time comes. For now, let's keep everything here and go to the government office to handle our household registration. The family left the house, leaving Little Gray at home to watch over things. Gu Qianqian looked at Little Gray, curled up in the new doghouse Yi Shuyun made. She found it amusing and walked over, giving him a piece of dried meat while turned away. Be good and wait for us to come back. When we arrive at the new place, we'll let you go outside to play, okay? Little Gray was busy gnawing on the meat, completely unaware, happily chewing away. Gu Qianqian petted his head, then got up and went with her family to handle the paperwork at the government office. After all, there were people in the government office, and the procedures for Gu Qianqian's family went very quickly. But even if there were people, the villages where they settled refugees were always the same few, so there was not much choice. Qingshua explained the situation of these villages to Gu Qianqian and let her decide. She thought for a moment and finally pointed to a name. Seeing this, Qingshua was a bit surprised. This Manshui village isn't the most remote, but it is quite poor. Are you sure? Lijia village and Shangshui Bay are the richest villages, but they are controlled by big families. As outsiders, we might have a hard time. The others are too far away. Besides, how rich a village is depends on how the residents live. Qingshua chuckled and nodded. All right, if you are sure, then no more changes. I'll stamp it now. Gu Qianqian nodded. She carefully looked at Manshui village. It wasn't very rich or well-developed, but it was by the mountains and water, which made it the best option compared to the other villages. The procedures were finished quickly. The family could leave for Manshui village tomorrow. On the way home, Gu Qianqian took her family to the East Alley street crossing, let them go home first, then turned around and went to Fu's medical hall. At this moment, Fu's medical hall was crowded with people like dumplings in a steamer, bustling and busy. There was hardly any space for Gu Qianqian to even stand. She stood outside, stunned for a while, until a familiar shout came from not far behind. "Hey everyone, this medical hall here isn't the only one in the city. It's just a small clinic with only one doctor and few medicines. If you need to see a doctor or get medicine, you can go to Pang's medical hall. Our doctors are well known in the city, so why squeeze here?" Hearing the name Pang's medical hall, Gu Qianqian paused and turned around. Suddenly she smiled. Wasn't that someone she knew? Not far away, a worried young apprentice was advising people. Wasn't that the young apprentice from Pang's medical hall? Really, Fu's medical hall is just a small clinic. The doctors there are from small towns and their skills aren't that good, said the young apprentice. Hearing this, the people in line immediately looked annoyed and turned to glare at the young apprentice with anger. Dr. Feng from the Fu Medical Clinic was the one who, during the plague, risked his life to treat refugees in the most dangerous areas. While tens of thousands died from the plague in Wanqing Prefecture, not a single person in Jinping Prefecture died from illness. Thanks to Dr. Feng and the Fu Medical Clinic. I've never heard of that Pang Medical Clinic. Go away, go away. Honestly, such a small, struggling clinic has no business and comes here trying to steal patients. The young medicine boy was so shocked he nearly fainted. Seeing the ragged clothes of the person in front, he knew he was a refugee escaping from outside the city. Yet he called their small clinic a small, struggling clinic. You really have no sense. Our Pang Medical Clinic is the biggest in the city. We used to share all our medicinal herbs with everyone. That Pang Medical Clinic is just lucky. They did not create the plague remedy. Must I remind you, even if their recipe isn't theirs, so what? Is it yours? What Pang Medical Clinic? Back then, they only treated rich and powerful people outside the city. Ordinary folks like us couldn't even get treated there. Maybe you're from somewhere else. That Pang Medical Clinic is very proud. They only treat the rich and powerful. Common people looking for medicine aren't welcome. I heard they said they wouldn't treat those refugees coming from outside. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene quickly got out of control, with shouting and yelling. The young medicine boy was so scared his hair stood on end. He hurried to defend himself. No, this is slander. We never said that. If their master heard this, he wouldn't hesitate to punish him. Recently, the Fu Medical Clinic had made a big name for itself, and the Pang Medical Clinic, which hadn't helped fight the plague outside the city, was heavily criticized. People said that the doctors there only cared about their own safety and were afraid to leave the city to treat common folk. Even their herbs were forcibly taken by the authorities. Now, not just common people but wealthy families didn't want to go to their clinic anymore. Inside the house, Ningdong, hearing the noise outside, pushed through the crowd and saw the staff of the Pang Medical Clinic. He immediately rolled up his sleeves. "It's you again. How many times have you come to cause trouble at our Fu Medical Clinic? Cause trouble? Are you spreading rumors that our Pang Medical Clinic is somehow bad?" The medicine boy yelled angrily, pointing at Ningdong. "Look, everyone. It's their fault. They stole a chance for our clinic to treat people outside the city and are maliciously slandering us." He needed someone to stand up for him. Otherwise, if the master found out he had caused trouble at the medicine shop by talking nonsense, he would definitely be beaten to death. Although the medicine shop usually didn't serve common folk. Ningdong was very angry and about to keep scolding when he heard a cool, calm, familiar voice say, "Slandering? You said you wouldn't treat ordinary folks? Didn't you tell us that? There were even officers from the government hearing what you said. Do you want me to summon someone and confront you?" The young medicine boy looked up at the sound and saw a small girl in a light yellow jacket with clear and cold eyes staring at him. Her face was so familiar that it made him fear. Ningdong immediately saw Gu Qianqian and brightened up, surprised and delighted. "Miss Gu, you're here." Gu Qianqian smiled at him and then looked at the medicine boy. "It seems you really need me to ask the officer to come and confront you." The medicine boy turned pale with fear and screamed as he ran away. He was doomed, Because he had offended this girl associated with officials, he had caused big trouble for the shop. He was finished. Ignoring the medicine boy, Ningdong was so excited he stared at Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, please come in. We've been very busy at the shop these days. Old Feng wanted to thank you, but hasn't had the time. Gu Qianqian smiled and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she saw several more medicine boys and a few extra doctors at the Fu's medicine shop. Even so, they were busy as can be, working furiously until nearly noon. Old Feng finally stepped out looking tired, and when he saw Gu Qianqian, his face lit up with a smile. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. I've been so busy I kept you waiting. Gu Qianqian smiled and shook her head, not minding. Old Feng, I've come today to say goodbye. We're leaving the city tomorrow. Old Feng was slightly surprised, then recalled what he heard from the common people and nodded. You're planning to go to the designated place arranged by the officials. Luckily, you came today, or I might have gone looking for you tomorrow and missed you. Gu Qianqian chuckled softly. We're not going to the designated place. We've settled in Jinping Prefecture, and from now on, we're residents there. Tomorrow, my whole family will set off to the village where we will register. Old Master Feng heard this and immediately smiled happily. Good, very good. Our family received a letter saying they are preparing to travel to the capital to meet the young lady. It seems there's still hope. Do you know where a village is located? It's Manhwa village in Fengxing County. Old Master Feng was surprised and then patted his thigh with a big laugh. What a coincidence. Our Feng family's medical hall is right in Fengxing County. It seems our medical hall and Miss Gu are destined to meet. Gu Qianqian was also stunned. She never expected that the village she casually mentioned was actually under the jurisdiction of the county where the Feng family's medical hall was located. She couldn't help but laugh a little. That is quite a coincidence. It looks like we won't need to make an extra trip. Miss Gu, tomorrow you'll go to Manhwa village, which is on your way to Fengxing County. I'll have Rennie follow you then, to introduce you to our family. Gu Qianqian quickly refused. No need. We're in a hurry to reach Manhwa village, and probably won't stay long in the county. Next time, we'll visit when there's more time. Miss Gu, you are too modest. It's our Feng family's medical hall that is grateful to you. Since you're in a rush, I won't press further. By the way, please accept this. Old Master Feng took out a banknote and handed it to Gu Qianqian. She looked at the note, which had 100 taels printed on it, raising an eyebrow. Our Feng family's medical hall is rooted in Fengxing County. Although we've opened a branch in the capital, we can't compare to the larger local medical halls that have been established long ago. Thanks to you, we've gained a big opportunity. Now, our reputation is completely established, and we can stand firm in the capital. This small gift is a token of our family's gratitude. Please don't mind. Gu Qianqian happily accepted the banknote, admired it for a moment, then folded it and put it into her clothes. If this is your family's kindness, I won't refuse. Old Master Feng smiled. Our family originally wanted to send some gifts to Miss Gu, but with this plague spreading in the city and refugees everywhere, the plague seems to be traveling far and wide, and medicinal herbs are scarce. Our family immediately sent people to gather herbs, so we couldn't come to the capital right away. The prescription I offered to the court and the reward money from the court have already been given. I just asked Officer Qingshua from the city's official office to help speak for us. Since I and young Master Fu are friends at first sight, this money is enough as thanks. Gu Qianqian said, even if it's not Fu's medical hall, it will be other shops. It's better to give someone familiar a chance. This way, she also makes a good connection. The 100 taels is the Fu family's kind gift. Any more would be unnecessary. Gu Lao smiled kindly and then muttered, Qingshua, the young master who came with you that day, I remember him. Gu Qianqian exchanged a few words with Old Feng and then stood up to take her leave. After leaving the clinic, Gu Qianqian felt happy. She spent 20 taels before and felt a twinge of regret, but now she holds 200 taels. She was rich. Thinking that she would go to Manhwa village tomorrow, she wasn't sure how far it was or how long it would take. Naturally, she had to leave early. Gu Qianqian thought about it and went straight to the pawn shop where she had rented a place before. When she arrived, the clerk who had welcomed her before was surprised for a moment. Only when Gu Qianqian spoke did he recognize her and was very amazed. He didn't expect that after a few days, the dirty girl who ran away from hardship was now cleaned up and wearing a nice colorful coat and skirt. He quickly came over. "Miss, it's you. I didn't know you came today. Is there something you need?" Looking at her outfit, he knew her family must be quite well off. Previously, she was probably hiding her wealth. Considering she has 2 young siblings, maybe she's here to buy someone? "Miss, we have recently received a batch of maids and servant girls. Do you?" Gu Qianqian understood that he misunderstood and said, "I don't want to buy a person. Do you have any ox carts here?" The clerk was stunned, embarrassed at his mistake. He quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. Miss, follow me." Gu Qianqian followed him as he led her toward the back. Actually, a horse-drawn cart would be faster and more comfortable, but carts aren't very practical in rural areas and are very noticeable. Ox carts are more useful daily. The oxen can also plow fields and pull people around. The clerk led her to a cattle shed in the backyard. "Miss, look, this ox is 8 years old. Though it's getting old, it's cheap and good at plowing. This one is 2 years old and full of energy, but a bit more expensive." While he was still talking about the oxen, Gu Qianqian pointed directly at the 2-year-old ox and said, "Just this one. Please help me choose a good, spacious cart." A set of ox carts was quickly selected. Gu Qianqian paid the money, left her address, and asked the carter to deliver the cart to Dongxiang Street tomorrow before returning home. However, the next morning, the carter brought the ox cart and Gu Qianqian suddenly felt a bit confused.
其忘记了一件事，他会开装甲车，会骑摩托车，也能驾驶直升机，但他从未赶过牛车啊。
After buying the ox cart, Gu Qianqian told her family about it yesterday. She had enough money to afford it, and the cart was very useful, so everyone supported her. Early in the morning, Yi Xiuyun got up early to prepare their last meal in the city. The family ate simple porridge, packed their belongings, and once the ox cart arrived, Yi Xiuyun began loading small bags onto it. Looking at the spacious, new ox cart, Yi Xiuyun kept gazing at it, feeling a bit unreal. She thought that their entire village, Niu village, couldn't afford a cart like this. Kaitu was even more excited, eyes shining as he looked at the ox cart. Perhaps all men, no matter their age, have a natural love for carts. Even little Kaitu. Xiao Jie looked at the big ox with curiosity, blinking rapidly and a little fearful. She stood behind Gu Qianqian, clutching her clothes and peeking out curiously. Gu Qianqian was watching the 4 hooves stamping at the ground. She cleared her throat and asked, "Excuse me, do you have anyone in your carter's guild who can drive the ox cart?" The young carter froze for a moment, then looked at the family and understood immediately. "Oh, miss, you don't have anyone who could drive a cart? Our guild does have drivers, but are you planning to buy one?" Gu Qianqian thought for a moment, then said, "There's no need to buy someone just to drive. Plus, most drivers are men and my family is women and children, so it wouldn't make sense to buy a man." "That's right," she continued. "Why don't you help me drive out of the city? I think I can handle the open road outside." Gu Qianqian just hadn't driven an ox cart before, but she believed it wouldn't be hard to learn. Still, since it was a city and the streets were crowded, she'd prefer to be cautious. The carter's lips twitched. "Miss, are you really sure you don't want to buy a proper coachman? At worst, you can sell him once you get to your destination. But driving a cart is not so easy." Gu Qianqian was about to say she was fine when she heard a loud shout from afar. "Miss Gu, that's great. You haven't left yet." A person carrying a bundle, Rongdong, waved and then hurried over with a smile. "Miss Gu, old Feng said your journey will be long, and since you're not familiar with the road, let me see you off. The carriage is at the alley entrance." Gu Qianqian didn't expect Feng had arranged this. She chuckled and said, "No need to trouble you. I bought a ox cart. Our family will ride that. Please thank old Feng for me." Rongdong looked at the ox cart, let out an "ah," and scratched his head, a bit unsure. After a moment, he patted his forehead and said, "That's okay. If you don't need it, I can have someone send the carriage back, and I'll help drive the ox cart for you." Hearing this, the yarn man was happy. "Miss Gu, this is perfect. With this young man helping to drive, it'll be safer. It's not easy to handle the ox cart, miss, so it's better not to take risks." Rongdong was surprised and immediately volunteered. "Exactly. Miss Gu, how can you drive this ox cart?" "Let me do it." Gu Qianqian felt a little helpless and couldn't find the words to refuse. After a while, she asked, "Will that be too much trouble for you?" "It's no trouble. Feng asked me to go back to Fengxing County to deal with some matters and to talk about the situation in Jinping Prefecture. Besides, I'll be riding along for free." Gu Qianqian smiled and didn't refuse anymore. "All right then." After that, she went back to help Yi Xiaoyun carry their belongings. The ox cart was big, but in just a few days, they had collected quite a lot of scattered things. Yi Xiaoyun was stunned. "When we came, we only had 2 bundles. Now, there's a whole cart." Kaitu sat in the cart hugging the tightly wrapped little gray, looking very happy. "Mom, our life is getting better." Looking at Gu Qianqian's figure, a trace of gratitude and determination flashed in his eyes. They could get through this journey, and their life would get better and better, all thanks to Big Sister. He promised himself to treat her even better in the future. He would also eat more and become strong and healthy, so he could work hard for Big Sister. He hoped to grow up quickly, go to town, work, and earn money to help the family. Gu Qianqian introduced Rongdong to her family, saying he would drive the cart all the way to Fengxing County. After packing up and handing the keys to the yarn man, Rongdong drove the ox cart out of the city. Yi Xiaoyun and Kaitu sat in the middle of the ox cart, each holding a child, one holding Xiaoa and the other holding Xiaohui. Gu Qianqian sat beside them, watching the city. Compared to when they arrived, the city now looked much busier. As the ox cart passed through a street, Gu Qianqian signaled to stop. She then got off the cart, stepped to the roadside, and took out some leftover small coins. "Boss, 3 dozen meat buns, please, packed separately." After buying the buns, Gu Qianqian returned to the cart and handed a paper bag containing 10 meat buns to Renew. "Miss Gu, I ate breakfast already and have dried food with me. You can keep the buns for yourselves." Renew quickly refused. Miss Gu is a great benefactor of their Madame Fu's clinic. How could he eat her food? Gu Qianqian forcibly shoved the buns into his arms. "If I tell you to eat, then eat. It's early, and you probably haven't eaten much. These buns are still warm, so have a few to fill your stomach first. The city isn't close to Fengxing County, so we might arrive at different times." Hearing this, Renew gratefully took the buns. Smelling the tempting aroma, he couldn't help but start eating while still on the move. Delicious, so good," Renew mumbled with his mouth full. Gu Qianqian chuckled and took another small paper bag, handing the remaining buns to Yi Xiaoyun. "Mother, you all should eat some to fill your stomach." Their luggage had already been packed up last night. In the morning, Yi Xiaoyun didn't make a fuss and simply cooked some porridge. They couldn't afford to go hungry, so they needed to eat a bit of the buns. Yi Xiaoyun didn't know what was happening outside the city now. Before they left, she quickly gave the 2 little ones some buns to keep them warm and full during the journey outside the city. Keita's little mouth was puffed out as he secretly fed Xiaohui in his arms. Big Sister said Xiaohui no longer needed to hide, but Kaitu was still scared. He thought that until they reached Manshui village, Xiaohui might feel a bit wronged. Someone holding and feeding Xiaohui felt very relaxed, so much so that he thought he had already reached the peak of carefree life. The ox cart arrived at the city gate. Today, Qingshua wasn't on duty, but he had specially come to wait for Gu Qianqian's family. He first greeted Yi Xiaoyun and the others, then looked at Gu Qianqian and handed her an oiled paper packet. "This morning I had some errands, so I didn't go to Dongxiang Street. I decided to wait here for you. I was worried you might leave in a hurry, so I bought some dried food for the road. Although the disaster victims have been properly settled, we must still be careful along the way. Also, you can rest assured about the matter you asked me to handle. If I hear any news about your family, I will contact you immediately." Gu Qianqian nodded in thanks, exchanged a few words with Qingshuhan, and, since it was still early, continued on their journey. From Jinping Prefecture to Fengxing County, it's about 50 miles. From Fengxing County to Manhwa Village in Qianqian Town, it's another over 30 miles. Even with a bullock cart, some rough terrains mean they won't arrive before dark. Qianqian took out a bag of snacks from her bag to entertain the two little children, also giving Ningdong a bag of sesame candies and peanut brittle. Initially, Ningdong felt a little shy, but eventually, she happily accepted Qianqian's offerings. After all, she was only a girl around 13 or 14. The rich, sweet taste of the sesame candies was almost too delightful. With a face full of joy, she sat by the cart, swinging her legs as she ate the candies. When the bullock cart reached Fengxing County, Ningdong looked at the sky and suggested that Gu's family stay in the county for the night before heading to Manhwa Village. The sun was already beginning to set. If they reached Manhwa Village now, it would be completely dark, which would be inconvenient. Qianqian thought it was a good idea and decided to stay overnight in the county. Originally, Ningdong wanted to go back and inform her family, inviting Gu's family to visit the Fu residence. Qianqian declined, saying just to stay at an inn would be fine. She also didn't want to trouble Ningdong to see them off tomorrow. During this trip, she had tried riding a bullock cart. At first, it was a bit unfamiliar, but she quickly became skilled and no longer needed Ningdong's help. Although Ningdong was declined, she still went to the Fu residence first. She knew her master was out gathering medicinal herbs nearby, and she hoped the young master she was familiar with was at home. However, she found that he was also not in the town. In the end, she gave up and left. Qianqian had some money and decided not to be uncomfortable. She stayed at a good inn in the town, requesting the largest room. Besides her and Yi Xiuyun, Kai and Xiao Jie were too young. To ensure safety, they could only stay in one room. It was her first time staying at an inn. She felt a little curious. Xiao Jie happily ran around on the floor, while Yi Xiuyun and Kai felt a bit uneasy. On this journey, they had stayed in the wild wilderness many times. Suddenly staying at such a luxurious and expensive inn felt strange and uncomfortable for them. In the evening, Qianqian ordered food from the inn, which frightened Yi Xiuyun, a village woman. Qianqian, even though we now have money, we can't spend it all like this. When we reach Manhwa Village, we still need to build a house and buy land. We shouldn't spend all our money. We still have food to eat, so just eat some dry rations. Throughout her life, Yi Xiuyun had never been willing to spend even 2 coins going out. Seeing her recent lavish spending, her heart thumped anxiously, feeling uneasy. Qianqian understood that her mother was worried she was spending too much and might run out of money soon. Thinking about the recent expenses, she shyly touched her nose and coughed lightly. "Mom, a poor family can still have a good future. When we go out, we have to spend what's needed. Once we're in Manhwa Village and settled, we'll live a good life." Hearing her daughter's words and seeing her sad little face, Yi Xiuyun's heart softened immediately. She took her daughter's hand. "I know you're smart and that I can trust you. But you also need to be careful. Do you understand?" Qianqian smiled with her lips closed and leaned on her mother's shoulder. "Okay, I knew it. You're the best, Mom." Yi Xiuyun's face turned red from her eldest girl's affectionate words. She patted her gently. "Child, hurry up and go wash up and get ready for bed." The family tidied up, then went to bed. 2 large beds, just enough for 4 of them to sleep comfortably. The next morning, the family set out again. This time, Qianqian drove the cart. After trying a few times yesterday, she was now very skilled, driving smoothly and confidently. They arrived at Manhwa Village by noon. The villagers didn't usually have lunch. They only had breakfast and dinner each day. It was still cold, and most people stayed home to keep warm. As Qianqian drove the ox cart into the village, she didn't see many people. However, some villagers heard the noise and came outside. When they saw the full ox cart and the busy woman dressed warmly, shivering from the cold, they looked out curiously. Qianqian finally saw someone. She immediately smiled and asked, "Auntie, could you tell me the way to the Li Zheng family's house?" The woman heard the young girl talking and quickly walked over with a smile, hands stuffed into her sleeves. Oh, I see you're bringing a lot of packages. Are you from the village? Planning to settle here? Qianqian smiled and nodded. Annie, we're going to the village chief's house. Can you please show us the way? The woman glanced at Yi Xiaoyun and the two children on the cart, then looked at Qianqian. She smiled so openly that her eyes disappeared with her grin, acting very friendly and familiar. Before Qianqian could speak, she simply stood up and sat on the cart. There's no problem at all. Just head straight forward and turn at the big tree over there. Qianqian watched this very outgoing woman. She twitched her lips and slowed her horse's pace by half a beat. The woman didn't notice and kept talking. You just keep driving. I'll show you the way. Then she turned her head back to Yi Xiaoyun, saying, Young lady, I heard that people coming to our village are fleeing hardships. But your family doesn't look like they're fleeing, and with that cart and all the stuff, why did you settle here? Our Manhwa village is famous for being poor. Why would you come here? The Li and Zhao families nearby are quite wealthy. Yi Xiaoyun was originally from the countryside. Compared to city folks, she was more used to rural life. But this enthusiastic sister-in-law confused her a little. These were assigned by the government. Yi Xiaoyun smiled softly and replied. The woman nodded, glancing at the big bags on the cart. Why do you have so many things if you're fleeing hardships? I've heard that those escaping really suffer. No food, no drink. Hey girl, turn here, just go straight. Qianqian was speechless. They were having such a lively chat, yet she still remembered to look at the road. This Annie has talent. Following her directions, the cart stopped outside a courtyard. The woman, with her big winter coat and rounded figure, dismounted from the cart, walking briskly away with a loud voice. Village chief. Village chief. Someone's here to settle in. I found the way for them. She shouted loudly from the entrance. A woman dressed in winter clothes hurried out from the front room, anxious and hurried, lowering her voice as she walked over to tap the visitor on the shoulder. Pandala, you're so loud all day long. Everyone can hear you 2 miles away. My little grandson just fell asleep, and you woke him up. If you don't stop bothering my family, I'll find you. Xiao Pan immediately whispered worriedly. I forgot. The ox-husband's wife just had the baby last year. I was in such a hurry and forgot. The village head isn't home right now. The village head's wife sighed. They've gone to see the new land brought in by the Gu family. They've been out for a while and should be back soon. After saying this, she looked at the Gu family members outside the gate and walked out, saying, You all are here to settle in our village too, right? Come in and wait. My husband will be back soon. Qianqian nodded and replied, Thank you very much, Annie. Yi Xiaoyun also got down from the carriage with her children. Seeing they had quite a few things, the village head's wife invited Qianqian to drive the ox cart into the yard. Xiao Pan, shivering with her neck curled in, stood nearby and didn't seem to want to leave. When she saw Qianqian pulling the ox cart into the yard, she hurried over and said, Come, let me help you. My husband's family name is Zhang, so you can call me Auntie Zhang later. I'll tell you, I'm a kind-hearted person. Everyone says I'm a good person. If you need any help, just come to me. Our home is nearby, just inside the village. You saw it just now, right? Qianqian listened to Xiao Pan talk nonstop like a machine gun, smiled awkwardly, and nodded. Okay. Thank you, Auntie Zhang. After parking the ox cart, Qianqian was about to go inside when she saw Xiao Pan standing there, chuckling softly. Her eyes kept glancing at the ox cart, and her rough hand patted its edge. This cart is really good. In our village, old Lu's family at the East End bought one 2 years ago. That cart is so shaky that it looks like it might fall apart. Your cart is much better. Girl, if you go somewhere and don't know the way, just come to Auntie. I'm the most eager to help. Otherwise, when it's cold, no one likes to go out, and you'll have a hard time asking for directions. Qianqian looked at the woman in front of her, feeling both amused and a bit helpless. She roughly guessed her meaning and took out 2 peanut-flavored candies from her pocket. Thanks for helping me earlier, Auntie. Here are 2 candies as a little thank you gift. Please don't refuse. Xiao Pan's eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly took the candies, with a big smile almost covering her whole face. Oh my. These are so good. Why are you so polite? It's just a short walk. You gave Auntie some, so she won't refuse. If you need help in the future, just come to Annie. I'm home every day. Gu Qianqian smiled and nodded, then turned to go inside the house. Little Pan looked at the peanut crisp in her arms like a precious treasure and licked a bite. Then she took another small bite. So delicious. She hummed happily, annoyed that her husband didn't let her show off a little. He doesn't understand anything. She put the rest of the peanut crisp into her pocket to share with her children and husband later, then happily stepped out and headed home with her hands in her sleeves. She walked faster, feeling happy. At the same time, Gu Qianqian entered the house and saw Mrs. Ding pouring hot water. She smiled helplessly. Don't mind us. Big Mouth Pan just talks a lot and likes to get a little benefit here and there. She's not a bad person. Hearing the name, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Yes, Aunt Zhang is quite nice. Mrs. Ding felt a bit amused and didn't say more. She pointed to the west room. Go inside and wait. Once inside, Mrs. Ding saw the small gray dog quietly crawling beside Kaitu, and she exclaimed, You guys even brought a dog? She was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be people fleeing hardship, moving into this village, registered under Jinping Prefecture and assigned to Manhwa village? When she saw them pulling a cart with many things, she thought maybe the government had given them some settlement fee, but now they couldn't even feed themselves and kept a dog. Yi Xiuyun quickly explained, We found this on the way. It's still small, and it can catch rats or wild chickens sometimes, so we kept it. Yi Xiuyun didn't want to say it often catches wild rabbits or chickens, but worried about causing trouble, so she just said it catches rats. After all, it's not a famine situation where people are starving. Nobody wants to eat that stuff. Mrs. Ding nodded understandingly, looked at the little dog, and thought it was possible for the dog to catch rats, but catching wild chickens? That was probably just Yi Xiuyun bragging. Just then, a voice spoke from outside the yard. Mrs. Ding hurried out. Soon, a man in a sheepskin coat entered. The village head of Manhwa village is named Zhangda, around 40 years old. He greeted everyone with a friendly, smiling face. This news just reached us and you came quite fast, but someone was even faster than you. As he spoke, Zhangda carefully took off his sheepskin coat and handed it to Mrs. Ding. Gu Qianqian smiled and handed over her household registration documents. Village head, we're new here. We still don't understand many things. We hope you can help us. Zhangda looked at the young girl in front of him and then at the woman behind her. He didn't say much. Our village isn't so strict about rules. Once you're here, you're part of this village. If anything happens, just come to me directly. After confirming that the household registration documents for the women and children were all in order, he quickly handled the formalities. Although your family has a bullock cart, a few others came on foot yesterday, so they're already here. There are 2 vacant plots of land left. You can choose. After saying that, Zhangda paused, looking at the family in front of him, which consisted of women and children. He thought about the remaining 2 plots and looked a bit complicated, but didn't say anything. Gu Qianqian took a look and saw one plot is at the foot of the mountain at the end of the village, and the other is the 3rd house at the south end. Dingshi came in with hot water just in time and saw Gu Qianqian choosing the plots. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Little girl, you see this. Dingshi tried to explain for a long while but couldn't quite get it out. Seeing her expression, Gu Qianqian narrowed her eyes and looked at the 2 plots she was choosing, smiling. Uncle Li Zheng, let's take the one at the village's end. Hearing this, Dingshi finally relaxed but still frowned slightly. In the end, she didn't say anything and turned to leave. The village officer looked at the location, nodded, and said, All right, but that house at the end has been empty for a long time. It needs some repairs. You can live there for now. Tomorrow, I'll send a few village men over to help do some basic fixing. Gu Qianqian thanked him. Just then, Zhangda, who had just returned, put on his sheepskin coat and took his family to the village's end. When they arrived, Gu Qianqian looked at the dilapidated, drafty house in front of her and was a bit surprised and slightly frightened by her expectations. Yi Xiuyun said nothing. The house could be fixed up and made livable. When they stayed in Nyoto village before, their house even leaked rain in the summer. The village officer went in to check, looked at the roof, and patted the main beam. He said, "It's okay. The beams and everything are fine. You can live here while fixing it up." Afterward, feeling something, he cleared his throat a little awkwardly and said, "Well, since you have a lot of things and a bullock cart, it's best to lock the courtyard door regularly. Store valuables safely. Tomorrow, I'll send a couple of men to help build a simple wall around your yard. Oh, and even though our village is near the mountain base, there aren't many wild animals. Don't worry." Qianqian listened and smiled without showing any surprise, simply replying, "Okay, since you've settled here, according to the rules, each person gets 7 acres of land. Our village, although near mountains and water, doesn't have much nearby land. If you think it's too little and want to buy more land, there's some mountain land, but it's hard to farm on." Qianqian nodded and then asked an important question. "Uncle Lee, can I buy the empty land next to our house?" Uncle Lee was startled and stood on tiptoe to look beyond the broken-down, collapsed wall. The yard was full of uneven ground and weeds. "This land isn't good for planting much. If you want, you can clean it up and try to grow some vegetables. You don't need to buy it." Qianqian shook her head. "No, I mean that we want to rebuild our house. The current land is a bit small, so we want to expand outward." Hearing this, Uncle Lee was surprised and blurted out instinctively, "Huh, you guys have money to build a house?" Realizing his mistake, he quickly cleared his throat. "If you want to build a house, this place is too small, and the land here follows the standard size." Qianqian just smiled lightly. "I still have my father and elder brother, but we're separated now. Later, when my elder brother and younger brother marry, they'll need to build houses too, so I want to buy the land in advance." Zhangde heard this, but didn't say much. Since they wanted to buy it, it meant they had some savings. "All right, get settled first. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll help you handle the paperwork." Just as Uncle Lee reached the door, he peeked back and said seriously, "You can't leave your belongings in the yard. Pack them up quickly. Lock both the backyard and front door tonight." He then left. Yi Xiuyun was worried after hearing his warning. Why does Uncle Lee sound so creepy? Does this village have bad security? Qianqian thought about Ding's earlier reactions and Uncle Lee's warnings. She glanced at the neighbor's yard but quickly looked away and comforted Yi Xiuyun. Uncle Lee probably was just worried. "Don't worry, everything's fine. We still have Shelby." Yi Xiuyun watched Shelby happily running around inside the house after finally being free and couldn't help but smile. "Right, Shelby, from now on, this is our home. If any bad guys come, you just bark as loud as you can." Shelby didn't understand what she meant but seemed to understand that she should bark loudly. It immediately barked twice, growling fiercely. Hearing Yi Xiuyun's surprised expression, I suddenly remembered something. Why does that little gray dog's bark sound so strange? Woof woof, like that. Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Oh, maybe it's because it's a mixed breed, the mixed breed dog. After the family finished joking and chatting, they started to split up tasks. Some tidied the house, some moved things. Those who couldn't tidy or lift things simply squatted in the corner playing with the dog. Although they had more stuff than when they fled from danger, it wasn't a lot. Soon, everything was moved, and the house was cleaned up enough to look simple but neat. Qianqian clapped her hands and said, "I'm going to gather some firewood. We'll cook a good meal tonight to celebrate the new house." Qianqian left the house, standing in the yard lost in thought. She stepped onto a stone and looked towards the neighboring house. Wow, if she hadn't spoken, she wouldn't have guessed that someone still lived in the neighboring house. It was so shabby, about the same as theirs, maybe even shabbier. The yard was empty, nothing but broken wooden doors that creaked with the wind. Qianqian got down from the stone and didn't pay more attention to the house. She planned to go downhill to gather some firewood. Although she didn't understand why Mrs. Ding looked so strange when choosing the 2 houses earlier, she was sure she would pick the house at the foot of the mountain. It was quiet and convenient, much better than being in the middle of the village. Qianqian wanted to find a quiet place to take out the remaining firewood in her space when she suddenly heard laughter and lively voices. "Today's really lucky. We get to eat meat. Big Brother Dazhuang, you're truly amazing." You caught such a big rabbit. My dad sometimes hikes all day in the mountains but can't catch anything. A group of boys, about 7 or 8 years old, surrounded by a tall, strong-looking boy who walked down from the mountain. What's so special about that? My mom said I am blessed, and that rabbit was attracted by my good luck. The boy called Dazhuang proudly held up a wild rabbit. Just saying, that little troublemaker usually steals chickens or sneaks around, but today he even dares to compete with big brother Dazhuang for a rabbit. He's getting bolder. Humph, my mom said that troublemaker is full of bad luck. I should stay away from him. My dad is strong, and that troublemaker doesn't dare steal from our house. Today, he even took Bear Gall and dared to compete with big brother Dazhuang for food. Dazhuang frowned and said unwillingly, "You all keep saying that little troublemaker is up to no good." My mother said he's unlucky. The group's voices drifted farther away, and they didn't notice Qianqian hiding behind the dried grass and tree trunks nearby. Seeing that they had left, she took out the firewood. She was about to think about catching some wild game or something when she saw a small, skinny figure stumbling down the mountain. The little one looked slightly bigger than a taro root, dark, thin, with torn clothes covered in dirt and dry grass. His hair was messy, and he seemed worse off than someone fleeing from a famine. The young boy lowered his head, shoulders drooping, but the scars on his face were still visible. When he was about a few meters away, he suddenly stopped, looked up, and with a dirty, scarred face and piercing black eyes, stared at Qianqian. He instinctively took a step back. Then he lowered his head again and walked along the roadside grass beside Qianqian. Qianqian thought about the other children and knew without much thinking that this was the little troublemaker the others mentioned. Since she was new here, she didn't understand much about the village and didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. If this child had been bullied, it was still up to his parents to handle it. Afraid of frightening him, Qianqian stepped back a little and started to walk away. The boy seemed to notice the footsteps behind him. His legs flailed quickly, and he reached the end of the village. Before Qianqian could be surprised, he pushed open a creaky, unstable wooden door, ran into the courtyard, closed the door quickly, and latched it. Qianqian. She hadn't expected that this child was actually her new neighbor. Thinking about the dilapidated house next door, which looked barely livable, Qianqian frowned. After hesitating for a moment, she pushed open the courtyard door and returned to her own house. At the neighboring small, broken courtyard, a quiet boy at the door didn't hear anyone passing by. Instead, he heard sounds from the neighboring yard, paused in surprise, then lowered his head and gathered some scattered twigs and leaves into the corner of the yard to start a fire. Holding a bundle of firewood and walking into the house, she chatted with her mother. We're neighbors, after all. It's too late today, so we'll go see them tomorrow. If our family really builds a house, it might be noisy and dusty. We should bring something to them. Otherwise, as neighbors, it wouldn't be nice if we cause any misunderstandings. Qianqian listened to her mother's rambling and replied softly. This is normal neighborly behavior. She's not good at it, so it's better to leave it to her mother. However, thinking about the special situation with the new neighbor next door, she still told Yi Xiuyun about what just happened. Yi Xiuyun paused and looked toward the neighbor's wall. Oh, everyone has troubles. Let's wait until tomorrow morning when the neighbors are home to go over. We still have many things to settle today. Qianqian looked at the small gray dog running around in the yard. A smile appeared on her face. She reached into her pocket, took out a small piece of meat, called out to the dog, and threw the meat out. The dog, now grown taller and more agile, leapt, opened its mouth, and barked as it caught the meat. Then it wagged its tail happily and started chewing. Clever Jier watched nearby, clapping her hands and giggling happily. Qianqian went into the house. Kai too had already started a fire using some dry weeds and leaves, then added firewood into the stove. Big sister, the stove is too cold. Luckily, it's winter and not leaking water. It's not too damp, but we need to burn it all night to get it hot. A little child like a young adult muttered. Qianqian couldn't help but smile. It's okay. We have enough firewood. Just burn it. Big sister, I'll go see what ingredients we have today to cook something tasty for you. On the first day of moving into a new house, even if the living conditions aren't great, there should still be a sense of ceremony. Qianqian thought for a moment about the menu, then started rummaging through a large bag of ingredients. The rice, flour, oil, and seasonings were already arranged in the kitchen. She took out a large piece of beef she hadn't finished eating, 2 firm and bright red tomatoes, a mixed fat pork belly, a river fish that was tightly frozen, and pickled mustard greens bought in the city. She looked at everything, nodded with satisfaction, and then began organizing the ingredients to start cooking. While Qianqian was busy preparing food, Kai-tu skillfully kindled the fire. Yi Xiuyun was steaming rice, and cleverly Jie had the task of playing happily with little Gray in the yard. Children's laughter, the barking of dogs, and the gentle, warm reminders from women blend together with the faint sounds of conversations inside the house and the smoke rising from the chimney. This scene looks simple, but is full of happiness and peace. A little boy from next door comes out to carry firewood. He stands in the yard, staring blankly at the broken wall. His thin clothes are blown through by the evening cold wind, but he doesn't feel cold. He walks a bit closer to the corner of the wall. Just a wall apart, a small gray cat lies against the wall corner and lifts its leg to urinate, marking its territory. Behind it, a little girl chases after and scolds angrily, "Shao Hui, be good." Hee, Shao Hui is just marking territory. But in the future, you can't urinate in the yard either, you know that, Shao Hui? The woman's gentle voice carries a smile. On the other side of the wall, the little boy listens, smiles happily, and squats down. He doesn't want to go inside and keeps listening to the sounds from next door. Qianqian used to only occasionally enjoy cooking. She cooked slowly and carefully. Recently, she's been cooking more often with more dishes, and since it's colder, she's become even more efficient. In just half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup are ready. Since there's no table at home, she uses a small snow toy that she always carries. It's actually a low chair turned upside down. She flips it over, places its 4 legs on the heated brick bed, and finds a wooden board to put on top, making a makeshift table. Looking at the food on the table, the 2 little ones' eyes sparkle. Yi Xiuyun also can't help swallowing her saliva. Her sister Qianqian's cooking keeps getting better. How does she come up with these dishes? Big sister, this food smells so good. You're amazing. But what is that red thing? Is it chili? Why is it so big? Kai-tu looks doubtfully at the soft, mushy tomato. She has never seen such a thing before. It looks strange, red like chili. Does this stew meat taste very spicy? Qianqian smiles and picks a piece of tomato, saying, "I bought this from a lady's vegetable stall. I heard it comes from the south and is called wolf peach." Chao Jie, who is busy eating meat, suddenly raises his head. Peach? Kai-tu is also stunned. Big sister, isn't a peach a fruit? How can you cook it in a stew? Qianqian. Yi Xiuyun looked at her daughter's expression, a little speechless and amused. She gave her fish that had been deboned by Chao-tu and placed it in a bowl. Why so many questions? Your older sister has prepared this whole table of food. She's exhausted. Hurry and eat. Chao-tu shyly scratched his head. I'm just curious. Big sister, you don't need to pay attention to me. You eat quickly. Qianqian smiled at her family. This wolf peach is a southern name. It can be cooked or eaten raw, and both ways taste good. She didn't tell her family that at this time, tomatoes were mainly ornamental plants. There was a rumor that they were poisonous and not edible. But what she brought out was tomatoes from her space, which looked slightly different from the wolf peach in shape. As for the taste, she hadn't tried it, so she didn't know if it was different. Chao-tu took a sip of the soup. It was sweet and sour with a beef aroma. He thought he had already eaten many delicious dishes, but this one still amazed him. He believed his older sister must be an angelic girl, otherwise, how could she be so amazing? She knew everything and cooked so well. Chao Jie had already started eating on her own, no longer needing to be fed. Although she was not very neat or quick, she was getting better. Chao-tu was most enthusiastic. Every time he finished a dish, he would praise it loudly, making Qianqian's face break into a happy smile. This steamed fish is delicious. Wow, The braised pork smells so good, and this wolf peach with meat is sweet and sour, so tasty. This pickled vegetable is pretty good too. The family laughed and enjoyed themselves continuously, though the room was kept completely closed, so they couldn't hear the outside noise. A little boy squatting outside the wall couldn't hear anything anymore, but he could smell the wonderful aroma of food from next door, something he had never smelled before. He strained his ears, trying to catch some sound, but couldn't, and a trace of loneliness appeared in his eyes. He then got up, hugged the dry hay in his arms, and went back inside. Meanwhile, the fire in the stove had long since died out. The family was full and satisfied. Qianqian gathered some very sturdy and non-flammable wooden sticks and placed them over the stove. She boiled some water to wash the family's faces, and everyone then went to bed under their quilts, ready to sleep. The moon was bright, and stars shone sparsely as the entire village fell into deep sleep. Occasionally, a dog barked here and there. From the east end of the village to the west, it was a normal night. The Goof family also had already fallen asleep. Outside the courtyard gate, a few sneaky figures tiptoed closer, walking very quietly and speaking in low voices. I heard that this Goof family is much stronger than the ones in front. They came in a cart pulled by oxen, carrying quite a lot of things. Didn't they say they were fleeing hardship? Why do they look so rich? Are you stupid? The officials will settle them once they register, and they'll get some money. If there's no man at home, the woman in charge isn't just talking nonsense. If they don't want to walk a few steps, they buy a cart with the settlement money, think they've moved into the village, and will get enough to eat and drink. No way. Oh, then if that's true, this Goof family probably has nothing valuable besides the oxen. Such a big house. What are they going to do?
Keep it quiet.
If we scare away the oxen, we can buy them back later for a good handful of silver coins. The group murmured and tiptoed to Goof family's door, pushing it gently, but it was locked. Fifth brother, be quiet and jump over the courtyard wall to open the door. The man called fifth brother stepped closer to the low wall, climbing up carefully and silently. Inside the house, Qianqian noticed the noise early on. Her sharp eyes, black as a hawk's, observed everything in the dark. She moved gently, put on her clothes, and quietly got off the bed, not disturbing her sleeping mother, San, but gently packing away her small heater. Next door, the little boy who couldn't sleep also heard the commotion. He quickly put on his clothes and tiptoed out, standing at the wall's edge, listening carefully. Though he couldn't make out everything clearly, he understood someone was outside. His heart pounded wildly. He quickly squatted, grabbed a stone, and stepped onto a wooden stool, peering over the wall. When he saw someone climbing over, he panicked. His mind raced, and he threw the stone directly at the window of the neighboring house. Before Qianqian left the house, she saw her humble window paper get a big hole from the stone. Cold wind rushed inside. Qianqian sighed silently. Their already poor and simple dwelling was now even worse. However, she recognized where the stone came from. She raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. She stepped outside, just about to open the front door, when she suddenly heard a loud bang from just a door away. Wow! They smashed the window and the door. The loud noise outside clearly alarmed the people beyond the courtyard wall. Someone trying to climb over was so scared they quickly retreated. Next door, a young boy was also frightened. Seeing that the Goof family members weren't reacting, he wanted to keep collecting stones. But the wooden platform beneath him slipped and collapsed instantly. He fell to the ground and couldn't help but cry out in shock. At the same time, Qianqian had already opened the door and walked out. Outside the courtyard gate, a man looked angry and surprised. He clenched his teeth and said, "That annoying little troublemaker from next door is ruining everything. Throwing stones at the Goof family, he deserves to be punished. What should we do? Someone from the Goof family is coming out now. Should we go back? Go back? No way. A woman with 3 kids at the end of the village. Even if I yell, they won't dare to move. You all go if you want. I'm from this village, and I don't want trouble with the village head." After saying that, one man turned and ran away. The leader cursed loudly and was about to force open the door. But the door suddenly swung open. A thin, small girl was standing inside, looking lazily at them with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes swept over the three men. Stealing? The men froze, unsure what to say. The man in charge, Lu Dezhu, saw the little girl before him. His face was covered by a black cloth, only half visible, but his expression was fierce. "Oh, you're awake? Little girl, listen. We don't want to hurt anyone. If you're smart, go inside and pretend you saw nothing. We're just here to grab the cow and leave. If you're not cooperative, don't blame us for hurting your whole family." The other two men felt their hearts pounding wildly. They exchanged nervous glances. Was this really about to get serious? The small girl, who they thought would be scared, suddenly started laughing. Her laughter confused them. Could it be that the Gu family girl didn't realize how dangerous this situation was? Lu Dezhu's eyes darkened with hostility. He reached out to grab Gu Qianqian's collar. But before he could touch her, she suddenly pulled out a wooden stick from behind her and slammed it onto his arm. A loud cry of pain followed. Inside the house, Yi Xiuyun was jolted awake. Still groggy from sleep, her heart pounding with fear, she looked around quickly. She was so startled that she nearly fainted. Still in her nightclothes, barefoot, she hurried outside while calling out, "Qianqian, no one touch my daughter. Come at me if you want." Yi Xiuyun ran out of the yard and saw Gu Qianqian standing at the gate with three men in front of her. It was late at night, and she was almost scared to death. She picked up an axe from the yard and rushed out. "Stay away from my daughter, or I will hurt you." Yi Xiuyun was so frightened she started crying. She ran quickly with the axe and pulled Gu Qianqian behind her, swinging the axe at the three men. The wild, frantic mother scared the three men, who quickly stepped back in fear. Yi Xiuyun shook with fear and turned to look at her daughter, her voice trembling with tears. "Qianqian, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? If there's danger, why didn't you call Mom?" Seeing that her daughter's clothes were intact, Yi Xiuyun felt relieved but also scared. She couldn't stop crying. Gu Qianqian was also surprised by her mother's reaction. She hurried to hold her mother's arm to comfort her. "Mom, don't be afraid. I'm fine. They can't hurt me. Even the leader's arm is hurt. I made him bleed." Yi Xiuyun couldn't hold back her emotions and shouted, "You shouldn't have come out alone. If you're in trouble, call for Mom." She then looked at the three men and said, "What do you want? Are you bullying us or new here and expecting no one to protect us? I tell you, we're not easy to mess with. If you dare to harm my child, I will fight you." The woman, her clothes messy and barefoot on the cold stone ground, waved her axe with red eyes, looking ready to fight. It shocked the three men. This was no ordinary woman. The lady from the Gu family was so fierce. Lu Dezhu felt a sharp pain in his arm and was sweating. His gaze on Gu Qianqian and her mother grew more sinister. "You brat, how dare you hit me? You must be tired of living." Lu Dezhu glared at the two men beside him. "What are you standing there for? Come on. These two women are just old and weak. They're no match for us. Just teach them a lesson, and if they don't behave, grab their two kids and sell them." Lu Dezhu was furious, shouting loudly. The two men nearby were terrified when they heard he wanted to catch and sell the children. They only wanted to steal something valuable. Selling kids was out of the question. That was a death sentence. Lu Dezhu looked at them, cursing inwardly. Didn't he realize he was just bluffing? Gu Qianqian looked at the three people in front of her, her eyes cold. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation on her first night in Manhwa village. As orphans and a mother, they were easily targeted. Since that was the case, she decided to take action, to scare others by demonstrating her strength. Yi Xiuyun, hearing that these people wanted to sell her vegetables and sister Qiao, was suddenly furious. She was overwhelmed with rage and swung her axe at them, attacking. The two young men were so frightened they ran in different directions. Although they saw a weak-looking woman, she was wielding an axe and swinging wildly. No one dared to go near her. It's dangerous to get struck by that. Lu Dezhu was also scared and kept dodging, so scared that he couldn't even feel pain anymore. Gu Qianqian watched the three of them and sneered inwardly. With just a few moves, they dared to come out and cause trouble. Worried that Yi Xiuyun might accidentally hurt herself or that these people would force her into action, she kept her distance. She then picked up a wooden stick, moving swiftly yet calmly, walking behind the trio. She raised her arm and struck their necks 3 times each. The three immediately collapsed. Yi Xiuyun, still swinging her axe in shock, froze. She looked at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, then at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian threw the stick away and grabbed the axe from her. "Mom, it's okay now," she said. Then, under the moonlight, she noticed her mother's bleeding foot caused by a stone. Her brow furrowed. "Why are you barefoot and out here? Hurry back and clean it, put some medicine on it." Yi Xiuyun, still shaken, looked at the 3 people on the ground. She quickly grabbed her daughter's hand and said, "Mom's fine. Sister Qiao, you need to go get some ropes. We have to tie them up. If they wake up, it'll be trouble." After that, she nodded herself. "Yes, tie them up and then go to find the village officer." Gu Qianqian initially thought the same way, but worried about Yi Xiuyun's foot. Since her mother insisted, she went to get the ropes and tied the 3 firmly to 3 large trees by the roadside. Once done, she hurriedly pulled Yi Xiuyun into the house. Inside, the Vegetables and Sister Qiao had also woken up. Vegetables held a kitchen knife, hiding behind the door, protecting tear-streaked Qiao, who had been told not to cry loudly. Xiao Hui also stood in front of Qiao, making threatening gestures, baring her teeth and growling softly. When Gu Qianqian entered the room, she saw a tense and hostile scene, which made her pause slightly. Jiao Jie saw her older sister and mother return and immediately started crying loudly. She ran toward Gu Qianqian with trembling bare feet, opening her arms wide. Gu Qianqian quickly picked her up. Keita's small face was pale as paper, and the knife in his hand suddenly slipped from his grip, falling to the ground and nearly hitting his bare foot, which surprised Gu Qianqian. It's okay, don't be afraid.
Come on to the bed."
"Nothing has happened. There's nothing to worry about," Gu Qianqian softly comforted the 2 children. Kaitu had been tense for a long time. Now, as he relaxed, his whole body became weak. His eyes were red as he looked at Gu Qianqian, then he lowered his head in guilt. "Big sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't go out to protect you and mother." Gu Qianqian's gaze was gentle. She held Jiao Jie with one arm and gently patted his little head with the other, speaking softly. "You've already done very well. You're still just a kid." Knowing to hide behind the door with Jiao Jie was very clever. "I understand. You're worried that going outside might slow us down, so you wanted to surprise them here, right?" Keita's eyes were red again. He wiped his tears with his hand and nodded. He had intended to rush out with a knife, but he thought that these people, whether they were stealing or doing something else, would definitely come into the house. So, he took Jiao Jie and hid at the door. If the bad men came in, he planned to cut straight into their stomachs. Gu Qianqian placed Jiao Jie on the bed, then picked up Kaitu and laid him down as well. She gently rubbed his little head. "My Kaitu is already very brave. You're very smart and did very well. It's not wise to reveal yourself when you're not strong enough. Hiding in the shadows and waiting for the right moment is a smart move." Kaitu nodded strongly, and a smile finally appeared on his face as he felt happy about his sister's praise. Yi Xiuyun still felt uneasy. She wiped her feet and prepared to put on her shoes to go to the neighbor's house, but with 3 children at home, she truly didn't want to leave. "Mother, let's go to bed. There's no rush. Those people can't run away," Gu Qianqian said. Afterwards, she looked at Xiaohui, who was hiding by the wall with its tail between its legs. She narrowed her eyes and grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, then strode out of the yard. "Go ahead and sleep. You don't need to come out," she said, closing the door behind her as she took Xiaohui and left the courtyard. Standing in the yard, she paused briefly and looked toward the neighbor's direction. Hearing no further movement, she decided not to go over at this moment. Little Gray was held by the back of the neck, and it whined anxiously, its voice sharp and pleading. Gu Qianqian showed no mercy. She walked outside the gate, threw Little Gray onto the ground, and her gaze was cold and indifferent in the dark night. That look made Little Gray curl its tail between its legs, lower its head, and only dared to glance at Qianqian from the corner of its eye. After a moment, Qianqian squatted down, looked at the dog in front of her, and said coldly, "When I brought you here, it wasn't just to be a playmate for Qiaojia. On the run, I didn't need you to do anything special. Just wait, eat, drink, and go out with me once a day." Little Gray listened pitifully, understanding that its owner was angry. It moved closer, whimpering with a hint of coaxing, nudging Qianqian's knee, then fell to the ground, lifting its legs to show a soft belly. Qianqian slapped its head. "Flattery won't help." Little Gray whimpered again. "Now we have a home, and this will be our home in the future. I won't always be here. You're still young. I don't expect you to protect them just yet, but if someone sneaks into the house and you don't realize it, what good are you?" Qianqian's tone suddenly became sharp and stern. Little Gray had never seen such a serious side of her before. It whined heavily, feeling wronged and scared, trying to get closer to the owner to ease her anger. Qianqian grabbed it by the back of its neck. Startled, Little Gray yelped sharply. Then it saw her point toward a big tree a few meters away. "If I'm not home tonight, or if I sleep so soundly that nothing can wake me, if these three come into the house, you better not think about our family. If you let them in, you'll end up being cooked into dog meat stew." Little Gray didn't know if the others understood what she said, but when she mentioned dog meat stew, Little Gray immediately rolled its neck back and whined. Qianqian pushed it forward. "Tonight, you stay here and watch over these three. Don't let anyone get close. If you hear someone coming, you call me. Do you hear me?" Her final words were shouted loudly. Little Gray immediately barked loudly, seeming to respond that it understood. Qianqian released it, stood up straight, and without looking back, she entered the yard and shut the gate firmly. Little Gray looked at the tightly closed wooden door, immediately feeling sad, and whimpered softly. Then it went to the doorway, squatting down, staring firmly at the three people tied under the big tree. She knew it was her fault the lady in charge scolded them. She showed her teeth and growled at the unconscious three, making angry faces and making noise. Qianqian went back into the house, and the three women were still awake. Kaitu looked worried. "Big sister, why did you leave Little Gray outside? What if something bad happens?" "Actually, it's still a puppy." Qiao's sister leaned against the window, but couldn't see anything. "Big sister, Little Gray is cold," the little girl said softly, looking sadly at Qianqian. Qianqian didn't spoil her younger sisters this time. "Little Gray is a dog. It will grow up someday. In this house, everyone has their job. Little Gray is the same. If it can't grow up, then it can only stay in this yard and not go outside. Otherwise, it won't be able to protect itself. All right, go to sleep." The two younger ones always listened to Qianqian. Although they felt sad for Little Gray, they agreed with her big sister. They didn't want Little Gray to go outside and get bullied. Kids are still young. Even after so many danger-filled experiences, lying in a warm bed, they soon fell asleep. But Yi Xiuyun couldn't sleep. She adjusted Kaitu and Qiao's sister's blankets, then looked at Qianqian. "Qianqian, go to sleep too. Mother is watching over you. Mother, you rest well. If anything happens, Little Gray will bark. You don't need to stay up. We have a lot to do tomorrow. You should get some good rest tonight." Yi Xiuyun sighed deeply, exhausted both physically and mentally. She was worried about Little Gray outside the door. She opened her mouth to say something, but finally just sighed. Qianqian lay on the Kong bed, dressed as usual, sleeping. Although she forcefully left Little Gray at the door, she would be the first to get up if she heard any noise. She couldn't really stand by and watch Little Gray get hurt. But if that silly dog didn't bark when danger was right in front of it, it would deserve to be cooked into dog meat soup. Originally, Yi Xiuyun wasn't sleepy, but after lying down for a while, she was overcome by exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Qianqian didn't sleep. She listened to the quiet sounds from the next room, heard no noises, then closed her eyes. The next morning, The Gu family was woken up by the sound of dogs barking. Gu Qianqian immediately opened her eyes, pulled back the quilt, put on her shoes, and got out of bed. Yi Xiuyun was also startled awake. She quickly dressed and reminded Kai-tu to watch over her sister and not to go outside, then hurried out. Gu Qianqian opened the door and saw outside her home several women carrying baskets pointing and whispering about 3 people under a tree. It was unclear who had reported the incident, but more and more people gathered. Gu Qianqian coldly looked around and saw Zhao De rushing over in a hurry. One of the women watching the commotion outside the courtyard was familiar, Xiao Pancher. Seeing Gu Qianqian and Yi Xiuyun come out, she hurried over. Why did your family choose such a place? Near the foot of the mountain. It's creepy at night. And there's also Xiao Pancher began, but stopped herself quickly. Then she pointed at the group under the tree. These people are from the neighboring village. I don't know how they got tied up here. Seems like they ran into some bandits. Huh. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian's eyes grew cold, but she said nothing. Yi Xiuyun wanted to speak, but her daughter had told her to leave this matter to her. The village chief hurried over and saw the 3 tied up. He was shocked. What's going on? Isn't this the big pillar from the neighboring village? Why are they tied up here? Let's free them quickly. The village chief called for people to untie them, but a delicate, cool voice stopped him. When she spoke, everyone turned to look. The village chief was startled upon seeing her. Gu family girl? What are you doing? Gu Qianqian stepped forward. She looked at the 3 who had regained consciousness and appeared tired and disheveled. Village chief, I was just about to come find you, she said. Her bright voice carried a trace of coldness as she scanned those around her. Our Gu family has only us 4 women. Some might think we are easy to bully. When we first arrived at Manhwa village, someone dared to try to steal our cattle. But let me warn everyone, our Gu family is not so easy to push around. Gu Qianqian looked at Zhao De. Uncle village head, our family has just arrived. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Since this is the first time, I won't report it to the authorities. But if there's a next time, I will take them to the officials myself. After saying that, she added, not reporting it now doesn't mean the matter is over. These people must pay the price. The village head's face looked uncomfortable. Indeed, if the people from the neighboring village had been taken to the officials, it wasn't a small matter. There could be resentment between the 2 villages later. He looked at the young girl in front of him, thinking she was still quite young but very clever. He understood they had just arrived in a strange village. He didn't want to cause a big scene right away. Their household registration was already transferred to Manhwa village. If things got too messy, it would be hard for them to settle in the village later. 3 people, tied to a tree and now awake, heard Gu Qianqian's words. They immediately shouted, Zhao village head, don't listen to her nonsense. We're innocent. There's no way we stole anything from their house. Yes, we were just hunting in the mountains. Yesterday, we came back late from Manhwa village and saw this little girl run out of her yard and attack us. They are women, and we couldn't fight back. Lu Daju's arm was even broken. Zhao village head, your villagers are being too overbearing. Just because they hit us and tied us up here overnight. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, our Qingchuan village and your village will not end things here. Hearing their protests, the village head frowned immediately, feeling stuck in a dilemma. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, that's impossible. Lu Daju and the others are from the neighboring village. Gu family just moved here yesterday at noon, right? Not many people in our village know about the new Gu family. How could outsiders know? It's possible they're really thieves, but they might have caught the wrong people. His words had a hint of meaning, and soon someone else chimed in. I know Lu Daju and the others went up the mountain yesterday, probably just passing by. Little girl, you might have caught the wrong person. The actual thief might be someone else. As soon as this was said, everyone looked toward the closed gate of Gu family's next-door house. In my opinion, if something is lost, you should look next door. You might find it there. Gu Qianqian watched everyone's reactions, narrowing her eyes with a hint of coldness. Village Chief Zhao De frowned and suddenly yelled, Enough! Shut your mouths and stop talking nonsense. It looks like you all saw something. Village chief, you know how it is. Our village frequently loses things now. And then, we haven't made a big deal about it. One kid, no one bothers him. But now it involves outsiders from outside the village. It's embarrassing enough to be known outside. How will the newcomers see us? Exactly. Our village is poor, but honest. We can't let a few troublemakers ruin our reputation. Just as Zhao was about to speak, Qianqian suddenly sneered. Village chief, what do you all think this means? These people came to my house to steal, and I caught them red-handed. Now some are defending them. Could they be their accomplices? How can you all be clearer than me about who the thief is? Weren't you at my house last night? Hearing this, the crowd was instantly startled. Nonsense. What does it have to do with us? Why is your family neighbors with a thief? The person tied to the tree immediately shouted. Who stole from your family? We were just passing by. Zhao village chief. We're not trying to insult your village. Everyone knows that little troublemaker in your village, stealing chickens and doing bad things. We just happened to pass by when we heard noise at his house. Maybe we startled him. The wall of his yard even fell. He probably tried to climb over the wall to steal, and we scared him and caused him to fall. We're just trying to help. But now we're the ones tied up here. Yes, go see for yourselves at that troublemaker's house and call him out for questioning, another person shouted. A young kid with no parents, notorious for being not trustworthy. Even if he's blamed, what difference does it make? Qianqian listened to everyone's words, her eyes cold. She quickly stepped forward and kicked Lu Dazhu hard in the chest, making his eyes pop wide as he cried out in pain but couldn't say a word. So, last night when you tried to steal the cow and failed and you threatened us, you were so full of confidence. Now you won't admit it, she asked sternly. She looked calmly at Zhao. Since you think this is hard to handle, I will just report it to the authorities. Zhao cleared his throat and said, It's not hard to handle. If these people really went to steal from your home, I can't ignore it. Otherwise, people from other villages might think they can come here to steal chickens and do tricks anytime. The village chief responded, That doesn't sound right. It can't just be a young girl making these claims. Lu Dazhu and the others wouldn't come to steal from a new family in our village. Didn't Lu Dazhu just say that his house's firewood pile fell last night? Going in to check is simple enough. A woman nearby disagreed. That's not certain. I heard Lu Dazhu is not a very good person either. Coming to our village to steal isn't impossible. Even if that young troublemaker isn't acting clean, we can't blame him for everything just because something happened. My sister-in-law married into Qianqian village. I've heard about Lu Dazhu. He's often up to small tricks and bullies people. It's possible he might have come to steal in our village too. Qianqian village is close to Manhwa village, but separated by a hill, so most people don't know much about what happens there. But Qianqian's gaze was fixed intently on the man who spoke. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed at him. You come out. The man didn't expect Qianqian to notice him. Feeling guilty, he hesitated. What you want? Last night, I heard noise. 4 people came to our house, but we only caught 3. Considering you seem to know their movements so well, could it be that the one who ran away early yesterday is you? You're talking nonsense. What does it have to do with me? I didn't go out last night. The man looked shocked. The village chief also frowned. Girl Gu, I will definitely support you on this, but you need to provide evidence for your accusation. Qianqian smiled confidently. Yesterday, someone tried to climb over my wall. It was someone from next door throwing stones to warn us, so that person ran scared. The snow and rain recently melted, making the ground muddy. The footprints on the wall indicate whether it was them or not. It's clear from the footprints. Hearing this, the 3 people under the tree, including the man Qianqian pointed to, all changed their faces. How could they forget about this? The village chief personally looked and indeed saw a man's shoe print on the wall. His face darkened immediately, then turned to the villager. Give me Zhao Dajuan's shoes to inspect. The village chief said grimly. Zhao Dajuan's face changed suddenly. He quickly backed away and said, Village chief, what are you doing? That has nothing to do with me. I just remembered that my big pot is still boiling water. I need to go back and check so it doesn't boil dry. Seeing his reaction, The village chief realized there was more to know. He shouted angrily, "Catch that troublemaker and bring him back." In no time, Zhao Dajuan was caught, and his shoes were taken off. They matched the footprints on the wall. There was nothing more to say. The village chief was very angry. He pointed at Zhao Dajuan but couldn't speak for a moment. "You cooperated with outsiders to steal from our village, betraying us. Take him to the ancestral hall. I will deal with him in front of our ancestors and elders." Then he looked at the three people under the tree. Since Zhao Dajuan had already been caught, what could they say for themselves? "You may not be from our village, but if you bully us, you are crossing a line. Our Wanshui village is not easy to intimidate." The village chief was furious. He then turned to Gu Qianqian and asked, "Miss Gu, what do you want to do?" Gu Qianqian looked at the people under the tree, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I think everyone makes mistakes sometimes." Hearing this, the three people in front of her looked hopeful. They thought, as a young girl, she wouldn't dare do much, so they felt a bit confident. Then they heard Gu Qianqian casually say, "So, we need to teach them a stern lesson, so they won't do it again." The three. Zhao Da looked at her with confusion. "What kind of lesson do you want to give them?" Gu Qianqian looked at the three people under the tree, a gentle smile on her face that made them all feel uneasy. "Liking to steal shows you can't control yourself. If so, perhaps it's better to cut off 2 hands each, so you'll remember." Hearing this, not only the three under the tree were frightened, but nearby villagers gasped in shock. They looked at Gu Qianqian with fear. This young girl was too ruthless. "Old man, I dare you to cut off her hands. I won't let you go. You little brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet and you're playing tough with us. If you dare, just wait and see." A crisp crack interrupted the man's words. Yi Xiuyun was holding a shoe sole, hitting it quickly on his mouth. "I dare you to do anything. If you come to my house again, I will fight you. When that time comes, I will die fighting to protect you." This fierce attitude made the people nearby step back one after another. Why are all the women in the Gu family so fierce? The village chief was also surprised and cleared his throat. "Miss Gu, is this?" Gu Qianqian smiled brightly. "Do you think it's too heavy, Uncle Village Chief?" The village chief didn't respond. Since the damage wasn't his family's, he couldn't say if it was heavy or light. But the cutting of hands. He realized that the Gu family was led by this young girl and pulled her aside. "Little girl, I'm not stopping you because I don't want justice, but if you really cut off their hands, their family might hold a grudge. If they come back to cause trouble, your home is too far out, and the villagers might not be able to help in time. These are dangers." Gu Qianqian naturally understood. She took out some papers from behind and said, "Oh, if they dare, let them come." The village chief hadn't yet seen what the papers were, but Gu Qianqian had already stepped in front of the three men and pulled Yi Xiuyun aside. The young girl squatted down, smiling as she waved the papers in her hand. "There are 3 confession papers here. You can put your fingerprints on them. If you bother our family again, I'll just take these to the officials and have you imprisoned." Originally, there were 4 sheets, but since it was their village, she gave the village chief a face and handed them over to be dealt with locally. "Oh, and if anything happens to our family in the future, even without proof, I can still hold you responsible. So you better try." The 3 men widened their eyes, already thinking that if this reckless girl really dared to cut their hands, they would make the Gu family pay dearly later. But they never expected this girl to be so cunning and sneaky, setting up confession papers to trap them. They would lose their hands for nothing and couldn't even seek revenge. "Village Chief Zhao, are you going to let this girl run wild here? Are you not afraid of making enemies in Clear Spring Village?" The village chief looked at him coldly. "Make enemies? Fine. If you 3 come to our village to cause trouble, and your village wants to pick a fight over your nonsense, so be it. Do you really think we Manhwa village are easy to bully? Come to our village to cause trouble and make threats. If there's a feud, so be it. Who's afraid of you?" Gu Qianqian looked surprised at this group of villagers who suddenly became so angry and righteous. As they reached the village, she saw they were quite united. It was as if Gu Qianqian suddenly remembered something. She patted her forehead and said, "Almost forgot to mention, it's not just our family. There's also the kid next door. Yesterday, he risked himself by throwing stones at us to warn us. I think you've already held a grudge against him. If anything happens to that child in the future, I will hold you responsible." After she said this, there was a loud discussion among the villagers.
What?
That little troublemaker was the one who reported to Gu family? He's so daring. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by Lu Dazhu and other troublemakers? Gu Qianqian didn't bother with their gossip. Instead, she smiled and looked at the three people under the tree. "I'll give you a choice. Do you want your hands broken first or get stamped first? Or, to make things easier, get your hands broken first." She held a handy stick, weighing it in her hand. With a little force, she aimed to break a hand with one strike. However, Yi Xiuyun quickly grabbed the stick. "Sister Qianqian, let me do it." You step back. Gu Qianqian looked at Yi Xiuyun, whose personality had changed a lot compared to before. She smiled softly and didn't refuse. She let her mother try, knowing that someday her mother would be braver. Yi Xiuyun, although more courageous than before, was still uneasy about breaking someone's hand. But thinking about how those people had threatened to sell her children last night, her eyes became firm. She raised the stick and struck the first person's arm hard. A loud scream made everyone tremble. They all swallowed nervously, feeling it was too harsh. Gu Qianqian lazily looked on and, amidst everyone's horror, ruthlessly added, "Mother, don't stop. Hit again. Put some strength into it." Yi Xiuyun's hands went soft after hitting, and upon hearing her daughter's words, she paused in shock.
"It's
not broken?" Grinding her teeth, Yi Xiuyun lifted her hand and forced herself to hit again. This time, a clear cracking sound echoed. The man screamed in pain and immediately fainted. Yi Xiuyun, who had been full of pride moments before, now felt a little fearful when she broke his arm. But thinking of her family, women and children surrounded by danger, and the fact that no one was protecting them, she knew if she didn't stand firm today in front of so many people, someone might still hold a grudge. Thinking this, Yi Xiuyun's eyes flashed with anger. She raised her stick high and swung it at the other person's arm, forcing the person to wake up from fainting due to the pain. Yi Xiuyun was strong this time, but didn't completely break the arm, so she struck again. The next person was the same. By the end, Lu Dazhu, who had his arm broken last night by Gu Qianqian, was so afraid of Yi Xiuyun's repeated strikes that he nearly wet himself. I don't want her to come. You hit me instead." "I don't want her to hit me," he said, realizing he couldn't escape and giving up on struggling. He just wanted Gu Qianqian to finish quickly. A broken arm would be enough. Gu Qianqian ignored him. Yi Xiuyun became more confident. She was no longer afraid and even started to enjoy it. After breaking all their arms, Gu Qianqian cut a few of their fingers and pressed a blood-red handprint, feeling satisfied. She collected the papers afterward. Zhao Lijing arranged for the men to return to the neighboring Qingchuan village and dispersed the crowd watching. Then he led a few elders to the ancestral hall, where Zhao Dajuan was being dealt with. Gu Qianqian received Zhao Lijing's promise that he would give her an explanation, but she didn't go to watch. Once everyone left, she went to the door of the next yard. She looked at the dilapidated, almost falling down wooden door and gently knocked. Almost immediately, a sliver of the door was opened. A pair of dark, cautious eyes looked out at her through the crack. Gu Qianqian thought to herself that the child had been hiding behind the door and smiled softly. "Thank you last night." Hearing the thank you, the boy tensed up. He tightly clenched his fingers around his clothes, his heartbeat quickening. "And no problem," he stammered. Then something occurred to him. His expression became tense, and he looked at Gu Qianqian nervously, speaking hurriedly and uncertainly. I didn't mean to not come out and testify. No one. He wanted to believe her. Jiang Xia's face blushed deeply. He hesitated and couldn't finish his words. His anxious eyes reddened, and he pressed his lips together. He was trying to hold back the bitter feeling in his heart, looking at Gu Qianqian with a pleading expression. I won't steal from your family. I won't even climb over the wall. I'll build a higher wall soon." Please don't. Don't dislike me. A small child with hopeful eyes was afraid of the new Gu family members, but he was leaving after just one night. He wanted them to stay here so he could hear the sounds from the neighboring courtyard every day. Qianqian looked at the little boy making such a humble request, and her brows slightly furrowed, feeling a strange discomfort in her heart. Jiang Xia saw her expression and, with his courage almost gone, lowered his head and looked at his toes. Just like this. Suddenly, he felt a warm touch on his head. The girl's gentle laughter sounded in his ear, bringing him a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Why do you dislike yourself? You're brave and smart. Yesterday, you risked danger to warn us. You're a real little man. Hearing this, Jiang Xia suddenly looked up. His deep black eyes, usually clouded with darkness and grayness, sparkled like they were full of shining stars. Then he looked at Qianqian, who was so clean and neat, and thought about how long it had been since he washed his hair. His face turned bright red, and he couldn't find words to speak. Here, take this. Suddenly, a small cloth bag was handed to him. Jiang Xia froze, hesitating to reach out, but Qianqian directly pushed it into his dark little hand. Big sister is giving you candy, the girl said with a gentle smile. Her cheerful voice made Jiang Xia feel something warm inside. But in the next moment, Jiang Xia felt like he was holding a hot potato and quickly tried to give it back. No, I don't need it, I don't want it. Qianqian firmly pushed his hand away and looked toward the yard. Are you living alone? Although she guessed from what the villagers said, she still wanted to confirm. Jiang Xia thought about his simple home. He shyly shifted his feet, trying to hide his face by lowering his head. His voice was timid. It's just me. My parents passed away when I was young and my grandma passed away 3 years ago. Qianqian looked at the small boy in front of her, who was just a year or two older than a young vegetable. He had no relatives around and was looked down upon by the villagers. It was clear what kind of life he was living every day. Qianqian was about to speak more when she heard Yu Yun's voice from next door. She immediately lifted her head and responded loudly. Jiang Xia quickly withdrew inside the door and pulled the wooden door shut behind him. You should go back now. If her mother saw her talking to herself, she might scold her. Children in the village often do this, talk to themselves and then get scolded at home. After saying that, Jiang Xia closed the door directly, leaving Qianqian unable to speak. She let out a soft sigh, turned around, and went back to her own yard. Just a door apart, Jiang Xia held a bag of snacks, looked stunned for a long time, lost in thought, then suddenly changed his expression and hurried into the house. He looked at his simple home and the clean handkerchief-wrapped snacks. He searched for a while but couldn't find a suitable place, eventually putting them in his clean rice bowl. Later, he washed his hands. The icy water made his hands red and sore. He also tugged at his hair and sniffed them, not too bad but a bit dirty. Thinking of Qianqian's clean hands, he felt very embarrassed for the first time. His eyes filled with shame and anger, turning a little red. Then he looked at the black paw print on the snack bag. Qianqian returned to her own yard and saw that Yi Xiuyun seemed to have just finished washing her hands. Her hands was trembling, still a bit shaken from being hit earlier, a little panicked. Mom, what happened? Qianqian asked. Yi Xiuyun controlled her trembling hands and said, I just heard from Xiaopan from yesterday about what happened next door. That child next door is also quite pitiful. Yesterday, she risked danger to help us. It's hard to believe that what those people said is true. That a young child like her, it's not easy at all. We plan to go see the neighbors today, but with the current situation, I want to bring something for that child. I don't know what to bring, so I thought I'd ask you. She had just come back to check on her children. Since she was empty-handed, she didn't want to go directly to their house, so she turned back first. Qianqian didn't expect her mother to be so concerned about this, so she couldn't help but smile. After that, she started to think. Let's bring some food. Since they are neighbors, there will be other chances, she said. Yi Xiuyun nodded. You're right. Let's bring some food first. Kaitu and Qiaoer had finished washing up. They listened to their mother and big sister's conversation and looked over curiously. Big sister, was it the neighbors who told us yesterday night? I want to thank them too. Kaitu volunteered. Xiaoer didn't understand much, only knew that everyone was about to leave. She trotted over excitedly, saying, yes, yes, let's go. Gu Qianqian thought about that shy, insecure little boy next door. She decided not to bring too many people when visiting for the first time. Big sister and mom will go first. Later, they'll take you there, okay? They let the younger two stay home and took some food to the neighbor. As they entered Jiang Xia's courtyard, passing villagers whispered quietly, can you believe the Gu family is actually rushing over to that troublemaker's house? They're not afraid of bad luck. But then again, since the Gu family just arrived, they probably don't know much. Who cares about them? When they suffer losses later, they'll understand. We all pitied that kid before, but look what he turned into, a selfish brat. The Gu family can pretend to be good people if they want. As for Jiang Xia's home, he didn't expect the neighbor woman and her sister would come to his house. After inviting them inside, he stood there feeling awkward and unsure what to do. He couldn't remember the last time anyone visited him. Yi Xiuyun was also shocked by the condition of the house. In Nyotu village, they already had a pretty tough life, but this house was even worse, more dilapidated than the long vacant house next door. The boy's home was broken, and he didn't repair it or dare to ask the village chief. He simply patched it up as best as he could. The front door was broken and didn't close tightly. The bed was half collapsed. The house had no decent furniture. Only some clothes and a badly folded quilt were thrown on the bed. Yi Xiuyun looked at the environment and couldn't imagine how the boy lived here.